Chapter 1, Multi-Spatial Life. Please subscribe. After being reminded by the Goddess of Wisdom, the Observation Bureau gradually lifted its alerts. Relaxed staff members couldn't help but discuss in low voices. The Goddess of Wisdom mentioned that the energy fluctuations in that star domain originated from an evolver breaking through to the 9th rank. Breaking through to the 9th rank creates such a commotion. Many staff members were curious as they had not witnessed an evolver breaking through to the 9th rank. But they vaguely felt something was amiss. An 8th-layer peak evolver, even after completely fusing with the rules, would at most have an inner world of a few million miles in circumference, adding their physical souls, spirit will, and so on. Even with a breakthrough and a qualitative change in all aspects, the energy fluctuations reaching tens to hundreds of times greater would only equate to the level of 7 or 8 constant stars. Yet, the energy fluctuations they had just observed affected an area extending beyond 10 light-years. Surely, even 100 or 1,000 8th-rank evolvers breaking through to the 9th rank together couldn't cause such a wide range of fluctuations? An 8th rank breaking through to the 9th rank definitely wouldn't cause such a huge disturbance. But since the Goddess of Wisdom said so, she must have her reasons. Although many staff members did not understand, they did not question the Goddess of Wisdom. Who do you think it was, the 8th rank evolver who broke through to the 9th rank? It's hard to guess. There are so many peak 8th rank evolvers in our human civilization, and many peak 8th rank evolvers in search for a breakthrough travel the domains of the universe. They could break through anywhere. No matter what, our human civilization gained one more 9th rank evolver, and judging by the scale of the breakthrough, it must not be just an ordinary 9th rank. May humanity prosper forever. The staff members were excited, and although the one who reached the 9th rank wasn't them, they were all part of human civilization. The stronger human civilization became, the better their lives would be. In the cosmic starry sky where 10,000 races compete, cruelty prevails, and if a clan is not powerful, its members usually meet very bleak fates. For instance, those special life forms in meager numbers are often captured to extract their bloodline essence for concocting bloodline potions. Is it because those special life forms are willing to offer themselves? Of course not. They are just too weak. Of course, the weaks here is relative to the entirety of human civilization. The special life forms as individuals are often quite powerful, on par with the geniuses among the human evolvers. In contrast to the staff's discussions, Group Leader Wang Xin was much calmer. Milky Way star region, for some reason, Group Leader Wang Xin's first thought was of that Galaxy Master who had created countless miracles. Although it was universally acknowledged that the Galaxy Master would almost certainly step into the 9th rank, it was expected to be at least 100 years later. The later stages of fusing with rules are not easy to cross, and since the Galaxy Master had comprehended the complete space rules, the difficulty of fusion would likely be even higher. After all, merging with partial space rules is definitely easier than controlling the fusion of the complete space rules. But Group Leader Wang Xin had a strange hunch that the evolver who broke through to the 9th rank, mentioned by the Goddess of Wisdom, was the Galaxy Master. Because the Galaxy Master had created too many miracles, defying the convention that it would take 100 years to reach the 9th rank seemed almost normal. Every time one of our human civilization's evolvers reaches the 9th rank, we issue a public announcement deterring the Myriad clans, as it is an enhancement of our foundation with no need for secrecy. Whether it's the Galaxy Master or not, we'll know soon enough after some time. Just wait for the announcement. Group Leader Wang Xin thought to himself, his expression showing a hint of anticipation. Point. A desolate cosmic space. Lin Yuan was still feeling the changes within himself. The transition from the 8th layer to the 9th layer was a major leap, making his inner world more substantial and layered, also elevating his life essence. I can now faintly sense the passage of time. Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes. The essence of a 9th rank life form was strong enough to detect slight fluctuations of time. CH the novel, the FHDHDF-EHDA.EHDA website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Time is one of the cosmic foundational rules, even more obscure and elusive than space rules, which are also foundational. For life below the 9th rank, sensing the rule of time is impossible, let alone comprehending it. Lin Yuan, endowed with against heaven's understanding, could forcefully study some time-related evolution paths and comprehend the rule of time, but that would be too strenuous. If I were to understand the rule of time to a certain extent and control the flow of time around my body, with tens of thousands of years passing in the outside world while only 1 or 10 years pass for me, wouldn't that also be another form of extending life? Lin Yuan silently pondered. This was also why those who thoroughly grasped the rule of time, although not supreme beings, could achieve a form of eternities in an alternative way. Of course, this alternative eternities is still an alternative, for no matter how time is manipulated, one's life will eventually reach its end. The cultivation at the 9th layer mainly consists of 2 aspects. One is to open successive spatial layers within the inner world, which is the foundation of a 9th rank evolver's strength variation, and the various cultivation stages within the 9th rank are named after this. Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered. The ninth rank consists of 5 stages: the 10 heavy realm, the myriad heavy realm, the 100,000 heavy realm, the million heavy realm, the 10 million heavy realm. The 10, myriad, 100,000, million, and 10 million refer to the number of spatial layers in one's inner world. 10 heavy is 10 layers of space, myriad heavy is 10,000 layers of space, and so on, with 10 million heavy being 10 million layers of space. These layers signify the depth of the inner world's foundation, and the inner world is the cornerstone for an evolver. The stronger the inner world, the more potent the power of the world, which enhances the nurturing effect on the evolver's physical soul and spirit will. Chapter 1, Multispatial Life. Please subscribe. 2. The spatial layers within my inner world are almost at 39,000 layers, so does that mean I'm effectively at the 9th rank myriad layer realm? And within the myriad layer realm, I'm not considered weak? A smile formed on Lin Yuan's face. Those who had just advanced to the 9th rank as evolvers could often only create single-digit spatial layers, not even reaching the 10 heavy realm. No wonder they say that those invincible beings at the 8th rank quickly cultivate after stepping into the 9th rank. The cosmic force greatly promotes the expansion of spatial layers. Lin Yuan had realized dozens of ordinary cosmic forces, more than 10 higher cosmic forces, and 1 source-level cosmic force. Merely at the initial step into the 9th rank, he had opened up nearly 40,000 spatial layers. This alone placed him eons ahead of those evolvers who had newly advanced to the 9th rank. The key point is, the promotion effect of the cosmic force on the expansion of spatial layers is not one-off but continuous. After sensing again for a while, Lin Yuan concluded. Which means, Lin Yuan would continue to expand spatial layers much more easily than other 9th rank evolvers. As for the second aspect of 9th rank level cultivation, it's about comprehending the rule of time. But this is not very significant, at least not until advancing to the myriad heavy realm. There's no noticeable difference, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if 9th rank evolvers could perceive the rule of time, it was done with difficulty, hardly reaching the introductory level. That's about it. It's time to go back. The moment Lin Yuan finished perceiving his changes, his figure vanished, returning to the Milky Way main star. Search the noelfire.night website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Milky Way main star. It was already in chaos. Even the central star domain far in the central star region detected an A-layer energy fluctuation happening in the Milky Way star region. As the core of the Milky Way star region, the Milky Way main star naturally detected it too. Compared with the observation bureau of the central star domain, the many evolvers on the Milky Way main star felt it more concretely, more intricately, and with greater dread. In the face of such an immense energy fluctuation, even powerful 8th rank evolvers were as fragile as dust. What the hell is going on? How can there be such a powerful energy fluctuation? Redskin and Greeneye, 2 8th rank alien race beings with furrowed brows, had experience managing Chikun main star. For years, they had been managing the Milky Way main star diligently for Lin Yuan. Now discovering such an event within the Milky Way star region, they immediately took it seriously. It's unclear. But the energy fluctuation erupted in a desolate area of the star domain, so there are no losses for the time being. Chunbo and Jia Li shook their heads, feeling an alarming unease. They had posited several possibilities, including an alien invasion. If it really was an invasion, given the magnitude of that energy fluctuation, it had to be at least a 9th rank alien race. No, at least dozens of 9th rank alien races coming together to accomplish this. My god. Dozens of 9th rank alien races? Many of the 8th rank evolvers present had never seen so many 9th rank powerhouses in their lifetimes. Has this been reported to the Star-Lord? Chunbo collected himself and immediately asked. No matter if it was an alien invasion or not, they should report this matter to Lin Yuan first, as he was the pillar of the Milky Way main star, even of the entire Milky Way star region. We've made contact. The Star-Lord hasn't replied to me, Redskin said hesitantly. No reply? Jia Li was slightly startled and then spoke urgently. Contact him again. Just then, a figure appeared in the hall. There's no need to worry. Lin Yuan glanced at everyone and spoke in a gentle tone. His breakthrough to the 9th rank had put him in a good mood, and his demeanor softened a great deal. Star-Lord. The Star-Lord, you're here. The anxiety in all the evolvers present quickly settled down. Star-Lord. Mo Li and Wu Lan also looked at Lin Yuan with excitement. They had been on the Milky Way main star for some time but had never seen Lin Yuan. Star-Lord, you said there's no need to worry. Shortly after, Chunbo tentatively asked. Upon hearing this, everyone else immediately perked up their ears. The energy fluctuation was simply too great, and since it appeared in the Milky Way star region, how could one not worry? The energy fluctuation was caused by my breakthrough to the 9th rank. It only affected the desolate area and will not have any impact on life planets or resource planets, Lin Yuan said indifferently. The star domain where the breakthrough occurred was carefully selected by Lin Yuan precisely to minimize the impact of his own breakthrough. So it was the Star-Lord's doing, Chunbo nodded his head, and then sensed something was off. His voice trembled as he said, Star-Lord, did you just say something? Breakthrough to the 9th rank? The others were similarly stunned, looking at Lin Yuan with shock. Breakthrough to the 9th rank? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. His breakthrough to the 9th rank would soon be made public by human civilization as a deterrence against the Starry Sky races. There was no need for secrecy. As for why not keep it hidden as a trump card? Human civilization did indeed secretly cultivate evolvers, but these evolvers were unknown to others from the 1st rank onward. For Lin Yuan, the strongest genius of this generation in human civilization, there was absolutely no need to hide. Human civilization was not some weak clan that needed to keep a low profile. As one of the most powerful peak clans in the cosmic starry sky, other clans were too busy fearing them. The more monstrous and diabolical the geniuses of human civilization were, the greater the deterrence against other clans. Star-Lord, you've advanced to the 9th rank? The 2 8th rank alien race members with blue eyes and red skin were dazed. There was a time when they, as the Qikun Star-Lord subordinates, were given to Lin Yuan as capable followers for entering the star domain. From the prosperous Qikun star domain to the barren Milky Way star region, from the unbeatable Qikun Star Lord at the 8th layer to the newly advanced River Star Lord at the 8th rank. Although blue eyes and red skin, the 2 8th rank alien race members did not dare to have other thoughts. The sense of loss in their hearts still existed. But now, Lin Yuan had stepped into 9th rank? Did he completely surpass their former master, the Qikun Star Lord? Star Lord, Mo Li's mind was a mess. Initially, as a red pattern examiner, after being chosen by the peak master of the 13 peaks, Mo Li was overjoyed, because according to his family's analysis, the peak master of the 13 peaks among the Red Kun lineage held enormous potential. By joining the 13 peaks, it was as though he had clung to a great thigh, a mighty backer for the future. But now what? Hasn't the future come too quickly? And isn't this thigh a bit too thick? 9th rank. How long has it been? He's become a 9th rank already? Mo Li swallowed hard, suddenly feeling apprehensive. Could he truly grasp this surprise that fell from the sky? Congratulations, Star-Lord, on advancing to the 9th rank. Wulan was the first to react, primarily because she didn't fully understand the significance and impact of Lin Yuan advancing to the 9th rank. Ignorance is bliss indeed has some truth to it. Congratulations, Star-Lord, on advancing to the 9th rank. Upon hearing this, the others also promptly recovered and congratulated him in unison. Rise, all of you. Lin Yuan waved his hand, casually speaking. Star-Lord. Jia Li cautiously said, I heard that 9th rank evolvers can merge with the great universe. Is that true? One doesn't need to eat pork to have seen pigs run. In the virtual world of human civilization, there are many videos about 9th rank evolvers. Merge with the great universe? Lin Yuan smiled slightly. It's merely a method of integrating into the deeper spatial layers. 9th rank evolvers derive multiple spatial layers within their inner worlds, thereby exploring deeper and farther into the spatial layers of the main universe. Utilizing the spatial layers of their inner world to resonate with the spatial layers of the main universe, they then merge into it. This is the external perception of 9th rank evolvers merging with the great universe. As for such 9th rank evolvers in this state, unless their presence in a specific spatial layer is locked on, any external attacks can be ignored. Be it physical attacks, soul attacks, or even more mysterious attacks. They are not in the same spatial layer, they cannot even be touched, let alone attacked. This technique of merging with the great universe is also a common method used by 9th rank evolvers. If the interactions and combat between evolvers below the 8th rank simply compare the strength of their attacks, then, during combat between 9th rank evolvers and stronger, the competition is whether you can find the spatial layer the opponent is in. Chapter 2. The Junior Apprentice Brother is 9th rank, and we are still 6th rank. Please subscribe. The fight at the 9th rank level was akin to a competition in a spatial sense. In this aspect, 9th rank evolvers who had opened up more spatial layers held a significant advantage. It was not merely about the foundation and power brought about by the multiple spatial layers. They could also merge and occupy more spatial layers, just like now. Lin Yuan seemed to stand in front of Hong Pai with blue eyes, but his true body was unknown in which spatial layer. 9th rank powerhouses, strictly speaking, already belonged to multispatial life. They were not confined to a single spatial layer, unlike the vast majority of life forms. Next, Lin Yuan gave a few more instructions. He asked his subordinates to immediately pacify the other evolvers on the Milky Way main star. The disturbances caused by his breakthrough to the 9th rank, even without relying on observation equipment, would incite an indescribable sense of palpitations in the hearts of some evolvers on the main star. Just like certain animals on a planet that, despite not being directly affected themselves, would feel fearful and tremble in the face of disasters in other regions, Star-Lord's Great Hall. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him, the Taiyin primordial spirit was also seated, her expression calm. Now we can try the illusory reality's inheritance secret technique. Lin Yuan's mind fluttered. Illusory reality transforms the essence of life, making the illusory become real, and the real become illusory. The Taiyin primordial spirit, being a soul body, essentially belongs to the illusory and, with the help of illusory reality, could have a flesh and blood body, thereby sharing many of Lin Yuan's divine skills and treasure enhancements. Begin. Lin Yuan gazed at the Taiyin primordial spirit in front of him. At this moment, the Taiyin primordial spirit had already started activating illusory reality. Her originally illusory body began to seethe, and the most microscopic particles were slowly transforming. All is going well. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Activating illusory reality with a primordial spirit body, even if it failed, it was just a primordial spirit which could be recondensed in the blink of an eye. It will probably take about half a month to complete the transformation. Lin Yuan carefully observed for a while and concluded. The transformation of life's essence required a great deal of time to adapt, and couldn't be achieved in one go, especially from illusory to real. Let the Taiyin primordial spirit transform first to see the effect. If possible, then let the Taiyang divine spirit transform. Lin Yuan thought to himself, up to now, he did not know whether the transformed Taiyin primordial spirit could function exactly like his own true body, but he assumed it was most likely fine. Come in. Lin Yuan took the Taiyin primordial spirit into his inner world as his consciousness also descended. Now the inner world looks much more pleasant. Lin Yuan took another look at the vast expanse of heaven and earth before him. After opening up and deriving multiple spatial layers, his inner world had significantly thickened. This was more like a real world. Of course, the current inner world, without the support of the rule of time and relying only on the time rules of the main universe, did not constitute a complete world. Ah! Lin Yuan glanced around the inner world and suddenly stopped at the world tree. Swarch, the novel Fire.et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan, now a 9th rank life form, could see through multiple spatial layers at a glance, especially here in his own world, where he was intimately familiar with the over 30,000 spatial layers. The world tree's trunk was in the main space, but its roots had penetrated many spatial layers, continuously absorbing powers from different layers. I didn't expect this world tree to have such capability. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Exploring and occupying other spatial layers was an ability mastered by 9th rank lives, although some 8th rank life forms could achieve it, but crudely so. The capabilities displayed by the world tree were far beyond what an 8th rank evolver could compare. No wonder it's an 11-star universal rare treasure. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. If it weren't for his affiliation with the Magic Jade Tower, Lin Yuan wouldn't have had access to the world tree. Even stepping into the 9th or 10th rank wouldn't have made this possible. In the main universe, the world tree was exceedingly rare. The Magic Jade Tower, an external force from outside the world and incredibly prosperous in the distant past, thus had a world tree sapling appear on the reward list of the 9 floors Dark Tower. Time passed. In a blink, more than 10 days had passed. The matter of Lin Yuan stepping into the 9th rank was confirmed by 3 goddesses, and with Lin Yuan's agreement, was officially announced in the name of official human civilization. The announcement had just been issued, and it quickly spread across the 5 major star domains of human civilization, as well as the surrounding various different species, with several peak clans receiving the news the first time. Not yet 100 years old. To be precise, less than 60 years old, he stepped into the 9th rank, and he did so with the status of the strongest 8th rank ever in history. Many halos. Many honors. All gathered on Lin Yuan, insect race territory. A massive insect race hive, its intimidating presence began to sweep in all directions. Who exactly is it? Who is responsible for assassinating the Galactic Star Master? The Galactic Star Master was not even 6th rank at the beginning, so easy to assassinate, allowing him to grow to today? To grow to the 9th rank? Potentially even to the 10th or 11th rank in the future? The mental fluctuations emitted by this insect race hive were extremely furious. If they hadn't paid attention to the Galactic Star Master before, it was one thing. But the Galactic Star Master had clearly fallen into the sight of the insect race and other allied species, and even an assassination effort with the most unsolvable cursed killing skill had been launched. And just because they chose the wrong target, they gave up? Choosing the wrong target doesn't mean they can't choose again. Worst case, curse kill every participant with a gold pattern and above in that session of the 7-star cave test. What price would that entail? My lord, Chapter 2. The junior apprentice brother is 9th rank and we are still 6th rank? Please subscribe. 2. The General Pan Young, who was initially in charge of the matter, has already committed suicide out of fear of crime. Someone immediately reported. Committed suicide out of fear of crime? The insect race hive then fell silent. My son has become a 9th rank evolver? Lin Shousheng looked at Kanglin Star, which was engulfed in jubilation, and was somewhat bewildered. Over the years, news about Lin Yuan came one after another, each more outrageous than the last. Now, he had even advanced to the 9th rank? Even if Lin Shoucheng did not understand the implications of the 9th rank, he was aware that it was a real pillar of human civilization, and that beings of such a level generally would not appear before ordinary citizens. Absolutely true, Mr. Lin, you have a remarkable son. Governor Song Wuyang's face also retained a look of shock. He himself had once had a conversation with Lin Yuan, the evolutionary genius he had admired, who had now astonishingly become a ninth-rank evolver. Because Lin Yuan had become a ninth rank, the entire Kanglin star fell into jubilation once again. There was no significant reason, purely a celebration that a ninth-rank evolver had been born on this planet. The territories of human civilization are vast, with countless higher life planets, yet, historically, none had ever produced a ninth-rank evolver. And now Kanglin Star had done it? In fact, not only was Kanglin Star celebrating, the entire Dawn Star system was in jubilation since Lin Yuan, the ninth-rank evolver, was also from the Dawn Star system. Brother is too amazing. Lin Yi also received this message on the side, a look of disbelief appearing on her face. Compared to her brother, she, as his sister, was far too mediocre. However, Lin Yi hadn't thought about catching up with her brother. How could she catch up? With what could she catch up? Our junior brother has entered ninth rank? In a virtual world, the peak masters of the Chikun lineage were gathering to chat. Then, they received this earth-shattering news, leaving the peak masters who were casually chatting completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that I, Zuoji, would one day be fortunate enough to be the senior brother of a ninth-rank evolver? Peak Master Zuoji was feeling sentimental. He still remembered what Lin Yuan was like when he first became the 13th Peak Master. Truly freakish. We are still 6th rank, and our once junior brother has already become 9th rank. Peak Master 5 could not help but speak out. He bore no jealousy. If the difference was small, it might have sparked feelings of envy, but when the gap is as vast as a chasm, one can only admire in awe. And now, Lin Yuan, having become a 9th rank, the gap between them was more than just a chasm. I was almost about to take junior brother under my wing back then. Peak Master 12 felt sentimental. Initially, he saw that Lin Yuan had some research in the Path of Sun, which partially overlapped with his own, and he considered taking Lin Yuan as his student, but later he saw Lin Yuan's ineffective actions at the 7th Star Cave, CHHHATU, the 20HA20A, 19HA20A, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He did not speak up. But in reality, Lin Yuan was at that time contemplating the ultimate test of evolution at the 7th Star Cave. He was simply blind to what Lin Yuan was doing. My disciple has entered 9th rank. Chikun Starlord also received this news, and he was not surprised. These years, Chikun Starlord had already become accustomed to being shocked by Lin Yuan's performance. Not to mention stepping into 9th rank, even if Lin Yuan now broke through to 10th rank. Chikun Starlord felt he wouldn't be too shocked. His disciple was best at breaking existing awareness and creating various miracles. I originally thought I could break through to 9th rank before my disciple, Chikun Starlord, sighed. He was also close to the 9th rank, and the fusion rules had already reached the final step. If lucky, he could take the last step in a few days, then evolve towards 9th rank. If unlucky, it would be a matter of a few decades or a few hundred years at most. Chikun Starlord had originally thought that he might be able to step into the 9th rank before Lin Yuan, discover exclusive content at Empire. After all, he was just one step away and could break through at any time. No way. This seclusion, I must step into 9th rank. Otherwise, I won't have the face to see my disciple. Although human civilization is not short of cases where the disciple surpasses the teacher. But Chikun Starlord still cared about his dignity. Originally, Lin Yuan had killed dozens of 8th rank invincibles in a few breaths, but his life essence was still at the 8th rank. So Chikun Starlord felt meeting each other wouldn't be too awkward. They were within the same great realm. But now, Lin Yuan had clearly stepped into 9th rank. If he was still 8th rank, it would be too embarrassing. This seclusion will last for 20 years. 20 years later, I must step into the 9th rank. By then, I won't be too ashamed in front of my disciple. Chikun Starlord had made a detailed plan for his retreat. He immediately notified that for the next 20 years, unless there was a major event, no one should disturb him. 9th rank. I, Chikun, am here as well. Chikun Starlord closed his eyes. Wanyang Star Domain. Wanyang Holy Sun was leisurely lying there, resting. Since he had completely removed Shisan from his list of targets to surpass, Wanyang Holy Sun felt remarkably at ease. That's the way it should be. Why bother comparing himself with that freak Shisan Peak Master if it wasn't necessary? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Wanyang Holy Sun trembled slightly as he thought about the news of Shisan Peak Master going on a killing spree on the battlefield of different races. Even now, he was shocked and his scalp numbed by the message. How was it possible for an 8th-layer invincible being to be slaughtered so indiscriminately by another of his rank? The Central Star Domain issued a notice? Wanyang Holy Sun glanced at the notice. Shizan Peak Master has stepped into the 9th rank? Wanyang Holy Sun blinked, feeling it was just as it should be. Luckily, I didn't keep comparing myself to that freak. Otherwise, how desperate would I be right now? Comparing myself at 6th rank to someone at 9th rank? Wanyang Holy Sun felt somewhat relieved. Sometimes it's wise to know when to give up. The news of Lin Yuan stepping into the 9th rank had a profound impact on human civilization and other different species. Everyone knew Lin Yuan had truly grown up. The Next time Lin Yuan took action, it wouldn't just affect a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, but the large alien battlefields that were the main battlegrounds for the various clans. Milky Way, main star. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted. Taiyin primordial spirit immediately moved out from his inner world. It sat in front of Lin Yuan. Has it completely transformed? Lin Yuan carefully observed the Taiyin primordial spirit. The Taiyin primordial spirit was also continuously observing itself. Indeed, a fleshly body, no longer a soul body, Lin Yuan finally concluded. The blood rebirth divine ability imprint, the Taiyin primordial spirit quickly condensed this divine skills imprint within, crucial to absorbing the liquid inside the mysterious gourd. Whirring, the complex divine ability. Imprint quickly formed. In a blink, the blood rebirth divine ability was synchronized to Taiyin primordial spirit. The divine ability imprints Lin Yuan currently condensed were only suitable for his true body. Other evolvers wouldn't benefit even if they comprehended it thoroughly. However, the body of Taiyin primordial spirit was completely transformed according to Lin Yuan's true body, almost identical, so all divine ability imprints could be shared. Absorb it. Lin Yuan handed the mysterious gourd to Taiyin primordial spirit, letting it start absorbing from the first colored liquid. Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly received a message from the official human civilization. Respected 9th rank evolver and galaxy master Lin Yuan, as a new entrant into the 9th rank, you need to come to the Central Star Domain soon. A trip to the Central Star Domain. Lin Yuan had already known about this. Every new 9th rank evolver had to visit the Central Star Domain to soak in the cosmic rarity Eternal Springs once. Eternal Spring, a 12-star cosmic rarity, even higher ranked than the World Tree, was a treasure at the level of supreme beings. The waters of the Eternal Springs were greatly beneficial to newly entered 9th rank evolvers, especially in terms of the physical body. Although the inner world was most important for 9th rank evolvers, the physical body was also crucial, especially for those 9th rank evolvers skilled in the physical body evolution path. Eternal Spring was indeed an unmatched great opportunity. Fine, I'll take a trip to the Central Star Domain. Lin Yuan's true body rose, stepped out of the Milky Way main star, and merely with one step, thousands of light years flashed under his feet. Chapter 3, Eternal Spring. Please subscribe. Cosmic, Starry Sky. Standing within layers upon layers of space, Lin Yuan took strides that left galaxies trailing behind him with each step. The main universe, truly vast, Lin Yuan marveled internally while he hurried on his way, carefully taking in the experience. What he referred to as vast was not superficially so, but contained infinite spatial layers, a profound depth of space. 9th rank evolvers, even having reached the Myriad heavy realm, the spatial layers developed within their inner world are merely in the tens of millions. But the main universe? Tens of millions of spatial layers aren't even comparable to a hair of the main universe. No wonder after so many years, clashes between powerful races have caused minimal damage to the main world. With such a terrifying foundation, who would care about the attack of ants? That was Lin Yuan's silent thought. Humans and other races confined their warfare to designated battlefields. It wasn't because they could destroy the main universe, but because they feared the repercussions of their clashes might affect those planet-based secret realms. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. The essence of war is the struggle for resources. Without resources, what is there to fight for? As for the eternal spatial rifts caused by the attacks of supreme beings, when measured in meters to the main universe, they probably wouldn't even compare to the space between cells. Occupying thousands of spatial layers, Lin Yuan noticed fragments of weapons floating within a few of them. They are of little value. Lin Yuan glanced at them and lacked interest. For countless millennia, one strong individual after another had fought and perished across the countless spatial layers. Whether it ended in victory, mutual destruction, or death, their personal belongings would scatter within a certain spatial layer. That was the origin of the weapon fragments Lin Yuan had seen. Mostly they were just scrap, but sometimes there were valuable finds, although exceedingly rare. Many 9th rank strong beings roamed various spatial layers with the hope of picking up treasures. Perhaps in some unknown layer there lay a forgotten treasure. Beyond these, deep within the many layers of the main universe were born numerous cosmic secret realms. These cosmic secret realms would, in due time with the movement of the main universe, briefly establish pathways to the outside world, like the Xuanhuang secret realm the Qikun Star Lord had once visited, located in an incredibly deep spatial layer. Whoosh! Lin Yuan took dozens of steps in succession, traversing tens of thousands of light years in the span of 5 to 6 breaths. Some of my mental energy has been depleted. Lin Yuan immediately noticed the change in his condition. Having grasped the complete space rules, he could employ the Great Transference skill. However, using the Great Transference skill would consume mental energy. Lin Yuan estimated that if he continued at this rate of mental energy consumption and took a few tens of thousands more steps, he might start to feel fatigued. Normal 9th and 10th rank evolvers wouldn't allow themselves to become fatigued lightly, as it would affect their ability to perform. Previously, when Naylan, the Deputy Tower Master, used the Great Transference skill in succession to traverse star regions and come to Chikun Main Star, bringing Lin Yuan the soul-settling pearl, it was by command of a supreme being, and it was also related to the strength of Naylan himself. The stronger one was, the lesser the feeling of fatigue. I might as well just take the cosmic spaceship, even if it's slower. With a thought from Lin Yuan, the Layer A cosmic spaceship he had once bought appeared in front of him. Just then, Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. My mental energy consumption is recovering quickly? Mental energy depletion naturally recovers, but at this moment, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel that the recovery rate was far faster than natural. Coming from my inner world, the world tree? Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into his inner world and found a world tree over 100 meters tall swaying its branches. Strands of light green power following the world tree's own essence melded into the inner world. Then, the world's power operated within the inner world, nourishing Lin Yuan's flesh, soul, and spirit will, with the light green power aiding in the recovery of his mental energy depletion. So the world tree has this use too? A smile crossed Lin Yuan's face. Recovery from physical and soul depletion was relatively easy, though it came at a certain cost. But for mental energy depletion, so far, the known treasures that recover mental energy for humankind all possess extremely high value. Even if Lin Yuan could afford to purchase them, he wouldn't use them for something like traveling. With this, I can continue using the Great Transference skill to travel, just need to reduce the distance of each step a bit. If Lin Yuan maintained a pace of thousands of light years in a single step, even with the world tree's compensation, the rate of mental energy recovery would still be slower than its depletion. But Lin Yuan could simply slow down his travel pace, for instance, from one step being thousands of light years to one step being 800 light years or 500 light years. Smaller steps mean reduced consumption. Even so, this pace of travel still far exceeded riding on cosmic ships. Travel by wormholes required cooldown time, and even the best cosmic ships could only reduce this cooldown, but there was still a wait after each shuttle. Yet, the Great Transference skill didn't require any cooldown. CHODCH, the novelafethire.uet website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. One step of 900 light years? No, that won't do. One step of 800 light years? Still not good enough. One step of 700 light years? No, that won't do either. Lin Yuan started to experiment, seeking a balance point between the rates of depletion and recovery. Lin Yuan determined that when traveling at a rate of 530 light years per step, the depletion of his mental energy equaled the sum of his own recovery rate and the world tree's restoration pace. That is to say, as long as Lin Yuan maintained a rate of 530 light years per step, he would never feel any fatigue, no matter how long he traveled, because the slight mental energy that was just spent would be replenished at the same rate. Chapter 3, Eternal Spring. Please subscribe to Just Like That. Lin Yuan stepped into the Starfield Starry River heading towards the central star domain, Milky Way main star. The Taiyan divine spirit was rapidly absorbing the liquid within the mysterious gourd. Due to the synchronization of the blood rebirth divine skill, the Taiyan divine spirit's mastery over this skill was on par with that of the true body. Therefore, in the absorption of the liquid ahead, its speed was extremely fast. Within less than half a month, it had already absorbed the fifth type of cyan liquid, matching the progress of the true body. My strength. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The inner world of the primordial spirit avatar had reached a size of 1 to 2 billion square miles, almost indistinguishable from that of the true body. Prior to fully comprehending the complete space rules, due to the imperfections in their own paths, the two major primordial spirit avatars had inner worlds that were smaller than that of the true body's foundational inner world. Only when the two great divine spirits merged to become the Taiji divine spirit could they create an inner world comparable in size to the true body's basic inner world. The basic inner world here refers to an inner world that has not been enhanced by the mysterious gourd. But after fully grasping the complete space rules, such distinctions no longer existed, allowing their inner worlds to expand to the upper limit of 10 million square miles. Now, my true body, the Taiyan divine spirit, and the Taiyang divine spirit have the same strength. There's no longer a distinction between the true body and avatars, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Now, his three bodies could all be considered the true body. The reason why the doppelganger skill of human civilization is called a doppelganger is that the strength of the doppelganger usually doesn't measure up to that of the true body. Moreover, while the doppelganger can die without the true body dying, if the true body perishes, the doppelganger will also die. The primordial spirit of Lin Yuan's true body and the two major divine spirits could congeal out of the remaining single entity should any two of the three perish. Just this point alone made them far superior to any doppelganger skill, on the edge of the central star domain. Above a planet, Lin Yuan's figure appeared silently. Finally arrived, the territory of the human civilization was so vast it took nearly a year for Lin Yuan to travel from the Milky Way star region to the central star domain, which didn't even account for crossing the entire territory of human civilization. Even so, Lin Yuan had spent nearly a year on the journey. It should be noted that during this year, Lin Yuan hardly stopped, always traveling at a speed of one step every 530 light-years. In the central star domain, I can no longer use the great transference skill. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. To be precise, it was not allowed to use any means of spatial traversal. The central star domain was the heartland of human civilization. Allowing unrestricted traversal and transference would create chaos. Not long after Lin Yuan had arrived, explore more adventures at Empire. A figure swiftly flew up from the planet beneath him. Ha ha ha, Galaxy Master, I've been waiting for you. This figure was also a 9th rank evolver, specifically responsible for receiving and guiding Lin Yuan. Actually, I met the Galaxy Master not long ago. The 9th rank evolver was a purple-haired man who was smiling at Lin Yuan at the moment. Met me? Lin Yuan was somewhat perplexed. My name is Exilan. I was the fixture on battlefield BD-001. Zilan briefly explained. As Zilan looked at Lin Yuan, he thought, the Galaxy Master has arrived much sooner than expected. Has he been continuously using the Great Transference skill? Typically, an evolver who has just reached the 9th rank would be extremely excited, especially after mastering the complete space rules, willing to use the Great Transference skill without care for fatigue. It's like having a new toy, of course, you'd want to play with it all the time. What about the side effects of using the Great Transference skill, the fatigue caused by mental exhaustion? That's not really a big issue. Rest for a while and it's all recovered. I see, Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Placeholders like battlefield B0000000001, ancient medium-sized otherworldly battlefields, always had 9th rank evolvers standing guard. Not to take action, but to prevent the 9th rank powerhouses of the different species from taking action. Naturally, if it's a critical moment, they could take action, such as if the Tianyu clan produced a genius who could rival the Galaxy Master. Zilan might indeed strike to kill. 0. Even if he could be resurrected in the end, at least his growth rate could be suppressed. When supreme beings resurrect their kin, they usually accumulate a huge number of them before resurrecting them all at once. After all, resurrecting one person and 100 people both require reversing the flow just once. Of course, the backlash from resurrecting one person versus 100 is different. Swar the novel F. ire.us at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Wanting a supreme being to reverse the flow for a single life, unless they truly value them, is very difficult. As for bullying the weak, competition among clans has never involved such a thing. Otherwise, how would the smaller clans, the ordinary ones, and the powerful ones be so obedient under the oppression of the peak clans? Let's go, follow me down, everything is ready for the ceremony specially prepared for you, Zilan said with a smile. The planet beneath their feet is akin to a transfer planet. To enter the central star domain, one must pass through such a planet. The central star domain does not allow any space transference or movement by means of space shuttling, but it does have established space channels. These are in place to reduce the travel time for those coming and going. Beneath them, the transfer planet houses a space channel leading deep into the central star domain. Whoosh! Lin Yuan and Zilan appeared on the transfer planet. Congratulations to the Galaxy Master on reaching the 9th rank. On the surface of the planet, myriad beings stood, humans as well as different species, even with the number of different species making up half. Congratulations to the Galaxy Master on reaching the 9th rank. Congratulations to the Galaxy Master on reaching the 9th rank. Congratulations to the Galaxy Master on reaching the 9th rank. Bursts, or a succession of congratulatory voices deafened the ears, all congratulating Lin Yuan. So many different species. Lin Yuan took a quick glance and was somewhat surprised. These different species are those who have sworn allegiance to our human civilization, or joined the Human Civilization Alliance, Zilan explained on the side. Several grand alliances of peak clans within the cosmos, such as the Tianyu Grand Alliance and the Insect Race Alliance and so on, are formed around the peak clans at their center. The purpose is to gather all strengths and compete with other clans. And human civilization, being a peak clan, naturally also has its own grand alliance. Hence, human civilization is also known as the Human Civilization Alliance. The Human Civilization Alliance is led by humans and consists of 182 powerful clans and 6,313 ordinary clans. Let's go. We'll head straight to the space channel. The Eternal Spring is on the Mother Star. It takes traversing through dozens of space channels as transfers, Zilan said without pausing, leading Lin Yuan directly towards the space channel on the transfer planet. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan and Zilan left the planet via the space channel. Is it over? On the transfer planet, members of the large welcoming party consisting of different species finally dared to speak quietly. Months ago, they had been brought here, continually rehearsing, all for the sole purpose of waiting for the Galaxy Master's arrival to shout the words, "Congratulations to the Galaxy Master on reaching the 9th rank." Sister Luo Qin, that Galaxy Master must be an extraordinary human, right? A diminutive member of a different species asked cautiously, turning to a human woman nearby. As different species, even if they fully depend on humans, there are many restrictions. Not allowed to use the virtual world network until a certain period has elapsed. Thus, information is very blocked, and they hadn't heard about the Galaxy Master. But even without having heard about him, considering such grand arrangements on this very planet, they knew that this Galaxy Master was no ordinary figure. One should know, this transfer planet typically receives a large number of humans or different species entering the central star domain every day, but to exclusively welcome the Galaxy Master, it had stopped opening to others months in advance, solely in anticipation of the Galaxy Master's visit. Though there are many such transfer planets on the fringes of the central star domain, setting aside one solely for this purpose is far beyond what a normal 9th rank evolver could manage. The diminutive different species member had also experienced other newly ascended 9th rank human evolvers arriving without such treatment. Of course, the woman addressed as Sister Luo Qin displayed a hint of pride on her face. The Galaxy Master is the pride of our human civilization. Chapter 4. Who is calling me? Subscribe, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan and Zilan arrived at the second transfer planet. This spatial channel, Lin Yuan looked back and said in surprise, establishing such a stable space channel must have required a significant price to pay. It is relatively easy to establish a spatial channel. An ordinary 8-layer peak individual could create one. When Lin Yuan broke through to the 6th rank, his senior brother, the Qikun Star Lord, appeared to take Lin Yuan back to the Qikun main star. The crystal cube that was crushed immediately opened up a space channel to the Qikun main star. The truly difficult part of a space channel lies in its stabilization and maintenance. Especially the latter, the crystal cube created by the Qikun Star Lord consumed a lot of energy, yet in the end, the space channel that was opened could only be maintained for 2 minutes. The main universe itself has restorative abilities. Unless a supreme being causes a permanent spatial rift, any other spatial disturbance will slowly return to its original state. Therefore, to maintain a stable space channel over a long period, energy must be supplied every moment. Search the ovalfire.et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This is also why only the central star domain has widespread space channels, as the cost of maintaining them on a large scale within the territory of human civilization would simply be too great. Of course, in emergency situations, such as when a battlefield arises or different species have already invaded human civilization territory with the means of human civilization, it is possible to instantly establish stable space channels throughout the entire human civilization territory. Yes, since no fees are charged, the cost of maintaining the space channels is borne by human civilization, Shilan said. Apart from the central star domain, other star regions and star alliances may have private space channels. If one does not wish to travel a long way, they can use those space channels by paying a steep amount of civilization currency. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After passing through dozens of transfer planets, Lin Yuan and Zilan finally arrived at the mother star. Is this the mother star? Lin Yuan scrutinized his surroundings closely. The mother star is very small, smaller even than an ordinary middle-grade life planet, but due to its status as the origin of human civilization, it holds a special position and is now, in a sense, the political center. Many special and invaluable treasures, such as the 12-star cosmic rarity, eternal spring, and so on, are stored on the mother star. Because the mother star is not large, entry requires strict vetting. On the mother star, any person you might casually pass by could be a 9th or 10th rank evolver. Of course, no matter what level of evolver one is on the mother star, it is forbidden to exude any aura. Even 11th rank evolvers must walk obediently when it is time to walk. The location of the Eternal Spring is at the top of Green Mountain on the 2nd continent. I don't have the authority to go any further, Galaxy Master. You can just go by yourself. Zilan stopped after accompanying Lin Yuan for a while and said, "All right." Lin Yuan nodded. On the road, Zilan had already given detailed maps of the mother star and some taboos to Lin Yuan. As a 9th rank evolver, understanding and absorbing this was just a matter of moments. Now, Lin Yuan's familiarity with the mother star was no less than that of the Milky Way main star. Before parting, Zilan suddenly remembered something and asked, "Galaxy Master, the Xuanhuang secret realm is about to open. Are you interested in venturing in?" Xuanhuang secret realm? Lin Yuan had heard of the Xuanhuang secret realm before, as his teacher, the Qikun Star Lord, had mentioned it to him. Moreover, the mysterious yellow evolution path that Lin Yuan practiced also had a great connection with the Xuanhuang secret realm. "When will it open?" Lin Yuan inquired. "In about half a year," Zilan replied. "At that time, many of our human evolvers will venture into it, and so will members of different species," Zilan said. The Xuanhuang secret realm is not a cosmic secret realm controlled by humans. Alien strong ones can enter as well. This leads to, the most danger in exploring the secret realm does not lie within the realm itself, but from those of different species. Human civilization and those different species have been at war for countless years, harboring deep-seated enmity. When they meet in the secret realm, unless there is a greater threat, it is highly probable that they will attack each other. Understood. I'll decide when the time comes, Lin Yuan nodded. He was indeed somewhat interested in the Xshuang's secret realm. The mysterious yellow evolution path he was cultivating came from there. Although the mysterious yellow evolution path is only half complete, stopping at the 8th layer by contemplation of the first half, Lin Yuan confirmed that this path has immense potential. It scarcely falls short of the immortal cultivation system of the spirit realm, which, according to the main world's language, is a supreme evolution path with the existence of the ultimate being. Soon, Lin Yuan followed the fixed path and reached Green Mountain on the Mother Star. The top of Green Mountain, Lin Yuan climbed along the mountain path. Is this Green Mountain also a treasure? Lin Yuan mused with a thoughtful expression. At the top of Green Mountain, after passing through layers of identity verification, Lin Yuan finally reached the Eternal Spring. This 12-star universal rarity from the outside looks like a white pool over 10 meters in size. Milky white spring water continuously gushes from the central area of the pool. Even just watching it, Lin Yuan could feel a pure, gentle power coming at him head-on. The Eternal Spring contains the essence of eternity. Any life form that bathes in the spring water could extend their lifespan by at least 500,000 years. Information about the Eternal Spring flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. To extend one's life by 500,000 years, it is said that below the level of supreme beings, all evolvers have a limited lifespan. Even those who have mastered the rule of time and can alter their own aging process, making only one day pass for themselves while 1,000 years go by in the outer world, have limits. Chapter 4. Who is calling me? Please subscribe. 2. Yet, lifespans will eventually run out one day. 50 million years may be just another step for 9th rank and 10th rank evolvers, let alone 11th rank evolvers. Moreover, aside from extending life, the Eternal Spring also has many wondrous effects on the flesh, capable of enhancing the potential and foundation of one's body. This is a foundation unique to human civilization. The extreme longevity of their evolvers ranked 9th and above surpasses that of the same ranks from other clans by 50 million years. The difference may not be evident in the short term, but it becomes quite apparent over an extended timeline. However, the cost to activate the Eternal Spring is substantial. There are 2 ways for someone from human civilization to bathe in the Eternal Spring. One is by achieving 9th rank. The other is by spending 5 million merit points. Beyond these, there are no exceptions. Once, a supreme being from a different species wanted to use the Eternal Spring to enhance the foundation of a valued junior. For this, the supreme being was willing to offer a 11-star supreme cosmic rare treasure. 11-star supreme, these treasures are on the same level as the world tree, each one immeasurably valuable and a heritage that can be passed down within a clan. Still, human civilization refused in the end. It wasn't because they undervalued the 11-star supreme cosmic rare treasure, but because they were unwilling to aid an enemy. The valued junior of that different species supreme being had immense potential and hoped to become a supreme being, especially with an added 50 million years of lifespan. The likelihood of taking that step would be much greater. To let a different species potentially gain another supreme being over a 11-star supreme cosmic rare treasure was not a mistake human civilization would make. Even if that different species had not engaged in direct conflict with human civilization, such a thing was absolutely not permitted. Human civilization is cautious not only towards different species who have submitted to them, but also those within the Human Civilization Alliance. So why not others? Those not of our race must have different hearts. Let's begin. Lin Yuan put away his 8th-layer armor and walked naked into the pool. The moment he soaked in the milky white spring water, he felt a cool power merge into his body through his skin and rapidly spread throughout his limbs and bones. This feeling? Lin Yuan carefully observed the changes in his body and found that each cell was furiously absorbing the spring water. In just a moment, he realized that the potential of his flesh was beginning to increase. What is the potential of the flesh? Whether an 8th rank or 9th rank evolver, the flesh has its limits. It will not strengthen endlessly. After approaching the limit, the rate of enhancement will slow down or even stagnate. This is what is known as the potential of the flesh. And an increase in potential means the strength of the flesh can continue to improve, equivalent to breaking free from shackles, allowing one's strength to advance further. Lin Yuan's physical strength was already far superior to that of a normal human. With the liquid from the mysterious gourd, it was dozens of times that of the original. So high was the limit that improving it became even more difficult. Yet under the soak of the Eternal Spring's waters, it was slowly beginning to rise again. And lifespan, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he could feel his lifespan starting to extend. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Each evolver soaking in the Eternal Spring gains different amounts of lifespan, depending on how well they absorb and adapt to the spring water. But the minimum increase is 50 million years. Worthy of being a 12-star cosmic rare treasure. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. Such a rare treasure that could increase the foundation and lifespan of every evolver. No wonder human civilization grew so powerful in just over 2 million years. CAAS, the noelfire.not website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The World Tree, although useful for many things and its fruits helping evolvers to open up their inner world ahead of schedule, is not as valuable as the Eternal Spring. After all, the World Tree itself can only be used by one evolver, and its fruits merely aid 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers to develop their inner worlds easily. But the Eternal Spring, it significantly aids evolvers of the 9th and 10th rank. I wonder if this Eternal Spring, compared to that gourd of mine, which one has greater value? Lin Yuan thought to himself while soaking in the Eternal Spring. Ever since obtaining the mysterious gourd, he had not been able to figure out its full capabilities and found no similar information in the archives of human civilization. Not even close, Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. By not even close, he meant that the Eternal Spring paled in comparison to the mysterious gourd. The Eternal Spring can enhance the flesh's potential, foundation, as well as extend life by 50 million years. But these, compared to the against heaven's effect of the mysterious gourd, are truly insignificant. The Eternal Spring could only enhance the foundation of the flesh, but the mysterious gourd could directly increase the upper limit of the flesh. Theoretically, after absorbing the 7 types of liquids, the amplification of the flesh would reach 23.31 times. Moreover, the amplification here is the basic amplification, not just an increase in fixed strength. As for longevity, indeed it has great use, but compared to the inner world's base size skyrocketing by 23.31 times, it's once again overwhelmingly surpassed. The importance of the inner world size for an 8th layer wielder is self-evident. Increasing by 100 miles could potentially lead to an increase in strength, what more an increase of 23.31 times. As for reaching 9th and 10th rank, although they begin to expand the depths of the inner world, that is, opening up successive spatial layers, but the original size of the inner world remains the foundation. An inner world of 1 billion miles in radius, even if it has only 10 spatial layers, it could easily crush a 9th layer wielder with thousands of spatial layers. I must protect my gourd. Lin Yuan's heart tightened. If Eternal Spring is a 12-star universe's rare treasure, then what level is the mysterious gourd that outperformed the Eternal Spring? 13-star? Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. Any evolver who had just entered the 9th rank could only soak in the Eternal Spring for a maximum of half a year. Any longer, and the effects of the spring water would rapidly diminish, serving little purpose. It's about time. Lin Yuan stood up and walked out of the white pool voluntarily. My body's potential has probably increased by about 80%, and as for lifespan, 70 million years, Lin Yuan was in a good mood. Although lifespan means little to him, with against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan would never inadvertently break through. Still, no one would complain of having too much lifespan. Upon emerging from the Eternal Spring, Lin Yuan was arranged to stay in a room. An evolver who had just entered 9th rank, apart from being allowed to soak in the Eternal Spring once, could also stay overnight atop Green Mountain, right next to the Eternal Spring. In the room, Lin Yuan rarely chose not to cultivate or contemplate the Dao. Instead, he sat silently, sensing the mysterious aura flowing over his home planet. This mysterious aura was vast and profound. Even Lin Yuan, who could now play with stars, felt like he was returning to the embrace of his mother. I heard that the tribal guardian weapon of our human civilization is on the home planet. This is why the home planet and the entire central star domain have never been invaded by different species for so many years. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. With that tribal guardian weapon, even if a supreme being acted with others, they wouldn't stand a chance within the bound of the central star domain. They could only retreat with heavy losses. This weapon is the absolute foundation of human civilization. Any peak clan stronghold has the ability to limit a supreme being. Otherwise, if a supreme being could come and go as they pleased, could they still be called a peak clan? So comfortable, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and casually felt every little detail on the home planet. Suddenly, at a certain moment, a faint, almost imperceptible call from the depths of the distant starry sky, traversing countless light years, somehow connected with Lin Yuan in a mysterious way. Only Lin Yuan could perceive this call. Even the home planet of the Human Civilization Alliance, which harbored the Evolver's stronghold, failed to capture it. The tribal guardian weapon, which monitored all changes on the home planet, also failed to sense anything. The numerous powerful evolvers on the home planet, 9th, 10th, and 11th rank, none sensed anything peculiar. Even the sense of the supreme beings which constantly enveloped the home planet still didn't notice anything. Everything remained unchanged. Only Lin Yuan felt that faint yet unmistakably firm call. Who is it? Lin Yuan silently opened his eyes, gazing into the depths of the starry sky, towards the source of the call. Who is calling me? Chapter 5. The Strongest Strike. Subscription request. Who is calling me? Lin Yuan was surprised in his heart. The calling sensation was faint, as if it could break off at any moment, yet it also carried an indelible significance, extremely contradictory. Which direction? Lin Yuan looked deep into the starry sky, feeling that the calling was coming from there. Is it the Xuanhuang secret realm? Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. The direction he was looking at included many star domains and the Star Alliance, among others. The Xuanhuang secret realm was just one of them, but Lin Yuan instinctively confirmed that it was the Xuanhuang secret realm calling him. Is it because I practiced the mysterious yellow evolution path? Ideas surged in Lin Yuan's mind. Since the discovery of the Xuanhuang secret realm, whether it be human evolvers or alien strong ones, many had ventured into it to explore. But had anyone ever heard of being called by the Xuanhuang secret realm? Lin Yuan didn't think he was anything special. The only possibility was the mysterious yellow evolution path. This was also his only connection to the Xuanhuang secret realm. Although Lin Yuan hadn't made the mysterious yellow evolution path his core evolution path, it was still one of the many paths he cultivated, with the exclusive X-Xuanhuang force circulating in his body. The evolution path that the teacher obtained has a bigger connection to the Xuanhuang secret realm than anticipated, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Merely because he had cultivated the mysterious yellow evolution path, could it really call out to him from countless light years away? And this call disregarded all measures of isolation on his home planet, a method that was horrifying to hear of. Of course, it might just be a slight sensation of calling without any substantive power, but it was still incredibly unbelievable. Xuanhuang secret realm? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had already been interested in this cosmic secret realm, but now he felt even more strongly the realm's call. Lin Yuan wanted to know what the source of the call was. Was it the realm itself, or something within the realm? It seems I need to enter the Xuanhuang secret realm to take a look. Lin Yuan had made up his mind. In fact, let alone a 9th rank, even a 6th rank evolver, who had the capability to roam the starry skies, would start entering various secret realms to explore. The semi-open secret realms within the territory of human civilization were numerous. The spatial layers where these realms were located were relatively shallow and could maintain a long-lasting entrance and exit pathway to the main universe, reinforced by powerful evolvers. Evolvers just had to pay a certain price to enter them. This was something almost all evolvers would do. Lin Yuan, having cultivated to 9th rank, had never explored a secret realm before, which was unusual. But now, that faint sensation of being called from the Xuanhuang secret realm gave Lin Yuan the thought to go and explore. Regardless of the outcome, it wouldn't result in any loss for Lin Yuan. There was no real risk of death. At worst, his primordial spirit might fall within it. With Lin Yuan's resources, reforming a new primordial spirit wasn't much trouble. The Xuanhuang secret realm, each time it opens, lasts for 100 years. Once the time is up, it closes, and at that moment, all external life still inside will perish instantaneously. As for the cause of death, it's unclear. Even those whose original bodies are in the outside world and whose avatars deliberately stay within the realm don't know how their avatars died. So, the first iron rule of entering the Xuang secret realm is to come out before it closes, Lin Yuan thought to himself. If the time limit is exceeded and the avatar perishes, it's one thing, but others don't have Lin Yuan's capability to easily reform a primordial spirit. The key is that all gains within the realm would also be lost within it. Wouldn't that be losing both the lady and the soldiers? Many detailed pieces of information about the Xuanhuang secret realm flashed through Lin Yuan's mind, a great advantage of being backed by peak clans. If it were a strong one from ordinary or weak clans, even if they managed to enter the Xuanhuang secret realm, the chances of obtaining gains and returning intact were also not substantial. Many hidden dangers and taboos within the realm were unknown to them, and they could potentially die in any corner. Of course, the plethora of information on the Xuanhuang secret realm possessed by human civilization was acquired at the cost of countless predecessors' lives. The next day, Lin Yuan left from the top of Green Mountain, concluding his journey of soaking in the eternal spring. If it wasn't so costly to soak just once, I'd really like to bring both primordial spirits over for a soak. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Although the effects of the eternal spring weren't as profound as the mysterious gourd, they were rare in enhancing the potential of the physical body. But the price was too high. 5 million merit points? That was still the internal price of human civilization. Within the Human Civilization Alliance, merit points can almost accomplish anything. Lin Yuan once again realized the importance of merit points. Upgrading citizen status was just the most cost-effective option. Many resources within human civilization, unattainable with civilization coins, universe coins, or even bartering, could only be accessed with merit points. Even with enough merit points, it was possible to purchase the Eternal Spring, a 12-star cosmic rare treasure. But that would require an astronomically high amount of merit points. It's time to go. Lin Yuan entered the spatial pathway leading away from his home planet and in a flash arrived at the transfer planet. Speaking of which, I still have a property in this central star domain. Lin Yuan seemed to recall something, glancing at a certain location. To call it property wasn't quite accurate. It should be described as a planet, a research planet. Swargy the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After Lin Yuan became an Evolver Scholar, he automatically came to own a research planet in the Central Star Domain, a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Chapter 5, The Strongest Strike, Subscription Request. 2. The value of a research planet is much higher than that of a high-level planet, especially when it is situated in such a large area as the central star domain. Moreover, the many computational power machines on the research planet are all automatically equipped, and there is also a large group of professors and expert teams at work. Lin Yuan's command concerning the research planet was to take on various challenges officially issued by human civilization and use the computational power of the planet to gradually conquer them, so as to earn corresponding merit points. In fact, if Lin Yuan were to preside over the research planet himself and tackle the various challenges of human civilization, he would earn even more merit points. But it was not necessary. Spending time solving the many challenges of human civilization? It would be somewhat of a waste of Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's Understanding 10 months later. Lin Yuan traveled through almost half of human civilization's territory and returned to the Milky Way star region. Finally back, Lin Yuan crossed 500 to 600 light-years in one step, and soon he arrived at the Milky Way main star. This trip to the central star domain took nearly 2 years. Lin Yuan quietly appeared in the Star Lord's Great Hall, exchanged a glance with the Taiyan primordial spirit, and sat down cross-legged. This was still Lin Yuan constantly deploying the great transference skill. If he had chosen to travel by spaceship, it would probably take 5 to 6 years to return. Spatial layers. Lin Yuan's eyes slightly closed, feeling the layers upon layers of spatial layers within his inner world. Although he spent most of the past 2 years traveling, Lin Yuan had not been delayed in his cultivation and practice of enlightenment. Over these nearly 2 years, Lin Yuan had reached 43,000 layers in his spatial layer development. It is worth noting that when Lin Yuan first stepped into the 9th rank, the number of spatial layers he had developed was only 39,000. In less than 2 years, he had developed an additional 4,000 spatial layers, a feat that would probably make other newly advanced 9th rank evolvers green with envy. To step into the 9th rank with dozens of ordinary cosmic forces, more than 10 high-level cosmic forces, and 1 source-level cosmic force, developing spatial layers is almost like playing. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. According to his estimation, at most in 10 years, he could reach the 100,000 heavy realm of the 9th rank, and it might not even take 10 years. Other ordinary 9th rank evolvers who initially only developed a single-digit number of spatial layers consider each additional layer developed a trial by fire, and it might take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to develop to the myriad heavy realm. However, cultivating is so easy for me. Other martial arts evolutionaries who step into the 9th rank will still need to gradually develop their spatial layers, Lin Yuan suddenly thought. Even though he has yet to cultivate to the peak of the 9th rank, he needs to consider the 9th stage martial Dao chapter for future generations of martial arts evolutionaries, as it is almost impossible for them to replicate Lin Yuan's path and comprehend the dozens of cosmic forces. In fact, the vast majority of 8th stage martial arts evolutionaries cannot comprehend cosmic forces. Without the boost of cosmic forces, 9th stage martial arts evolutionaries' development of spatial layers has no noticeable advantage compared to other 9th rank evolvers. Those able to cultivate to the 9th rank have an evolutionary path that is immensely refined. The gap between the same tier martial path evolutionary path and others is not as vast as one might think. Of course, this excludes potential. The 8th stage martial Tao is assessed by the 3 goddesses to have a final value far exceeding other evolutionary paths of the 8th stage, having discovered the potential of the 8th stage martial Tao, and the birth of those who master cosmic forces is much higher than in other evolutionary paths. There's also the rule of time, which I've been sensing over these 2 years, and I'm likely about to grasp the basics, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Comprehending the rule of time at the 8th rank is not at the same level of difficulty as at the 9th rank. Currently, Lin Yuan can feel the fluctuations of the rule of time, and almost every minute and every second, his understanding of the rule of time is strengthened and deepened. Once I master the basics of the rule of time, I'll be able to control time acceleration to a certain extent, which offers a significant enhancement in combat, Lin Yuan silently thought. Reversing time, going against the current, is a capability owned only after fully understanding the complete rule of time. The previous methods, like speeding up time and others, can be executed as long as there is some understanding of the rule of time. Over these years, the accumulation of world-breaking origin force has also reached 60 strands. Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into his mind, looked towards the door to the Myriad Realms, and felt it briefly. The 3,000-meter-long eternal spatial rift in battlefield number B-1 had increased the speed at which Lin Yuan accumulated world-breaking origin force to 1 strand every 150 days. Over the years, Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 9th rank and the rest period that followed added up to about 20 years, with 30 strands of world-breaking origin force already accumulated beforehand. Altogether, it just exceeded 60 strands. 60 strands of world-breaking origin force, fully capable of supporting a physical body transference. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Physical body transference, not just a different method from consciousness descent, is also an almost unsolvable way of escaping danger. Even when facing a supreme being capable of dominating the multiple spatial layers of the main universe, it is impossible to pursue across dimensional realms. So far, the only instance Lin Yuan had seen someone surpass dimensional realms was at the door to the Myriad Realms. You go to battlefield number B0001 and bring back the Taiyang Divine Spirit, he instructed as he looked towards the Taiyan Primordial Spirit. At this moment, the Taiyan Primordial Spirit had caught up with the true body in terms of assimilating the liquid from the mysterious gourd. Now, it was the Taiyang Divine Spirit's turn. Battlefield number B001. Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit silently vanished. The Taiyan Primordial Spirit took its place, gazing at the nearby 30,000-meter-long eternal spatial rift. It's too unbelievable, he remarked. Is this the level of attack from a supreme being? Continue your saga on Empire. Lin Yuan gazed at the eternal spatial rift in awe. Before reaching the 9th rank, Lin Yuan's view of this eternal spatial rift remained merely on its most superficial aspect. But now, as a 9th rank evolver, he could see through the multiple spatial layers at a glance. Lin Yuan discovered that this eternal spatial rift not only tore through the space of the main universe, but also ripped apart the spaces within the multiple spatial layers. It was unknown how many spatial layers were affected. At least the more than 40,000 spatial layers Lin Yuan observed were like this. Lin Yuan could imagine, in the distant past, an evolver wielding a supreme weapon casually launching an attack forward. This attack was crude and overbearing, requiring no finesse. No matter which spatial layer you hit in, all layers would be torn through. There was no escape. This was the strike of a supreme being. Milky Way main star. The Taiyang Divine Spirit returned successfully. The noelfire.nst website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After advancing to the 9th rank, Lin Yuan's speed increased significantly. Even without the world tree to replenish the mental exhaustion of the two divine spirits, they were far superior to what they had been before. The distance from battlefield number B001 to the Milky Way star region was far less than the distance from the Milky Way star region to the central star domain. Start absorbing now, he directed. Lin Yuan handed the mysterious gourd to the Taiyang Divine Spirit. He then closed his eyes to reflect on the Dao. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The Taiyang Divine Spirit had also absorbed the liquid inside the mysterious gourd up to the 5th type, the green liquid, catching up to Lin Yuan's progress. Rumbling. Inside the Taiyang Divine Spirit, the world of flames roared turbulently. Layers upon layers of space were opened and derived, with the entire size of the world of flames reaching more than 100 million miles in diameter. Not bad at all, Lin Yuan appraised after glancing at the Taiyang Divine Spirit, although understanding the complete space rules meant that the size of the inner world was no longer restricted by the perfection of the rules, which typically would reach 10 million miles in diameter. However, the type of rules mastered still affected the nature of the inner world. The inner world of the Taiyang Divine Spirit was a world of flames, while that of the Taiyan Primordial Spirit was a world of cold darkness. As for Lin Yuan's true body, its inner world was no different from a normal world. I wonder if the size of the inner world would remain the same if I let the Taiyang Divine Spirit transform from real to abstract and return to the Primordial Spirit body? Lin Yuan pondered momentarily. Well, I'll try it later, he decided. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. Let's visit the Xuanhuang Secret Realm. The physical body of the Taiyang Divine Spirit was entirely condensed according to Lin Yuan's true body. Naturally, many evolutionary paths were the same, including the mysterious yellow evolution path. Now, responding to the calling from the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, besides Lin Yuan's true body, both Divine Spirit avatars could also feel it. Whoosh! The Taiyang Divine Spirit stood up. Its figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 6. Why not give it a try? Please subscribe. Human Civilization Territory, Southern Star Region. A piece of starry sky emitting space-time fluctuations appeared before Lin Yuan as he closely observed the area ahead. Is this one of the 333 entrances to the Xuanhuang Secret Realm? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The reason why human civilization did not monopolize the Xuanhuang Secret Realm was precisely because there were simply too many entrances to this secret realm. Over 300 in total, and they were scattered throughout the universe. For instance, within the human civilization territory alone, there were 19 Xuanhuang Secret Realm entrances. The main universe is vast and endless, and this vastness and endlessness refers not only to its size, but also to its myriad spatial layers. Within countless spatial layers, it's possible for small worlds to be born, attached to the main universe, and these are the origins of the cosmic secret realms. Swar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Generally speaking, if a certain cosmic secret realm is of great value, supreme beings will take action, penetrating through layers upon layers of space to pull that small world into the main space of the main universe, or to establish a stable passage to this secret realm. Lin Yuan silently pondered. Within the secret realm, there might be resources rarely seen in the main universe. Of course, the more, the better. Even large cosmic secret realms cannot withstand the pull of supreme beings. If one supreme being isn't enough, then 2 or 3 will join forces. But the Xuanhuang's secret realm, even the supreme beings, couldn't determine the specific spatial layer where this secret realm was located, which was somewhat unbelievable. If the Xuanhuang secret realm had not yet emerged, it could be possible because, after all, even supreme beings couldn't possibly traverse every single spatial layer in the main universe. But the Xuanhuang secret realm had clearly been opened many times, with pathways connecting it to the outside world, yet supreme beings still could not pinpoint the exact spatial layer, which was downright inconceivable. It wasn't just human supreme beings who couldn't do this, the alien strong ones also couldn't. This was also one of the reasons human civilization identified the Xuanhuang secret realm as originating from another cosmic era. This secret realm was simply not a normal cosmic secret realm, and there was some being that deliberately concealed its coordinates. Moreover, strong beings who entered the Xuanhuang secret realm for exploration on occasion gained secret techniques and treasures completely different from the current styles of the 10,000 universe races. The calling sensation is already extremely strong. Lin Yuan stood under the starry sky, and as he drew closer to the entrance of the Xuanhuang secret realm, the calling sensation in his ears grew increasingly strong. He could even hear some vague voices. For this trip into the secret realm, I specifically brought 3 9th-tier secret treasures for protection, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The 3 9th-tier secret treasures were of the attack type, the physical defense type, and the soul defense type. Although 9th rank battles are like contests within countless spatial layers, it does not mean that weapon treasures are useless. You're protected by defensive treasures, and even if enemies find your spatial layer, they can't kill you. Of course, these 3 9th-tier secret treasures came from contributions by a few of the strongest 8th-layer talents of the Tianyu clan. This time entering the secret realm, the primary goal is to clarify the source of the call. As for the treasures within the secret realm, if they come easily, I'll take them. If not, I'll let them go. Lin Yuan set a basic strategy for his upcoming journey into the secret realm. That was to avoid conflicts with other strong beings as much as possible, because Lin Yuan's goal differed from theirs. The reason Lin Yuan only arrived now, instead of coming when the secret realm opened, was to avoid the peak period of alien strong ones entering the secret realm. Once opened, the Xuanhuang secret realm could only be sustained for 100 years. Therefore, the sooner one entered the secret realm, the larger the potential yield. Lin Yuan arrived a few years later, so he wouldn't likely encounter the first batch of numerous alien strong ones. Let's go in. After some thought, Lin Yuan stepped into the nearby starry sky, emanating spatial fluctuations. Find more to read on Empire. As Lin Yuan walked further into the starry sky, he sensed the twisting changes of space. According to the intelligence, any strong being entering the Xuanhuang secret realm will randomly appear in the peripheral areas of the realm, Lin Yuan thought. This was also why he did not group up with other evolvers from the human civilization to enter. Because no matter how much you group, once you enter the secret realm, you'll be separated, making it meaningless. The spatial fluctuations became more distorted. When the space stabilized slightly, Lin Yuan had already left the main spatial layer of the main universe and entered the Xuanhuang secret realm. Lin Yuan immediately began observing his surroundings with great caution. The physical defense treasure as well as the soul defense treasure were both operational. I haven't entered any particularly dangerous places. Lin Yuan looked around at the earthy yellow continent and breathed a sigh of relief. When you enter the Xuanhuang secret realm, you randomly appear on the outskirts of the realm. The word random is very key here. One might end up in some kind of perilous land. Although the outermost areas of the Xuanhuang secret realm pose basically no threat to 9th rank lives, there are several forbidden lands that are exceptions. Even 9th rank beings would be seriously harmed if they happened to enter those forbidden lands carelessly. It seems my luck isn't bad. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The location he was currently in was safe for the time being, and the initial position upon entering the secret realm was not bad. Spatial layers, Lin Yuan keenly sensed that as a complete world, the Xuanhuang secret realm naturally also gave rise to multiple layers of space. The number of spatial layers this secret realm possesses far exceeds 40,000, Lin Yuan thought. His inner world had opened up 45,000 spatial layers, so he could roughly sense the number of external world space layers. I can't enter instant spatial shifting. Lin Yuan tried a bit more and confirmed a piece of intelligence provided by human civilization. Within the Xuanhuang secret realm, there was an invisible spatial suppression. 9th ranked beings could merge with the numerous spatial layers, but they couldn't move instantaneously or teleport through the space rules. Chapter 6. Why not give it a try? Please subscribe. 2. In the Xuanhuang secret realm, the only way to travel was by flying. The calling location, is it in the core area? Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. The Xuanhuang secret realm was vast and boundless, divided into the outer region, the inner region, and the core area. The closer one got to the core area, the more opportunities and treasures there were, and likewise the competition became increasingly fierce. In addition to competing with other different species, there were also the indigenous lives of the Xuanhuang secret realm. The indigenous lives in the core area were much stronger than those in the inner and outer regions. Some of them were even capable of overpowering ninth-rank Myriad layer realm powerhouses. Be careful. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. However, even within the core area, it wasn't dangerous everywhere. Those treasured places filled with opportunities were indeed perilous, but if there were no such treasures or chances, it was relatively safe. Lin Yuan had no interest in those treasures or opportunities and merely needed to safely enter the core area and find out the source of the calling. Let's go. Lin Yuan immediately set off, transforming into a streak of light, flying toward the source of the calling. Several days later, Lin Yuan traveled through the spatial layers swiftly, flying at high speed. Just then, a kilometer-long giant snake on the earth-yellow road below suddenly opened its eyes. An outsider? This kilometer-long giant snake was one of the indigenous lives of the Xuanhuang secret realm. Every time the secret realm opened, these indigenous beings would viciously attack the intruding strong ones. Even the weakest indigenous being, born from the Xuanhuang secret realm, had a keen perception of the numerous spatial layers within the realm. The techniques used by ninth-rank powerhouses from the main universe to merge with the spatial layers could hardly escape the notice of these indigenous beings, because this was their home turf. Boom! The kilometer-long giant snake opened its huge mouth and unleashed a beam of earth-yellow light. The beam instantly sliced through space, striking toward the spatial layer where Lin Yuan was located. In battles amongst ninth-ranked powerhouses, the most crucial aspect was locking on to the spatial layer the opponent was in, because only then could one attack the true body. And this was also the most difficult part. Every ninth-rank powerhouse would carefully conceal their true body. They even continuously changed their position within the spatial layers. But none of this could deceive the indigenous lives within the Xuanhuang secret realm. Lin Yuan, who was flying at high speeds, his expression changed slightly. Rustle. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and a field green shield appeared in front of him, blocking the incoming beam of light. An indigenous being? Lin Yuan had long been aware of the capabilities of the indigenous lives of the Xuanhuang secret realm, his expression slightly serious. That attack just now was roughly equivalent to a single blow from a ninth-rank powerhouse who has opened up several hundred spatial layers, Lin Yuan roughly estimated. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Lin Yuan looked down at the kilometer-long giant snake, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Lin Yuan's inner world currently spanned 43,000 spatial layers, but this didn't mean his strength was only at the 43,000 layers level. Other ninth-rank strong ones, after comprehending the complete space rules, had inner worlds that were at their limit in size. Unless they were from a noble lineage with a higher limit, there was little difference for others. Therefore, the measure of a ninth-rank life's strength was primarily based on the number of spatial layers they had opened up. The more layers they had opened up, the stronger their strength, with the two being directly proportional. But Lin Yuan was different. His inner world spanned an area of at least 120 million li. The strength of the 43,000 layers placed on him was at least on par with those ninth-rank powerhouses who had opened several 100,000 layers. After all, the foundation and heritage were there. So, facing this indigenous being whose strength was only at the ninth-rank 10-heavy realm, Lin Yuan planned to make a quick and decisive battle. After all, being targeted by an indigenous being, even if you ran away, the opponent would always chase you, which would be too conspicuous. Rustle. Lin Yuan took a step forward, proactively emerging from the spatial layer. The power of the world circulated within him as the strength of the many layers converged. He directly pierced through that kilometer-long giant snake. Outsider. The kilometer-long giant snake let out an angry roar, and then its eyes dimmed, its massive body collapsing onto the ground. Square the noelfur.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Dead? Lin Yuan stepped forward and began to examine the corpse of the indigenous life form. The indigenous life forms of the Xuanhuang secret realm, whether alive or dead, couldn't leave the realm. Even if someone tried to forcibly take them out, they would disintegrate into ash the moment they left the secret realm. Therefore, human civilization's research on these types of indigenous life forms hasn't been very deep. This must be the mystic yellow's crystal. Lin Yuan extracted a fist-sized yellow crystal from the heart of the kilometer-long serpent. The Xuanhuang crystal, a special product of the Xuanhuang secret realm, was the core of the indigenous life forms there. Such a fist-sized piece of Xuanhuang crystal could easily be exchanged for 100,000 cubic universe crystals in the main world. The special power contained within the Xuanhuang crystal had notable effects on certain systems of evolvers and alien strong ones. The indigenous life forms from the Xuanhuang secret realm would disintegrate into ash once they left the realm. Only the Xuanhuang crystal could be preserved. This was the only thing Lin Yuan could take out from the indigenous life form. 100,000 cubic universe crystals? Lin Yuan was overjoyed. The normal price for a ninth-rank strong one was between 2 million to 300 million cubic universe crystals. Although 100,000 cubic universe crystals wasn't much for ninth-rank strong ones, the ease of obtaining them now was remarkable. Continue forward. Lin Yuan had formulated a strategy before entering the secret realm. Never fight for the chance treasures. But the indigenous life was coming to him on its own. It didn't violate the strategy Lin Yuan had set. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Lin Yuan had walked almost half of the perimeter area. In these 1 or 2 months, Lin Yuan encountered 5 indigenous life form ambushes. The strengths of these indigenous life forms varied, with the highest rivaling a 9th rank strong one of the Myriad heavy realm and the weakest just entering the 9th rank, not even comparable to the 10 heavy realm. In less than 2 months, I've obtained 6 pieces of Xuanhuang crystal, which together are worth nearly 1 million cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan was somewhat astonished. 1 million cubic universe crystals? Even for a 9th rank strong one, earning such a large number of universe crystals wasn't an easy task, roughly half the fortune of an ordinary 9th rank 10 heavy realm strong one. This was still with Lin Yuan actively avoiding those places of opportunity. If he had deliberately searched for chances, his gains could probably have increased several times. No wonder those alien strong ones are so interested in this secret realm. My teacher, who was just an invincible 8th layer, risked coming in this harvest. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. One could foresee that as long as one could leave this secret realm alive, one would make a fortune. Did another indigenous life form find me? Lin Yuan glanced at the mainland below, where a 100-meter tall bear was staring at him angrily. Despite the layers of spatial layers in between, Lin Yuan knew the bear was looking at him. It's one of the weakest indigenous life forms, equivalent to just entering the 9th rank. Lin Yuan briefly sensed the aura emitted by the other party. After continuously killing 6 indigenous life forms, he also had some experience. Take the initiative. Lin Yuan immediately left the spatial layers, mobilizing a 9th rank attack treasure and bombarded the 100-meter bear, far from where Lin Yuan was on another side. A 3-headed alien, at the moment Lin Yuan voluntarily left the spatial layers, seemed to sense something and looked in his direction. Is that 9th rank attack treasure from the Tianyu clan? Is this human evolver the famous Galaxy Master? This 3-headed alien was also hidden within multiple spatial layers, watching Lin Yuan swiftly kill the 100-meter bear. A trace of strangeness flashed in its eyes. I didn't expect that, after being delayed by other matters for a while before entering the Shuang secret realm, I'd come across such a pleasant surprise. The 3-headed alien stirred slightly. His tribe was part of the Insect Race Alliance and was thoroughly hostile to human civilization. Inside the Insect Race Alliance, they had already put out a series of bounties on the Galaxy Master, and even just killing an avatar of the Galaxy Master would yield a generous reward. The 100-meter bear that the Galaxy Master killed had only the combat power of someone just entering the 9th rank. The Galaxy Master, at the initial stage of the 9th rank, being able to do so much, the true combat power is probably not weaker than those opening thousands of spatial layers of the 9th rank. Empire. The 3-headed alien quickly analyzed. I've opened up 26,000 spatial layers, the 9th rank Myriad heavy realm. If I make a move against the Galaxy Master, I should be definitely successful. The 3-headed alien's heart raced. The rewards from the insect race were simply too lucrative, and after analyzing, he thought there shouldn't be much difficulty in dealing with the Galaxy Master. Maybe I should give it a try? Chapter 7. Are you just entering the 9th rank? Please subscribe. The 3-headed alien race decided to make a move against the Galaxy Master for 3 main reasons. First, the Galaxy Master had just risen to the 9th rank. How strong could he be? Being a 9th rank Myriad layer realm powerhouse himself, even if the Galaxy Master was exceptionally talented, at most, he wouldn't be able to kill him, feeling entirely capable of retreating unscathed. The Insect Race Alliance and the Human Alliance were sworn enemies anyway. Whether he attacked the Galaxy Master or not, their grudges wouldn't lessen, and if the Galaxy Master had a chance to kill him, he wouldn't hesitate. Secondly, this place is the Xuanhuang secret realm. The powerhouses who enter here are basically avatars, and the Galaxy Master is definitely no exception. Since it's an avatar, it won't carry significant treasures with it, and if the 3-headed alien race encountered the real body of the Galaxy Master, they probably wouldn't act rashly. Given the Galaxy Master's innate talent and aptitude, human civilization has surely left many provisions on him. He's merely a 9th rank. How could he withstand the Peak clan's contingencies? But in the Xuanhuang secret realm? Given that it's an avatar that entered here, the 3-headed alien race believed there was still a chance. Thirdly, it's about the bounty from the insect race. The insect race, to delay the growth rate of the Galaxy Master, would spare no effort. On the other side, Lin Yuan easily killed a 100-meter tall giant bear, casually taking the mystic yellow crystal. The giant bear had just entered the 9th rank, and its core mystic yellow crystal was the size of a thumb, worth no more than a few thousand cubic universe crystals. But a mosquito is still meat. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't scorn it, equivalent to picking it up for free. This trip into the mystic yellow secret realm, whether or not I can figure out the calling sensation, it's still profitable. Lin Yuan felt pleased. All this was money, all of it. Just as Lin Yuan was about to merge into the spatial layers and continue on his way, all around, unexpectedly, black mist began to pervade. The black mist penetrated many spatial layers, dimly encircling Lin Yuan as its center. condensing into a black cage that encompassed more than 20,000 spatial layers. Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. Is it a different species? Lin Yuan's mind shifted, merging into the spatial layers as well. The native life of the Xuanhuang secret realm, though powerful, attacked in rather rigid ways, unlike this refined black mist trying to trap Lin Yuan. Galaxy Master. Sears the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Just as the black mist formed a cage, a three-headed alien emerged, smiling softly at Lin Yuan. Who would have thought that the famous Galaxy Master would be encountered by me? Is it you, Olivan? Lin Yuan had initially planned to escape the black cage first. The black cage covered more than 20,000 spatial layers, posing a challenge to any ninth-rank powerhouse who had developed fewer than 20,000 layers to escape easily. However, Lin Yuan had developed up to 43,000 layers, far surpassing the depth of 20,000 layers, so escaping the cage was easy. Yet, upon seeing the powerhouse who made a move against him was a three-headed alien, Lin Yuan immediately had other ideas. The three-headed alien, named Olivan, was a somewhat famous ninth-ranked powerhouse from the Insect Race Alliance, having developed 26,000 layers of space. Just from the number of spatial layers alone, Lin Yuan could sweep Olivan aside. Not to mention Lin Yuan's true combat power. His inner world, reaching over 1 billion square miles, placed Lin Yuan's real strength on par with those controlling hundreds of thousands or even millions of spatial layers. Faced with Olivan, this ninth-rank executioner from the Insect Race Alliance who had killed countless human evolvers on the large alien battlefield, Lin Yuan also harbored a killing intent. Mainly because the opponent had come to him, and his strength was far below his own, and there were no ninth-rank powerhouses from the Insect Race Alliance nearby to support him. Die. The three-headed alien didn't waste words. Believing he had the advantage, the quicker he killed the Galaxy Master the better to avoid unnecessary complications. Rumble. The ubiquitous black mist began to contract, and the three-headed alien's form dispersed, similarly transforming into black mist, merging with the surrounding black cage. This was also the special skill of the three-headed alien race, leveraging its innate racial talents to completely merge into the space. This is a complete merger, not just entering the many spatial layers. Galaxy Master, don't blame me. A smile appeared on the face of the three-headed alien, as if seeing the Galaxy Master reduced to dust under the contracting black mist. To kill a peerless human genius, even just an avatar, brought immense satisfaction to the three-headed alien. Find adventures on Empire, however. The next moment, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, gently grasping in front of him. This grasp wasn't limited to the main space, but encompassed the numerous spatial layers, all the black mist thoroughly gathered into Lin Yuan's palm. The three-headed alien merged into the black mist, thought initially he was invincible, but under this grasp he too fell into Lin Yuan's palm. The three-headed alien's expression drastically changed. Facing Lin Yuan's grasp, he tried to flee deeper into the spatial layers, only to discover that no matter which layer he escaped into, he had to face this grasp. You're not just newly advanced to 9th rank. In the midst of fright and unwillingness, the three-headed alien just managed to utter this before seeing Lin Yuan's right hand swiftly clench. All the black mist and the three-headed alien himself utterly obliterated in this grasp. The 9th rank myriad layer realm, three-headed alien died. With this level of strength, you still came to kill me? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If the three-headed alien had seen Lin Yuan and immediately fled, he might have survived, especially in the Xuanhuang secret realm, where Lin Yuan didn't want to cause too much commotion. Chapter 7. Errant to you just starting at the 9th rank? Please subscribe. 2. But when they took the initiative to come over, Lin Yuan unapologetically accepted. Let's take a look at the space bracelet. Lin Yuan took out the space bracelet from the three-headed alien race. When he crushed the three-headed alien, Lin Yuan deliberately held back some strength, worried about shattering the space bracelet as well. Once the space bracelet is crushed, the many treasures within would scatter randomly across the multiple spatial layers. Even if Lin Yuan could find them one by one, it would be a waste of time. Really poor, 9th rank myriad layer realm, just 2 9th tier secret treasures? And a few mystic yellow crystals amounting to a little over 200,000 cubic universe crystals? Lin Yuan scanned briefly and sighed in his heart. However, he also understood that entering the Xuanhuang secret realm, with its myriad dangers, no one could guarantee making it out alive, so naturally, they wouldn't bring many treasures with them. Just like Lin Yuan, apart from 3 9th tier secret treasures, he didn't bring any other treasures either. Something as precious as origin-fine gold would definitely be kept safe on his true body. The goal of the three-headed alien race must have been the inner reaches or even the core area of the Xuanhuang secret realm. Not deliberately seeking out the native life in the peripheral regions, it wasn't surprising that there weren't many mystic yellow crystals. Continue. Lin Yuan once again delved deeper into the spatial layers, following the increasingly clear call, and quickly flew towards the core area of the Xuanhuang secret realm, within a remote, desolate star domain. The true body of the three-headed alien strong one emerged from within a certain star. That Galaxy Master, isn't he newly advanced to the 9th rank? The three-headed alien race was filled with anger. How is this newly advanced to the 9th rank? Though he didn't even know what methods of the Galaxy Master he had perished to, because everything happened too quickly. But just from the many spatial layers he had fled to, which were easily sealed off by the Galaxy Master, one could tell that the number of spatial layers the opponent could open was definitely no lower than his own. You see, the three-headed alien race had stepped into the 9th rank for tens of thousands of years. The Galaxy Master, more than 10 years? Galaxy Master, how can he be so monstrous? The three-headed alien race's heart trembled. The opponent not only swept through other invincible beings of the 8th layer with an utterly unbeatable demeanor, but upon stepping into the 9th rank, his combat power and realm both surged forward rapidly. Galaxy Master? The three-headed alien race was filled with unwillingness. Had he known that the Galaxy Master possessed such strength, he would have never delivered himself to the threshold of death willingly. This is a huge loss. The three-headed alien race took a deep breath. The death of an avatar wasn't too big a loss for him, and the loss of the 2 9th-tier secret treasures carried by the avatar was also acceptable to Olivan. With the strength of the three-headed alien race, Olivan, reforming an avatar would take at most a few decades, plus another 10 to 20 years to elevate the strength of the avatar close to the true body. Altogether, about 100 years or so. 100 years, in the long life of a 9th-rank strong one, it's nothing more than a nap. But now, it just happens to be the opening time of the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, and from its opening to closure, the Xuanhuang Secret Realm lasts only 100 years in total. This means that with the loss of this one avatar, the three-headed alien race has nothing to do with the current opening of the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, unless he's willing to directly enter the Xuanhuang Secret Realm with his true body. But the three-headed alien race Olivan didn't have the guts to do so. If an avatar enters the secret realm and dies, it can still be reformed. But the true body, once it dies, that's death through and through, and Olivan's clan, while strong, doesn't have a supreme being to preside over it. Waiting for the resurrection by a supreme being from the insect race, who knows when that will be, and whether or not the resurrection will succeed in the end is another matter. Xuanhuang Secret Realm, the heart of the three-headed alien race Olivan was bleeding. Originally, he had planned to make a fortune from the opening of this Xuanhuang Secret Realm, with his strength, as long as he did not enter the core area and stayed away from a few key locations in the inner region, he would most likely not die. As long as he didn't die and walked out of the Xuanhuang Secret Realm alive, he could at least gain treasures worth hundreds of millions of cubic universe crystals. But now, it's all gone. Time passed. CAUG, the novel Fire EAUS website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Almost entering the inner region, Lin Yuan murmured as he cautiously made his way through the numerous spatial layers. The Xuanhuang Secret Realm was vast and boundless. Among them, the peripheral region was the smallest, and the inner region was much larger than the peripheral region. As for the core area, to this day, no strong one has been able to pinpoint the exact range of the core area. My teacher originally obtained the Xuanhuang evolutionary path in a certain place in the inner region, Lin Yuan mused to himself. In the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, although the invincible beings of the 8th layer had the qualifications to enter, life was difficult for them. Mere rivals to the weakest native life within the realm were comparable to the strong ones who just entered the 9th rank. This meant that invincible beings of the 8th layer would find themselves in a situation where they couldn't beat anyone upon entering this secret realm. If they encountered a slightly stronger native life, they might not even be able to escape. This is still the threat posed by the secret realm itself, but what about the alien strong ones? In the main universe, many 9th-rank strong ones are restrained by the peak clans and can't afford to act rashly. But in the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, there are no such restrictions. If a 9th rank meets an 8th layer invincible of the same faction, it's still okay. If they're from different factions, they're usually taken out as an afterthought. Even faced with so many threats, there are still countless 8th layer invincibles swarming into the Xuanhuang Secret Realm. After all, the worst outcome is the death of an avatar. But if they gain something, the improvement to their foundation will be leaps and bounds. Lin Yuan glanced at the location where his teacher, the Chikun Star Lord, had obtained the Xuanhuang evolutionary path. If it weren't for this calling sense from the core area, Lin Yuan would probably go and take a look to see if he could find any information related to the Xuanhuang Secret Realm. But now that the calling sense is so strong, Lin Yuan naturally prioritized it. Whoosh! Lin Yuan continued to hurry on his way. At this moment, a great presence erupted from the Terracotta mountain range not far away. This presence was so vast that it affected billions of miles around. Is a treasure being born? Lin Yuan immediately understood what was happening. All over the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, many treasures and extremely valuable items were hidden. That is, the so-called lands of opportunity. Once these treasures and valuable items emerge, they will cause celestial phenomena. If other powerful beings sense it and know the location of the treasure, they will naturally rush over as fast as possible. Stay away from it. Lin Yuan was very clear about his own positioning and goals. In terms of strength, his upper limit of combat power was close to a 9th rank, strong one of the Million Heavy realm, but he would likely lose if he really faced one from the Million Heavy realm, let alone those from the Myriad Heavy realm of the 9th rank. Enjoy new adventures from Empire. Although there were not many 9th rank strong ones from the Myriad Heavy realm who entered the Xuanhuang secret realm this time, there were certainly quite a few, all looking for the chance to break through. And the treasure causing this celestial phenomenon, according to its induced celestial signs, will at least present treasures at the level of 10-star universe rare treasures. It will inevitably attract many 9th rank strong ones from the Millionfold and Myriadfold realms to compete, sure enough. It wasn't long before Lin Yuan felt terrifying fluctuations coming from the direction of the Terracotta mountain range. The residual waves of power pierced through tens of millions of spatial layers, endlessly rolling like they would never stop. It must be a 9th rank near the Myriad Heavy realm taking action. A 9th rank of the Myriad Heavy realm can instantly shake tens of millions of spatial layers, and the combat power they unleash is terrifying. As long as you are within these tens of millions of spatial layers, you cannot escape their assault or suppression. Anyway, it's none of my business. Lin Yuan continued on his way to the core area. The emergence of such a scale of opportunity in the inner region is not only not a bad thing for Lin Yuan, but actually a good one. At least it has attracted the attention of a large number of 9th rank strong ones from the Million and Myriad Heavy realms. The rest of Lin Yuan's journey would be much smoother, and the chances of encountering alien strong ones he could not deal with would be greatly reduced. Nokiwei main star. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. All is going well in the Xuanhuang secret realm so far. His Taiyang divine spirit blended into the multitudinous spatial layers, speeding towards the core area at an extremely fast rate. However, due to the vastness of the inner region, crossing such a vast range without the aid of teleportation or spatial shifting would take at least 10 to 20 years. Speaking of which, since I stepped into the 9th rank, I have never tried the 3rd layer of the Black Tower? A thought struck Lin Yuan, and he immediately diverted a sliver of his consciousness, following the magic jade mark to descend into the demon jade space. Chapter 8, Galaxy Master, run away quickly, seeking subscriptions. The 9-floor Dark Tower within the Demon Jade space offers treasures bestowed by the Moyu Tower Master for each level cleared. Lin Yuan's World Tree, Void Interpretation, Illusory Reality, Chaos Crystals, and other treasures all originated from the 9 floors Dark Tower and have been of great help to him. Even after reaching the 9th rank, Lin Yuan would still often reflect and meditate. Especially for Void Interpretation, it offered an explanation of the space rules from a perspective different from that of human civilization. With each reflection, Lin Yuan gained new insights, deepening his understanding of the essence of the space rules. Demon Jade Space. The incarnation of Lin Yuan's consciousness appeared. This space? Lin Yuan carefully observed his surroundings. This was his first time here since ascending to the 9th rank. Now that he was in the domain of the 9th rank, Lin Yuan immediately noticed the subtle essence of the Demon Jade space compared to when he was in the 8th layer. Completely independent of the many spatial layers, how did the Moyu Tower Master achieve this? Lin Yuan was somewhat astonished. It was known to Lin Yuan that the Demon Jade space did not belong to the main universe. After all, the Moyu Tower Master also was not a life form from the main universe, but the space created here did not rely on any spatial layers, which was somewhat inconceivable. Let's see just how far I can go on the 3rd layer now. After observing for a while, Lin Yuan headed towards the direction of the 9 floors Dark Tower. According to Shenji, the 3rd layer of the Dark Tower was specifically designed for certain extremely powerful special 9th rank lives, as well as for 10th rank lives. When Lin Yuan was at the 8th layer, let alone clearing the 3rd layer, he couldn't even withstand staying there. Now that he had stepped into the 9th rank, he had no illusions about passing the 3rd layer. He merely wanted to understand what the challenges of the 3rd layer of the Dark Tower were. The 1st layer and the 2nd layer, Lin Yuan knew, tested the ability to resist pressure from all directions. But the 3rd layer, when Lin Yuan was at the 8th layer, his spirit will, nurtured by the world's power within an area of over 100 million miles in his inner world, was actually not much weaker than that of a 9th rank life. Yet even so, he still couldn't withstand a moment on the 3rd layer. Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that perhaps the challenge of the 3rd layer of the Dark Tower was different from the 1st and 2nd layers. In front of the 9 floors Dark Tower, the stone statue Shenji stepped out. You had been gone for quite some time. The stone statue was about to ask Lin Yuan why he hadn't been here for such a long time. He then noticed that Lin Yuan's spirit will had undergone a qualitative change compared to the last visit, and the will incarnation had naturally merged into the multiple spatial layers. What he saw of Lin Yuan now was but a projection. Swar the novelful.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You've reached the 9th rank? The stone statue Shenji's tone was complex, although he knew well that reaching the 9th rank was no challenge for a freak like Lin Yuan. But when he truly discovered that Lin Yuan had attained such a level in such a short time, he couldn't help feeling inexplicably emotional. Why did such a monstrous talent not appear during the era of the Moyu Tower Master? The luck was not bad, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Always luck. The stone statue Shenji felt somewhat helpless, and looking at Lin Yuan, he said, "Are you here to try to clear the third layer?" If Lin Yuan were still at the 8th layer, the stone statue Shenji would not recommend attempting the 3rd layer, as it would be meaningless and wouldn't even serve as a trial. But now that he was at the 9th rank, given Lin Yuan's talent, he could naturally try to clear the 3rd layer. Go ahead. The stone statue Shenji stepped aside. Lin Yuan walked straight into the Black Tower, the 3rd layer. The moment Lin Yuan's figure appeared, an invisible and dreadful pressure swept over from all directions, passing over Lin Yuan. It was like hitting a void, with all the pressure passing straight through Lin Yuan's body, because Lin Yuan's true body was not in the main space. Lin Yuan tried taking a step forward. The pressure from all directions surged, already penetrating dozens of spatial layers. Another step. It penetrated through hundreds of spatial layers, and then 10 steps. Discover hidden content at Empire. It came close to penetrating 10,000 spatial layers. At this moment, the intangible essence was sweeping across nearly 10,000 spatial layers. Even though Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation was within more than 80,000 spatial layers, he could still faintly feel the pressure. He continued for 100 steps. The immense pressure seemed to become tangible, resonating back and forth through 80,000 spatial layers. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan decisively stopped advancing. The real test of the 3rd layer of the Dark Tower is not resisting the pressure, for this pressure cannot be resisted at all. Even a 10th rank power, with just a sliver of spirit will present, would only end up with their will incarnation collapsing if touched or grazed by the pressure from all sides, Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. The real test of the 3rd layer of the Dark Tower is the occupation of spatial layers. To occupy as many spatial layers as possible to evade the shroud of pressure, and the so-called occupying more spatial layers, in Lin Yuan's interpretation, is the expansion and creation of more layers of inner world spatial layers. The more levels of inner world spatial layers one can create, the more control one would have over the many spatial layers of the main world. Now, Lin Yuan's inner world had expanded to 87,000 layers of spatial layers, and theoretically, he could instantly occupy 87,000 layers of spatial layers in the main world. Where I'm at now is merely 1% of the total length of the 3rd layer. With the pressure here already sweeping across more than 80,000 layers, to fully traverse the 3rd layer, wouldn't one need to occupy tens of millions, close to 100 million spatial layers? Lin Yuan was inwardly astonished. To occupy tens of millions or nearly 100 million layers of spatial layers meant another thing, which is to develop tens of millions or nearly 100 million layers of spatial layers within the inner world. Chapter 8, Galaxy Master, Run Away Quickly, Seeking Subscriptions. 2. You should know that within the 5 realm divisions of the 9th rank, the final realm is merely the Myriad Heavy realm. It refers to establishing 10 million spatial layers. But now, to pass through the 3rd layer of the Black Tower, one must establish tens of millions and even nearly 100 million spatial layers? No wonder it's said that only special beings within the 9th rank have a hope of passing this layer, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although the Myriad Heavy realm is the last stage of the 9th rank, it doesn't mean that the Myriad Heavy realm is the strongest. Theoretically, after establishing 10 million spatial layers, one can still continue to establish more spatial layers. But this is too difficult. Every 9th rank powerhouse who has established 10 million spatial layers has spent countless years and energy to reach this step, and now to ask them to continue expanding? The reason why the Myriad Heavy realm is set as the last realm of the 9th rank is because once the count of spatial layers reaches 10 million, one can attempt to break into the 10th rank. I am still very far from reaching the Myriad Heavy realm. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan directly exited the Xuanhuang secret realm, outside the 9 floors Dark Tower. The stone statue Shenji silently observed Lin Yuan's movements. Having covered 1% of the journey, the occupation of spatial layers is almost close to 90,000, stone statue Shenji thought to himself. He's just stepped into the 9th rank not long ago, and he has already occupied nearly 90,000 spatial layers? Stone statue Shenji did not know what to say, as he had never seen such a thing before. He had heard of those multi-spatial life forms that control numerous spatial layers right from birth, but like Lin Yuan, who went from weak to strong, step by step cultivating himself at such an unbelievable speed to occupy 90,000 spatial layers, no matter how monstrous he is, passing the 3rd layer will not be easy. It's a test specifically set by the master back then. The 10th rank honestly and then come back or deeply cultivate the 9th rank domain, the latter being much harder than the former. Stone statue Shenji thought silently. My SS. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. It seems there is no hope of passing the 3rd layer anytime soon. Lin Yuan sighed to himself. In the 5 years of traversing the periphery of the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan's count of spatial layers had surged from 43,000 to 87,000. This rate of progress can only be described as terrifying, but the gap to tens of millions and nearly 100 million spatial layers, at least Lin Yuan saw no short-term solution. These 5 years, I can feel that I'm about to grasp the rule of time, Lin Yuan thought internally. 5 years ago, Lin Yuan already felt he was about to grasp the rule of time, but until now he still hadn't, which shows the difficulty and complexity of time's rule. Even Lin Yuan, with his Against Heaven's understanding, finds it challenging. Other ninth-rank evolvers, even after spending hundreds of thousands or millions of years, also find it difficult to grasp the basics of time's rule. In a sense, the rule of time should at least belong to the 10th rank powerhouses as a foundational rule. For the 9th rank, it's merely making an appearance, practically impossible to grasp. Time, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and faintly, the flow of time on the surface of his hand began to distort. This time, Lin Yuan truly felt that he was about to grasp the rule of time. It could be a matter of days or perhaps months. The world-breaking origin force is also accumulated to 71 strands. Lin Yuan felt the quantity of world-breaking origin force pleased. The world-breaking origin force is his greatest reliance, capable of transcending dimensional planes and arriving at any world, Xuan Huang's secret realm. After 5 years of traveling, Lin Yuan finally entered the inner area. Has the aura of heaven and earth changed? Lin Yuan carefully sensed his surroundings. If the outer area of the Xuanhuang secret realm almost had no difference from the main universe, then the inner area had an added ancient and suppressed atmosphere. The calling feels even stronger now. Lin Yuan slightly closed his eyes, starting to listen more intently. He was now faintly able to hear what the calling was about. Xuanhuang, 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 Great Xuanhuang, you have finally returned. The calling seemed to come from an infinite distance, ancient beyond measure, crossing time and space to reach Lin Yuan's ears. Xuanhuang? Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Is Xuanhuang a name? Lin Yuan guessed internally. The language of the calling was not any that Lin Yuan had encountered before, but miraculously he could understand the meaning as long as he listened to it. Let's continue moving forward. Lin Yuan pondered for a while. Thus far, including human civilization and other peak clans, the understanding of the Xuanhuang secret realm only scratched the surface. Even the relation between the Xuanhuang secret realm and other cosmic eras is merely conjecture, without absolute certainty. Mainly because the Xuanhuang secret realm repels 10th rank and above powerhouses from entering, the supreme beings couldn't explore, and what is known is naturally limited. After entering the inner area, Lin Yuan intentionally slowed his own pace. Stay updated via Empire. Over there? Lin Yuan felt something and looked in a certain direction. There, the atmosphere was turbulent. A native life form hundreds of thousands of meters large was fighting a different species with a long tail. As the two exchanged blows, the terrifying aura vibrated tens of thousands, millions of spatial layers. That different species has established at least 1 million spatial layers and above. Lin Yuan observed from a distance. That native life form is also extremely powerful, hardly weaker than the different species. I'll leave now. Lin Yuan watched for a while and then moved away from the area, heading in another direction. He recognized the identity of that different species, named Mo Luo, affiliated with the Star Alliance, a rare special life form. The relationship between the human civilization Grand Alliance and the Star Alliance wasn't very good, since many of the evolution elixirs used by human civilization are derived from numerous special life forms. Chapter 8, Galaxy Master, Run Away Quickly, Seeking Subscriptions. 3. If it weren't for the strongest few among special life forms uniting to establish the Star Alliance, and officially joining the warfare of the peak interstellar clans, it's likely that by now, special life forms would have been domesticated by human civilization. Special life forms are powerful individuals, difficult to reproduce, but it's not impossible for them to do so. Apart from those extremely rare ones that can't form a clan, most special life forms still possess the ability to reproduce. Lin Yuan wasn't afraid of Mo Luo creating 1 million spatial layers. 5 years ago, his combat power was almost equal to a 9th rank million-fold realm, let alone now. He just didn't want to stir up any trouble. Whoosh. Lin Yuan took another path towards the core area of the Xuanhuang secret realm. Several days later, Lin Yuan's brows slightly furrowed. Is there a human evolver nearby? Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and a black disc appeared in his palm. Any life form entering the Xuanhuang secret realm would be randomly assigned to the peripheral areas. This was to eliminate the possibility of grouping up right from the start. However, after entering the Xuanhuang secret realm thanks to the black disc issued to every human evolver by human civilization, one could sense all human evolvers within a certain area. Discover exclusive tales at Empire. In the Xuanhuang secret realm, strong individuals from among the starry sky races could enter, so human evolvers naturally had to stick together, help each other, in order to strive for the greatest opportunities and treasures. Is that Zhilong? Lin Yuan recognized the identity of this human evolver. Not long ago, Lin Yuan went to the central star domain to soak in the eternal spring, and it was Zilan who received him. And on battlefield BDD 1001, Lin Yuan went on a relentless killing spree against the Tianyu clan's 8th layer invincibles, with Zilan, the 9th rank evolver, overseeing the battlefield at that time. Zilan seems to be pursued. Based on the sensing from the black disk, Lin Yuan looked towards a direction from afar, within the layers of space. A purple-haired Zilan was fleeing wildly. Human, hand over the treasure, and I will let this avatar of yours leave. A massive figure behind her was in pursuit. Otherwise, your avatar will die, and the treasure will still fall into my hands. Upon hearing this, Zilan didn't respond but continued to flee swiftly. That opportunity site was clearly discovered by me first. Are all you humans so shameless? The massive figure was furiously enraged. If you hand over the treasure now, I guarantee I'll let you go. The massive figure's anger was sky high. As a peak 9th rank evolver of the 100,000 heavy realm, he had already created 900,000 spatial layers, only a little short of the million-fold realm. The massive figure originally found an imminent opportunity site and was guarding it nearby. To his surprise, the moment the site opened, Zilan darted in, grabbed the treasure, and ran. Catch me if you can, Zilan retorted through telepathy. Although she didn't yet know the treasure's uses, the celestial phenomenon when the opportunity site opened was no simple matter. So, regardless of what the massive figure said, Zilan would not agree. What a joke. There's no reason to return a treasure once it's in one's possession. But it's also a problem, Zilan thought to herself. If this chase continues, there might be unexpected complications. Zilan was slightly anxious internally. With her speed, the possibility of the massive figure catching up was minimal, but their chase would certainly attract the attention of other nearby strong beings. At that time, if the strong beings of the clans hostile to human civilization appeared, she, Zilan, might really end up in trouble here. While Zilan was pondering over a solution, her inner world's black disk suddenly made a sound. Zilan, do you need help? Galaxy Master nearby? Zilan was slightly stunned and immediately knew Lin Yuan's identity through the black disk. Galaxy Master, you better run. The enemy is not someone you can deal with. Zilan responded immediately through the black disk with a shade of concern in her voice. Not someone I can deal with. Lin Yuan went silent for a while, looking around. Where are you? Quote Chapter 9. Another tremor of the door to the Myriad Realms. Subscription requested. Where is the enemy? Exelon was somewhat stunned, the enormous figure behind him stirring the heavy spatial layers with such a large body, and still it remained unseen. The chase between Zilan and the enormous figure had not concealed their presences. Even though they were very distant, and in different spatial layers, they could still feel each other. This was also the reason why Zilan was worried about the occurrence of variables. Galaxy Master, the Meduo Traveler who is chasing me, has great strength, nearing the 9th rank million-fold realm. Even if we join forces, we cannot resist him, Zilan said quickly. He had only been able to escape from the Meduo Traveler so far because of his unique evolutionary path and mastering a secret technique for escaping. But Lin Yuan did not. Once targeted by the Meduo Traveler, the consequences were unimaginable. Galaxy Master, please do not come near us. Even though the news of Lin Yuan killing the three-headed alien race Olivin had come out 5 years ago, Olivin was merely a 9th rank myriad layer realm powerhouse, having initiated only more than 20,000 spatial layers, whereas the Meduo Traveler, who had initiated more than 900,000 spatial layers, was not on the same level. No harm, come toward me, Lin Yuan transmitted through the black disk. You still want me to come over? Exelon immediately reacted. Lin Yuan had not failed to see the fierce and formidable Meduo Traveler. Instead, he had his own confidence. Although Zilan did not know with what Lin Yuan was planning to counter the nearly million-fold realm Meduo Traveler, judging from the time spent with the Galaxy Master, Zilan knew well that the Galaxy Master's character was not that of an arrogantly overconfident evolver. If the Galaxy Master asked him to come over, he must have had a way to deal with the Meduo Traveler. Okay. Zilan did not hesitate and began to move in Lin Yuan's direction. Galaxy Master, while the Meduo Traveler was not paying attention, I took a treasure he had been guarding for a long time. While getting closer to Lin Yuan, Zilan explained the causes and consequences. The Meduo Traveler is the descendant of a powerful ancient god, deep within the cosmic starry skies. That ancient god had not taken part in the wars for domination among the universe's races, and the Meduo Traveler had no significant hatred for human civilization. The Meduo Traveler had been chasing Zilan this long purely because he was annoyed by Zilan, and the treasure was indeed not simple, nearly as potent as a 10-star rare treasure. Swoosh! Lin Yuan and Zilan successfully converged. Immediately after, the towering Meduo Traveler also arrived in pursuit. Galaxy Master. The Meduo Traveler quickly recognized Lin Yuan, unable to help it as the Galaxy Master was too renowned and even a supreme being had heard of him. Meduo Traveler, Lin Yuan said in a calm tone, Xuan Huang's secret realm offers countless opportunities. With the time you've spent chasing, you probably could have found the next location by now. So protective of your race, Galaxy Master? The Meduo Traveler fumed internally. But today, if you do not hand over that treasure, I won't even consider the face of the Galaxy Master. Your adventure continues at Empire. Under normal circumstances, the Meduo Traveler would have been quite willing to give face to the Galaxy Master. With the potential of the Galaxy Master, reaching the 9th rank million-heavy realm was almost inevitable in the future. Offending such a formidable future powerhouse was not wise for the Meduo Traveler. There was no reconciliation between the insect race, Tianyu clan, and human civilization. However, there was not much direct hatred between him, the Meduo Traveler, and humans or the Galaxy Master. In the cosmic starry skies, having more friends meant having more paths. But now, the Meduo Traveler really couldn't swallow his pride. If that's the case, make your move, Lin Yuan said bluntly. Rumble. The two instantly entered a deeper layer of spatial layers to begin their battle, not far away. Exelon was carefully sensing the dreadful fluctuations coming from the deeper spatial layers. Has the Galaxy Master engaged with the Meduo Traveler? Xelon murmured. And this battle fluctuation, it hasn't immediately collapsed? Xelon dared not get near the spatial layer where Lin Yuan and the Meduo Traveler were fighting, but judging by the fluctuations caused by their battle, he could deduce the rough situation. Xelan's eyes were somewhat vacant. The growth rate of the Galaxy Master was too rapid. He still remembered that not long ago, he'd been escorting the Galaxy Master to his homeworld. At that time, the Galaxy Master had just entered the 9th rank, appearing as if he knew nothing. And now, in a blink of an eye, he had reached a level to contend with the Meduo Traveler? Too terrifying, truly worthy of being the most dazzling, unrivaled genius in the history of our human civilization. Xelon swallowed. Back on the battlefields of different races, he had been thinking about how to protect Lin Yuan from being assassinated by that 9th rank powerhouse from the Tianyu clan. Now, however, it was Lin Yuan's turn to protect him. The roles had switched, yet the time between them was exceedingly short. Deep within the heavy spatial layers, Lin Yuan and the Meduo Traveler confronted each other, separated by dozens of spatial layers. Galaxy Master, I never expected you to be this strong. You almost inflicted severe damage on me. The Meduo Traveler stared intently at Lin Yuan, his heart trembling slightly. Just now, as he and the Galaxy Master had delved into the heavy spatial layers, the instant they collided, the Meduo Traveler had felt an unimaginable force penetrating him. If it weren't for his awakening ancient god talent and timely withdrawal, he might have been severely wounded by now. Talent, secret technique, treasure, or something else? The Meduo Traveler's mind was filled with doubts. He had initially thought he could suppress the Galaxy Master. Even if the latter could surpass him in the future, at least for now the Meduo Traveler thought he was stronger than the Galaxy Master. But after their recent clash, the Meduo Traveler instantly concluded that he could not overcome the Galaxy Master. Chapter 9. The Door to the Myriad Realms trembles again. Please subscribe. 2. Not only was he unable to contend with the Galactic Star-Lord, but if he continued to stay, there was a risk of stumbling if the Galactic Star-Lord seized an opportunity. What a pity! Lin Yuan's expression was calm, but he felt a tinge of regret inside. In the opening of spatial layers, Lin Yuan was not as skilled as Meduo Traveler. However, the world within Lin Yuan was vast, with a circumference of over 100 million li, and the power that burst forth was estimated to have surpassed the prowess of a million-heavy realm. Nevertheless, Meduo Traveler was very cautious. Though he was angry, he had not lost his reason and did not completely underestimate Lin Yuan. Otherwise, with that last contact collision, Lin Yuan had the confidence to make the other party suffer a significant loss. Galactic Star-Lord, let's end this matter here, Meduo Traveler immediately conceded, understanding that with the strength Lin Yuan had just shown, he had no hope of obtaining that treasure. Here's a heads up. Hanyi of the Tianyu clan is searching for you everywhere, wanting to kill this avatar of yours to avenge the battlefield, he said. Hanyi is the strongest 9th rank life of the Tianyu clan in this era, having opened over 30 million spatial layers. Even though you're strong, when facing Hanyi, you won't even be able to flee, Meduo Traveler immediately said, providing some secret information to ease the relationship with the Galactic Star-Lord. Now that he confirmed that the treasure was out of his reach, it was natural not to completely offend the Galactic Star-Lord. After speaking, Meduo Traveler's figure merged into a deeper layer of spatial layers and flew off in another direction. Lin Yuan stood still and did not pursue. The main issue was that he could not catch up. The more spatial layers opened, the more layers one could occupy in an instant, and one could appear amidst the myriad layers in a split second. In terms of raw killing power, Lin Yuan surpassed the warriors of the million-heavy realm, but in other aspects he was somewhat inferior. Normally, with the help of certain secret techniques and treasures, beings of lower spatial layer count can hope to escape the pursuit of those from higher layer counts. For example, Xelon had just escaped with her life from Meduo Traveler's hands. But for a being from a lower number of spatial layers to attempt to kill a being from a higher number of layers, setting aside the question of strength, such an event was not possible. The chases between 9th rank strong beings across spatial layers were not directly related to speed. Hanyi of the Tianyu clan? Lin Yuan thought of Meduo Traveler's reminder, his expression becoming slightly solemn. A normal ninth rank being needs only to open 10 million spatial layers, which is the threshold for attempting a breakthrough to the 10th rank. But Hanyi has opened more than 30 million layers. His strength is absolutely above that of other ninth rank beings, and it is estimated that among the many ninth rank beings entering the Xuanhuang secret realm this time, Hanyi is definitely one of the strongest. However, the Xuanhuang secret realm is so vast it won't be easy to find me, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head lightly. Indeed, he was no match for Hanyi, but this strongest ninth rank of the Tianyu clan could not directly pinpoint Lin Yuan's location, deep within the myriad spatial layers. Maduo Traveler, who had already departed, still felt a bit of lingering fear and unease. I've got in over my head, he said. If I had known the Galactic Starlord was so powerful, I should have decisively given up on that treasure from the outset. Maduo Traveler began to reflect on his actions. His ancient god ancestor, among many ancient gods, was not the strongest in terms of power, but he thrived by maintaining good relationships with various clans. This was achieved because he offended no one. But now, he had offended the Galactic Starlord. Still, the piece of intelligence I revealed should make up for it to some extent. Maduo Traveler sighed slightly with relief. The fact that Hunyi was searching for the Galactic Starlord was not widely known. Maduo Traveler, through his ancient god ancestors' relationships, was one of the few who were informed. Hunyi promised compensation for whoever could provide the whereabouts of the Galactic Starlord. But at this point, Maduo Traveler couldn't care less about any reward. He was only thinking of how to redeem himself in the eyes of the Galactic Starlord, not to seek favor but at least to avert disgust. After Maduo Traveler retreated, Lin Yuan returned to Zilan's side. It's safe now, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Maduo Traveler has retreated? Zilan couldn't help asking. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Your strength, Galactic Starlord. Even with some anticipation, Zilan still felt shocked. Maduo Traveler's temperament was far from that of his ancient god ancestor. He was impulsive and prone to getting in over his head. The only way to make Maduo Traveler retreat on his own was to inflict pain, to make him lose the will to continue the confrontation. By achieving this, Lin Yuan, who drove Maduo Traveler away, must possess strength at least above that of Maduo Traveler. Maduo Traveler had opened up more than 900,000 spatial layers, approaching the 9th rank millionfold realm. If Lin Yuan is even stronger than Maduo Traveler, could it be? Zilan vaguely felt her own cognition being shattered. She has been in the 9th rank for nearly 1,000,000 years, and the spatial layers she opened up were only over 600,000, far weaker than Maduo Traveler. But now, Lin Yuan, who had recently ascended to the 9th rank, was already capable of surpassing Maduo Traveler? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go elsewhere. Lin Yuan, leading Zilan, entered the layers of spatial layers. Several days later, the two finally stopped. Maduo Traveler said, the Hanyi of the Tianyu clan is looking for my whereabouts. Lin Yuan spoke directly. Hanyi? Zilan's face changed slightly. Toward this strongest 9th rank member of the Tianyu clan, she began to feel extremely wary and even fearful. In the large alien battlefield, scenes of Hanyi's strikes swept through tens of millions of spatial layers, suppressing dozens of 9th rank cultivators of the Myriad Heavy realm to near death. Such a powerful being was actually looking for Lin Yuan's whereabouts? Zilan's expression turned unsightly. This was too shameless. Although Lin Yuan indeed caused the Tianyu clan great embarrassment on the battlefield, it still didn't justify deploying such a powerful being specifically against him. We will need to be more cautious from now on. Zilan steadied herself and spoke earnestly. Of course, Lin Yuan said. Even without Hunyi, he would tread carefully in the Xuanhuang secret realm. By the way, tell me about that opportune place. What made Maduo Traveler so angry? Lin Yuan asked with slight curiosity. Maduo Traveler, always trying to emulate his crafty ancient god ancestor, wouldn't easily make enemies of any party. That he would go to such lengths to hunt down Zilan, clearly he must have been truly enraged. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Zilan's face revealed a smile. That opportune place was left by a follower of His Majesty, Zilan immediately said. To Lin Yuan, she had nothing to hide. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, she would still be hunted by Maduo Traveler, and it's possible this avatar might already be dead. His Majesty? Lin Yuan nodded, listening. In the Xuanhuang secret realm, there were many mentions of His Majesties among the various opportunities. Most owners of treasures at these opportune places were followers of that great His Majesty. This follower came from a mysterious background, accidentally entering a dimensional rift and falling into our dimension. Ultimately, he was saved by His Majesties. Zilan's tone carried some astonishment. Discussions of dimensional layers were not a secret. Dimensional layers, which are above space rules, even 12th rank life, supreme beings, ultimate existences on the Dao, can't break through dimensional layers. But between different dimensions, there's a very slim chance rifts can occur, and if one enters these rifts and survives, there's a chance to enter other dimensions. However, the chances were so slim that even supreme beings couldn't detect the existence of dimensional rifts, and once rifts appeared, they would vanish within a few breaths. What I received, according to the owner of that place of chance, is their most cherished treasure. Zilan extended her right hand, and a black sphere appeared before her. Enjoy new tales from Empire. The black sphere hovered in midair, slowly rotating, emanating mysterious fluctuations. But I've studied it for a long time and haven't discovered what's special about this treasure? Zilan's expression was puzzled. Lin Yuan, who was initially just a bit curious, now wore a serious expression. Because at the same time, the grandiose and magnificent door to the Myriad Realms deep within his mind began to tremble slightly. Chapter 10, Goodwill from the Ancient God. Please subscribe. Door to the Myriad Realms, Lin Yuan's spirit was aroused. The door to the Myriad Realms was indeed Lin Yuan's greatest trump card, incomparable to any other. Even the mysterious gourd had to take a back seat. He paid close attention to the changes in the door to the Myriad Realms. Could this black sphere contain world coordinates that make the door to the Myriad Realms vibrate on its own? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. In the past few transits, only by getting close to the coordinates of other worlds could he cause the door to the Myriad Realms to change. Of course, there could be other possibilities. But Lin Yuan's true understanding of the door to the Myriad Realms was still limited. His main issue was that he was too weak to have the door to the Myriad Realms recognize him as its master. He could only guess and speculate about the changes in the door to the Myriad Realms. Can I take a look? Lin Yuan looked at Zilan and spoke. What's the big deal about that? Zilan casually tossed the black sphere to Lin Yuan. The moment Lin Yuan's right hand touched the black sphere, a stream of information traveled through his skin into his body, eventually integrating into the door to the Myriad Realms. At the very bottom of the door to the Myriad Realms, behind the 9 world coordinate imprints, new world coordinate information slowly emerged. It really is a world coordinate. Lin Yuan was invigorated. Is it the world coordinates of another dimension? Lin Yuan was even more delighted. With the help of the door to the Myriad Realms, world coordinates meant an unguarded treasury to Lin Yuan. Is the world coordinate the most precious treasure to oneself? Could this world coordinate be from the homeland of the owner of that place of opportunity? Lin Yuan guessed to himself. According to Zilan's explanation, the owner of the place of opportunity was a being from another dimension who had accidentally entered the dimensional rift, later becoming a follower of the Great Your Majesty. Stranded in the unfamiliar dimensional rift, the owner of the place of opportunity must have missed his homeland world greatly, but the spaces between different dimensions were like chasms that even supreme beings could not cross. Even with the world coordinates of one's homeland, it was meaningless. The owner of the place of opportunity was a follower of the great Your Majesties of the Xuanhuang secret realm, and this Your Majesty, based on current information, was at least a supreme being. Lin Yuan didn't believe the owner of the place of opportunity had never sought help from the great Your Majesties. With world coordinates, supreme beings could lock onto any world within the same dimension, but for other dimensions, even supreme beings were helpless. Did you figure out anything? Zilan looked at Lin Yuan expectantly. He had an almost blind adoration for Lin Yuan by now. He had studied the black sphere for half a day without understanding it, hoping that Lin Yuan could grasp something just by looking at it for a few moments. Nothing. Lin Yuan shook his head. In fact, he already knew what this black sphere was and had replicated the most precious world coordinates inside it into the door to the Myriad Realms. But clearly, he couldn't say that out loud. Lin Yuan would not reveal any information about the door to the Myriad Realms to anyone. I see, Zilan sighed. Inside that place of opportunity, there were many treasures laid out, and he had followed the owner's wishes and taken the most precious one to escape. What about the other treasures? Maduo Traveler was close behind. Zilan only had time to take one of the treasures. He thought it would be some great opportunity, but now it seemed of little use. This made Zilan somewhat frustrated. He had run the risk of his avatar being destroyed, being chased by Maduo Traveler for so long, only to find now it seemed like it was all for nothing. When I get back, I'll hand it over to the 3 goddesses and see. Maybe they'll know what it is? Lin Yuan handed the black sphere back to Zilan. This black sphere had lost its significance to Lin Yuan as the most important world coordinates inside had already been replicated. That's also true. Just because I don't recognize it doesn't mean the 3 goddesses won't recognize it. Zilan nodded slightly. Many of the treasures contained in the numerous places of opportunity within the Xuanhuang secret realm had rare origins. It was quite normal that he couldn't recognize it now. The 2 of them continued to examine the black sphere for a while, and then they started talking about serious matters. Galaxy Master, what are your plans moving forward? Zilan asked. I plan to take a look at the core area, Lin Yuan said. Many strong beings were curious about the core area of the Xuanhuang secret realm and wanted to explore it. Lin Yuan's plan to visit the core area was completely normal and not a special request. The core area, Zilan pondered for a while. I also plan to enter the core area this time. Why don't we go together? Zilan suggested. The Xuanhuang secret realm had been opened many times. Stay Updated with Empire Zilan had also entered several times, wandering through many areas of the outer and inner regions. He had yet to visit the core area. Now was a good time to check it out. Galaxy Master, although my direct combat power is nowhere near yours, I'm not bad when it comes to fleeing and surviving, Zilan said proactively. He had easily escaped from Meduo Traveler, whose power was close to that of the Million Heavy Realm, which indeed spoke for itself. Lin Yuan was not confident he could do the same. When facing the pursuit of Meduo Traveler, Lin Yuan could stand still and blast him away. But to use multiple spatial layers to prevent Meduo Traveler from touching him, that was difficult. That works, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and didn't refuse. The core area was still far away. Crossing the vast inner region would take at least 10 to 20 years. Having a companion for that time wasn't such a bad idea. As for entering the core area and facing that calling sensation, when the time came, Lin Yuan could simply find an excuse to part ways with Zilan, Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his expression revealing a joyful color. Chapter 10, Goodwill from the Ancient God. Please subscribe. 2. What a great harvest. Lin Yuan's mind sank deep into his brain, looking at the new world coordinate imprint at the bottom of the door to the Myriad Realms, a smile emerging on his face. This time entering the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan's goal was for that calling sensation. Read the latest on Empire. But unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. He actually recorded a world coordinate from another dimensional layer. World coordinates of other dimensional layers are useless to any powerful being, even to a supreme being. They are of no use. Without the ability to break through the dimensional barriers, what use is just a world coordinate? But Lin Yuan is different. With the help of the door to the Myriad Realms, he can easily descend to any world, no matter how many dimensions or layers are apart. What even a supreme being cannot do, Lin Yuan can achieve with just a strand of world-breaking origin force. Of course, a strand of world-breaking origin force only allows Lin Yuan to traverse randomly, and as Lin Yuan grows stronger, the downsides of random traversal also increase. As a first rank and second rank, no matter which world he descended to, he could bring tremendous help to himself. Because his strength was too low, his upper limit for improvement was very high. But at 5th rank, 6th rank, 8th rank, 9th rank, the worlds that could offer help to Lin Yuan were increasingly fewer. That's why on the 8th traversal, Lin Yuan directly chose the spirit realms instead of aimlessly traversing. What if, like the 7th traversal, he descended into a low martial world, unable to recover to 6th rank or manifest physical body divine ability? Wouldn't that be a waste of world-breaking origin force? Let's see what kind of level the world connected to this coordinate is. Lin Yuan scrutinized the world coordinate at the bottom of the door to the Myriad Realms. He was quite anticipative about the world behind this coordinate, as the master of this opportunistic place in the Xuanhuang secret realm was a follower of that great His Majesty. And how weak could a follower of a supreme being be? From this, one could infer that the hometown world of the owner of the Site of Opportunity couldn't possibly be of a low level. If it were too low, likely it would be crushed to dust by the aura inside before even passing through the dimensional gap. Lin Yuan sent out a strand of his mind along the world coordinate, stepping into the dimensional layer and arriving beside a vast world. This world, Lin Yuan observed carefully. At this moment, his vision was the perspective of the door to the Myriad Realms, allowing him to see many things invisible to himself. Before the last traversal, when Lin Yuan observed the spirit realm, he also saw the immortal realms above the spirit realm. It's known that the immortal realm and the spirit realm are not on the same spatial layer. Only the 9th layer of heaven of the spirit realm connects with the spatial layer where the immortal realm resides. A moment later, this strand of Lin Yuan's mind extinguished. This world, compared to the main world, the pace of time is roughly 1 to 2 or 300. Lin Yuan speculated in his thoughts. Through the pace of time, he discerned that this world's level must be much stronger than the spirit realm, which had a time flow rate comparison of 500 to 1 with the main universe. Although using only the pace of time to judge the strength of a world is somewhat arbitrary, it largely reflects the depth of the world's foundation. And this world, it seems a bit special. Lin Yuan's expression showed he was deep in thought. For the 9th traversal, I can prioritize descending into this world, Lin Yuan decided in his heart. Although he has the world coordinate of the immortal realm, there exist beings comparable to supreme beings in the immortal realm, such as the Ancestral Master. Apart from the Ancestral Master, Lin Yuan doesn't know if there are other ancestors of the Great Dao. The level of the immortal realm is a bit too high for Lin Yuan. If he reaches Tier 10 or Tier 11 in the future, Lin Yuan would consider descending into the immortal realm, but for his current 9th rank, he's more satisfied with the newly discovered world, in the territory of the Tianyu clan. On a gigantic planet, the strongest life form of the 9th rank of the Tianyu clan, Hunyi, opened his eyes. Where exactly in the Xuanhuang secret realm is that galactic Star Lord? Hunyi frowned slightly. Upon learning that the galactic Star Lord had also entered the Xuanhuang secret realm, he immediately began searching for traces of the other. In Battlefield B-01, the Galactic Star-Lord slaughtered those invincible 8th rank of the Tianyu clan like chickens, a humiliation that enraged countless powerhouses of the Tianyu clan. Hunyi was no exception. In the main universe, where the Galactic Star-Lord was within the territory of the human race under the watchful eyes of a supreme being, Hunyi had no opportunity to make a move. Even if in the future on a large alien battlefield, it's still uncertain whether human civilization would be willing to let the Galactic Star-Lord enter such a battlefield. And even if they allow it, they would definitely prepare many fallback strategies for the Galactic Star-Lord. Han Yi likewise had no assurance of dealing with the Galactic Star-Lord. But in the Xuanhuang's secret realm, Han Yi believed he could definitely deal with the Galactic Star-Lord. Has any powerhouse seen the Galactic Star Master exchange blows with Meduo Traveler? Han Yi immediately started contacting Meduo Traveler. The Tianyu clan had a good relationship with that ancient god ancestor of Meduo Traveler, and several heavenly lords were close friends of the other party. Before long, the projection of Meduo Traveler appeared in front of Han Yi. Meduo. Han Yi looked at Meduo Traveler. I heard you've had an exchange with the Galactic Star Master. Some time ago, I indeed had an encounter with the Galactic Star Master over a treasure, Meduo Traveler did not deny. Since you've had an encounter, I presume with your methods, Meduo, you should be able to roughly pinpoint the Galactic Star Master's location using the rules of causality, Han Yi continued asking. Meduo Traveler had directly confronted the Galactic Star Master, generating significant causality. By leveraging the connection between causality, one could roughly pinpoint the opponent's location. Of course, such pinpointing had to be among equals in terms of power realm. If those defeated Tianyu clan 8th rank invincibles attacked by Lin Yuan were to try pinpointing, using 8th rank to lock onto 9th rank causality, whether it could be done wasn't the issue, there would also be a backlash from causality. This, Meduo Traveler hesitated a bit. Rest assured, just tell me the range of the Galactic Star Master's location, and I, Han Yi, will definitely reward you generously, Han Yi said with a serious tone. Han Yi, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's really that I don't know. That Galactic Star Master is also profoundly skilled in the rules of causality, and I am unable to pinpoint him. Meduo Traveler shook his head. Even more skilled in causality than you? Han Yi asked, surprised. Yes. Meduo Traveler nodded. If that's the case, then let it be. Han Yi was not suspicious of anything. He cut off the connection with Meduo Traveler. Elsewhere in the universe, Meduo Traveler saw Han Yi's projection disappear. He breathed a sigh of relief. Ancestor. Is it really okay for us to deceive Han Yi like this? Meduo Traveler looked towards the side, where an even more colossal figure was sitting. It was Meduo Traveler's ancient god ancestor. After the encounter with Lin Yuan, Meduo Traveler had informed his ancestor about everything. He felt Lin Yuan's talent was too terrifying, and even though he disclosed information about Han Yi, he still felt uneasy and needed his ancestor to consult. Just now, while Han Yi contacted him, Meduo Traveler was considering whether to agree with Han Yi. After all, Han Yi hailed from the Tianyu clan and was the strongest 9th layer being of his generation in the clan, possibly becoming a heavenly lord in the future. But before Meduo Traveler could decide, the ancient god ancestor next to him gestured for him not to disclose the whereabouts of the Galactic Star Master. Deceiving? What do you mean by deceiving? The ancient god ancestor glared at Meduo Traveler. What have I, your ancestor, relied on in all my time traversing the universe? It's relying on insight. The ancient god ancestor spoke gravely. The strength of that Galactic Star Master, if really as you described, surpasses even the rumors. How long has he stepped into the 9th rank and already possessed the strength to repel you? But Han Yi, Meduo Traveler, was still a bit worried. He used the excuse that the Galactic Star Master was also skilled in causality to refuse Han Yi, something that could be easily proven. It only needed another 9th rank powerhouse skilled in causality who had fought with the Galactic Star Master to emerge. Then, by using causal sensing, they could verify if the Galactic Star Master really had mastery in causality. Meduo Traveler was worried that if Han Yi found out he was merely placating him, but what? The ancient god ancestor rolled his eyes. That Han Yi, at most, is entering the 10th tier, but the Galactic Star Master is very likely to step into tier 11, given the importance human civilization places on him, perhaps even aiming for that level. If you offend Han Yi, your ancestor here could still protect you. The ancient god ancestor glanced at Meduo Traveler. But if you offend the Galactic Star Master, I, your ancestor, might even be implicated by you in the future. Chapter 11. 15 years later, please subscribe. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 15 years had gone by. Milky Way main star, Star-Lord's Great Hall. Lin Yuan's true body was sitting cross-legged, and in the small area before him, space vibrated subtly, and time also began to twist. Whir, whir, whir. The flow rate of time in the area sometimes increased, sometimes slowed down. Since I began to understand the rule of time 9 years ago, the speed of subsequent insights has become slower and slower. Lin Yuan looked at the area with varying rates of time flow. It seems that the hope of fully understanding the complete time rules at the 9th rank is not very great. Even if I were to forcefully comprehend it with Against Heaven's understanding, it would probably take 100,000 to several 100,000 years. With that effort, I could have already struck to reach the Supreme Being realm, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. The rule of time, for a 9th rank breaking through to 10th rank, was of no help, nor was there anything like a Foundation's enhancement. Normally, a ninth rank evolver would not invest too much of their time and effort into the rule of time, as it was completely a bottomless pit, and only Lin Yuan with his Against Heaven's understanding even attempted it for a few years, finally concluding that to fully understand the rule of time, he would need 100,000 years. Of course, the 100,000 years mentioned here refers to the time at the ninth rank. Once Lin Yuan steps into 10th rank, let alone tier 11, under the high-standing perspective, comprehending time would certainly be greatly reduced. Actually, compared to the space rules, the effect of the time rules is quite underwhelming. It's tied to one's own foundation, and without a sufficiently high life essence, it's basically of little use. Stay updated through my virtual library empire. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Take, for instance, some of the ancient 11th rank life forms, of whom a very small number had also understood the rule of time. But do these ancient 11th rank life forms dare to step into the river of time and go against the flow to resurrect past deceased lives? They dare not. Even resurrecting the weakest 6th rank life, they dare not. They have the ability to do it, but they do not dare. Because it goes against the operating rules of the main universe, and once they do it, they must face the backlash of the main universe. The depth of the Supreme Being's life essence is unimaginably thick, capable of withstanding the backlash brought by resurrection, but those at tier 11 are far from having such capability. Now that Lin Yuan has just begun to understand the rule of time, he can only manage to speed up time or slow it down, and compared with the flow rate of time in the main world, he can achieve up to threefold at most. Whether it's speeding up or slowing down time, it can be maintained for only up to 20 breaths, and the range of coverage, once exceeding 3 zhang around the body, will see the duration sharply plummet. If the area covered by the accelerated or decelerated time encompasses an evolver whose life essence is higher than Lin Yuan's, it might even collapse prematurely. It's like trying to trap a whale with a small fishing net. As for slowing down the time flow rate at his body's exterior, achieving an external year while only a day has passed for oneself, reaching an alternative form of life extension, it can only just manage to extend life. When the flow rate of time differs from that of the main universe, the sensation towards many universal rules and the great Dao will become blurry. Time is a pillar among the rules, and it is only with the blessing of the force of time that life is able to sense the fluctuations and changes of the various great Dao rules. If the time rules are inconsistent with the main universe, it amounts to actively severing the path that perceives the operation of the universal Great Dao rules. Unless within the area of time flow rate, a new operation of Great Dao rules can be reconstructed. During Lin Yuan's 8 traversals, each time the world he traversed had a different time flow rate than the main universe, but he could still sense the Great Dao rules. It is because within the flow rate of time in those worlds, there is a corresponding operation of Great Dao rules. The Xuanhuang Secret Realm. Lin Yuan glanced at the depths of space. In the past 15 years, his Taiyang divine spirit had almost walked through most of the inner region. In another 5 or 6 years at most, he would be able to enter the core area, the Xuanhuang Secret Realm. Deep within the heavy layers of the spatial layers, Lin Yuan and Xilan were on their journey. It had to be said that traveling with Xilan had greatly improved Lin Yuan's efficiency. Although Xilan's combat power was ordinary, she excelled at transitioning between the spatial layers, and with Lin Yuan following her, they could often save a lot of trouble. For example, upon encountering a difficult indigenous life form, often just as the indigenous life form started to perceive the fluctuations deep within a spatial layer, Xilan would already have taken Lin Yuan far away. The indigenous life form wouldn't even have time to pursue them. The Xuanhuang Secret Realm has been open for over 20 years now, Xilan said while traveling, her tone slightly heavy. Many of the friends who entered the secret realm with me have died, Xilan sighed. If I hadn't heeded your advice to stay away from those fortune spots, I probably would be in danger by now too. Fortune spots are where treasures emerge, presenting great opportunities as well as great risks. As many alien strong ones rush there, fighting for treasures could mean death at the hands of one of those alien strong ones. On this trip to the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, Xilan had already reaped considerable rewards, including that unfathomable black sphere beforehand, and had also been lucky to enter a fortune spot previously. Now, for Xilan, the most important thing was to complete the journey safely. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded. Over the past 20 years or so, he had also made some acquaintances among human 9th rank evolvers, learning some information about this entry into the Xuanhuang Secret Realm. Nowadays, the Xuanhuang Secret Realm is not safe anywhere. Those alien strong ones lurking in the outer regions are probably rich in harvest and want to leave the secret realm alive, Xilan said with a trace of mockery on her face. But now hundreds of Myriad Heavy Realm and Million Heavy Realm, 9th rank alien strong ones have started to sweep the outer regions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan showed no surprise. Having been open for over 20 years, the Xuanhuang Secret Realm has those who survived until now at the 9th rank, basically all having some gains, which makes them a hunting target for those 9th rank alien strong ones of hundreds of Myriad Heavy Realm and Million Heavy Realm. Chapter 11, 15 years later, subscribe please. 2. Rather than laboriously exploring opportunities everywhere, it's better to directly seek out those who have found such opportunities. In the main universe, if one wishes to hunt a ninth rank, even just at its early stage, one needs to consider many factors, such as whether the alien's power group would provide support. The most important thing is, even if one kills a ninth rank, the avatar is most likely what you would destroy, and it would not carry any excessively precious treasures. But in the Xuanhuang secret realm, it's different. Those ninth rank myriad layer realm strong ones who have survived up to now, in the eyes of those alien strong ones from Million Heavy Realm and 10 Million Heavy Realm, are nothing but walking treasure troves, and killing just one can yield considerable rewards. Even Lin Yuan, who tries as much as possible not to flock to places of opportunity, has still collected quite a lot, not to mention the other strong ones. In addition, the outer area is the smallest, so it is the first to be swept through. Lin Yuan and Zilan actively moved towards the core area and thus avoided the first wave of the hunter's sweep. Once you enter the Xuanhuang secret realm, you can only leave when it closes. If you are in the outer area, then you are actively expelled. Lin Yuan spoke with a slightly reflective tone. Although there are 333 entrances to the Xuanhuang secret realm in the main universe, those are only entrances, not exits. Once the closing day arrives, if not situated in the outer area, one would be left inside the realm, and the fate awaiting them would be death by the realm's forces. Galaxy Master, these past 15 years, you must have made some breakthroughs, right? Zilan engaged in some conversation, full of curiosity. If it were any other ninth rank strong one, Zilan would not ask such a question. 15 years? A breakthrough in just 15 years? For the long-lived ninth-rank strong beings, 15 years is not even enough for a nap. But this is Lin Yuan. Zilan could say she had personally witnessed the speed of Lin Yuan's growth. Decades ago, Lin Yuan was still fighting those 8th-layer beings on the medium-sized otherworldly battlefield. It was not long before he could repulse someone like the Meduo Traveler, a 9th-rank strong one close to the Million Heavy Realm. And that was what happened 15 years ago. Now, another 15 years have passed. Lin Yuan can only be stronger. Indeed, I have made breakthroughs. Lin Yuan smiled, not denying it. This is too freakish, Zilan sighed. Watching the once younger figure swiftly catch up, surpass, and widen the gap left Zilan with complicated feelings. To live in the same era as the Galaxy Master, she wasn't sure if it was either a fortune or a misfortune. Though Zilan did not continue to inquire, as doing so would seem somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan still had flashes in his mind about many breakthroughs he had achieved over these 15 years. The first was making headway in the rule of time, an achievement most ninth-rank beings could not possibly possess. Even if a ninth-rank being was lucky enough to make headway in the rule of time, it would be at the 9th stage peak, when no further advancement was possible, coupled with good fortune, after a long accumulation releasing suddenly, barely achieving it. Lin Yuan stepping into the rule of time in just 20 to 30 years of being a 9th rank was indeed incredible. Entering the rule of time did not significantly enhance direct combat power, but its auxiliary effects were exceptionally rare and valuable. Secondly was the derivation and expansion of spatial layers. Over 15 years, Lin Yuan's spatial layers had developed and expanded to 98,000 layers. Even within the 100,000 heavy realm, Lin Yuan's spatial layers would not be considered weak. 98,000 layers of spatial layers, combined with Lin Yuan's world spanning over 1,000,000 miles within his inner world, layer upon layer accumulating, Lin Yuan's direct combat strength could likely skyrocket to the 2,000,000 layer level. Of course, that's just comparable fighting strength face to face. In other aspects, Lin Yuan was still far less than those of the 2,000,000 layer strong ones, such as mastery over numerous spatial layers and the instant seizing of spatial layer quantities. Besides, Lin Yuan occasionally continued to comprehend the body of a supreme being, aiming to understand more paths of the demonic evolution path. Firstly, these paths of the demonic evolution path were beneficial to Lin Yuan. Even at the 9th rank, they could still be of help. Secondly, Lin Yuan wanted to continue elevating the ranks of his Demon Jade Tower members. After the core members of the Moyu Tower came the sequence members. Compared to ordinary members, core members, and sequence members in the Demon Jade Tower, they began to truly hold power. If Lin Yuan could become a Demon Jade Tower member, he might gain certain authority over the Demon Jade space. In doing so, even if alien strong ones in the future condensed the Magic Jade Mark and became ordinary members of the Magic Jade Tower, using the Magic Jade Mark to descend into the Demon Jade space, Lin Yuan could leverage his sequence disciple authority to expel them. This would prevent the alien strong ones from benefiting from the opportunities available in the Demon Jade space. Lin Yuan knew well how precious and rare the treasures in the 9 Floors Dark Tower's reward repository were. He even speculated that by continuously upgrading his membership level inside the Magic Jade Tower, he might someday be able to take control of the Magic Jade Tower and become its new master. Although the Magic Jade Tower had declined following the disappearance of the Demonic Jade Tower Master, with many members hiding scattered, even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse. The lure of any single layer's reward repository in the 9 Floors Dark Tower could light up Lin Yuan's eyes, let alone the Magic Jade Tower itself. The final aspect concerned the absorption of the liquid inside the mysterious gourd. Now Lin Yuan had already absorbed the sixth kind of blue liquid and had greatly progressed in absorbing it. His inner world had even reached a size of 180 million square miles. To understand, opening successive spatial layers amplifies the potency of each layer in his inner world. The impact on Lin Yuan's power was nothing short of transformative. Of course, an inner world spanning 180 million square miles was only achievable by Lin Yuan's true body. As for the Taiyang divine spirit situated in the Xuanhuang secret realm, the inner world was still the same size as before his entry, because Lin Yuan couldn't possibly send the mysterious gourd to the Xuanhuang secret realm for the Taiyang divine spirit to absorb. In fact, there was no need to send it. It could completely be transferred through the door to the Myriad Realms. While moving between worlds, he could expend world-breaking origin force to send items from the main world to the world he was traversing. Similarly, while in the main world, items could be instantly transferred between Lin Yuan's true body and the primordial spirit through the door to the Myriad Realms. It only required the expenditure of world-breaking origin force. As for the isolation of the Xuanhuang secret realm, if it could traverse dimensional walls, what was the Xuanhuang secret realm compared to that? Yet Lin Yuan still chose not to do so because if the mysterious gourd appeared in the Xuanhuang secret realm, there was a risk of losing it. What if, while the Taiyang divine spirit held the mysterious gourd, it encountered a supreme being Lin Yuan couldn't resist, or some peril inherent to the Xuanhuang secret realm itself, and lost the mysterious gourd? Wouldn't that be heartbreaking? World-breaking origin force? Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. 15 years ago, he had amassed 71 strands of world-breaking origin force. Now, Lin Yuan's tally of world-breaking origin force had reached an impressive 120 strands. With such a hefty amount, Lin Yuan could even custom order a trip through realms. It only required the expenditure of 100 strands of world-breaking origin force to allow the door to the Myriad Realms to select a world for traversal based on his set conditions. If it wasn't for the need to conserve energy for travel, I'd want to undertake a traversal right now. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. When approaching a critical breakthrough, Lin Yuan was hesitant to traverse, fearing it might delay his progress. But now, it was a time when he needed to accumulate substantial time, opening a layer after layer in space-time being the main expenditure. It was arguably the best opportunity for Lin Yuan to traverse. Unfortunately, he was now in the Xuanhuang secret realm, and to quickly understand the reason behind the calling sensation, he decided to postpone his chance of traversal. After all, there was no real harm in waiting. There would be no loss to his world-breaking origin force. Only 5 or 6 years until reaching the core area, Zilan couldn't help but mutter softly. He also wanted to personally explore the core area of the Xuanhuang secret realm. Exactly, Lin Yuan nodded. As the two hastened on their way, rumble. A terrifying celestial fluctuation came from a distant place, affecting layer upon layer of space. Enjoy new stories from my virtual library empire. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly as he looked towards the source of the celestial fluctuation. Chapter 12, Hang in there, I'm going to weave through, please subscribe. TA, another opportunity for fortune has emerged? Zilan's expression was one of shock. Such celestial fluctuations are the strongest I've ever seen. The treasures inside must be at least comparable to an 11-star cosmic rarity, or even reaching the pinnacle level of 11-star. Zilan had entered the Xuanhuang secret realm numerous times, having witnessed the birth of many such places of fortune. She was quite knowledgeable about them, thus the instant she perceived the fluctuations, she was able to roughly estimate their value. 11-star, or even the pinnacle quality of 11-star cosmic rarities? Lin Yuan was also somewhat tempted. If the world tree is of 11-star supreme quality, could the treasures inside this distant place of opportunity possibly achieve that level? Such treasures, even within the Xuanhuang secret realm, are extremely rare, and not every opening of the realm yields them. While Lin Yuan and Zilan observed from within the layers of space, two powerful auras instantly penetrated numerous spatial layers. Boom, boom, boom. Ha ha ha, this place of fortune is mine. Accompanied by a terrifying laugh, a tall figure in a black robe appeared above the place of opportunity. He casually reached out with his right hand and extracted a treasure radiating a dim gray aura. Seeing this, Lin Yuan and Zilan trembled inwardly. The tall figure in the black robe emitted fluctuations that far surpassed the 9th rank of the Myriad Heavy Realm, and the spatial layers he had opened were at least over 20 million. That treasure, it seems like I saw a galaxy being nurtured within it, Zilan muttered to herself. Such a treasure has no equivalent in the main universe, but to provoke such a powerful being who had opened over 20 million spatial layers to act personally, its value is bound to be immeasurable. We must leave quickly. Lin Yuan's resistance to the allure of the treasures was much stronger than Zilan's. Having confirmed that the treasure had been taken, he immediately prepared to distance himself. The attention of that powerful being should still be on the treasure. They should be able to leave without any issues at present. Right, we need to hurry. Zilan also came to her senses. Although she wasn't certain of the identity of the figure in the black robe, Zilan was sure he wasn't a human evolver. If he were, he would have triggered a response from the black disc by now. This was a treasure given to every human evolver by human civilization, used to identify and locate each other in the Xuanhuang secret realm. Since he wasn't a human evolver, if he discovered Lin Yuan and Zilan nearby, he surely wouldn't mind an extra bit of profit. Let's go, go, go. Zilan, trying to smooth the fluctuations between the spatial layers, led Lin Yuan quickly away in another direction. Just then, another aura burst forth. In the distance, another figure bathed in a milky white aura appeared, looking dissatisfiedly at the figure in the black robe. Still a step too late. The figure surrounded by the milky white aura frowned deeply, not attempting to fight for the treasure. The figure in the black robe was no weaker than him, and even if he took action, it would not result in gaining the treasure but merely venting frustration, which was pointless. Ha 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 he, I'll take my leave first. The treasure of the highest value in this Xuanhuang secret realm should be this one I have. The black-robed figure laughed heartily as his figure once again vanished. Leaving behind Hunyi, standing there enveloped in milky white aura, with 12 pairs of wings on his back. As the strongest among the Peak clans, the Tianyu clan of this generation, Hunyi's foray into the Xuanhuang secret realm hadn't yielded much. The galaxy master he so wanted to find was like a mouse hiding somewhere unknown. Experience more content on my virtual library empire. Hunyi's awareness spread in all directions, permeating the numerous spatial layers, intending to randomly capture a few ants to vent his frustration. Suddenly, Hunyi's expression changed slightly, looking in a particular direction. This direction was precisely where Zilan and Lin Yuan were fleeing. Human scent, the Galactic Star-Lord? Hunyi's spirit lifted, and with a slight spread of his 12 pairs of white wings, his form disappeared from its original spot. We must move fast. The strong presence coming from behind should be the Hunyi of the Tianyu clan. Zilan's expression was serious. She hadn't recognized the figure in the black robe, but the appearance of the figure enveloped in the milky white aura was very likely from the Tianyu clan. Among the many strong beings from the Tianyu clan who had entered the Xuanhuang secret realm, those with such power were highly likely to be Hunyi. Hunyi? Lin Yuan also felt the pressure. He had long learned from the Meduo traveler that Hunyi was searching for him everywhere to avenge the humiliation suffered on the battlefields of different races. The Xuanhuang secret realm was vast, and coupled with Lin Yuan's lack of interest in those places of opportunity, Hunyi finding his location was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He just didn't expect his luck to be so bad that on the main road to the realm's core area, he happened upon the opening of a place of fortune, and the celestial phenomena caused by this opening had attracted Hunyi. Even Lin Yuan found the coincidence almost unbelievable. Could he be that unlucky? Ha ha ha. Galactic Star-Lord, do you think you can get away? Silently, a voice echoed in their ears, and at the same time, a vast, holy aura began to close in rapidly. Is it Hunyi who's pursuing us? Shilan's heart trembled. She actually had some hope that Hunyi had not noticed them. From the beginning, she and Lin Yuan had been hiding deep within the layers of space. As long as Hunyi didn't actively probe into the spatial layers, he wouldn't detect their lingering presence. After several breaths, the auras would dissipate, and even a being as powerful as Hunyi wouldn't know where they had fled. Chapter 12. Hang in there. I'll go through the shuttle. Subscribe, please. 2. But unfortunately, Hunyi did not do as he had hoped. Caught up? Lin Yuan glanced back. He couldn't help but frown. With his current strength, he was confident in defending against millions of spatial layer experts, but Hunyi had opened more than 30 million layers. Not only was he the strongest 9th-rank lifeform of the current Tianyu clan, but even amongst the entire cosmic starry skies, there were few who could suppress Hunyi at the 9th-rank level. Even if Lin Yuan was confident, he did not believe he could stop Hunyi. At least for the next 50 years, Lin Yuan did not have the confidence to defeat Hunyi. Now this is trouble. Though he was just an avatar of the primordial spirit and his death wouldn't be a significant loss to his true body, which could be recondensed in a short period of time, what about the 3 9th-tier secret treasures he carried, as well as the many gains since he entered the Xuanhuang secret realm? Wouldn't they all be in vain? The most critical point was the waste of time. The opening time of the Xuanhuang secret realm was only 100 years, and to ensure enough round-trip time, Lin Yuan had to enter the core area within 50 years. Then he would use another 50 years to return to the periphery, waiting for the closure of the Xuanhuang secret realm before being expelled to the main universe. Before the closure of the secret realm, any life not in the outer area would be left inside and then perish. Now that the Xuanhuang secret realm had been open for over 20 years, if this avatar of Lin Yuan died at the hands of Hunyi, it would essentially declare his exploration of the Xuanhuang secret realm's call a failure, unless Lin Yuan had no intention of returning from the core area at all. But if he obtained some treasure through the call from the Xuanhuang secret realm and didn't return to the main universe, wouldn't he just have to wait for the next opening of the secret realm? Given the opening frequency of the Xuanhuang secret realm, which was once every 200,000 years, 200,000 years later, with Lin Yuan's growth speed, even the strongest weapon would be practically useless. Behind him, Hun Yi felt extremely pleased. He had found what he sought where he least expected it, effortlessly. He had been worried about the treasures of the opportunity site being taken by the figure in the black robe, but then he promptly discovered the Galaxy Master's trail. Galaxy Master? This was an absolute shadow in the hearts of the 8th layer beings of the Tianyu clan. Everything that happened in the battlefields of different races, with the Tianyu clan's 8th layer invincibles butchered by the Galaxy Master like chickens, utterly shattered the spirits of some 8th layer beings. Dying at the hands of a 9th rank powerhouse or due to some external force wasn't unusual. But dying to the same 8th layer Galaxy Master, and in such a manner, it was starting to demoralize the Tianyu clan. Therefore, in this Xuanhuang secret realm, Hun Yi put seeking the site of opportunity aside for the time being, making the killing of the Galaxy Master his top priority. Galaxy Master, if you stop now, I can give you a swift end, Hun Yi said while closing the distance and transmitting his voice. In fact, in the Xuanhuang secret realm, the stronger the being, the greater the restrictions they faced. For example, in the main universe, with Hun Yi's strength, he could catch up to Zhilan Lin Yuan in a few moments with his instantaneous movements. But in the Xuanhuang secret realm, where such instantaneous movements were not possible and even the ultimate speed was capped at the limit of light speed, Hun Yi could only maintain the distance between him and Zhilan Lin Yuan, slowly closing in by dominating the spatial layers. During this time, the pursued could not slip away from his occupied spatial layers, otherwise the chase would have to start all over again. But Hun Yi didn't mind, for he was still sure he could catch up with Zhilan Lin Yuan even if it took a little longer. Stop willingly? Lin Yuan certainly wasn't about to give in. He raised his right hand, mobilizing the Dao of the world and numerous spatial layers, and launched a strike at Hun Yi coming from behind. Galaxy Master, even if I stood still and let you attack as a newly ascended 9th rank, Hun Yi grinned, utterly unconcerned. As a 9th rank powerhouse who had opened more than 30 million layers, Hun Yi was extremely confident in the thickness of his life force. Any attack would be scattered and neutralized by the over 30 million layers, so how much power would actually hit his body? However, when Lin Yuan's attack hit Hun Yi, the latter's expression slightly changed. An all-out strike equivalent to at least 2 million spatial layers? Hun Yi found it unbelievable, not because he had sustained any injury. It was that Lin Yuan's full-powered strike had such immense might. How long had he been in the 9th rank? Where other life forms newly ascended to the 9th rank were still mastering their control over multiple spatial layers, and yet Lin Yuan was already capable of unleashing such a powerful blow? Hun Yi was full of incredulity, and his desire to kill Lin Yuan intensified. This freak of a prodigy, who knew how much future harm he might cause the Tianyu clan, he had to kill this avatar to delay his growth? It's no use. Lin Yuan realized that his all-out strike did not affect Hun Yi at all, and immediately understood that, on his own, he couldn't stop the opponent. What should we do? Zhilan also grew anxious. After all, he carried many treasures with him. Read latest stories on my virtual library empire. Should we split up? Hun Yi's target is me, Lin Yuan suggested. Galaxy Master, what do you mean by that? Zhilan immediately frowned. A mere avatar is not that big of a deal. Do you think I, Zhilan, can't afford the loss? That's also true. Lin Yuan nodded. Even if they split up, Zhilan would not be able to escape. Being seen and hunted by a powerful being like Hun Yi, who had locked onto the aura, meant there was no escape as long as they were in this secret realm. Chapter 12, Hang in there. I'll go through the shuttle. Subscribe, please. 3. I've already contacted many friends, and among the human evolvers entering the secret realm this time, there are 2 who can hold up against Hun Yi. It's just that these 2 are incredibly far away from us. It is estimated that it would take 20 to 30 years to get here. Find adventures on my virtual library empire, Zhilan said softly. The Tianyu clan had a 9th rank special being like Hun Yi who had opened up over 30 million spatial layers. Naturally, human civilization also had 9th rank powerhouses of the same level. It was just that the distance was too great, and in the Xuanhuang secret realm where teleportation could not be used, the time required to get here was too lengthy. 20 to 30 years? His avatar would probably have almost condensed by then. Brother Zhilan, if it's just you, how long can you hold out against Hun Yi's pursuit? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. How long can I hold out? Zhilan was slightly taken aback. Even in the Xuanhuang secret realm, facing the terrifying pursuit of a being like Hun Yi, a 9th rank below the million heavy realm could consider it rare to last several days. But Zhilan was different. He was very good at escaping, excelling in jumping through the multiple spatial layers. Zhilan was confident he could last even longer. But what's the point of that? No matter how long he could hold out, it wouldn't exceed 20 to 30 years. In the end, he would still die at the hands of Hun Yi. Instead of that, why not expose himself proactively and recondense his avatar to re-enter? I have an elder who needs only 3 years to get here and save us. Lin Yuan thought for a bit, then made up an excuse. An elder? 3 years? Xilon's eyes brightened. He did not doubt the truth of what Lin Yuan said. As the strongest genius in the history of human civilization, having a powerful elder was nothing strange. In 3 years, if I burn everything of this avatar, including my spirit will, I am confident I can hold out. After thinking for a while, Zilan said earnestly, this depended on the special environment of the Xuanhuang's secret realm and the areas in which his evolution path excelled. If it were the outside world, let alone 3 years, he wouldn't last 3 seconds. Are you certain your elder will arrive within 3 years? Zilan asked again, nervously. Burning his avatar was nothing much for him, but burning his spirit will, that was a huge price that would affect his true body. Of course, the strength he would obtain from that sacrifice was terrifying enough to keep Zilan alive under Hunyi's pursuit for 3 years. Zilan was confident he could hold out, but he feared that Lin Yuan's elder wouldn't make it in 3 years. By then, not only would he have burned his spirit will, but the treasures carried by his avatar would also be lost. Would that not be a huge loss? Don't worry, 3 years is more than enough, Lin Yuan continued. Take me into your inner world and I will contact that elder of mine. Okay, Zilan nodded. In the same moment, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared. Inner world. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in a corner. 3 years, at the rate of time flow during this traversal, at most 2.5 years would have passed in the main world, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He had told Zilan an elder would come to the rescue within 3 years, which naturally wasn't the truth. In reality, Lin Yuan intended to use these 3 years for his 9th traversal. From the coordinates of the world mark he had newly obtained, Lin Yuan had already gotten some information beforehand, including the time flow rate in both worlds and the duration he could stay after completing the traversal. With a little calculation, he could figure out how much time would pass in the main world during his complete 9th traversal. Brother Zilan, you just hold on for a bit longer. Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes, and the door to the myriad realms in his mind began to shine with light. Chapter 13, The 9th Shuttle. World of Gods, subscribe please, Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan likewise closed his eyes. His mind sank deep into his mind before the grand and magnificent door to the myriad realms. At this moment, the door to the myriad realms radiated light, and the last world mark at the thresholds below was also glowing. During this traversal, keep an eye on the situation in the Xuanhuang's secret realm at all times. Should Zilan be unable to withstand, directly annihilate the Taiyang divine spirit, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although Zilan had told him she could hold on for 3 years, Lin Yuan naturally would not place all his hopes on her. After all, the opponent was Hunyi, the most powerful 9th-rank life of the Tianyu clan. Who knew what hidden cards had yet to be played? Lin Yuan would never let his Taiyang divine spirit fall into the hands of the enemy. Even if that Taiyang divine spirit was merely an empty shell, its most core spirit, Will had long ago escaped into the door to the myriad realms, arriving in other dimensions. As for how to annihilate the Taiyang divine spirit, Lin Yuan had long set up measures around the Taiyang divine spirit. Once triggered, the Taiyang divine spirit would rapidly collapse. Of course, this meant that there was a high probability he would not unravel the secret of that calling sensation during this period. The Xuanhuang secret realm was open. However, for Lin Yuan, it was not an unbearable loss. Even if he did not obtain the opportunities within the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan could still reach the peak of the universe. It would just take a bit longer. This traversal will last about 1100 years, with a time flow rate of over 300 to 1. More than 2 years will pass in the main world. In the traversed world's 1100 years, I must at least cultivate to the myriad heavy realm, creating a myriad of spatial layers. Lin Yuan set a plan for himself. With his inner world of nearly 200 million square li, even opening up just a myriad of spatial layers could still crush someone like Hunyi, who had opened over 30 million spatial layers despite being a special 9th rank. This was the heritage from the inner world itself. Let's begin. Lin Yuan watched as the door to the myriad realms in front of him grew more and more brilliant, with time and space slightly fluctuating. His entire consciousness was absorbed. Lin Yuan only felt his consciousness blur, his thoughts tottering, and with great effort he opened his eyes, only to feel an overwhelming weakness throughout his body. What is happening to me? Lin Yuan sat up, unable to take deep breaths. This body was extremely weak, practically rotten at its core. Many spatial layers fluctuations. Lin Yuan looked around the void. At his level, even if completely powerless, his realm would not fall, and he could easily observe the subtle shifts between spaces. Of course, that was only seeing. To activate or use them, one had to have a sufficiently strong physical and spiritual form. No matter what world, the physical and spiritual form is the foundation. I am the grandson of Viscount Longshan, the 3rd successor of the Longshan family. My favorite activity is to dote on the maids. The maids here are not limited to human women. Lin Yuan quickly absorbed the memories. No wonder this body was so weak. Indulging in debauchery, leaking his origin source. If it weren't for frequently consuming tonics, he probably would have died from depletions by now. The world I have descended into, Lin Yuan's expression became a bit solemn. Though the original body was ignorant and incompetent, he still knew some common knowledge about the world. This world was boundless. Apart from the human realms where Lin Yuan was, there were also parts like the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss. Whether it was the Ocean of Light or the Dark Abyss, those were the dwellings of divine beings, said to each house the 12 strongest prime gods. 24 prime gods, high above, overlooking humankind and all deities. Divine beings, information about divine beings surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. To become a divine being, one must spread faith and then raise a divine kingdom, entering either the Ocean of Light or the Dark Abyss. Divine beings need to raise divine kingdoms, nearly equivalent to the 8th layer opening an inner world, Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. So far, he did not know the actual strength of the deities of this realm, only being able to associate the divine kingdom with the 8th layer of the main world. The powerful ones in this world, do they follow the path of spreading faith? Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Faith is essentially the purest emotions and desires at the core of living beings. The scholars of human civilization in the main universe had discovered this power long ago, and even created some evolutionary paths utilizing this type of power. Unfortunately, relying purely on the faith of living beings as a source of one's power poses great risks, ultimately even leading to evolvers losing themselves in the desires of beings. Success by faith, defeat by faith. However, in this world, the path of faith seems quite promising. Explore stories on my virtual library empire. At least many divine beings, leveraging the faith of beings, raised divine kingdoms and ascended to divine thrones. The 24 prime gods of the Ocean of Light and Dark Abyss even wield rule through the power of faith. Faith, Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted. Spreading faith is not the same concept as spreading one's own evolutionary path. Faith is intense devotion, an unreserved adoration, but spreading an evolutionary path is different. Like Lin Yuan's martial path evolutionary path, future cultivators practicing it need not know of Lin Yuan. The Longshan family, granted the imperial Viscount title, the founding Viscount Longshan indeed was a great contributor to the empire. The territory of the Longshan family, named Longshan Domain, spans about 60 million li. It seems this world is bigger than I anticipated. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. Just the territory of a Viscount reaches 60 million li in area, so how large is the entire empire? And the empire where Longshanling is located is merely one country within the plateau of myriad nations. Chapter 13, The Ninth Shuttle. World of Gods, please subscribe. Lin Yuan rubbed his brow, and with just a cursory estimate deduced the size of this world, at least over 500 light-years across. This was merely the realm of mortals, not including the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss. The cultivation system of this world primarily revolves around the Knight's cultivation system, ranging from 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, to 4th level, 5th level, 6th level, and 7th level, Lin Yuan thought to himself. A 5th-rank knight was also known as a Great Knight, and the first Viscount Longshan had such strength with which he founded the Longshan family. A 6th-level knight was referred to as a Legends Knight, while a 7th-level knight, at least the Empire had not birthed such a power, though the plateau of myriad nations occasionally bore traces of them. A 7th-level knight was also called a demigod, a mighty being eligible to create their own divine name, to spread their faith, in hopes of attempting that leap. Knight cultivation system, the Longshan cultivation skill, a knight cultivation method, automatically surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. It was the advanced knight cultivation method that the first Viscount Longshan relied upon to awe the region. However, in Lin Yuan's mind, he only had the basic part of the Longshan cultivation skill. Mediocre, roughly equivalent to a 5th-rank evolution path in the main world, Lin Yuan evaluated after a glance. Longshan cultivation skill, the foundation for a 5th-level Great Knight, was something many knights yearned to witness, even if it was just the basic parts. But Lin Yuan came from the main universe where evolutionary paths were as vast as the ocean, and he himself was a 9th-rank powerhouse, naturally unimpressed. Name, Longshan Yuan Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms gate-bound talent, heaven-defying comprehension. Divine skills, blood rebirth divine skills, mountain moving divine skills, strengthening current status, consciousness descent, remaining residence time, 1,110 years. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and looked down at the ephemeral text below his gaze. A residence time of over 1,100 years. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He had long been aware of the residence time for this traversal, but only had a rough idea. The specifics could only be confirmed after the descent. With more than 1,000 years, Lin Yuan was confident that with his heaven-defying comprehension, as long as he didn't die prematurely, establishing countless layers of spatial layers was surely doable. Die prematurely? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Images from last night flashed through his mind. He had been invited by a close friend to a gathering. The party was extraordinarily extravagant. A parade of beauties emerged, and in the end, Lin Yuan took a liking to a foxwoman with a seductive aura, and they spent the spring night together. Stay tuned to My Virtual Library Empire. He couldn't recall what happened afterward, his memories filled with a blissful haze, but when Lin Yuan awoke, he found a severe depletion of his origin source. If Lin Yuan hadn't instinctively taken over the body and secured the leaking of his origin source, He would likely be dead or, at best, have suffered a great fall in physical strength, unable to even get up from bed. Coincidence? Or intentional? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He wasn't at Longshanling, but in Anpu City. Anpu City was a thriving trade hub at the junction of Longshanling and several other territories, boasting all manner of pleasure establishments from within and beyond the empire. It was also the place descendants of viscounts like Longshan Yuan enjoyed the most. About half a month ago, Longshan Yuan had brought his guards to Anpu City and had been reveling with a bunch of his fox and dog friends till now. In the dimly lit palace, a woman clad in a black veil stood beneath the statue, her voluptuous silhouette faintly discernible. Paying homage to the divine envoy, below her, a foxwoman with a seductive air respectfully knelt down. "How is it? What's the situation with Longshan Yuan?" the veiled woman asked coldly and softly. "Reporting to the divine envoy, I have drained Longshan Yuan of his essence overnight. Even if he's not dead, he has suffered a great loss of vital energy," the foxwoman promptly replied. "Be mindful of the measure. Longshan Yuan can only die a natural death," the veiled woman frowned and said. Longshan Yuan, the grandson of Baron Longshan, would certainly cause Baron Longshan's wrath if any unexpected factors led to his death. By then, a thorough investigation would complicate matters. It's not that they feared Baron Longshan, for the current Baron was growing old, and the first and second in line to succeed him were not young either. Even if they became the new Baron Longshan, it was estimated they wouldn't live much longer. Their church had already secretly taken control of the fourth in line to the inheritance of Longshan Ling. As long as Longshan Yuan died normalies without arousing the suspicions of Baron Longshan, the entire Longshan Ling would be theirs in a few decades. Rest assured, envoy. "I know what I'm doing," promised the foxwoman, her face going pale. "Every time, I only take a little bit. No one can tell. At most 7 visits, and the cause of Longshan Yuan's death would only be excessive indulgence." Given Longshan Yuan's previous indulgent behavior, dying of excessive indulgence would not be surprising, and even Baron Longshan himself wouldn't doubt it. Even though Longshan Yuan's parents and Baron Longshan himself had reprimanded him many times, even grounding him proved ineffective, Longshan Yuan just wouldn't change his ways. "That will do." The enchanting woman nodded with satisfaction. Once they controlled Longshan Ling, it would greatly benefit the spread of faith for the deity behind their church. With an area of more than 60 million miles and a population of over 100 billion, this vast source of faith, if fully captured, would surely earn a reward from the deity. Of course, all these maneuvers had to be done in secret, especially the spreading of faith. If leaked, it would provoke a crackdown from the Empire. In the Empire, only one deity is worshipped, the God of Rank, who is also one of the 12 prime gods of the Ocean of Light, possessing immeasurable divine power. Apart from the God of Rank, all other faiths and churches are considered heretical and need to be eradicated, inside the room. Ever since he speculated that he might have been targeted, Lin Yuan immediately began to check himself, circulating his blood and assessing the extent of the loss of his vital essence. There is indeed a problem. Lin Yuan looked a bit grave. Normally, even if one were indulgent, the body's decay wouldn't be so rapid, not to mention that as the grandson of Baron Longshan, Longshan Yuan often consumed tonic substances that could somewhat compensate for the loss of vital essence. That foxwoman? Lin Yuan thought of the foxwoman with whom he had indulged the night before. She was indeed a beauty that made Longshan Yuan lose himself. Thinking about it now, there must be a major problem with her. But the foxwoman was likely not the mastermind. Whoever heard of the mastermind taking to the field themselves? There must be someone else behind her. Exactly who wants to strike against me? Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on. Longshan Yuan's usual arrogance had offended countless people, and finding an enemy from amongst them was like searching for a needle in the ocean. Not to mention, anyone thinking of enticing Longshan Yuan with beauty and using such an imperceptible method to slowly drain him had to have a formidable force behind them. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly shifted. He lifted his right hand to his forehead and then slowly moved it away. One could see a wisp of light pink aura twining around his fingertips before slowly fading away. Divine power? Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback, then his expression turned solemn. To be precise, it was a strand of demi-divine power, the kind of energy that a 7th rank knight could condense. With sufficient faith, this strand of demi-divine power could potentially evolve into a complete divine power. Is it some demigod who has their sights on me? No, that's not right. Why would a being like a demigod be interested in me? It must be a church established by a demigod to spread their own faith that is targeting me, Lin Yuan reasoned swiftly in his mind. In the Empire, and indeed throughout the plateau of Myriad nations, only the faith of the 12 prime gods of the Ocean of Light is honored. Any demigod attempting to spread their own faith is considered a heretic. The same goes for the 12 prime gods of the Dark Abyss. However, since ancient times, the stealthy spread of their own faith by demigods on the plateau of Myriad nations has never ceased. It can't be helped. The area is just too rich in faith, and many 7th-ranked demigods simply cannot resist such temptation. Chapter 14. Excited Baron Longshan, please subscribe. Demigod, Lin Yuan, sat cross-legged on the bed. In this world, those at the 7th rank were also known as demigods. In the main world, 7th rank evolvers who wished to step into the 8th layer needed to open an inner world. But here, the strong at the 7th rank needed to uphold a divine kingdom to enter the realm of the divine. The latter, in raising a divine kingdom, had to rely on the massive power of faith, which is why those demigods risked being discovered by the prime god to secretly spread their faith in the plateau of myriad nations. Without sufficient faith, they could not become immortal divine spirits, and their physical bodies and souls would quickly decay. Of course, many 7th-ranked demigods pledged allegiance to a certain prime god and became subordinate divine spirits. But the majority of 7th-ranked demigods were very principled. Once they fell into being subordinate divine spirits of a prime god, everything, including their consciousness, belonged to the prime god. Many demigods had steadily grown from weak to strong and naturally were not willing to pay such a price. What should I do now? Lin Yuan analyzed calmly. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. Being targeted by a church founded by a demigod was troublesome. As for reporting directly to the Empire or the Church of Light, it would indeed be effective, but there was no guarantee that the demigod would be killed. If he survived, he might seek revenge later, and Longshan Ling could not currently withstand the slaughter of a demigod-level strong person. The strongest in Longshan Ling was the first Viscount of Longshan, a 5th-level Great Knight, enough to traverse the Empire, but far too weak compared to a 7th-rank demigod. Returned directly to Longshan Ling, Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and made a decision in his mind. Although Anpu City was prosperous, it was a mix of dragons and snakes. Even a demigod church had emerged. Before possessing absolute power, Lin Yuan did not even want to touch such a place. Longshan Ling, however, was his family's territory, officially ordained by the Empire. There, the demigod church, hated by everyone on the plateau of myriad nations, dared not show itself openly. Dashan. Lin Yuan walked out of the room, sunlight warmly hitting him, and murmured softly, "Young master." A burly man over 3 meters tall strode forward. "What can I do for you, young master?" The burly man, Dashan, spoke with a booming voice, his words carrying a resonant and heavy breath. "I'm going back to Longshan Ling." Lin Yuan looked at the towering figure in front of him. Dashan was Lin Yuan's guard, even among the entirety of Longshan Ling. Dashan's strength was ranked in the top 20, his body coursing with sub-dragon blood. Though he was only of 4th-level strength, when fully unleashing his activated bloodline, he could even hold his own against a 4th-level knight for half an hour. The only drawback was his lack of intelligence. But from the perspective of a guard, as long as the martial prowess was sufficient, that was all that mattered. Returning to Longshan Ling, Dashan was momentarily stunned as previously when the young master came to Anpu City, he would play for 3 or 4 months. Why was he leaving after just 1 month? "Young master, was it because that girl last night didn't serve you well?" Dashan muttered. "I knew that girl was no good, all skinny like a twig." "Young master, when you have the time, I'll introduce you to a few that are really sturdy. They'll definitely serve you comfortably," Dashan immediately said, as in his aesthetic, women naturally were better the more robust they were, ideally over 3 meters tall and with a waist over 1 meter. Only then could they ignite his desire for conquest. Poor young Master Longshan, always indulging in those twig-like thin girls, completely unaware of the taste of strong women. Dashan felt deep sympathy for Longshan Yuan. "Grandfather told me to rush back." Lin Yuan made up an excuse, not mentioning too much about the fox woman. Dashan wasn't the sharpest, and anything he learned might get out, which could alert the others if the fox woman really was involved with a certain demigod's church. Now, Lin Yuan just wanted to quietly return to Longshan Ling and steady himself by slowly cultivating. Time was on his side. Once Lin Yuan regained his full strength, not just some mere demigod church, even the divine beings from the Ocean of Light and the Abyss of Darkness would hold no fear for him. "Viscount, sir," Dashan's expression also grew serious. In all of Longshan Ling, there were few he respected, and the Viscount of Longshan was definitely one of them. "Then let's leave now," Dashan immediately said. "All right." Lin Yuan nodded as well. Such situations had occurred before when Longshan Yuan was having fun, he would suddenly receive orders from Longshan Ling, forcing him to return midway. Now, using the orders of the Viscount of Longshan as a reason, leaving Anpu City to return to Longshan Ling was nothing but normal and reasonable. Lin Yuan led his guards out of Anpu City. The deputy mayor of Anpu City personally saw him off. "Young Master Longshan, leaving so urgently, has Anpu City not treated you well?" The deputy mayor of Anpu City, slightly balding, squinted at Lin Yuan and asked, "Family matters." Lin Yuan did not elaborate much, with an impatient look on his face, quite consistent with the usual behavior of young Master Longshan Yuan. "Since it's a matter for the Longshan family, then take care, young Master Longshan. Next time you come, Anpu City has prepared a special gift for you." The tone of the deputy mayor of Anpu City was kind, although he looked down on the prodigal son. Like Longshan Yuan, he had to face the backing of Longshan Ling. Anpu City, being a point of convergence for several Viscount territories, needed to please those few Viscount families to thrive. With a rumbling sound, under the watchful eyes of the deputy mayor of Anpu City, Lin Yuan sat in the carriage, surrounded by 7 or 8 guards, rushing towards Longshan Ling at high speed. Chapter 14. The Excited Viscount Longshan, please subscribe. 2. Watching Lin Yuan leave wasn't just the deputy master of Anpu City. At the top of a loft, an enchanting woman clad in black was also gazing at Lin Yuan. This Longshan Yuan, not returning earlier or later but suddenly going back now, all the efforts from before are wasted, sighed the attractive foxwoman beside her. According to the plan, within 3 months, they would slowly drain Longshan Yuan's essence and marrow until the last day, making Longshan Yuan die from indulgence. There wouldn't be any hidden doubts or concerns, not even the most skilled experts could figure it out. Now, having already put in efforts for a month, and with only 2 more left to go for success, Longshan Yuan decided to return? After returning, given Longshan Yuan's favor in the Longshan family, he was bound to consume many supplements, and the original essence qi he lost might well be replenished. No matter, given Longshan Yuan's temperament, he will soon come back to Anpu City. The woman in black remained calm. She hadn't noticed any suspicions. The excuse Longshan Yuan used for leaving was an order from the Viscount Longshan, only indicating that they were unlucky. Just bad luck once, would they experience bad luck a second or a third time? The enchanting woman believed that by the time Longshan Yuan next visited Anpu City, it would be their chance to succeed with their scheme. Once Longshan Yuan died, and after enduring through the death of Longshan Ling's first and second in line to succession, the whole of Longshan Ling would become a cradle for the behind-the-scenes demigod undergoing divinity transformation, and they might even use Longshan Ling to extend their influence to several other large territories. Longshan Ling. Lin Yuan had not been back long before he saw his biological parents. Yuan, why have you come back so early this time? Longshan Fong looked like a middle-aged man as he glanced at Lin Yuan, somewhat curious. Although he had given up hope on his son, seeing Lin Yuan voluntarily give up on indulging in Anpu City still surprised him. He hadn't heard anything about an order from Viscount Longshan for Longshan Yuan to return, had he? Could it be that Longshan Yuan had returned of his own accord? What's wrong with our son coming back early? The woman next to him, who looked quite young, glared at Longshan Fang. Son, what would you like to do this time? Longshan City might not be as bustling as Anpu City, but it still has its charms. You'll surely find surprises if you look around, she said, doting over her son. Lin Yuan looked at his parents without saying a word. The succession of the Viscounty in the Longshan family wasn't a simple matter of passing from father to son, but depended on the current Viscount's wishes. For example, when Lin Yuan was born, the first Viscount happened to step into the 4th level. His mood brightened, considering this an auspicious sign. The birth of Longshan Yuan meant that the Longshan family's 4th level combat power heritage would continue. Therefore, bypassing Longshan Yuan's father, Longshan Yuan was named as the 3rd in line to succession. Who could have expected that Longshan Yuan would turn out to be so disappointing after all, indulging in women and pleasure and having no intention of inheriting the family business? This time I've come back because I want to do something, Lin Yuan said to his parents with a serious tone. Something important? Longshan Feng pondered. Yuan, have you taken a fancy to another woman? Son, don't listen to your father's nonsense. Just say what you want to do. Your mother will always support you, the young-looking woman said with a smile. I want to cultivate, Lin Yuan stated. As the 3rd in line to inherit from the Longshan family, Lin Yuan would have all the resources accumulated by the Longshan family over the years at his disposal if he chose to cultivate. That was the reason behind his outspoken declaration. As for secretly cultivating and then making a sensational breakthrough, that would be too exhausting, especially the gathering of resources which would take a considerable amount of time. Cultivate? Longshan Yuan's parents exchanged glances. They had anticipated any number of startling revelations from Longshan Yuan, but this was the one they least expected. No, the word cultivate was even more unbelievable for Longshan Yuan, far beyond any startling revelation. Why do you suddenly want to cultivate? Longshan Fang asked, looking intently at Lin Yuan. Because I feel that everything happening right now is meaningless. How long can one indulge in life's pleasures? 100 years? 200 at most. Then what? Just wait to die? But cultivating is different. As long as one can become a 5th level knight, lifespan will extend, and the life essence will transform. That's what I want to do, Lin Yuan gave his prepared reason. Good, Longshan Fang thought for a moment and then nodded. I will talk directly to the head of the family about your wish to cultivate. I hope this isn't just a passing interest of yours. Longshan Fang was actually in a good mood. The words of Lin Yuan, upon interpretation, meant one thing. A simple description, that is, grown tired of it. Experience tales with my virtual library empire. As for the subsequent extension of one's lifespan and so on, who wouldn't want to live a few more years? The key is that not everyone can step into being a 5th level great knight. But no matter what, his son's shift in interest from previous indulgences to cultivation was entirely a good thing. Even if Baron Longshan did not have high expectations for Lin Yuan's cultivation results, with the latter's body emptied by feminine charms, it was questionable whether he could even become a 1st level knight. But on the whole, strengthening the body was not a problem. Son, cultivation is a tough task, said the woman who looked like a young mother, somewhat distressed. It's fine, I want to give it a try, Lin Yuan said with a smile. That afternoon, the Longshan family's underground cultivation field, spanning hundreds of miles, it was where many of the Longshan family members practiced in seclusion. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, facing an old man with white hair and beard. The old man looked somewhat frail, but his presence was reserved, and there was a hint of a power in him that seemed capable of shaking mountains. Wanting to cultivate, wanting to become a knight, is not a simple matter, the old man said to Lin Yuan in a steady tone. He was one of the few fourth-level knights of the Longshan family. Since the first Viscount established the Longshan family 2,000 years ago and passed down the heritage, it was rare to give birth to a fifth-level great knight. Their combat power usually peaked at the fourth-level knight, and it was only because of the precautions left by the first Viscount that the Longshan family had been able to continue for so many years. Indeed, for Viscount-level families, a fourth-level combat power was almost enough for suppression. As for a fifth-level great knight, that was something that might be born at the peak of a Viscount-level powers era. I understand, Lin Yuan nodded. Good, the old man said without any unnecessary words, took out 2 items. One was a book, and the other was an orange fruit. This is the main text of the Longshan cultivation skill, and this is the Longshan fruit, containing a large amount of energy. Any descendant of our Longshan family who wishes to cultivate must learn to enter the Longshan cultivation skill on their own, the old man began. Within a month, as long as you can enter the introductory phase of the Longshan cultivation skill, it will prove you have the talent to continue cultivating. What counts as entering the introductory phase? Lin Yuan asked. Sensing the chi sensation is enough, the old man replied. Sensing the chi sensation, the old man was about to go into detail about how to sense the chi sensation. Although any descendant of the Longshan family must enter the Longshan cultivation skill on their own, Lin Yuan, as the family's third in line for succession, certainly had different conditions than other family members. For example, the details on how to sense the chi sensation that the old man was about to share were not something other descendants of the Longshan family would be entitled to hear. Imagine, many descendants of the Longshan family didn't even know the concept of chi sensation, so how crucial was it at this moment for someone to explain the details of sensing the chi sensation to them? However, before the old man could speak, Lin Yuan glanced over the main text of the Longshan cultivation skill, then closed his eyes, only to open them again instantly. I have already sensed the chi sensation, Lin Yuan replied. The old man looked at Lin Yuan in the depths of the Longshan family abode. The current Viscount Longshan massaged his temples. As the supreme ruler of Longshan Ling, he had too many tasks to handle regularly, from negotiating with other Viscounts' territories to addressing the many opinions of the citizens within his own domain. I wonder how Yuan is doing? Viscount Longshan suddenly remembered something. At noon, Longshan Feng had told him that Longshan Yuan wanted to cultivate. Viscount Longshan had immediately sent one of the fourth-level knights from the family to explain cultivation to Longshan Yuan. By now, it should be about time for that explanation to have finished. Just then, an old man quickly entered the room. My lord, the old man's face was flushed with surprise, and he had yet to calm down. Oh? I was just about to ask you. Viscount Longshan's eyes brightened, but upon seeing the old man's expression, his heart chilled slightly. Could it be that Longshan Yuan really lacked the talent for cultivation and had disgruntled the explaining old man? Chapter 15, The Hope of the Longshan Family. Please subscribe. Patriarch, the elder, named Longshan Zhu, had already been a fourth-level knight many years ago and was part of the Longshan family's foundation. How many fourth-level knights were there throughout the entire Longshan Ling? If Baron Longshan hadn't personally sent a message this time, it would have been impossible for Longshan Zhu, with his status, to make an exception for a junior member of the Longshan family. Yet Longshan Zhu could never have imagined that the task he had planned to deal with in a perfunctory manner would turn out to be such a fantastical, unbelievable affair. So much so that even now, he was still somewhat dazed, constantly needing to confirm whether or not he was dreaming. What's the matter? When Baron Longshan saw that Longshan Zhu wasn't speaking, he faintly sensed that something was wrong. Could it be that Yuan is really a piece of rotten wood? Baron Longshan's tone was somewhat disappointed. The Longshan family's bloodline was extraordinary, and they cultivated the hereditary Longshan cultivation skill. Plus, with Longshan Zhu, a predecessor like him providing guidance, even if Longshan Yuan was below average, sensing the Qi within a month shouldn't be difficult. Rotten wood? Longshan Zhu was taken aback upon hearing Baron Longshan say this and hurriedly explained. Patriarch, young Master Yuan is not a piece of rotten wood. He has already sensed the Qi, not a piece of rotten wood. Baron Longshan had just heaved a sigh of relief when he suddenly widened his eyes. What did you say? He has already sensed the Qi. Whether it was the Longshan cultivation skill or any other knight's cultivation method, the first step is to sense the Qi. That is also the prerequisite for becoming a first-level knight, and any creature that senses the Qi Si can transform itself by harnessing the power of the Qi Si, and immediately afterwards can choose to cultivate a knight's method that suits them. But sensing the Qi Si is difficult, and it is also a great test of a knight's talent. The Longshan family allocates 1 month for its members to sense the Qi Si. As long as they sense the Qi Si within this month, they will have the hope of becoming formal knights and will be nurtured by the Longshan family. But now, how long had it been since Longshan Zhu began guiding Longshan Yuan? An hour or 2 hours? You're saying Yuan sensed the Qi Si within 2 hours? Baron Longshan's voice trembled slightly. In the history of the Longshan family, since the first Viscount took over Longshan Ling, only 3 people had sensed the Qi Si within 2 hours. 2 of these 3 people eventually became 5th-level Grand Knights and left a significant mark on the history of the Longshan family. The remaining one unfortunately perished along the way. Not every generation of the Longshan family has a 5th-level Grand Knight in command. For example, the current strongest person in Longshan Ling is only at the 4th level. The birth of a 5th-level Grand Knight means that the Longshan family's power would return to its peak, to the era of the first Viscount, and the surrounding Viscounts would become utterly submissive and cooperative. The Empire would even bestow rewards once again, congratulating the Longshan family for the birth of another Grand Knight. Such numerous honors and benefits, all because of a 5th-level Grand Knight. Sensed the Qi Si within 2 hours, Longshan Zhu fell silent again. If it were truly so, he would be overwhelmed with joy at this moment, instead of appearing as he did now, uncertain of how to speak, and with a tinge of trepidation. Patriarch, the time young Master Yuan took to sense the Qi Si was 2 breaths. Longshan Zhu steadied himself and spoke with some difficulty. Actually, whether it was even 2 breaths, Longshan Zhu wasn't certain. He only remembered Longshan Yuan glancing at the Longshan cultivation skill and then claiming to have sensed the Qi Si. If it were not for Longshan Zhu's true sense of the Qi Si fluctuations within Longshan Yuan's body, he might have even planned to scold the latter a few words. Read exclusive adventures at My Virtual Library Empire. What did you say? 2 breaths. Baron Longshan was dumbstruck. If it were within 2 hours to sense the Qi Si, he could still barely understand, but in 2 breaths? 2 breaths hardly gave enough time even to calm one's mind, let alone sense the Qi Si, right? Are you sure? Baron Longshan took a deep breath and stood up, asking solemnly. Although he knew Longshan Zhu well and understood that this elder of the Longshan family never liked to joke around, especially concerning matters of great importance to the family, he would never engage in any deceit or concealment. But sensing the Qi Si within 2 breaths was too incredible, I am certain, Longshan Zhu stated with utmost conviction. He was certain that Longshan Yuan's Qi Si had been sensed only after he had met him and looked at that Longshan cultivation skill. Sensing the Qi Si within 2 breaths, does it mean that my Longshan family is truly going to soar to the heavens? After his shock, Baron Longshan was ecstatic. If sensing the Qi Si within 2 hours already holds the hope of becoming a 5th-level Grand Knight, then what about sensing the Qi Si within 2 breaths? A 6th-level Legendary Knight? Or a 7th-level Demigod? You should know that on the plateau of Myriad Nations, as long as a 7th-level Demigod doesn't secretly spread their faith, just casually joining any of those empires brings infinite glory upon them. Even the gods residing in the Ocean of Light cast admiring glances their way. A 7th-level demigod, if willing, can strike a deal with the gods of the Ocean of Light and can absolutely start a new empire. Who else knows about this? Baron Longshan's gaze suddenly became deep. Patriarch, only the 2 of us are aware of it. Longshan Zhu also understood the gravity of the situation and spoke earnestly. That's good. Baron Longshan nodded. The surrounding Viscount's territories, even those further away, allow the Longshan family to bring forth a future Grand Knight candidate who sensed the Qi Si within 2 hours. But to have sensed the Qi Si within 2 breaths, should this news leak, it would not be a good thing. See Chapter 15, The Hope of the Longshan Family. Please subscribe. Baron Longshan could be certain that the Empire would inevitably intervene, and by then, Longshan Yuan might be forcibly summoned to the capital. From now on, Yuan's sensation of the Qi Si will not be 2 breaths, but 5 hours. Baron Longshan pondered for a while before seriously saying to Longshan Zhu, feeling the Qi Si within 2 hours is the qualification of a future potential great knight, but Baron Longshan still felt it was a bit too conspicuous. 5 hours would be just right. With the talent to become a 4th-level knight, it wouldn't draw too much attention from other forces. Good, Longshan Zhu immediately replied. He understood this was an unprecedented opportunity for the Longshan family. All they needed was the patience to wait for Longshan Yuan to grow, and it would be the moment for the Longshan family to soar. Yuan is the hope of our Longshan family. I absolutely will not allow anyone to threaten Yuan, the Baron mused to himself. After Lin Yuan emerged from the Longshan family's underground cultivation ground, he faintly felt that there were eyes watching him. Have they sent someone to protect me? Lin Yuan had his suspicions. He demonstrated a portion of his talent just to gain the wholehearted resource allocation from the Longshan family, so he could be more efficient in his upcoming cultivation. This was also the experience Lin Yuan had accumulated over his 8 previous traversals. As for whether it would arouse the Longshan family's wariness, Longshan Yuan was a pure-blooded member of the Longshan clan, and also the third in line for succession. The stronger his talent, the better it was for the Longshan family. Moreover, the talent Lin Yuan had revealed was already quite restrained, merely instantaneously sensing the Qi Si, which wasn't much. Thump thump thump. At this moment, Deshan, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, approached with large strides. "Young master, I heard that you sensed the Qi Si in 5 hours," Deshan asked with a bit of naivety. "Yes," Lin Yuan nodded. Not long after sensing the Qi Si, Longshan Zhu returned again, continually reminding him not to expose the real speed of his Qi Si sensation. Lin Yuan was naturally aware of the intention behind such admonishments and agreed cooperatively. "Sensing the Qi Si in 5 hours means your night talent must be very high," Deshan said with a booming voice. It had taken him almost a day to sense the Qi Si back in the day. "Let's go," Lin Yuan said. "Okay." Deshan immediately bowed down to let Lin Yuan sit on his shoulder. Over 3 meters tall, Deshan was like a small giant, and Lin Yuan sitting on his shoulders felt nothing out of the ordinary. The starry sky is truly beautiful. Deshan ran while looking up towards the heavens. It was already night, and the vast and profound stars emerged, their terrifying power perceptible even from distances vast beyond comprehension. "Indeed, it is beautiful," Lin Yuan agreed. Meanwhile, a flood of information about the stars above the sky came to mind. "Enjoy exclusive adventures from my virtual library empire. Life in this realm, after cultivating to the level of a 7th-level demigod, would need to gather faith and eventually uplift their divine kingdom, entering the ocean of light or the dark abyss. Why is it called uplifting the divine kingdom? It's because the divine kingdoms of the gods ascend above the sky, turning into the everlasting stars. In other words, each star's Lin Yuan was looking at represented a god's divine kingdom. The stronger the god, the more terrifying their corresponding stars would be. The star representing the 24 prime gods was magnificent and grand, their dreadful presence shaking much of the starry sky. Even Lin Yuan, despite the incomprehensibly vast distance separating him from those 24 stars, felt a sense of awe and trepidation. By feeling the divine kingdoms of the stars, Lin Yuan had a vague sense of the true strength of the prime gods. Each prime god was no weaker than special beings like Hunyi, and they weren't too far from the 10th rank. This world's cultivation system actually places the inner world outside. But by doing so, the inner world relies entirely on the main world, and its growth rate must be very fast, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The 8th-layer beings of the main universe all had the worlds they opened up inside themselves, hence it's called the inner world. In this way, one would have absolute control over their inner world. The inner world is the foundation of 8th-layer life. To place it outside would be too dangerous. But this also caused a sense of separation between the inner world and the main world, preventing the full utilization of the main universe's power for growth, which is why 9th-rank evolvers strive so hard to open up layers upon layers of spatial layers, to increase the thickness and depth of their inner world as much as possible. It's a rather good cultivation system, Lin Yuan nodded, realizing that externalizing one's inner world had many benefits, such as accelerating its growth and reducing the burden on oneself. Of course, there was an obvious downside. If an enemy were to directly strike the stars in the sky above, wouldn't they be able to hit a god's weak spot? Whether it was the god's divine kingdoms or the inner worlds of those from the 8th layer, they were all foundational cores. A collapse would have incalculable consequences. "Deshan, do you think those stars could fall?" Lin Yuan asked casually. "Fall? The stars?" Deshan's eyes widened, somewhat unable to grasp the concept. Each star represented a god, and the falling of a star meant the demise of the associated god. But in Deshan's understanding, gods were eternal, dwelling high above the ocean of light, overlooking the mortals below. How could gods possibly fall? "Young master, how could a star fall down?" Deshan asked. He had never contemplated this, having seen many stars in the sky since his birth, which had not changed over the years. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded. Soon, with Deshan running wildly, Lin Yuan soon arrived home. His parents had been waiting for a while, clearly informed in advance. In this world, among the 24 prime gods of the Ocean of Light, there was one known as the Goddess of the Magic Web, whose divine power weaved a magic web that spread throughout humanity. Any message could be conveyed through the magic web, quite conveniently. "Son, your talent for night training is even stronger than mine. You truly are my Longshan Fang's son, ha ha ha." Longshan Fang immediately shouted excitedly. 5 hours to sense the Qi Si. That's surely the seed of a future 4th-level knight. Within the vast Longshan Ling, there were no more than 24th-level knights. Each one was the foundation of the Longshan family, the strongest deterrent against other Viscount territories. And you still have the face to say he's stronger than you? A woman with the appearance of a young wife couldn't help saying, "I remember when you first sensed the Qi Si, it took you almost half a month." "Just admit that he's stronger than me," Longshan Fang said indifferently. "Being a little stronger is still being stronger. Being 100 times stronger is still being stronger." If it were another member of the human race sensing the Qi Si in 5 hours, Long Shanfang would have likely made some sarcastic remarks. But this was his own son. In Long Shanfang's heart, there was only pride. After a few words with his parents, Lin Yuan returned to his cultivation room. So many Longshan fruits? Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of fruits already laid out there. The Longshan fruit, a type of spirit fruit produced by Longshan Ling, contained a significant amount of energy, which could aid knights in their cultivation. When Lin Yuan was previously sensing the Qi Si, Longshan Zhu had also brought a spirit fruit, planning to have Lin Yuan swallow it when he sensed the Qi Si. With the help of the immense energy in the Longshan fruit, locking onto the Qi Si waves would be easier. The energy contained in the Longshan fruit was not only immense, but also gentle. Even if one couldn't absorb it, it would remain dormant within the flesh, slowly absorbed when possible in the future. Therefore, Longshan fruits were extremely precious, with normal human race individuals receiving one a month, and even that was based on the premise of having a talent for night training. Yet now, Lin Yuan's cultivation room had dozens of Longshan fruits laid out. The majority of the Longshan family had never seen so many Longshan fruits in their lifetimes. I can't cultivate for now. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, casually picking up a Longshan fruit and swallowing it, feeling the gentle strength flowing through his limbs and body. What Lin Yuan needed to do most now was to recover as much as possible the original essence qi deficit caused by Longshan Yuan's years of indulgence in pleasures of the flesh. Chapter 16, 100 Years Subscription Request. Original essence qi deficit. This doesn't mean that simply consuming spirit fruit and other nourishing substances would perfectly replenish it. At least, by Lin Yuan's standards, it was far from simple. But it was also not very difficult. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, given the current conditions, it would take at most 3 or 4 days to replenish. By then, with original essence qi back to perfection, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed would enter a period of explosive growth. It wasn't exactly cultivation, it was more about systematically returning to the peak. The life of this world, the physical body harbors unimaginable potential. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, thinking silently. Your next read is at My Virtual Library Empire. In this respect, Lin Yuan had already discovered, at the time of consciousness descent, that the original Longshan Yuan was deeply addicted to the company of women, regardless of how weak he appeared. A few days' rest would almost restore him, hinting at the robustness of his physique. Potential. Does it come from the bloodline? Lin Yuan slightly closed his eyes, feeling it carefully. Even with such a cursory sensing, he could detect several dozen bloodlines within Longshan Yuan's body, some of which were faint, probably separated by many years, but among these bloodlines, more than 10 were of the 7th rank bloodline. It is somewhat similar to those bloodline evolutionary families in the main universe, Lin Yuan mused. The Knight's cultivation system of this realm fundamentally involves tapping into the power of bloodlines, such as the Longshan cultivation law, which strengthens one's power by stimulating the mountain dragon bloodline within the Longshan family. Too many and too mixed bloodlines. How chaotic was the Longshan family's ancestor? Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. The Longshan family's mountain dragon bloodline originated from a dragon beast whose size was akin to mountain ranges. How this dragon beast's bloodline was integrated into the Longshan family is also a question. Most bloodline evolutionary families in the main world do so by extracting the bloodlines of those unique beings, turning them into bloodline potions, and finally integrating these potions with their own bloodlines. But as for the Longshan family and many other families, even the Imperial clan, they do not know. So far, Lin Yuan has not heard of the concept of bloodline potions in this realm. By tapping into the power of bloodlines, thus the knights of this world cultivate quickly. But of course, their lifespans are also short, Lin Yuan thought. Although the bloodline evolutionary families in the main universe also delve into their own bloodlines, they supplement their cultivation with other evolutionary paths, unlike the knights of this realm who rely solely on the power of bloodlines. This limitation leads to a situation where, unless they kindle the divine fire and become 7th-rank demigods, even the 6th-rank legendary knights find it hard to live past 1,000 years. The 4th and 5th-rank knights are even more so. Living past 200 years is considered long-lived. Not just purely relying on the power of bloodlines, but more like it's the world rules that are limiting, Lin Yuan concluded. No matter how much they relied on the power of bloodlines, after stepping into the 6th rank, equivalent to a 6th rank evolver in the main world, their life essence is set, so how could they not live past 1,000 years? The only possibility is the world rules of this realm. Just like during the 8th transmigration, where the supreme immortal kings of the spirit realm could endure epic after epic, almost indefinitely, as long as they're not met with accidents, with lifespans far exceeding the 8th layer evolvers of the main world. This realm is the same. Unless the divine fire is kindled, lifespans are considerably short. However, the lifespans of the 8th layer divine beings seem terrifyingly long, in stark contrast to those below the 7th layer. Lin Yuan raised his head again to glance at the sky. If the 7th-ranked demigods who have kindled the divine fire still face the possibility of their divine fire extinguishing, then the 8th-layer divine beings truly endured throughout the ages, residing either in the ocean of light or the abyss of darkness, overlooking the mortal realms, especially those 24 prime gods who manage parts of the rule's authority, posed a greater threat to Lin Yuan than Hunyi, the strongest ninth-rank life form of the Tianyu clan, which had opened over 30 million spatial layers. Take it slow. This descent has a stay of 1,110 years. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. With the full support of the Longshan family, as long as Lin Yuan recovered a certain level of power, the subsequent increase in strength would entirely be like a snowball effect. It's just, this world places such importance on bloodlines. The bodily bloodline origins are ancient and mysterious, and the physical body divine abilities that emerges from this basis must not be weak. Expectation appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Physical body divine ability, an exclusive capability of the martial path evolutionary path, awakens divine skills based on the bloodlines within one's body upon reaching the 6th rank. For other martial arts evolutionaries, they could only awaken one physical body divine ability in their lifetime, but due to Lin Yuan's ability descended from the door to the Myriad Realms, he could awaken one after another. However, even among physical body divine abilities, there was a distinction between strong and weak. The 3 physical body divine abilities Lin Yuan currently possessed: Blood Rebirth, Mountain Moving, Strengthening. Among them, Blood Rebirth and Strengthening were of great help to Lin Yuan, but Mountain Moving, being purely a force-based divine skill, was slightly lesser in utility. Both in terms of application scope and strength, it was inferior to the previous 2. Given that the descended body had such a rich source of bloodlines, the ultimately awakened physical body divine ability would likely not be too weak. Longshan Ling, Longshan City. This day was a grand occasion for the Longshan family. It was said that the first Viscount Longshan had established the Longshan family on this day, hence beginning over 2,000 years of absolute dominion over Longshan Ling. As the third in line for succession in the Longshan family, Lin Yuan naturally would not be absent during such an important event. Big Brother Yuan, today's sun is so hot it's making me feel dizzy. What should we do? A young girl from the Longshan family with flushed cheeks said, leaning towards Lin Yuan. Chapter 16, 100 Years, Subscription Request. 2. The Sun's Hot? Lin Yuan looked up at the sky. It was indeed somewhat hot, but to the strong-bodied members of the Longshan family, this heat was nothing. They could stand in it for 3 days and nights without a problem. Are you having problems with your cultivation? Lin Yuan glanced at the girl, whose name was Longshan Ling, a distant cousin of his. To ensure the purity of their bloodline, it was customary in the Longshan family to marry within the clan, as long as the individuals were not direct blood relatives. I don't know, I just feel so hot from the sun's rays on my body. Longshan Ling leaned closer to Lin Yuan and said somewhat coyly, I think the heat on your body is not from the sun, but from yourself. Another girl couldn't help but interject with a cold huff. Longshan Lan, would you die if you kept silent? Longshan Ling immediately glared at her. Hee, what's wrong? You can speak, but I can't. The girl named Longshan Lan retorted immediately. If you're tired, take a rest first. I should go back to my cultivation, Lin Yuan said, and then turned to leave. As the third in line for the Longshan family inheritance, Lin Yuan, after turning over a new leaf and having sensed the Qi Si within 5 hours, had attracted a lot of pursuit from the girls of the Longshan family. First of all, Lin Yuan was good-looking. Differing from the robust and rugged demeanor of the Longshan clan, Lin Yuan had a sort of androgynous beauty. Moreover, Lin Yuan was very likely to become a 4th-level knight in the future and to inherit the position of Viscount of the Longshan family. He suddenly became the most popular male in the Longshan family. Lots of eligible girls had their eyes on Lin Yuan. Even those who were a bit older or younger were watching him. Who wouldn't like an excellent man? And Lin Yuan was not just excellent, he was practically perfect. Just now, it was so close. Longshan Lan, you ruined my good opportunity, Longshan Ling said angrily after Lin Yuan left. Ruined your good opportunity. Longshan Ling, can't you see that Brother Yuan has not the slightest interest in you? Longshan Lan spoke up. She had pursued Lin Yuan too, but had been directly rejected. Seeing Longshan Ling being so touchy with Lin Yuan, she couldn't help but interrupt. I think Brother Yuan might prefer someone gentler. You're all too forward. It might scare Brother Yuan, a younger girl spoke up. Scare Brother Yuan? Longshan Lan rolled her eyes. Had everyone forgotten Longshan Yuan's past in just a few years? However, the women of the Longshan family didn't care about a man having a rich history with women. As long as he was strong and excellent, that was enough. Regardless, I still feel that Brother Yuan has some good feelings for me. At least he didn't reject me just now. Longshan Ling thought somewhat infatuatedly, but then she glared at Longshan Lan with gritted teeth. Longshan Lan, if you dare to mess up my chance next time, we will be irreconcilable enemies. I'm scared of you? Longshan Lan laughed scornfully. Stay tuned for updates on my virtual library empire. Humph, Brother Yuan will definitely have the strength of a 4th-level knight in the future, inheriting the title of Viscount. He will only be with a woman who can help him. I, Longshan Yao, with a grandfather who is also a 4th-level Grand Knight, can bring help to Brother Yuan in controlling the family. I am the most suitable match for Brother Yuan, another young girl said as she walked by. Her grandfather was indeed Long Shanju, although the Viscount and Long Shanju had decided to absolutely not reveal Lin Yuan's true talent and abilities. But Long Shanju kept hinting to his granddaughter to pursue Lin Yuan, because he knew Lin Yuan's true potential and talent was far stronger than what he showed to the outside world. Though they dared not predict him becoming a demigod who had ignited the divine fire, as the Longshan family had no detailed information about the 7th-level demigods. But there was great certainty of him becoming a 6th-level legendary knight. That's a legendary knight. As long as he was willing to submit to the Empire, he would at least be given the title of Earl and rule over a territory many times larger than that of Longshan Ling. To become the wife of an Earl was a rare honor throughout the entire Empire. Lin Yuan quickly arrived at his cultivation room. The original essence chi has almost been replenished. Now I can start cultivating. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and swallowed a Long Yuan fruit. The immense power flowed through his limbs and body, being quickly absorbed by Lin Yuan. The situation in the Xuanhuang secret realm is still stable. Zilan has not been caught up by Hunyi. Lin Yuan slightly used the door to the Myriad Realms to sense, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been in this world for nearly a week, and in the Xuanhuang secret realm's time flow, a little half an hour had passed. After such a long time, Hunyi still hasn't caught up with Zilan, so there probably won't be any surprises coming up. Since Zilan dared to assure Lin Yuan that she could hold on for 3 years, she must have enough confidence. Xuanhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. That sense of calling from the core area of this secret realm made him curious even now. Speaking of which, this world should be the homeland of one of the followers of the Emperor from the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan thought to himself. What the follower desired most was to return to his homeland, even considering the coordinates of his homeworld the most precious treasure among the many he left behind. As a result, the homeworld that the follower longed for was now right in front of Lin Yuan, Anpu City, in the Dark Palace. A charming woman dressed in black gauze stood there, frowning and saying, after Longshan Yuan returned to Longshan City, he actually became interested in cultivation and sensed the qi within 5 hours. The charming woman was somewhat stunned. That uneducated Longshan Yuan actually possessed the potential to become a 4th-level knight? That's not right. It can't even be called potential anymore. Sensing the qi within 5 hours, plus being the 3rd in line to inherit the Longshan family and receiving the full resources of the entire family, it can be said that, barring accidents, he will surely become a 4th-level knight. Divine Envoy, what should we do now? Asked the fox-woman below, also full of incredulity. She well understood Longshan Yuan's behavior, having been intimately involved with him on many occasions. Now that Longshan Yuan will surely be given priority protection by the Longshan family, things have become a little troublesome. The charming woman felt it was a difficult issue. If Longshan Yuan remained the way he was before, even as the 3rd in line, he would not have attracted much attention from the Longshan family without the qualifications of a knight. But now? The charming woman even suspected that there might be 4th-level knights secretly protecting Longshan Yuan. The most important thing now is to see Longshan Yuan, she said. Talent is predetermined by heaven, there's no helping it, but Longshan Yuan likes to indulge in pleasure, especially women. As long as he sees you, he will surely be unable to control himself. The charming woman looked at the fox-woman. You go to Longshan City and try your best to see Longshan Yuan, so that we can continue to have him in our grasp. After replenishing his original essence qi, Lin Yuan spent most of his time cultivating. Other than occasionally checking on his parents, even Deshan rarely saw Lin Yuan. During this period, the several 4th-level knights of the Longshan family wanted to give some guidance to Lin Yuan, hoping the family's future hope would take fewer detours. Unfortunately, what would again lead to a collapse of morale among the Longshan family's 4th-level knights occurred. Their guidance had no effect on Lin Yuan. It was as if he was born to be a knight. The knightly theories and skills, as soon as they spoke the first few words, Lin Yuan was able to comprehend them fully. Over time, these 4th-level knights gave up the idea of shining bright for the family, because in the end, they found that they simply couldn't provide any guidance to Lin Yuan. On the contrary, in the course of their ongoing discussions with Lin Yuan, these 4th-level knights shockingly realized, could the path they were taking be wrong? Could the Longshan cultivation skill no longer be the most correct way to cultivate? On Lin Yuan's side, after sending away those family 4th-level knights, his cultivation began to soar. With ample resources available, after getting through the initial stages, Lin Yuan was making progress every moment. And so, time began to pass silently. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had gone by. Chapter 17, Mother Goddess of Lust, please subscribe. The Longshan Ling spans 60 million li, with the vast majority of the region being desolate and uninhabited. Atop a mountain peak thousands of zhang high, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged alone. The space around him subtly distorted, and a terrifying aura was suppressed within a few dozen zhang of his body. If he let go of the suppression, it was estimated that in an instant it could sweep across tens of millions of li. Among the numerous bloodlines of the Longshan family, the mountain dragon bloodline is the most obvious and the easiest to feel. Thus, the people of the Longshan family generally focus on excavating the mountain dragon bloodline. The first Viscount of Longshan from more than 2,000 years ago, he managed to excavate the mountain dragon bloodline to the 5th rank. Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out as he continued to ponder. But the easiest to feel doesn't mean the strongest. Over the years, I have almost completely analyzed my own bloodline, and I've discovered another extremely faint bloodline. This bloodline is at least of the 9th rank, perhaps even that of a near 10th rank, a peak 9th rank bloodline. In the last century, Lin Yuan had not only recovered his strength, but had also been studying this world's cultivation system. What is called the Knight Cultivation skill is essentially about excavating the potential deep within one's bloodline to ultimately achieve returning to the ancestors. Under the restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth, even a 6th rank legendary knight finds it difficult to live past 1,000 years. Obviously, the slow cultivation methods of the main universe are no longer suitable for this world. Excavating one's own bloodline and swiftly breaking through by following the pathway trodden by ancestors is what aligns with the trends of this world. Continue your adventure at My Virtual Library Empire. In the human civilization of the main world, becoming 4th or 5th rank before the age of 100 is a rare talent for a planet or even a star domain. But in this world, becoming a 4th or 5th level knight before 100? Although not common, it certainly isn't rare. By excavating the potential of the bloodline until reaching the upper limit of the bloodline, there are nearly no fetters, with the only issue being how much bloodline potential can be excavated. If I want my martial path evolutionary path to spread in this world, I must make changes. Relying on the original cultivation method, what can I compare with the native knight cultivation skills? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The martial path evolutionary path needs to comprehend the external rules, but deep within the life force bloodlines of this world lies the essence of the corresponding rules. Comprehend the external rules? Where's the speed of comprehending the essence of the internal bloodline rules? Moreover, under the extreme pressure of a limited lifespan, Lin Yuan also began studying bloodlines, adapting the martial path evolutionary path to suit local conditions. The nearly 10th tier bloodline hidden within me is rare, but over these years of constant purification, I've roughly figured out its origin. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, a streak of rainbow light appeared, and a faint, terrifying pressure spread outward. Rainbow Dragon Clan. The most powerful life form in this world, born at the dawn of the world's creation, it is said that among the 24 prime gods who reside in the Ocean of Light, one of them belongs to the Rainbow Dragon Clan, known as the Rainbow Dragon God, the ultimate faith of the dragon bloodlines among mortals. Be it rock dragons, mountain dragons, or sub-dragons, their source of bloodline leads back to the Rainbow Dragon Clan. By absorbing many knight cultivation skills from this world, even those kept in reserve by the Imperial Clan of the Empire, and complementing them with 9th rank against Heaven's understanding for deduction, I eventually managed to maintain the core of the martial arts evolution system intact, making it focus primarily on excavating the internal bloodline. The altered martial path evolutionary path, martial Tao cultivation skill enables prioritizing the excavation of the most potent bloodline within one, the bloodline that suits oneself best, instead of being limited to specific knight cultivation skills, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The many knight cultivation skills of this world are all targeted at specific bloodlines. For example, the Longshan family's Longshan cultivation skill can only detect the mountain dragon bloodline, but it is incapable of discovering other bloodlines. But Lin Yuan's localized martial Tao cultivation skill doesn't have this limitation. It might not be stronger than many knight cultivation skills in specific aspects, but it's suitable for every knight or knight in training. This fact alone would allow the martial Tao cultivation skill to spread rapidly in this world. Of course, the localized martial Tao cultivation skill is only suitable for propagation in this world. As for the main universe, if not for the drastically shortened lifespan due to the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth, naturally comprehending the external rules would be better. This is evident from how the powerful beings of this world, upon becoming demigods, need to rely on the faith of all beings to establish their divine kingdoms. Evolvers from the human civilization of the main universe are those who develop their own inner worlds without relying on external forces, and they will go further and be free of hidden dangers. It's just that after excavating this bloodline of the Rainbow Dragon Clan, it did indeed make my physical body 60% stronger. The path of bloodline cultivation has its merits. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. The 60% increase here refers to the foundational strength of the physical body, not taking into account various enhancements akin to bathing in the eternal spring and improving one's body. And Lin Yuan also felt that he had not yet reached the end of his journey into the Rainbow Dragon Clan bloodline. The deeper he delved, the stronger the enhancement to his body. Over the last 100 years, I've also reopened my inner world and stepped into the 8th layer, just needing to accumulate to the peak of the 8th layer to effortlessly advance into the 9th rank. Lin Yuan reined in his aura and stood up from the mountain peak. Considering the realm comparison between this world and the main world, the 8th layer is akin to a deity who has established a divine kingdom, and once a deity establishes a divine kingdom, they must enter the ocean of light or the abyss of darkness. Under the agreement of the 24 prime gods, deities are not allowed to linger in their true bodies among mortals, as that would impact all beings, a cost those based on the faith of all beings, the gods, cannot afford. Chapter 17, Mother Goddess of Lust. Please subscribe, 2. This means that with Lin Yuan's current strength, he could already be considered invincible among mortals. It's still not enough. Although the gods won't appear in the mortal realm, that doesn't mean they can't descend into it. They are simply restricted by the 24 most powerful prime gods. I still need to cultivate quietly and keep a low profile until I return to the 9th rank. Then I will fear nothing, Lin Yuan thought to himself. This return to the 8th layer held no suspense for Lin Yuan. The only surprise was the awakening of his physical body divine ability, the elemental body, capable of being immune to 90% of all elemental attacks at the same realm. The so-called elements are the interpretation of this world. In the main world prime universe, they are the rules. Elemental attacks are rule attacks. You must understand that for 7th rank, 8th rank, and even stronger evolvers, the primary method is to attack by leveraging the power of rules. Even the power of the world within an inner world is made up of many rules powers converging. The same strike, its might could reach 10. But if it is amplified by rules, its might could possibly reach 10,000, 100,000. Being immune to rule attacks, and up to 90% of them, directly made Lin Yuan almost unbeatable among 9th rank evolvers. Unless with external help, which 9th rank evolver could kill Lin Yuan, not to mention killing, even inflicting a wound on Lin Yuan was as hard as ascending to heaven, and apart from that, Lin Yuan also had the blood rebirth divine ability, which allowed any injury to recover instantly. The rule attacks from which the elemental body is immune do not overlap with the effects of defensive treasures, meaning both can be used in conjunction. The most important thing is, this divine skill can grow with Lin Yuan's growth. When Lin Yuan reaches the 9th rank, he can be immune to 90% of the might of all rule attacks at the 9th layer level. When Lin Yuan reaches the 10th rank, naturally he can also be immune to 90% of the might of all rule attacks at the 10th layer level. Monstrous. This is truly monstrous. Lin Yuan inwardly exclaimed, such divine skills, coupled with blood rebirth, simply amounted to the strongest defensive divine skill combination. Ending today's cultivation, Lin Yuan returned to Longshan City. In the grand hall of the Longshan family, powerful knights stood patrolling. Patriarch. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, a knight immediately greeted him with respectful salutation. In 100 years, the former Baron Longshan had long passed on the title of Viscount and position of family head to Lin Yuan. Regardless of how much Lin Yuan concealed his strength, he had declared more than 80 years ago that he had entered the 4th level, becoming the true top combat power in Longshan Ling and several nearby Viscount territories. The transition of family power went smoothly, mainly because Lin Yuan's strength was sufficient. Many of the past Viscounts and heads of the Longshan family didn't have the power of the 4th level before their succession. It was only after becoming the Patriarch that they borrowed the family's vast cultivation resources to barely step into the 4th level. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was already at the 4th level before succeeding as the Patriarch. Absolute strength, combined with the potential of becoming a 5th level knight, convinced many members of the family. Ah Ling, that cultivation skill, have you taught it to the family members yet? Lin Yuan asked softly from the Viscount's throne. The Ah Ling he spoke of was named Longshan Ling, who had once madly pursued Lin Yuan. But upon realizing there was little hope, she turned her efforts to the trivial affairs of the Longshan family and was used greatly by Lin Yuan. Patriarch, that cultivation skill is very effective. It seems to have no specific bloodline restrictions. Our Longshan family's prospective knights are practicing it, and they have even uncovered bloodline powers beyond the mountain dragon bloodline. Longshan Ling's voice trembled slightly with excitement. She understood all too well what such a cultivation skill meant. Many members of the Longshan family, despite having the potential to become knights, couldn't practice the Longshan cultivation skill due to the mountain dragon bloodline being too weak within them. But the martial Tao cultivation skill that Lin Yuan gave automatically uncovers the most suitable bloodline rather than being exclusive to the mountain dragon bloodline. Once such cultivation skills become widespread, it means that the number of knights of the Longshan family will surge. The more knights there are, the stronger the Longshan family becomes. The stronger the Longshan family becomes, the more resources they can acquire, which in turn enables them to train even more knights. This forms a virtuous cycle. Since that is the case, let it be disseminated, Lin Yuan said indifferently. The martial Tao cultivation skill he had handed to Longshan Ling was precisely the localized martial path evolutionary path. During this journey, apart from becoming as strong as possible and increasing his power, Lin Yuan naturally did not forget to disseminate the Dao. Before stepping into the realm of supreme beings, the ultimate leap requires more lives to cultivate the martial Dao cultivation evolution path, which would bring greater benefits to Lin Yuan. The creatures of this world are the sources of worship for the gods, and Lin Yuan wanted a share of that as well. Find more adventures on my virtual library empire anyway. Since there is no strict conflict between the two, Lin Yuan does not need the creature's worship, he just needs them to cultivate the martial Dao evolution path. Disseminate it? Longshan Ling's heart trembled. She was well aware of how precious the cultivation skill Lin Yuan had given her was. Although its dissemination would maximize the strength of the Longshan family, at the same time, there was no way to prevent the skill from leaking out. Soon, knights from other territories would also get their hands on this cultivation skill, and the Longshan family's advantage would be diminished, even placed on the same starting line. Don't worry, just do as I say, and there won't be any problems. Lin Yuan glanced at Longshan Ling and spoke calmly. His purpose in localizing the martial path evolutionary path was to spread it as much as possible in this world, popularize it among the entire Longshan family, and then have it disseminated further. As for the Longshan family becoming indistinguishable from others, with Lin Yuan, the future Viscount Longshan, the glory of the Longshan family will far exceed Longshan Ling's imagination. And those people from the Lust Church, are they still in Longshan City? Lin Yuan asked about the second matter. The Lust Church is one of the demigod churches that the Empire severely cracks down on, which wandered to the vicinity of Anpu City over 100 years ago. Original essence Qi of Longshan Yuan, the former incarnation, was greatly damaged, and it was closely related to the Lust Church. Over the past century, Lin Yuan had largely figured out the Lust Church's goal, which is to secretly control the Longshan family to quietly collect faith for the Lust Mother Goddess behind the scenes. According to the information Lin Yuan received, the Mother Goddess of Lust is a very powerful demigod who has repeatedly escaped from the clutches of the main god of Rank's church. Although gods cannot directly interfere with the mortal world, as strong as the main god of Rank, they can descend through divine incarnations and wield combat power close to that of a true god. 100 years ago, the Lust Church targeted the original body, Longshan Yuan, but with the consciousness descent of Lin Yuan, he immediately returned to Longshan City and had no intention of going back to Anpu City, causing the plans of the Lust Church to fall through. With no other choice, the Lust Church could only send people to infiltrate Longshan City to see if they could continue to connect with Longshan Yuan. Unfortunately, the alluring vixen who infiltrated Longshan City waited for 50 years. After growing old without any allure left, she still did not encounter Lin Yuan. To be precise, this alluring vixen had seen Lin Yuan up close several times, but Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered with her. 50 years later, the vixen left the scene, aged and diminished, yet the Lust Church still did not give up on Longshan Ling and instead sent another young woman. This time, the Lust Church's aim was not on Lin Yuan, but on the few members next in line for succession in the Longshan family. Lin Yuan saw through the Lust Church's intentions at a glance. For an organization like the Lust Church, which is wanted by the Empire, unless absolutely necessary, they would never take action, otherwise any trace would draw the attention of the Rank Church. After finding out they could not deal with Lin Yuan, the Lust Church preferred to take more time, planning to outlive Lin Yuan and slowly plot afterward. They wish to outlive me? A strange look appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This world's rules limit even 4th or 5th level knights from living past 200 years. In this light, the plans of the Lust Church did not seem so flawed, but that applied only to ordinary 4th or 5th level knights. As for Lin Yuan, even without considering his true lifespan, just the time he could stay, he had 1,110 years. Even if the Lust Church could wait, how would they face the fully empowered Lin Yuan capable of slaughtering true gods in his prime? Chapter 18. Fear of the Demigod. Subscription requested. Lin Yuan sat on his throne, deep in thought. For a century, he had intentionally allowed the Lust Church to operate freely, as it was backed by the Lust Mother Goddess, a powerful demigod. Theoretically, even if Lin Yuan were to remove all the covert agents of the Lust Church from Longshan City, it was unlikely to provoke the Lust Mother Goddess into action. But it is always good to be prepared for any possibility. After all, the people of the Lust Church hiding in Longshan City posed no threat to Lin Yuan, who had never feared anyone under the circumstances of maturation over time. It's time to deal with the Lust Church. Lin Yuan had made up his mind. Whether it was because of the grudges of his original self, Longshan Yuan, or the petty actions the Lust Church had taken against the Longshan family over the past century, Lin Yuan had no reason to spare the Lust Church. Previously, Lin Yuan lacked sufficient power. When he recovered to 7th rank, he worried that clashing with a demigod like the Lust Mother Goddess would attract the attention of the Rank Church. But now, at least on Earth, Lin Yuan was invincible. Even the divine incarnations of the 24 prime gods had proved far insufficient before him, underneath Anpu City. This place was a luxurious palace, where groups of beautiful women clad in light veils walked together. A short, plump man followed behind the group, his immense perception absorbing every detail of the palace interior. "This must be the Lust Church's largest new stronghold," murmured the short, plump man. Naturally, it was Lin Yuan, or more precisely, his Taiyang divine spirit. Martial Tao primordial spirit, capable of myriad transformations, Lin Yuan had casually taken another form to come here. Dealing with the mere Lust Church, there was no need for his true body to appear. Over these 100-plus years, the Lust Church seems to have thrived quite well. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The demigod behind the Lust Church, though not a true god, had also acquired some lust abilities, which could make one feel ecstatic. With such powers, the Lust Church had smoothly controlled some upper levels of Anpu City, as well as core family members in several nearby Viscounty territories. The group Lin Yuan was following included some of Anpu City's young second generation, who were specifically here to indulge. The demigod of the Lust Church, if she could gather faith, raise her divine throne, and achieve the position of a true god, then all the lust generated by the humans on Earth would become the source of her faith, Lin Yuan thought silently. Stay connected with my virtual library empire. For example, the War Over God, one of the 12 main gods of the Dark Abyss, grows stronger as human wars become more intense on Earth. Therefore, the War Over God constantly tries to incite various wars on Earth, but the 12 main gods of the Ocean of Light are relatively peaceful. The main god of rank, in particular, must maintain order on Earth, which is directly opposed to the War Over God. The standard for dividing the gods of the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss is not based on good or evil, but on the type of authority and faith they hold. The demigod behind the Lust Church, advocating the indulgence of lust, leans towards the Dark Abyss. But whether it's the main gods of the Ocean of Light or the Dark Abyss, their foundation lies in all beings, in faith. If all beings disappear and fate ceases, the fate of these main gods will also fall. Sirs, I will take you inside next to enjoy true bliss, so I will be asking for your identities and names, said a seemingly frail and delicate woman, easy to awaken men's protective desires. The young second-generation men of Anpu City lined up in front of Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Some of them were impatient, clearly not their first visit. Soon, the fragile woman came to Lin Yuan. This, sir, the fragile woman examined Lin Yuan carefully, her expression changing slightly. As a chief admin of Lust Church, she recognized most of the young masters from Anpu City. Asking their identities was just a formality. But now, the frail woman realized she didn't recognize the short, plump man before her. Given the man's distinctive stout appearance, the frail woman would have had a deep impression had she seen him even once. She wouldn't be as unfamiliar as she was now. Who exactly are you, and what are you doing here? Although the frail woman's skepticism rose within her, she maintained her composure, trying to stabilize the situation with Lin Yuan. The rigorous screening to enter the underground palace wasn't lax, simply following the large group wasn't enough. Lin Yuan suddenly appearing here meant something significant. Who I am is not your concern, Lin Yuan grinned, showing his white teeth. As for why I'm here, Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then stated matter-of-factly, to kill your god, as soon as he finished speaking. The head of the frail woman before him exploded first, centered around Lin Yuan. The brains of all the beautiful women within a several hundred-mile radius of the luxurious underground palace burst. The young second generations of Anpu City who came to indulge, as well as the core family members from surrounding Viscount territories, suffered the same fate. In less than a breath's time, nearly everyone in the lavish underground palace was dead, including 12 fourth-level knights and 4 fifth-level knights. Now just the deepest part remains. Lin Yuan didn't stop. He continued toward the deepest part of the palace. There was a unique divine power resisting the shadowy influence of Lin Yuan's world. In truth, with Lin Yuan's current strength, even just a primordial spirit, he was not something a mere 7th-rank demigod could withstand, but in this world, there were the extensive magic webs arranged by the goddess of the magic web from Ocean of Light. Chapter 18, Fear of the Demigod, subscription requested. To Lin Yuan, if he unleashed too powerful strength, he would be detected by the goddess of the magic web. The goddess of the magic web is one of the 24 prime gods, at the 9th stage peak, nearing the strength of the 10th rank. Before restoring to his peak, Lin Yuan was reluctant to attract the attention of such a powerful being. Furthermore, once the goddess of the magic web became aware, the other 23 prime gods would definitely also know. The 24 prime gods of this realm, although divided into the Ocean of Light and the Black Abyss camps, all stand from the perspective of the gods and could completely join forces when necessary. Deepest Hall. The emissary of the Lust Church gathered together with several bishops. The youngest son of the Lord of Anpu City has been completely controlled by us. As long as we deal with the few heirs ahead of him, the entire Anpu City will become the garden of our church. There is also the 5th in line of succession from Viscount Qingluan. He's also under our control. Within at most 200 years, the 50 million li domain of Viscount Qingluan will belong to our church. 200 years ago, those mad dogs from the ranked church drove us from the most prosperous capital to this place. One day, we will return, and our God will ascend the divine throne, becoming one of the eternal stars above the sky. The voices of the bishops of the Lust Church were uplifting, all possessing the strength of 6th-rank legendary knights, the core strength of the church. Over the years, the Lust Church had taken root in Anpu City, and its influence had only grown, which was evident to the bishops. Although Anpu City is far less prosperous and religiously diverse than the capital, it is much safer. In the capital, within the territory of the ranked church, the Lust Church was like a rat crossing the street, constantly on the brink of being besieged with little carelessness. In Anpu City, however, it is much safer as long as they are cautious and don't act directly, making it difficult to attract the attention of the ranked church. It's a pity that we didn't smoothly take down Longshan Ling 100 years ago. Otherwise, Anpu City and many surrounding domains would now belong to our Lust Church, a bishop sighed. The initial target of the Lust Church fleeing to Anpu City was indeed Longshan Ling. The Lust Church spared no effort to control the fourth heir of the Longshan family. If they could have dealt with Longshan Yuan and caused his accidental death at that time, in just a few decades, they would have been able to control the entire Longshan Ling. Then, with the power of Longshan Ling, they could have influenced the surrounding Viscount territories, and Anpu City could not have resisted. Unfortunately, Longshan Yuan, that willful scion, unexpectedly turned to become a knight genius of the Longshan family, causing the early investments of the Lust Church to be wasted. A slow start led to continuous delays, and later, the Lust Church, unwilling to yield, specifically set aside efforts to try to win back Longshan Yuan, but still with no avail. If it weren't for that Longshan Yuan, with the strength of the Lust Church, which could have stirred a storm in the capital, how could it have spent nearly 200 years without fully mastering Anpu City? That Longshan Yuan, blocking the footsteps of my god, should die. When the glory of my god covers Longshan Ling, Longshan Yuan will beg for life and beg for death. A bishop spoke. The emissary standing under the statue glanced at the several bishops below and said nothing more. She also extremely despised Longshan Yuan for delaying the precious development time of the church. Just then, the deepest hall suddenly began to tremble. Waves of pink divine power began to boil, trying to protect the few people inside the hall. However, under the crushing of an unknown power, all the pink divine power began to evaporate rapidly. What's going on? Did my god's divine power barrier automatically activate? Did we just get attacked? The bishops were shocked, and the normally calm emissary was also in disbelief. This deepest hall was a stronghold of the Lust Church, a place enveloped by the power of the Mother Goddess of Lust. Even if faced with an attack by a group of demigods, blocking it for a short time was not a problem. The Mother Goddess of Lust, even among other demigods, was undoubtedly a formidable figure. However now, in just a moment, 6/10 of all the pink divine power was evaporated, which was terrifying. Did all the congregation of the church perish? The emissary, clad in black gauze, seemed to have realized something as her expression drastically changed once again. As an emissary of the church, she could feel the life fluctuations of all church members, even sensing the faith power they generated. So when everyone in the luxurious palace died at a mere thought from Lin Yuan, she instantly sensed it. How is that possible? The emissary was astoundingly perplexed. The congregation in the luxurious palace was over 100,000 strong, including many 4th and 5th level knights. Even facing the siege of the ranked church, they would die one by one, not simultaneously. What is this situation? Thunderous sounds echoed. Just then, the large door in this area suddenly burst open. A short, stout man slowly walked in. Who in the end is it? Several bishops were both shocked and furious, staring at Lin Yuan, but the next moment their heads exploded without any warning, strong as 6th-rank legendary figures, yet they possessed not a trace of resistance. Respected demigod, may I ask what brings you here? The divine envoy clad in black veils composed herself and immediately spoke with respectful demeanor. Being able to burst in so easily and slaughter 6th-rank legendary bishops as if slaughtering chickens, only a demigod of the same tier as the Mother Goddess of Lust could accomplish this. Moreover, not just any ordinary demigod, but at least one as powerful as the Mother Goddess of Lust herself. Facing such a powerful figure, even the prime gods of the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss had to manifest their divine powers to suppress, let alone others. Where is your church's god? Lin Yuan scanned his surroundings as he asked directly. His action was intended to resolve the threat of the Lust Church, and to completely annihilate the Lust Church, he had to kill the Mother Goddess of Lust that backed it. If the Mother Goddess of Lust did not die, the Lust Church could be rebuilt at any time. I do not know the whereabouts of my god. The divine envoy in black veils was slightly stunned before she continued. However, if your highness wishes to meet my god, I can make contact for you. No need. Too much trouble. Your next journey awaits at my virtual library empire. Lin Yuan looked at the divine envoy in black veils. His thoughts shifted slightly, and her head likewise exploded. Causality? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, tracing the obscure threads of causality to roughly lock on to the location of the Mother Goddess of Lust. Lin Yuan had decimated the Lust Church and slain many followers of the Mother Goddess of Lust. Although he had never directly interacted with the Mother Goddess of Lust, a tie of causality had also formed between them. Utilizing this thread of causality, Lin Yuan could faintly pinpoint the location of the Mother Goddess of Lust, in a place millions of miles away from the plateau of Myriad Nations. A woman dressed in a pink skirt hem was en route to the plateau of Myriad Nations, but suddenly stopped. Who, in the end, is slaughtering my followers? This woman was precisely the Mother Goddess of Lust. As a demigod, unless surrounded by a true god's divine incarnation, she could roam without fear. My hard-earned followers, the mother goddess of lust lamented inside. Those incredibly devout followers were not easy to cultivate. She could sense that the church stronghold in Anpu City had been virtually wiped out. I must see who laid their hands on them. The mother goddess of lust followed a certain connection, receiving the final images her followers saw before their death. This was also a power developed after establishing a faith connection. A deity possessed everything of their followers and could easily access memories and more. Bang, bang, bang. The mother goddess of lust furrowed her brows slightly. In just a few breaths, she saw many images of her followers just before they died, discovering that they had died without even seeing their enemy. The mother goddess of lust immediately checked the final memory of the divine envoy. To become a divine envoy of the Lust Church certainly meant being highly in tune with the Mother Goddess of Lust, and in crucial moments, even becoming a vessel incarnation for the Mother Goddess of Lust. Whoosh! The Mother Goddess of Lust watched the memory images of the divine envoy. Seeing the core hall trembling, her expression turned solemn. Anyone capable of shaking her core hall setting must also be a powerful demigod. Finally, in the divine envoy's perspective, a short, stout man walked in. Subsequently, several sixth-rank bishops died, and after the stout man asked a few questions to the divine envoy, the envoy also died. This method of elimination? The mother goddess of lust widened her eyes. Through the divine envoy's perspective, she finally saw the short, stout man making the move, several dead sixth-rank bishops, and the subsequently dead divine envoy, divine kingdom power. This is divine kingdom power. This person is not a demigod, but a true god. No, wait, a true god cannot descend to the mortal realm. Is he a prime god, overseeing all life and gods? The mother goddess of lust was terrified to her core. Her movements toward the plateau of Myriad Nations immediately reversed, fleeing frantically away from the plateau of Myriad Nations. Chapter 19, Cursed Killing. Please subscribe. What virtue or ability do I possess that a prime god would descend upon me? In the skies above, the soul of the mother goddess of lust trembled as the 24 prime gods of the world of light and the dark abyss, who had not made a move in many thousands of years. The demigods who secretly spread their faith among humans were hardly different from worms hiding in dark corners to the eyes of the prime gods, who would cleanse them periodically. Experience new stories on My Virtual Library Empire. The mother goddess of lust had avoided several encirclements by the ranked church, not because she was particularly powerful, but because the main god of rank never truly regarded her as a threat. Of course, luck played a part as well. Which one of the 24 prime gods could it be? The mother goddess of lust maintained her frantic pace, trying to calm her mind slightly. She believed that the prime god who acted did not target her specifically, but had incidentally dealt with the lust church in the process. Fortunately, I wasn't at the church. A look of relief crossed the face of the mother goddess of lust, believing being at the church and facing that portly man made no difference between her and other believers. Returning to the plateau of Myriad Nations is out of the question. The mother goddess of lust, like a bird scared by the mere twang of a bow, thought, although the cost this time was grievous, at least I survived. The mother goddess of lust's face brightened. As long as I survive, there's hope to gather faith and lift high the divine kingdom, underground palace in Anpu City. Lin Yuan stood beneath the deity statue and suddenly opened his eyes. Found you. Though bound by cause and effect and separated by countless distances, Lin Yuan located the rough position of the mother goddess of lust. Not in the plateau of Myriad Nations? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. No problem. As long as he utilized the cause and effect, locking onto the position of the mother goddess of lust was easy. Cursed killing. Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly solemn, and, following the rules of causality, traced the cause and unleashed a terrifying power that instantly spanned countless distances. The curse-killing skill was a way of utilizing the rules of causality. To curse-kill someone, a medium was needed, which could be an object or the cause and effect itself between the two entities. Moreover, the realm of the curse killer must be at least 2 major levels higher than the cursed, and the mother goddess of lust, being a 7th-rank demigod, met the conditions as Lin Yuan's true realm was 9th rank. Lastly, once the curse killing is successful, the curse killer needs to withstand the backlash from the causality rules, paying a substantial portion of lifespan as the cost. The curse-killing skill is heavily restricted and not frequently used in the main universe and main world, mainly because the price is too high and it's not a permanent kill, as the cursed, if talented enough, could still be resurrected by a supreme being in the high skies. The mother goddess of lust, while rejoicing for her escape from a prime god, suddenly turned pale. In her perception, an overwhelming intangible force, against which she stood no chance, arrived in the blink of an eye. This, before the mother goddess of lust could form a thought, her physical soul was reduced to dust, permanently erased from this world. Dead, Lin Yuan sensed that his causal connection with the mother goddess of lust had vanished completely, confirming her absolute death. If the mother goddess of lust had other means of saving herself, their causality would still exist. Using causality to determine death is a mainstream method among the strong in the main universe and main world. The backlash is coming? Lin Yuan's forehead furrowed slightly, faintly feeling he had lost a trace of his lifespan. It's roughly equivalent to 1,000 years. 1,000 years of lifespan just to curse kill a 7th rank life? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Indeed, this was not worth it. Unless there is some deep hatred, but for a 9th rank powerhouse wanting to kill a 7th rank, there are too many methods, and the curse-killing skill has the lowest cost-effectiveness. 1,000 years of lifespan, that's all. Lin Yuan didn't care. If this were in the main world, he might lament the loss of 1,000 years of lifespan, but in a traversing world? Given that he already knew his residency time was limited to only 110 years, lifespan was the least meaningful thing to Lin Yuan here. Even with 100 million years of lifespan, when the time limit of residency is reached, isn't he still required to return to the main world? Because of this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to use the curse-killing skill on the mother goddess of lust, since any lifespan in this world was gratis anyway. But in this world, 8th-layer gods, embodying the faith of all beings, seem not to have a concept of lifespan, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world, under the rules of heaven and earth, 4th and 5th level knights struggle to live past 200 years. 6th rank legendary knights struggle past 1,000 years. 1,000 years is the ultimate lifespan limit for lives in this world. As for 7th rank demigods, once igniting the divine fire, their nature of life begins to change. As long as their divine fire isn't extinguished, they won't die, and can normally live tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years with ease. Although they are still greatly inferior to 7th rank evolvers from the main world, they are already considered to have long life compared to other beings. 7th rank demigods can certainly live tens or hundreds of thousands of years easily, but unless they lift high their divine kingdom, they will still die. And 8th layer true gods, let alone 9th rank prime gods, have never been heard of dying of old age unless there was a battle between gods. The Lust Church is reckoned to be dealt with. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan glanced around the grand hall and walked out. Acting against the Lust Church was partly due to the grudge between Longshan Yuan and it, and partly because the region around Longshanling was essentially the foundation of Lin Yuan's operations in this traversing mission. Allowing the Lust Church, a destabilizing element, to remain nearby was problematic. Who knew what trouble they could cause, potentially drawing the attention of the Ranked Church again. Chapter 19, Cursed Killing, please subscribe. 2. The Ranked Church was the Church of the Prime God. Before regaining the 9th rank, Lin Yuan was not keen on interacting with existences of the Prime God's level. Now that Lin Yuan had the strength to resolve it, he naturally took the opportunity to erase the Lust Church. Clear away those bodies. At the thought from Lin Yuan, all traces of corpses and blood within the palace disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that the city of Anpu lay above this underground palace, any disturbance would have affected this prosperous city. Lin Yuan even considered making the entire palace disappear. That should do it. Even if someone were to investigate this place later, at most they would think that the Lust Church has relocated again. Lin Yuan finally stood at the palace entrance and looked back one last time. The Lust Church in Anpu City was secretive, but not entirely without trace. By erasing their presence, Lin Yuan knew it would certainly be investigated later. However, that was all they would be able to investigate. Lin Yuan had already forged the scene, and outsiders would not suspect that the entire Lust Church and their mother goddess of lust had been erased from the world. Magic web, Lin Yuan faintly sensed that sliver of power enveloping the heavens and the earth, which belonged to one of the 24 prime gods, the goddess of the magic web's authorities. Building a magic web that covered all of humanity, the more lives that used the magic web, the more colossal the belief power it provided the goddess of the magic web. In Lin Yuan's view, the magic web was not just for communication, it was also the eyes of the goddess of the magic web. If it weren't for the fear of detection by the magic web, preventing the use of enormous power, Lin Yuan wouldn't have needed to enter the underground palace personally. He could have erased the entire Lust Church from outside, Longshan City. Lin Yuan was chatting with his parents. 100 years had passed, and the Longshan Fang couple was still living well without any signs of aging, naturally thanks to Lin Yuan nurturing them secretly with the power of the world. Explore more stories with my virtual library empire. The suppressive nature of this land on lifespan was harsh, but with the power of the world, Lin Yuan was confident in extending the Longshan Fang couple's lifespan to its maximum limit. That is, the millennia only a 6th rank legendary knight was expected to reach. As for more? According to the rules of this world, one would need to ignite a divine fire and change the form of life. However, given the capabilities of the Longshan Fang couple, that clearly wasn't feasible, or else they would have to achieve what Lin Yuan did, ascending to the 7th or 8th layer of martial Tao, which could also significantly extend lifespan. But that was clearly more difficult. Just then, the Taiyang divine spirit transformed into strands of the power of Taiyang and returned to Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan then glanced in the direction of Anpu City. "Son, what's wrong?" Longshan Fang asked, looking at Lin Yuan. "It's nothing, just took care of a small matter," Lin Yuan said casually, having erased the Lust Church, ensuring that Longshanling would unlikely be the cause of any issues in the future, saving him some worries. He continued chatting with his parents for a while. Lin Yuan then returned to his cultivation chamber. Whoosh! The Taiyan primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit appeared simultaneously across from him, and faced Lin Yuan as they sat down. Since he hadn't regained his peak strength, Lin Yuan hadn't brought the mysterious gourd. The two great spirits remained in their soul state, not having used the secret technique, illusory reality, to transform into physical bodies of flesh. The current pace of cultivation is still too slow. I need to restore myself to the 9th rank as soon as possible, then create more spatial layers. Lin Yuan felt considerable pressure, especially since he and Zilan were still being pursued by Hunyi in the Xuanhuang secret realm. Though the special environment of the secret realm assured short-term safety, who knew what variables or accidents might occur? If possible, Lin Yuan did not wish for his Taiyang divine spirit to be annihilated. The sense of the call from the Xuanhuang secret realm was quite appealing. From the 8th to the 9th rank, for me, is just an accumulation of energy. As long as I have sufficient energy, I can quickly return to the 9th rank. Lin Yuan glanced at the eternal stars above the sky, which were the divine kingdoms of the true gods, theoretically harboring infinite energy. But now, Lin Yuan was not suited to stand directly against the gods. It seems I can only rely on those churches, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. The churches, as the spokesforces of the gods on earth, also promote the faith of the gods. Although those of the 7th-ranked demigods were also establishing churches, compared to the authentic True God Church, they were simply not up to par. The True God Church indeed had methods to contact the true gods and could, if necessary, summon the divine incarnation of a god's power. Though this divine incarnation could not utilize the power of the god's divine kingdom, it far surpassed the 7th-ranked demigods and was enough to traverse the human world unhindered. However, to support the divine incarnation's intervention, a large amount of energy was naturally required, so each true god church would store a large amount of divine crystals to summon the divine incarnation of a god's power at any time. In the battle for faith, conflicts would occasionally arise among the gods, even leading to clashes between divine incarnations. And Lin Yuan's target was the divine crystals stored by the various churches, which were extremely pure energy sources, even more flawless than the Tai Micro Clear crystal of the main world. Next, you will go look for the divine crystals. No sooner had Lin Yuan thought this than his two primordial spirit incarnations understood his intentions, sharing one consciousness as 3 in 1. Communication was simply unnecessary. The two primordial spirit incarnations, being embodiments of the soul, could disperse and gather at will, most suited for this kind of mission. Underground Palace in Anpu City. At this moment, several adherents of the ranked church stood at the entrance. This palace should be one of the strongholds of the Lust cult, but for some reason it's been abandoned. A bishop of the ranked church frowned deeply. The Lust cult had once made a name for itself in the capital of the empire, with many royals and nobles indulging in the cult's hedonistic pleasures. Later, the ranked church discovered that a demigod was covertly gathering faith behind the Lust cult and decisively eradicated them. The remnants of the Lust cult had withdrawn from the capital, and over the years the ranked church had been searching for traces of the Lust cult. Recently, the movements in Anpu City caught the attention of the ranked church. By the time the ranked church arrived to investigate, they finally confirmed that the Lust cult had stayed in Anpu City. Bishop, it's all clear now. There's no trace inside the palace. It must have been deliberately cleaned by the cult. A church follower approached and whispered. It seems. The Lust cult indeed withdrew voluntarily. The bishop of the ranked church nodded slightly. The palace was too clean, and he could tell from the murals on the walls and some residual rituals that this place was a stronghold of the Lust cult. Bishop Lane's brow furrowed slightly. All the clues pointed to the Lust cult's voluntary withdrawal, but Bishop Lane realized something was amiss. Why would the Lust cult withdraw? Given that the ranked church had not yet discovered them, the Lust cult could have safely hidden here and developed gradually. Why then did they suddenly withdraw? Bishop Lane had dealt with the Lust church many times, even leading the onslaught against the Lust cult years ago. Therefore, Bishop Lane knew the Lust cult well, an influential cult that controlled beings by manipulating their lust, thereby controlling the beings themselves. Throughout the process, it was incredibly subtle. Even those with firm wills found it hard to resist the corruption of the Lust church. As long as one was assimilated by lust, they could provide faith to the mother goddess of lust behind the cult. If the Lust cult and the mother goddess of lust were allowed to develop, the dark abyss would surely gain a powerful true god. Just what? Why would the Lust cult, akin to a rat crossing the street, not run? Would they wait for us to encircle them? Another bishop nearby shook his head slightly. Perhaps. Bishop Lane considered, although he didn't understand why the Lust cult had retreated so cleanly, their cult minds were always crazed, defying ordinary reasoning. However, since the Lust cult has given up Anpu City, they must be hiding somewhere else. Next, we need to investigate every region of the empire, striving to find the new stronghold of the cult. Bishop Lane instructed. Chapter 20. Peak-seeking subscriptions. After the Lust Church completely withdrew, the Ranked Church, as usual, inquired about Anpu City and the surrounding viscounties. This matter was then considered thoroughly resolved. Lin Yuan's life returned to peace. In Longshan City, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the center of the cultivation field. Rule of time. The great scholars of our human civilization, based on the nature of the rule of time, have summarized 2173 rule of time models. Find adventures at My Virtual Library Empire. Lin Yuan pondered, compared to nearly 10,000 spatial rule models, there are far fewer time rule models, but the difficulty of comprehending the latter is much greater than the former. And even if one comprehends all 2173 time rule models, it doesn't mean one has fully understood the complete rule of time. To completely understand the rule of time, one needs to derive the last step on their own. The 2173 time rule models simply provide a direction for evolvers to comprehend the rule of time. I have not yet recovered to the 9th rank, cannot open spatial layers, but I have made considerable progress in understanding the rule of time. Lin Yuan felt something wonderful inside. Over the century, he had comprehended more than 100 time rule models, nearly achieving minor accomplishment. This was a depth of understanding usually possessed only by 10th rank evolvers. Furthermore, Lin Yuan also had deeper insights about space rules. It is not to say that once the complete space rules are comprehended, there are no more debts in the realm of space rules, for space rules are vast and endless, presented in different aspects. What supreme beings comprehend about space rules is on an entirely different level compared to ordinary 9th rank evolvers. The Moyu Tower Master's void interpretation described the essence of space rules from another angle, benefiting Lin Yuan greatly, giving him new insights every time he reviewed it. Is everyone here? Lin Yuan glanced around and noticed that many members of the Longshan family had already gathered at the edge of the cultivation field, watching him fervently. A trace of invisible and illusory power began to converge towards Lin Yuan. This world is indeed suitable for following the path of belief. Lin Yuan knew that the power converging was the belief from the Longshan family members in him. This would be extremely incredible in the main world prime universe. In the human civilization of the main world, some evolvers also tried to follow the path of belief, but found that the power of belief was hard to gather, while it was much easier in this world. Unfortunately, the power of belief is too dependent on living beings. If the believers disappear or die, gods who rely on belief as their foundation will also lose their source of power. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Compared to the path of belief, he still preferred to amass power within himself, even if spreading the evolution path just made Lin Yuan's ultimate leap a bit easier. But that's not to say that without spreading the evolution path, Lin Yuan couldn't step into the 12th rank. Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered as he looked at the growing number of Longshan family members. In order to better spread the martial Tao cultivation skill, Lin Yuan every so often lectured within the Longshan family on the key essence of martial Tao cultivation. The leader, that's our leader. The leader is so powerful, just watching him makes my heart tremble. Of course, our leader, the Longshan family head, is regarded as the #1 4th-level knight in several major viscounties, and in the future he is expected to become a 5th-level Grand Knight, a super genius, the Longshan family members excitedly discussed, with many not practicing the martial Tao cultivation skill, but came specially to see Lin Yuan. Over the century, Longshan Ling's development had caught the attention of several neighboring viscounties. These viscounties joined forces, sending over a dozen peak 4th-level knights to Longshan City, trying to pressure the newly appointed Baron Longshan. Those peak 4th-level knights were beaten by Lin Yuan single-handedly, without even a chance to fight back. Since then, the several viscounty territories no longer dared to consider any designs against Longshan Ling. In their view, the strength of Baron Longshan was already nearly close to a 5th-level Grand Knight, and entering that rank was just a matter of time. What the peak 4th-level knights from these viscounties did not know was that the Baron Longshan they faced was on par with a true god, a terrifying existence. Time passed. Quickly, 2 hours went by. Lin Yuan's lecture was coming to an end, and the surrounding Longshan family members listened as if spellbound. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of the essence of power, even if he wasn't skilled at teaching disciples, his description and explanation of martial Tao cultivation directly pointed to the core. The Longshan family members, if not understanding immediately, at least had some insights, and could gain more by thinking and reviewing after returning home. Above Longshan City, several figures were standing there, intently watching Lin Yuan below, who was giving his lecture. The 3 figures at the forefront, with subdued auras, were all 6th-level legendary knights, the Empire's ultimate reserve strength. On the plateau of Myriad nations, perhaps the most powerful empires have demigods of 7th level, but most do not. 6th level is already the limit. 7th-level demigods generally have 2 choices. One is to serve a true god, and the other is to secretly spread beliefs, attempting to become a god themselves. Lord Fabian, the martial Tao cultivation skill is spread by that Baron Longshan, said a blond young man respectfully to the elderly man standing at the forefront. Fabian, a myth of the Empire, a peak 6th-level legendary knight, even likely to ignite divine fire and step into the realm of the 7th-level demigod. Chapter 20, Peak Seeking Subscriptions. 2. In my view, the martial Tao cultivation skill is nothing special. Although it can encompass the vast majority of bloodlines, it cannot compare to our imperial cultivation skill when it comes to targeting specific bloodlines, another young man couldn't help but say. The Longshan family made their martial Tao cultivation skill publicly available, and after spreading rapidly, it likewise reached the imperial family of the empire. Fabian immediately realized the importance of the martial Tao cultivation skill, which might lead to a revolution in all knights' cultivation skills, and promptly brought his people to Longshan City to discreetly observe that Viscount Longshan, you should say, our imperial cultivation skill cannot compare to the martial Dao cultivation skill. Fabian glanced at the young man and shook his head. This Viscount Longshan has unlimited potential and could very likely step into the 7th rank. Once these words were spoken, the others around him were immediately dumbfounded. Had they ever heard Fabian give such high praise to a knight? Unlimited potential? Very likely to step into the 7th rank? Good heavens. Were these words really coming from the usually proud Fabian? You don't believe it? Fabian's tone remained calm as he continued to listen carefully to Lin Yuan's lecture below. He couldn't see through Lin Yuan's strength and didn't detect anything out of the ordinary, but from every single word Lin Yuan uttered about the essence of power and the essence of cultivation, he faintly felt that Viscount Longshan's future achievements would far exceed his own. At least when Fabian was his age, he only knew how to exert power, and had far less understanding of the essence of power than the current Viscount Longshan. And the higher one's cultivation, the more Fabian realized how important it was to understand the essence of power. My lord, it's not that we don't believe it, it's just too unbelievable. The other few people glanced at each other and said carefully, what a joke. Wasn't every 7th-ranked demigod knight with a powerful and profound bloodline difficult to reach? The mountain dragon bloodline of the Longshan family was indeed extraordinary, but its limit was the 5th rank. Achieving the status of a 7th-ranked demigod seemed as hard as ascending to heaven. It doesn't matter. If you don't believe it, just wait and see in 500 years, Fabian said indifferently, for he wouldn't have dared make such a claim if he wasn't certain that Viscount Longshan would step into the 6th rank within 500 years, for only 6th-rank legendary knights could live more than 500 years. Enjoy new chapters from my virtual library empire. The martial Tao cultivation skill will be immediately popularized within our imperial family. Otherwise, if we continue to wait, the surrounding empires will catch up. After pondering for a moment, Fabian spoke. Over the years, there had been ongoing disputes within the imperial family about how to deal with the martial Tao cultivation skill. At this moment, after having personally seen Viscount Longshan, Fabian had reached his conclusion. As for blocking the news and keeping the martial Tao cultivation skill solely within the imperial family, that was not very realistic. By now, too many knights within the empire were aware of the martial Tao cultivation skill, and the same was true for the surrounding empires. The reason there had been no movement so far was entirely because they were still studying the martial Tao cultivation skill. Understood. The knights behind him immediately responded. In the imperial family, Fabian's authority was second only to the rank church, and within the family itself, his word was absolute. Also, cozy up to this Viscount Longshan immediately, elevate his title to Earl, and the surrounding surplus territories, as well as the territories of those few Viscounts, let them all go to the Longshan family, Fabian mused, then continued. Yes, the others glanced at one another and responded at once. They clearly heard the unprecedented attention Fabian had for Viscount Longshan, directly elevating Viscount Longshan to Earl Longshan. Since the founding of the Empire, there had never been such a significant elevation in noble rank, had there? Moreover, Viscount Longshan hadn't yet made any notable contributions. After all, every Earl in the Empire could have their title and the right to their territory passed down forever, even higher than the Empire itself. Let's go. It's time to head back. Fabian took one last look at Longshan City below, then led his people back to the capital of the Empire. What the 6th-ranked peak legendary knight Fabian did not know was that just after he left, Viscount Longshan below cast a discreet glance at the spot where he had just been standing. He knows what's up, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Fabian and his group naturally couldn't get past Lin Yuan's perception. Lin Yuan didn't just perceive them, he heard every single word they said. Lin Yuan had long anticipated that the spread of the martial Tao cultivation skill would attract the attention of the Empire. After all, compared to the many knights' cultivation skills, the martial Tao cultivation skill was too special, fully capable of replacing the vast majority of knights' cultivation skills. Initially, Lin Yuan thought the Empire might take some measures, like controlling him, the source of the martial Tao cultivation skill. But clearly, the higher-ups of the Empire were not short-sighted. Realizing that there was no way to suppress the martial Tao cultivation skill, they immediately took the initiative to join in. They even started to woo and reward Lin Yuan, the person from whom the martial Tao cultivation skill originated. After a series of events, even Lin Yuan did not harbor any ill feelings towards the imperial family of the Empire. My 2 primordial spirits have already begun to infiltrate the church, Lin Yuan glanced into the distance. Although called the Plateau of Myriad Nations, the number of empires present far exceeds 10,000. Lin Yuan had his two primordial spirits collect divine crystals from churches of distant empires naturally. Rabbits don't eat the grass at their burrow's edge. The empire Lin Yuan was in was named the Slan Empire, a place of faith for the main god of rank. When dealing with a being at the level of a prime god, Lin Yuan remained cautious enough not to provoke a prime god lightly, in another empire far, far away from the Slan Empire. This place is the land of faith for the Stargaze true god, and the Stargaze Church is the most exalted place in this empire, Stargaze Church. A large number of believers were worshipping devoutly, wisps of ephemeral faith energy converging on the statue of Stargaze true god, then transferred to the true god's true form in the ocean of light through the statue. In the depths of the church, the Pope watched with a smiling face as divine crystals kept condensing in front of him. It seems my God is very pleased this time to bestow so many divine crystals, the Pope thought with joy. Divine crystals contained incredibly pure energy, which could not only support divine incarnations but also greatly aid in cultivation. The divine crystals bestowed by the Stargaze true god this time could sustain the cultivation of all the church's 5th level and above powerhouses for hundreds of years. If I could consume these divine crystals, perhaps I could step into the 7th rank, then raise the divine kingdom, and enter the ocean of light with my God to exist eternally. The Pope stared at the divine crystals in front of him, and a hint of greed suddenly rose in his heart. Just then, a figure silently appeared beside the Pope. The figure was indistinct in appearance, shrouded in a mysterious aura. The Pope glanced at it, failed to react immediately, and then his face changed dramatically. You are. Before the Pope could finish his sentence, his consciousness plunged into darkness. When he awoke again, he found the divine crystals that the Church had accumulated for thousands of years were gone. Who on earth? The Pope of the Stargaze Church had bloodshot eyes, so many divine crystals just vanished, outside the Church. Lin Yuan's form reconstituted itself. Not bad. Lin Yuan glanced at the newly acquired quantity of divine crystals and nodded slightly. Though the quantity was not large, there were many such occasions. Along the way, divine crystals amassed by dozens of churches had fallen into his hands. Keep going. Lin Yuan knew he had to be quick. He aimed to gather enough divine crystals to step into the 9th rank before the gods could react. Time passed. 10 years flew by in a blink. In these 10 years, Lin Yuan's two primordial spirits traveled through half of the plateau of myriad nations, and countless churches of the true gods fell prey to Lin Yuan's pillage. Of course, Lin Yuan was only interested in divine crystals. As for the congregations, he did not lay a hand on them. He mainly wanted to minimize the situation as much as possible. Killing the followers or only the church's upper echelons would be tantamount to declaring war against the gods up front, which would not benefit Lin Yuan's subsequent collection of divine crystals. Longshan Ling. In an underground cave somewhere, Lin Yuan looked at the large pile of divine crystals in front of him. He took a gentle breath, and a great number of divine crystals shattered, merging into Lin Yuan's body. In an instant, the inner world within him began to expand, and the spatial layers became denser and more vast, having the experience of stepping into the 9th rank in the main world prime universe. Lin Yuan re-entered the 9th rank without any hiccups, even managing to suppress any noise from the breakthrough. Whoosh, inhaled. An indescribable and transient aura filled the air. No one knew that in the insignificant location of Longshan Ling in the Slan Empire, an existence on par with the 24 supreme gods was born. Chapter 21, Divine Lattice, please subscribe. The sky was gloomy, the stars hanging high. Lin Yuan walked out of the cave in a pleasant mood. Returning to the 9th rank not only meant more time to open up derived space layers, it also symbolized Lin Yuan's qualifications and confidence to traverse this world without fear. Compared to other gods, Lin Yuan wasn't burdened by faith so long as he was among mortals. Even a prime god wouldn't dare to make a move against Lin Yuan. How would they dare? With Lin Yuan's blood rebirth and elemental body, two major defensive divine skills combined, even if faced with an assault and siege by 24 prime gods, he could last a very, very long time. Find more to read at My Virtual Library Empire, and he might not even die at all. At most, he would just be sealed. The aftermath caused during that period, to say it would cover more than half of the mortal realms would not be an overstatement. At that time, countless lives would fall and perish. For Lin Yuan, this wasn't considered a loss. The worst he would do is give up spreading his law in this world. That's all. But for the gods, this was all about the foundation of their faith. Before Lin Yuan descended, the prime gods of the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness, even if they started a divine war, would not let the flames of war spread to the mortal realms. They all existed by the faith of mortals and wouldn't do something that destroyed their foundation. But Lin Yuan was different. He didn't care about the life and death of mortals. This was also the drawback of the path of faith. With the power of faith, 7th rank half-demigods could more easily raise a divine kingdom. How much trouble would those 7th rank peak evolvers of the main world have to go through to open up an inner world? But in this realm, one only needed to gather enough mortal faith. But one's success and downfall could also hinge on faith. The flaw of the path of faith was obvious. One could be both uplifted and beholden to the will of mortals. Of course, waging war with the 24 prime gods was an extreme situation, and Lin Yuan wouldn't do it unless absolutely necessary. It could only be said that Lin Yuan, having recovered his 9th rank strength, now had the qualifications to negotiate with the 24 prime gods. Lin Yuan tended to prefer that the 24 prime gods remain unaware of his existence until he reached his limits. These years of madly collecting divine crystals from various churches must have caught the attention of the true gods of the Ocean of Light, Lin Yuan thought to himself. It couldn't be helped. Even the most fanatic demigod wouldn't target a true god church to plunder. Demigods merely wanted to quietly collect faith. As for standing against true gods, they weren't that foolish. But Lin Yuan didn't regret his actions. Without those divine crystals, his recovery to the 9th rank would have been delayed by at least another 50 or 60 years. And the churches that Lin Yuan targeted were backed by true gods who were not so dominant. It was fine as long as he didn't draw the attention of the prime gods. The number of spatial layers has exceeded 200,000 all at once. Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation descended into his inner world, carefully feeling the fluctuations of the multiple spatial layers. While the spatial layers required Lin Yuan to open them one by one, similar to realms, once a spatial layer was opened, he would fully grasp the mysteries of that layer. Just like a strand of Lin Yuan's spirit will descending into the demon jade space, even without the support of the many spatial layers of the inner world, he could still easily occupy layers upon layers of space. This world has a rich foundation, with at least trillions of spatial layers. After stepping into the 9th rank, Lin Yuan's sensitivity to spatial layers became clearer, and he could even faintly sense the existence of 2 extremely powerful spatial layers. That should be where the Ocean of Light and the Abyss of Darkness were located. The Ocean of Light and the Abyss of Darkness, where the gods resided, not existing within the main space. Over the long years, many powerful demigods desired to know the exact location of the Ocean of Light and the Abyss of Darkness where all the gods lived. Many demigods traveled across half the mortal realms and still couldn't find it. In fact, the Ocean of Light and the Abyss of Darkness were not within the mortal realms at all. However, with Lin Yuan's current sensitivity to spatial layers, as long as he wished, he could enter the spatial layers where the Ocean of Light and the Abyss of Darkness were located at any time. Given the current rate at which I'm opening spatial layers, barring any accidents, before the time limit of my stay is up, reaching millions of layers should be a safe bet, Lin Yuan thought. This was almost equivalent to the speed of 10,000 layers per year, overwhelmingly surpassing countless 9th rank evolvers of the main universe. The Tianyu clan's Hunyi opened up over 30 million layers. But how much time did he spend? And how many treasures and resources? Even so, averaging it out, he was far from reaching 10,000 layers per year. At most, it was about a dozen layers per year. As long as I reach the Myriad heavy realm of the 9th rank, then Hunyi will be no threat at all. Lin Yuan was very confident, especially since, in this traversal, he had awakened the great physical divine skill Elemental Body. The most terrifying aspect of the Elemental Body lay in its growth potential. In theory, once Lin Yuan stepped into the 12th rank, he could also be immune to 90% of the rule attacks from a supreme being. Shuanghuang's secret realm, Lin Yuan, through the door to the Myriad Realms, faintly felt his Taiyang divine spirit in the Shuanghuang secret realm. Zhilan was still fleeing in desperate straits under Hunyi's attack, and Lin Yuan faintly sensed that Zhilan's aura had weakened somewhat. This weakening was not about physical strength or soul, but a weakening of the spirit will, such that it affected the other avatars. Hang in there for another 2 years, Zhilan. Even if this avatar of yours perishes, I will make sure to bring your treasure back, Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Although he had deceived Zhilan about being a senior, as long as the other party could hold on until Lin Yuan finished his traversal. Chapter 21, Divine Lattice, please subscribe. 2. Lin Yuan was inherently an elder, fully capable of dealing with Hunyi, Ocean of Light, within a vast, winding palace. A gathering of true gods convened here. In the Ocean of Light, the 12 prime gods of light reigned supreme, holding sway over certain rules and authorities. The rest of the divine hosts were ranked according to their realms of power and types of faith, divided into lower-rank gods, middle-rank gods, and upper-rank gods. At this moment, the true gods gathered here included 18 lower-rank gods and 1 middle-rank god. This is preposterous, utterly preposterous. They even dare to steal the divine crystals bestowed by us. It seems that the evil gods of the mortal realm have forgotten our divine majesty. 1s, the true gods were filled with anger, as over the years the churches they had established had their accumulations of divine crystals progressively plundered. Although their churches were not on par with the main god church, which had demigod-level combat power on standby for defense, they were not easy to rob. Those capable of such a feat must be at least of the demigod level, and a very powerful one at that. Because the churches that had their divine crystals plundered were not limited to these few gods, but were merely the first to convene. There were many more true gods who were asleep and unaware of such incidents. What should we do now? The ones who stole the divine crystals were extremely cautious and careful, leaving no clues behind. Moreover, what do those evil gods gain by stealing divine crystals? What's the benefit? A true god expressed doubt, questioning why those level 7 demigods weren't gathering faith instead of stealing divine crystals. The essence of divine crystals was a pure energy aggregation formed by true gods using their divine kingdoms over long periods. It was used to support the energy needed for their divine presence to descend to the mortal realm or to maintain the operation of the divine kingdoms. The demigods, already residing in the mortal realm and having no divine kingdoms to support, what was the point in seizing so many divine crystals? Regardless of the motive, brazenly plundering our churches is a provocation. I suggest we investigate immediately with utmost effort. Yes, we need to find out which evil god is responsible. I will extract his soul and burn it in the divine kingdom for 10,000 years. The many true gods spoke in icy tones. Their dignity since ascending to the ocean of light and establishing divine kingdoms had never been so violated. I will have my followers unite with other demigods to clarify this matter. Just then, the only middle-rank god among them spoke up. Under the constraints of the 24 prime gods, these true gods could not personally descend to the mortal realm. As for descension through divine incarnations, maintaining a divine incarnation required a large amount of divine crystals, and conducting such a time-consuming investigation couldn't always rely on divine incarnations. The purpose of a divine incarnation was to settle matters conclusively, such as identifying the key perpetrator behind the multiple church raids, whereupon they would then send a divine incarnation to suppress directly. Thus, deploying demigods to investigate this matter was the best choice. Many demigods in the mortal realm allied themselves with churches, but only those associated with powerful churches. Longshan Ling. Underground cultivation room. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Within his mind, the door to the Myriad Realms faintly glimmered. A grayish-green gourd slowly emerged from the door to the Myriad Realms, crossing infinite dimensions, descending into this world. Also, a bell-shaped weapon was transmitted through the door to the Myriad Realms, arriving along with the grayish-green gourd into Lin Yuan's hands. Now that he had restored his power to its peak period, possessing the ability to defend himself in this universe, Lin Yuan naturally summoned the mysterious gourd. By absorbing the liquid within the mysterious gourd, he could continuously enhance both the base size and strength of his inner world and physical body. Furthermore, it could enhance his physical body divine ability, blood rebirth. A higher level of blood rebirth allowed Lin Yuan to absorb the liquid in the mysterious gourd, not from the beginning, but to quickly catch up to the most recent progress. Just as in the main world prime universe, Lin Yuan was already close to completely absorbing the blue liquid within the mysterious gourd. In this world, Lin Yuan could achieve complete absorption of the blue liquid within a short period, from half a month to a few months. By the same logic, it can be concluded that if Lin Yuan in this world had completely absorbed the sixth type of liquid, the blue liquid, from the mysterious gourd, then the original Lin Yuan in the main world would be able to achieve this progress swiftly as well. The two are equivalent to synchronization of realms. Besides the mysterious gourd, that bell-shaped treasure was naturally the origin-fine gold. Origin-fine gold possessed terrifying growth potential, but it required a significant amount of time to nurture. In the main world, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was simply too fast, with hardly any worlds to nurture, only striving in the shuttle worlds. After all, carrying these two treasures into the shuttle worlds merely consumed 2 strands of world-breaking origin force, and with Lin Yuan's current wealth of over 100 strands, it was completely sustainable. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 2 to 3 years had gone by. Finally, Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into his inner world, which at this moment was vast and expansive, approaching a size of nearly 2 billion miles in diameter. To be precise, it was 1.665 billion miles. Compared to the original size of 10 million miles, it had grown 16.65 times. That was the total increase brought about after completely absorbing the green liquid. The mysterious gourd contained 7 types of liquids, with the blue liquid and the purple liquid following the green liquid. Blue liquid. Lin Yuan inverted the mysterious gourd, its spout pointing downward, as a drop of deep blue liquid slowly formed. What exactly forms this liquid? Lin Yuan observed carefully, as at his current level, he could see through numerous spatial layers at a glance. But he was still somewhat puzzled about the nature of the blue liquid. Even when magnified millions of times, the blue liquid remained just that, blue, unchanged. This was quite incredible, as any object, when magnified millions of times, would show a different microscopic pattern, presenting more detailed components. But the blue liquid seemed to have no microscopic nor macroscopic form. In fact, not just the blue liquid, even the initial red liquid was the same. Whatever, as long as it benefits me, the principle behind it will become clear later. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before he started to absorb the blue liquid. Boom. As soon as the blue liquid entered his body, a terrifying blue flame ignited, and with the help of the blood rebirth divine skill, Lin Yuan barely held on for a while before his body turned to ashes, only to recondense and come back to life afterward, unaware. Lin Yuan had already been the family head of the Longshan family for 100 years. During these 100 years, the Longshan family had developed rapidly, especially 20 years ago when the imperial family of the Slan Empire openly granted substantial favors to the Longshan family, elevating their noble rank directly to Earl. It is known that outside of wartime, the promotion of a noble rank is extremely difficult. The imperial family is not foolish, for the more Earls there are, the less power and territory they themselves hold. The territory of Earl Longshan encompassed the lands of several surrounding viscounts as well as other vacant lands, reaching 5 billion miles in diameter, nearly 10 times that of the original 60 million miles. Furthermore, martial Tao cultivation skill had already spread even further, accompanied by being the first widespread practice in the Slan Empire. Other empires followed suit. At least the strong within these empires repeatedly studied and found no pitfalls in martial Tao cultivation skill. With no pitfalls and a cultivation method that could achieve the effects of almost all knight cultivation methods, why not promote it? The later it was promoted, the more knights the already popular empires would produce each day, lagging step by step, which would eventually impact the strength of the nation. Of course, the proliferation of martial Dao cultivation skill made countless strong individuals across the plateau of myriad nations curious about Earl Longshan of Longshanling, from whom the martial Dao cultivation skill had originated. Many demigods turned their gaze towards Longshanling. Outside Longshanling, from a corner shadow stepped out a gaunt old man. This old man, whose aura was contained, had a hooked nose and gloomy eyes, looking towards the distant Longshanling. As a demigod who had ignited the divine fire, he had lived nearly 100,000 years, experiencing countless events, thus few things could arouse his interest anymore. Explore stories on my virtual library empire. Earl Longshan, full name Lin Yuan, the spreader of martial Dao cultivation skill. This cultivation skill I have seen is intricately detailed, far beyond what mere knights of the 4th or 5th level might create. This Earl Longshan has a big secret. The gaunt old man's figure swiftly blurred, turning into an almost invisible shadow, and stealthily entered Longshanling. Chapter 22, 300 years later. Please subscribe, Longshan Family Great Hall. Lin Yuan was listening to Longshanling's report. All the trivial matters of the Longshan family had been delegated to several trusted subordinates for handling, with Longshanling being one of them. Lin Yuan only needed to listen to reports periodically to grasp the overall direction. In this extraordinary world, individual might towered above power structures, and as long as Lin Yuan maintained his absolute strength, he needn't worry that such delegation of power would result in him being ousted. On the contrary, the members of the Longshan family were well aware that the Longshan family's present glory was all thanks to Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, the Longshan family would just be a minor Viscount-level power tucked away in a corner, nowhere near the Earl Longshan who now dominated the southeastern region of the empire. Patriarch, over the years, the number of strong warriors stationed in Longshan City has been increasing, with 4th-level knights, 5th-level great knights, and even 6th-level legendary knights appearing within the city. As Longshanling reported, a storm of emotions surged within her. A century ago, not a single 5th-level great knight would emerge in a span of hundreds of years around Longshanling and its vast surrounding regions, yet now they were appearing with increasing frequency, including those above the 5th-level, 6th-level legendary knights. In the past, such figures would have been considered supremely eminent individuals beyond Longshanling's wildest dreams, even influential figures within the Slan Empire. I understand, said Lin Yuan, nodding calmly. In fact, with the continuous spread of the martial Tao cultivation skill, such phenomena would become even more pronounced. Those powerful beings who were rarely seen would now want to understand the origins of the martial Dao cultivation skill, and if there were any cultivation methods superior to the martial Dao cultivation skill. Experience tales with my virtual library empire. People are greedy, some can suppress their desires, while others cannot. Then we, Longshanling, hesitated slightly. Don't bother about them. Lin Yuan shook his head. With the deterrence of the Slan Empire, no strong warriors below the 7th-level demigod would dare cause trouble. By bestowing upon the Longshan family the title of Earl in a public ceremony, the Slan Empire was effectively supporting the Longshan family. As for 7th-level demigods, if they dared to harbor other intentions, Lin Yuan could crush them with a mere thought. Yes, Longshanling said respectfully. Towards the Earl Longshan who was about her age, Longshanling felt an almost dependent level of trust. It seemed as if no matter what, even if the sky were to fall, Lin Yuan would be able to hold it up. Outside Longshan City, several breaths hidden in the shadows were communicating with one another. What are you old geezers doing here? What you're doing here, I'm doing here. Ha ha ha, in the end, it's all for the secrets behind Earl Longshan. The owners of these breaths were all demigod-level beings. In fact, by the time one reaches the 7th level, demigods have largely lost interest in most worldly affairs. Their only obsession was with achieving godhood and continuing to grow stronger. The emergence of the martial Tao cultivation skill had ignited a certain hope in these demigods. The intricacy of this cultivation method was such that even demigods could not possibly have invented it. Thus, in secret, many demigods speculated whether Earl Longshan had by chance obtained divine favor. The so-called divine favor refers to opportunities of the level of gods. To most beings, gods are immortal, but long-lived demigods know better. Gods can die. For example, by initiating a war of the gods, the stars formed by fallen gods would fall from the heavens. If one is fortunate enough to enter a shattered star, there's a possibility to find the treasures of that deceased god. This was also why so many demigods were congregating here. Opportunities at the level of gods might not allow them to become gods, but they can reveal more secrets. And if by chance they acquire a genuine divine artifact, they would indeed become invincible under true gods. A divine artifact could shield a demigod, acquiring more belief and concerned with whether they could raise their divine kingdom to enter the ocean of light or the abyss of darkness. If Earl Longshan truly obtained divine favor, we can share it equally, said a figure in a gray robe. He too was a renowned demigod. Naturally, we are all fellow practitioners, there is no need for violent conflict. Indeed, we agree to share Earl Longshan's godly secret equally when the time comes, the other demigod said, but they harbored other plans in their hearts. If it's merely secrets, they could be shared equally, but what if it's a divine artifact? With only one divine artifact, how could it be divided? However, the demigods present were all old foxes. Even if a real fight were to break out, it would only happen upon seeing tangible benefits. Currently, even though it might just be courtesy, none would turn against each other. Let's sneak in quietly, and after we capture Earl Longshan, directly perform a soul search, said a gaunt old man lurking in the shadows. Agreed. No problem. The demigods nodded. In their eyes, Earl Longshan was already a dead man. Apart from those true gods high above in the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness, who on Earth could withstand the combined assassination of several demigods? You must know, being able to appear outside Longshan City so quickly, these were no ordinary demigods but rather powerhouses among demigods. That Lin Yuan, targeted simultaneously by these formidable demigods, was undoubtedly doomed to die. Let's go. Move in. The 8 demigods immediately began infiltrating Longshan City with great caution. Although they were strong, they were not foolish. They knew that many demigods were watching Earl Longshan, holding back only because of mutual wariness. If these demigods were to take action, they would aim to cause as little commotion as possible, lest they attract the attention of other demigods. Soon, Chapter 22, 300 years later, please subscribe, 8 demigods entered Longshan City and infiltrated the Longshan Great Hall. Is that Earl Longshan? Just a little fellow over 100 years old? One by one, the demigods hid in the shadows, carefully observing Lin Yuan without making the first move. Since they had speculated that Lin Yuan might have obtained a divine chance, they had to consider whether he had any trump cards. Divine chances do not only contain true divine artifacts, but also many other means that could seriously injure demigods even after many long years. Therefore, the demigods were all extremely cautious. The closer they were to success, the more they needed to keep their composure. This was common knowledge to all demigods. There shouldn't be any problems. I haven't felt any danger. True, I haven't sensed any aura of an 8th layer true god either. A few demigods looked at each other, disappointment flickering across their faces. This meant that the divine chance Lin Yuan had obtained might be very ordinary, not even bringing out a treasure that carried the aura of a true god. But anyway, even a mosquito's worth of meat is still meat. They had come this far and couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a gaunt old man hiding in the shadows slightly changed his expression, looking solemnly at the other 7 demigods. What kind of strength does Earl Longshan possess? The gaunt old man immediately asked through transmitted thought. What kind of strength? Seems to be 4th level? No, it's 5th level. The 7 demigods immediately responded through thought transmission. After all, Lin Yuan was right in front of them, they weren't in a hurry, and the duck in their mouths wouldn't fly away. Whether it's 4th level or 5th level, can you all sense Earl Longshan's strength now? The gaunt old man asked with a hint of incredulity in his tone. As he said this, the faces of the 7 demigods changed at once. For 7th-ranked demigods, whether it was 4th or 5th level didn't make much difference, and it was practically indistinguishable from 1st and 2nd levels or even ordinary people. But not making a difference doesn't mean they were the same. In the eyes of the 8 of them at that moment, Earl Longshan's aura was hidden, no different from an ordinary person. For 3rd or 4th level knights, they might feel Earl Longshan to be unfathomable, but all 8 here were demigods. How could they not sense Earl Longshan's specific aura? Something's fishy? The gaunt old man's brow twitched imperceptibly. Although, as demigods, their premonition and awareness gave no warnings, he just felt that something was off. Me too. Shall we withdraw first and then discuss? The other demigods also began to think of retreating. Earl Longshan gave them a very odd feeling, an odd feeling that made their hearts tremble. Just as the 8 demigods exchanged glances, planning to leave and make long-term plans, a gentle voice suddenly rang in their ears. Guests have arrived, please stay. Under the astonished gaze of the 8 demigods, Lin Yuan looked up at them. Be careful. All 8 demigods were on high alert, ready to respond with full force. The words of Earl Longshen meant that he had discovered them long ago. But how was that possible? They had been careful enough, and even other demigods might not have been able to detect them. Could it be that Earl Longshan was also a demigod? Before the 8 demigods could figure it out, a terrifying force from the depths of the void crushed them to smithereens. In the Longshan Great Hall, under Lin Yuan's gaze, the 8 demigods disintegrated without resistance. Thinking of killing me for my opportunity? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Since he dared to reveal his martial Tao cultivation skill, he had already taken these possibilities into account. How could he possibly stay in the Longshan Great Hall without sufficient strength? Is this the first time I've directly killed a demigod? Lin Yuan thought to himself that although he had killed the mother goddess of lust decades ago, it was a cursed killing from countless miles away without ever having seen her face. This must be the demigod lattice? Lin Yuan looked at where the 8 demigods previously stood. After their physical bodies and souls had completely turned into dust, 8 round crystals fell to the ground. It must be the demigod lattice. In this world, when knights reach the 7th rank, they ignite the divine fire and condense the demigod lattice. Once they elevate their divine kingdom, the demigod lattice within them will transform into the divine lattice. Whether it's a demigod lattice or divine lattice, both are the absolute core of demigods or true gods, the embodiment of their everything. Whoosh! 8 crystals floated in front of Lin Yuan, spinning leisurely. The crystals were of different colors, emitting different auras, such as the emaciated old man who always hid in the shadows. His demigod lattice was the color of shadows with a faint space fluctuation flowing through it. There was also the figure in the gray robe, whose divine lattice appeared gray, undulating with a poisonous aura. Lin Yuan looked over them casually, grasping the shadowy demigod lattice that was emitting the space fluctuations, and briefly probed it with his mind. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. After probing into the demigod lattice with his mind, Lin Yuan vaguely obtained the perspective of the demigod lattice. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt the world had become different. The world, once filled with various rule fluctuations, now had only space and shadows remaining. Although only these 2 remained, in Lin Yuan's perception, they became extremely clear. Originally, even in the main world Prime Universe, with the help of the rich space fluctuations on the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan's perception of the space rules was still vague, but now it was extremely clear. The many spaces and shadows in this world seemed mystical, especially the vast, slow unfolding of billions of spatial layers before Lin Yuan. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to observe the essence of the world's rules. Your perception of space and shadows continues to rise. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to observe the essence of the world's rules. Your perception of space and shadows continues to rise. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to observe the essence of the world's rules. Your perception of space and shadows continues to rise, rumbling. Inner world. The vast expanse was nearly 200 million li in radius, and the number of spatial layers was nearing 300,000. Not only that, the number of spatial layers in the inner world was still increasing at a rate of 30 to 50 layers every day. However, when Lin Yuan used the demigod lattice's perspective to look at this world and its layers upon layers of space, the development of spatial layers in the inner world seemed to take a fixed direction and started skyrocketing. 30 to 50 layers a day, 300 to 500 layers a day, 3,000 to 5,000 layers a day. Rumbling. Layer after layer of spatial layers developed, making the land of the inner world become substantial and the sky profound. What? Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, pulling away from the perspective he had just experienced. The demigods of this world, their demigod lattices are condensed from world rules, which allows them to comprehend the most fundamental rules of heaven and earth? Lin Yuan was somewhat shocked. Simply put, the rule-based attack methods controlled by the demigods of this world rely entirely on the demigod lattices within their bodies. With the power of the demigod lattice, they unleash the mysteries of rule-based attacks. This shadowy space demigod lattice could probably allow me to open up 1,000,000 layers of space. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. It wasn't that the demigod lattice itself contained the mystery of 1,000,000 spatial layers, but rather the spatial origin mystery that this demigod lattice could glimpse into was that vast. Seeing and owning are 2 different concepts. Lin Yuan was at the 9th rank, and with his against heaven's understanding, he was able to exert such an effect with an ordinary demigod lattice. Against heaven, Lin Yuan silently marveled. It's truly against heaven. If a demigod lattice can have such an effect, what about a divine lattice? Lin Yuan's eyes heated up slightly. This demigod lattice spanned both shadows and space, but only space was of great use to Lin Yuan. Among the other 7 demigod lattices, there were 2 more concerning space. 3 demigod lattices together, excluding the overlapping essence of space, could open up an additional 2,000,000 spatial layers for Lin Yuan. One must know that since Lin Yuan stepped into the 9th rank, the total number of spatial layers was less than 300,000, And this was on the premise of comprehending dozens of cosmic forces, more than a dozen higher cosmic forces, and one source-level cosmic force. And now he could directly increase by 2 million spatial layers? Demigods? Demigods who have comprehended the space attribute? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Every demigod lattice with the space attribute could glimpse into a part of the essence of space, which was greatly useful for Lin Yuan to develop spatial layers. From now on, both primordial spirits will focus on searching for those demigods, Lin Yuan decided internally. He didn't harbor a killing intent for those demigods with spatial lattices, as long as the other party cooperated and actively allowed him to sense their internal demigod lattices. Once Lin Yuan finished comprehending, he would only seal them up and release them after the 1,000-year living limit had passed. 1,000 years was not significant for the longevity of demigods, and so, time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. Chapter 23, 90 million spatial layers, subscription request. 300 years had passed, transforming Longshan Ling remarkably. The territory of the Longshan family expanded repeatedly, even occupying 1/5 of the Slan Empire. If it weren't for that legendary patriarch of the Longshan family who hadn't explicitly agreed to allow the ranked church to establish itself there, the Longshan family would likely have become the Longshan Empire by now. In the plateau of Myriad nations, the establishment of any empire requires the approval of the main god church. This is a cast-iron rule set by the gods of the Ocean of Light. However, even without establishing an empire, the influence of the Longshan family today is hardly weaker than that of an empire. That legendary patriarch of the Longshan family was declared a demigod over 100 years ago. For this, the Longshan family was endowed with endless glory. A demigod, as long as they do not stand against the church and covertly gather followers, can live exceptionally comfortably. The Pope of the ranked church had worried when he first learned that the Longshan patriarch had stepped into the 7th level of demigod. He feared that the other party would utilize the Longshan domain to gather followers. But after observing for a while and even employing the church's unique ability to sense the gathering of faith and confirming that there was no fluctuation of faith gathering around Longshan Ling, he completely put his mind at ease about the Longshan patriarch. After all, a demigod who doesn't cause trouble and isn't interested in followers can save the church a lot of worry. With the tacit consent of the ranked church, the development of the Longshan family thereafter was exceptionally smooth. On this day, many members of the Longshan family gathered toward the clan training grounds. Today should be the day the patriarch talks about the martial Dao cultivation skill. I finally get to see the patriarch. Such a day only comes once every 10 years. Our current patriarch of the Longshan family is a spectacular talent, stepping into the 7th level of demigod before the age of 500. Surely that must break the records of the neighboring empires, right? The faces of the Longshan family members beamed with pride, their tones filled with fervor. This was not something strange, for before Longshan Yuan assumed the position of patriarch, the Longshan family was just a small force tucked away in the southeast corner of the empire. I heard that the Pope of the ranked church has invited the patriarch to join the church several times, promising to request a subordinate deity spot from the main god. A subordinate deity, that is, a deity subordinate to the prime god, a much higher status than those gods who reside alone in the divine kingdom. It's a pity that the Longshan patriarch did not immediately agree, saying he needed to. Think it over. Worthy of our patriarch, if a prime god invited me to become a subordinate deity, not even needing to be a prime god, any god inviting would make me wake up laughing from my dreams. Many members of the Longshan family gathered at the edge of the training ground, and as it was still early and the patriarch had not yet appeared, they quietly discussed among themselves. The focus of the discussion was naturally still the Longshan patriarch. Being a demigod and receiving an invitation from the main god church was undoubtedly an incredibly remarkable matter. The plateau of myriad nations is vast and broad. The number of demigod-level powers is considerable, yet it's rare to hear of a demigod-level power being so valued by a deity. Now, not only was the Longshan patriarch deemed significant by a deity, but this deity was also one of the 12 prime gods of light, such an honor undeniably evoking envy from many demigods. Though becoming a subordinate deity would mean losing freedom, it would be as a deity subordinate to one of the 12 prime gods of the Ocean of Light. Since ancient times, the number of true gods might fluctuate, but the number of prime gods has always been fixed at 24, neither more nor less. Just as countless members of the Longshan family continued their discussions. In the center of the training ground, on a high platform, a figure appeared at some unknown time. The patriarch has arrived. The patriarch is here. One by one, the members of the Longshan family ceased their conversations, their gazes intensely fixed on the figure on the high platform. In the Longshan family, the Slan Empire, and even the ranked church, all needed to step back. Only the patriarch was the sole heaven. In the center of the platform, Lin Yuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, glanced at the masses of Longshan family members on the edge of the training ground. It's been 300 years already. Lin Yuan felt somewhat emotional in his heart, for during these 300 years, aside from his own cultivation, he also guided his clanspeople in the practice of the martial Dao cultivation skill. After all, related to the transmission of the art, Lin Yuan was still willing to devote himself to this aspect. And under Lin Yuan's occasional guidance, the number of practitioners of the martial Tao cultivation skill rapidly increased, with over 10,000 of the Longshan family members cultivating to the 4th level. Over 2,000 reached the 4th level, and more than 50 reached the 5th level. There was even one who reached the 6th level, equivalent to a legendary knight among martial Tao cultivators. This was only within the Longshan family, as there were even more cultivators outside practicing the martial Tao cultivation skill, though they lacked Lin Yuan's personal guidance. But with such a base, the number of strong cultivators at various levels of the martial Tao cultivation skill was greater than that within the Longshan family. In just 300 years, such achievements had been realized mainly due to the localization of the martial Tao cultivation skill, which primarily focused on tapping into the power buried deep within one's bloodline. This approach indeed meant sacrificing potential for future growth, but in terms of training speed in the early stages, it was indeed formidable. The spread of the martial Tao cultivation skill was just one of the many minor accomplishments of Lin Yuan over these 300 years. One of Lin Yuan's greatest achievements in the past 300 years was in the development of the spatial layers, reaching an astounding 90 million layers. 90 million layers of spatial layers, a number Lin Yuan would not even dare to dream of before beginning his current journey. Chapter 23, 90 million spatial layers, seeking subscriptions. 2. Even with against heaven's understanding, dozens of cosmic forces, more than a dozen higher cosmic forces, and one source-level cosmic force aiding him, Lin Yuan dared to set his sights only on the countless spatial layers, and that too was a result of spending 1,000 years of residence time. Even so, such a pace of expansion had reached 10,000 spatial layers a day, which in the eyes of other ninth-rank powerhouses was utterly unattainable. But now, with the advent of divine lattice, especially those with spatial attributes, it was as if he had been handed the keys that unlocked the essence of the space rules of this world. Lin Yuan's speed at expanding the derived space layers soared exponentially, completely defying all logic. To simply put it, those ninth-stage powerhouses in the main world prime universe had to comprehend and expand their spatial layers bit by bit, one at a time. While Lin Yuan's method of expansion was different, he could simply use the layers of this world as a template for his own. The moment he finished expanding a spatial layer, he would instantly grasp the spatial origin source insights related to that layer. For example, the ninth stage powerhouses in the main universe had to create spatial layers from scratch, like deriving a complex formula without any direction or target known in advance. Whereas for Lin Yuan, it was as if he had already received this formula beforehand and merely needed to derive the process from it, which drastically reduced the difficulty by several magnitudes. 90 million spatial layers? Lin Yuan gently closed his eyes, feeling the boundless power transmitted from his inner world throughout his body. In the starry sky, where the myriad clans of the main world classified the ninth rank into 5 tiers, reaching 10 million layers was already the extreme limit of the ninth stage peak. As for 90 million layers, Han Yi had opened up 30 million spatial layers, and thus was already the strongest ninth rank being of the Tianyu clan. 90 million layers. One could estimate that throughout all the races of the main universe, and even including those unique special beings, there were probably only a handful that could come close. Here, close does not mean reach or exceed. Especially those unique special beings, which are so rare in the vast cosmos, their innate talents are terrifying beyond belief. These special beings with such unfathomable depth could open up spatial layers with almost the same ease as eating or drinking drink, scarcely any less simple. Even so, to expand to 90 million spatial layers, not to mention expanding, even just counting layer by layer, it would take a very long time, wouldn't it? The most critical point is, according to the current trend, 90 million layers is far from Lin Yuan's limit, with still more than half of his designated residence time remaining. Lin Yuan still had a great deal of room to grow. It's a pity, the current demigod lattice is not of much use to me anymore. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Over the past 300 years, he had used his 2 primordial spirits to search the world for demigod lattices with spatial attributes, that is, demigods with the ability to manipulate space. If one were to divide the spatial origin source of this world from bottom to top into 10,000 parts, the key to the spatial essence held within a demigod's demigod lattice would only occupy the lower third of that range. As for the upper 2/3, the demigod lattice's tier was too low, it could not see that far. As Lin Yuan gradually mastered the bottom third of the spatial origin source, other demigod lattices with spatial attributes began to overlap with the spatial essence he had already grasped. The divine lattice of a true god should be able to help me further advance. Lin Yuan looked up at the sky, which in reality meant observing the spatial layers where the ocean of light and the dark abyss resided. No rush. Take it slow. Lin Yuan's thoughts reconverged. Even though the current demigod lattice didn't have as great an effect on him as before, it still had some use. He still intended to thoroughly comprehend the demigod lattice and the one-third area of spatial essence it could glimpse into before dealing with divine matters. 2. My inner world has now reached a scale of 108.3 billion miles in circumference. Lin Yuan's consciousness descent into his inner world revealed that he had absorbed much of the sixth type of liquid from the mysterious gourd, the blue liquid, over the past 300 years. In theory, once he completely absorbed the first 6 types of colored liquids, Lin Yuan's inner world would reach a circumference of 1.998 billion miles. Approaching 2 billion miles for my inner world, plus 90 million spatial layers, my current power should be at the level of 9th rank invincible, shouldn't it? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Unlike the 8th layer, the 9th rank did not entertain the concept of invincibility. Because the confrontation between 9th rank powerhouses was not about the level of power and might, it wasn't a matter of brute strength ensuring victory. Unless it is a strike from a supreme being that tears through countless spatial layers, a strike of such caliber that no matter where you hide or flee to within those layers, you are doomed to die. The combat among 9th rank fighters requires competing across multiple spatial layers. For instance, under specific conditions, 9th rank fighters like Zilan, who cannot open up less than 1 million spatial layers, can easily elude top 9th rank fighters like Hunyi, who can open over 30 million spatial layers. But that was before. Now, with the scale and solid foundation of Lin Yuan's inner world, he could effortlessly suppress other 9th rank fighters with a mere gesture, including Hunyi, who could open over 30 million spatial layers. If this isn't invincibility, what is? Now I just need to conclude my traversal. The predicament of the Xuanhuang secret realm is truly nothing, Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. However, doing so would be somewhat of a waste of this opportunity to traverse. Even though he had the world coordinates in hand and could continue the consciousness descent, it would require the expenditure of 10 strands of world-breaking origin force. Time, Lin Yuan, through the will of his inner world, raised his right hand, and time began to fluctuate smoothly and steadily, either accelerating or pausing. Time pause? A touch of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes, as in the past 300 years he had deduced over 200 time rule models, gaining some understanding of the ability to pause time. It can't be maintained for a long duration? Lin Yuan tried it out and found that the longer he sustained the time pause state, the greater the backlash from the time rules would become. It's like when you forcefully dam up a breach, you may stop the river's flow temporarily, but as the upstream water accumulates more and more, the eventual breach will result in an even more severe disaster. The pause in time was similar. Forcing time to pause in a particular region would continuously suffer backlash brought about by corrections from time rules. With Lin Yuan's current foundation, he could at most pause time in a certain region for 20 breaths. Any longer, and he would suffer irreversible damage, and the region where time was paused couldn't contain any exceedingly powerful life forms. Pausing time for a stone versus pausing time for a 9th rank life form, naturally, they are not the same in terms of difficulty. In the midst of his thoughts, Lin Yuan looked around at the numerous clansmen of the Longshan family and began to impart the martial Tao cultivation skill. Several hours passed. Lin Yuan's lecture reached its conclusion. Under the rapt gaze of countless Longshan family members, Lin Yuan disappeared from the center of the arena, the underground cultivation room. Lin Yuan's figure reappeared. These 300 years I have secretly abducted a large number of demigods, including many from the True God Church. It must have had a significant impact, Lin Yuan silently pondered. To better comprehend the spatial essence of this world and thereby open up layer upon layer of space, Lin Yuan, apart from the demigods of the main God Church whom he did not target, had visited most of those from the True God Church. This was far more serious than the pillaging of the divine crystals from the True God Church 300 years ago. In the absence of interference from the true gods, the demigod tier powerhouses are the strongest combat forces of the churches. As for the descent of godly power incarnations, they are the last resort. Most matters, as well as conflicts with other churches, still rely on the demigod tier powerhouses. It's not a problem. Lin Yuan only pondered for a moment, not too concerned. If 300 years ago, Lin Yuan held some apprehension toward the gods of the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss, after all, the 24 prime gods were beings of his same rank. Now, having opened 90 million spatial layers and with his inner world approaching an expanse of nearly 200 million square miles, Lin Yuan has truly become in this world. Unfearing of all. Chapter 24. Do I have to hide? Please subscribe. Continue to open up more spatial layers. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. Actually, Lin Yuan could have attempted to break through to the 10th rank as early as when he created millions of spatial layers. According to the experiences of countless 9th rank beings in the main world breaking through to the 10th rank, millions of spatial layers were enough to meet the threshold for the breakthrough. But Lin Yuan did not wish to forsake the greatest opportunity presented by this traversal. After breaking through to the 10th rank, the inner world would continue to transform and begin to solidify to a certain degree. At that time, creating spatial layers as one could at the ninth rank would not be so easy. Instead of that, it was better to open up as many spatial layers as possible while still at the ninth rank. Why did Hun Yi, the strongest ninth rank being of the Tianyu clan, open over 30 million spatial layers but still refuse to break through to the 10th rank? Was he foolish? Certainly not. Spatial layers represent the depth and thickness of a world, a more hidden foundation aside from its evident size. The more spatial layers one opens at the ninth rank, the greater the help for stepping into the 10th rank, and even the 11th rank, when the inner world transforms into an inner universe. This is also why Lin Yuan is currently opening spatial layers so fervently, although it can't be said that missing this opportunity would leave him without another chance. But the opportunity must be seized. Another reason Lin Yuan has not attempted the 10th rank breakthrough is the Xuanhuang Secret Realm. The Xuanhuang Secret Realm prohibits those at the 10th rank and above from entering, a rule established since the opening of the Xuanhuang Secret Realm. Even supreme beings cannot forcefully enter, and Lin Yuan worries that if during his traversal the nature of his spirit will transforms, it would be detected by the Xuanhuang Secret Realm as anomalous, and then he would be ejected from it. Of course, this possibility is not very large. Experience more tales on My Virtual Library Empire. When Lin Yuan's will arrives, even if he truly breaks through to the 10th rank, it doesn't have much to do with his main body. For Lin Yuan, the descent of will also has a trial and errors purpose. But to be cautious, considering many aspects, Lin Yuan still prioritizes opening more spatial layers. After all, with his current accumulation, whenever he wants to break through to the 10th rank, he can do it. There's absolutely no need to hurry the process. Those 9th rank peak powerhouses who had just opened millions of spatial layers were anxious to try breaking through to the 10th rank because their lifespan was nearing its end. They had no other choice, that's why they did it. Lin Yuan still has plenty of lifespan left, so there's no need to rush. Xuanhuang's secret realm, Lin Yuan once again perceived the situation through the door to the Myriad Realms, sensing the circumstances on the side of the Taiyang divine spirit. Jilan's breath has already weakened by nearly a quarter. Lin Yuan was aware of this numerically, knowing Jilan could still hold on for a while. As for the damage to his main body's avatar caused by burning his spirit will, that's not irreparable. After all, once Lin Yuan finishes his traversal and returns to the Xuanhuang secret realm, he can give Zilan some opportunities. Lin Yuan can foresee that after his traversal ends, with his strength, he should be able to sweep away all the 9th rank beings in the Xuanhuang secret realm. At that time, all the resources in the secret realm would be there for his taking. Actually, even if Lin Yuan doesn't experience the entire traversal, he would still be able to sweep through the entire Xuanhuang secret realm if he returned now. Ocean of Light. Hundreds of true gods were seated in a spacious hall. Lin Yuan's 2 primordial spirits abducting a large number of demigods had completely angered the gods of the Ocean of Light, on top of the massive looting of divine crystals 300 years ago. Old grudges and fresh grievances made the gods' teeth itch for revenge. My most devout follower, a 7th-ranked demigod named Yin Mosi, has vanished without a trace for over 200 years. I can feel that he is still alive, but I have no idea where he is. A true god with a single horn scanned the many gods around and said, "My 2 demigod followers are the same. Who could this be, capable of eluding our perception?" Another true god with white wings spoke. "My followers are the same. To elude our perception, could they have fallen into another divine kingdom? Is it those divine beings from the Dark Abyss doing this?" "No, that's not right. The Dark Abyss has its own prime gods who would not do such a thing," one said. Hundreds of true gods conversed, and eventually concluded that their followers could indeed be in other divine kingdoms, as this was the only explanation for the gods' inability to perceive their followers. However, this divine kingdom may not be from living deities, as the remnants of fallen gods' divine kingdoms from the distant past had similar abilities. So you're saying someone abducted our demigod followers and hid them in a fallen divine kingdom? What does the other party want? Why not just kill them? Why do this? The gods were puzzled, and while the conclusion seemed incredible, it was the only explanation that made sense of their situation. Could it be that a group of powerful demigods in the mortal realm luckily obtains a divine opportunity and acquires a fallen divine kingdom? Then they begin targeting our church's demigods, abducting them one by one, and for some purpose, keep them in that fallen divine kingdom. Soon, some true gods started theorizing about the cause and sequence of events. Despite there being many inexplicable aspects, they managed to clarify the reasons behind the events. Now what do we do? Where exactly are our demigod followers, and who is the mastermind behind all of this? Any clues? A true god voiced their doubts. Rest assured. Just then, a true god sitting in the highest seat spoke up. He was an upper-rank god, one of the most powerful and high-ranking beings beneath the prime god. He surveyed the Hall of Gods and slowly said, "I have already given the aura of your followers to the god of divination over 100 years ago, for him to deduce the last known location of their presence." Chapter 24, Do I Have to Dodge? Please subscribe. 2. As these words were spoken, the hearts of the gods present were certain. The god of divination, one of the 12 prime gods of the Ocean of Light. The powers the god of divination commanded were very special, that is, premonition and divination. The god of divination could merge with heaven and earth, observing the changes and evolution of all things in the world from a unique perspective. In simple terms, as long as the god of divination was willing to pay the price, he could know anything in the world. However, to ask the god of divination to take action also required a huge price. If it wasn't for the fact that their demigod-level followers had suffered such severe losses, this upper-rank god would not have sought out the god of divination. The god of divination told me that the results would be given out during this period, said the upper-rank god seated at the head. Good, then we shall wait. As for the price of asking the god of divination to take action, we will also bear some of it, the gods said to each other after exchanging glances. The upper-rank god seated at the head looked slightly better upon hearing this. Time slowly passed. Before long, several months had gone by. The expression of the upper-rank god at the head suddenly changed. Seeing this, the other true gods turned their gaze towards him. A moment later, the complexion of that upper-rank god gradually returned to normal. He then looked at the gods and slowly said, "The god of divination has given the results." As expected of the god of divination, that is the source of the aura we could not find no matter what. Where exactly was the last place our demigod-level followers disappeared? The gods looked at the upper-rank god with anticipation. The god of divination said, the last place where all the followers' auras disappeared was in the Longshan Ling area of the Slan Empire on the plateau of Myriad Nations, the upper-rank god stated directly. The Slan Empire, that's the territory of the main god of rank. Longshan Ling? I remember now, the Lord of Longshan Ling is talented and gifted. The outside world has theorized that he might have received a divine favor. Divine favor? I understand now, the prime culprit behind the abduction of our demigod-level followers is none other than the Lord of Longshan Ling, which fits with our earlier speculation that all the followers were hidden in some ruined divine kingdom. The Lord of Longshan Ling, the Longshan family patriarch, a demigod under 500 years old, truly deserves death for daring to secretly act against us. Not for the god of divination, we would still be in the dark to this moment. The Longshan family patriarch truly deserves death. The god's tone was indignant, but they did not act rashly. After all, Longshan Ling was situated within the territory of the rank church, which was the church of the main god of rank. Without clarity on whether the main god of rank was related to this matter and whether he was aware, as angry as the true gods were, they had to remain sensible. Let's go. We ourselves shall descend with divine power incarnations and head to Longshan Ling to see if the great main god of rank will deal with this matter. Indeed, the great main god of rank advocates for order, and the actions of that Longshan family patriarch are akin to creating chaos. I don't believe the main god of rank is aware of this. The gods exchanged glances and immediately came to a decision. The 12 prime gods of the Ocean of Light were lofty, and the main god of rank was no exception. With the stature of the main god of rank, how could he possibly care about those demigods of the mortal realm? This matter was likely the doing of the Longshan family patriarch and had little to do with the main god of rank. However, regardless, the people of the Longshan family were within the territory of the rank church. Even if they were in the right, they still had to give notice. I have had contact with the Pope of the rank church of the Slan Empire. Let me inquire first if he knows of this matter. A true god spoke, immediately separating a wisp of divine power to make contact. The Pope of any true god church has an extremely special connection with the true god themselves, perhaps even as a direct descendant. For a main god church like the rank church, its Pope is directly an attached spirit of the main god of rank's will carrier. Only in this way can they better control the entire church. Attached spirits, though not free, are still divine beings. Residing in the Ocean of Light, it was perfectly normal for the gods present to have had contact with the other party. We leave now, to Longshan Ling, to demand an explanation. Countless true gods within the Great Hall sent down divine power avatars within their respective churches, grandiosely moving towards Longshan Ling in the Slan Empire. The Slan Empire, the rank church. The Pope suddenly opened his eyes. The Longshan Patriarch is the main culprit behind the abduction of numerous demigod-level powerhouses from the church in the past few centuries. There are now a great number of avatars of divine power descended from true gods rushing this way. The rank Pope's brow was furrowed, his true form belonging to the spirits of the Ocean of Light, carrying out the commands of the main god of rank to manage the mortal churches. The mission given to him by the main god of rank was not only to manage the churches, but also to search for demigods with enough potential to be guided to the Ocean of Light and become subordinate spirits to the prime god. Over the years, the one he had taken such a fancy to most was the chief of the Longshan family. The other party was young, with tremendous potential, and moreover, his lack of interest in the faith made the rank Pope very inclined to win him over. And in these years, the rank Pope had also been making efforts in this direction. Nonsense. For so many true gods to descend avatars of their divine power without regard for face, isn't that a farce? The rank Pope immediately rose and hastened towards Longshan Ling. He also felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. If those true gods dared to make such a big move, they must have decisive evidence. Should this matter blow up, it would definitely not bode well for Longshan Yuan. The main god of rank valued order, and order included both rewards and punishments. If Lin Yuan truly was the main culprit in the disappearance of many church demigods over the past few centuries, and the main god of rank became aware, he would surely act according to the rules without any partiality. Cold and impartial, these words describe the main god of rank. We absolutely cannot let Longshan Yuan meet with that group of spirits. The rank pope decided to protect Lin Yuan. As long as the two sides had not met and confronted each other face to face, there was room for the situation to de-escalate, and then it would be easy to speak on behalf of the prime god. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the rank pope arrived at Longshan Ling. I want to see the Longshan Patriarch. The rank pope directly approached the entrance of the Longshan Great Hall. See the Patriarch? Longshan Ling and a few others immediately stepped forward to greet him. They recognized the rank pope and knew his status and position, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Correct. The Longshan Patriarch may be implicated in the disappearance of demigods over these past few centuries, and now a great number of avatars of true God's divine power are coming to accuse him, the rank pope briefly explained. What? Your Holiness, there must be some misunderstanding here. Longshan Ling and the others were trembling. Avatars of divine power descended by hundreds of true gods? Those were the avatars of the true God's divine power that could level Longshan Ling with just a mere leak of their presence. Longshan Ling and the others also quickly realized that the reason why those true gods were willing to come and accuse in person was probably to give face to the rank church. Otherwise, with the overbearing nature of the true gods, they would simply have acted directly to obliterate Longshan Ling, no questions asked. What's most important now is, before that group of true gods arrives, we take the Longshan Patriarch to our church to hide for a bit. The rank pope quickly said. The true gods dared to come to Longshan Ling to accuse, but they would absolutely not dare accuse in front of the rank church. That would be the dignity of the main god of rank. Yes, seek the church's shelter. Longshan Ling and the others also felt like they had found their backbone in an instant. They immediately led the rank pope and others into the Longshan Great Hall and came to the entrance of the cultivation room. Patriarch, a major event has occurred. Longshan Ling immediately activated a method of contact, trying to reach Lin Yuan, who was in seclusion. Inside the cultivation room, Lin Yuan opened his eyes silently. Rustle. The door opened. Lin Yuan emerged, his expression serene. Patriarch Longshan Ling quickly explained the situation. Patriarch, you need to rush to the church right now to take cover, Longshan Ling said anxiously. Even though she revered her patriarch immensely, she did not believe Lin Yuan could survive in the face of avatars of divine power descended by hundreds of true gods. In the face of a life-and-death crisis for Longshan family's supporting pillar, how could Longshan Ling not be anxious? How could she not be flustered? Longshan Patriarch, as long as you hide in the church, I guarantee those spirits will not dare to come forcefully. The rank pope also hastily said. Hide? Lin Yuan's gaze was calm and distant as he stepped out of the Longshan Great Hall, looking towards the end of the sky's expanse. In the distance, a terrifying and majestic presence began to approach rapidly, as if a majestic heavenly might was descending. Find more chapters on My Virtual Library Empire. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, his sleeves billowing, and with a gentle sweep forward, when he drew his hand back, hundreds of Dao incarnations had mysteriously appeared in his palm. Use hiding? Chapter 25. The God Among Men. Subscribe requested. The heavens and earth were vast and boundless. Hundreds of powerful auras roared toward Longshan Ling. As incarnations of divine power descended from the ocean of light, each figure on the field symbolized a true god. Even though they were merely incarnations, their strength far surpassed the peak of a demigod, approaching that of an eighth-layer true god. Especially the foremost dozen figures, who were incarnations of divine power from upper-rank gods, their aura fluctuations had reached the threshold of a true god. Even among eighth-layer true gods, the disparity in strength was vast, depending on the rules and authority held by their divine lattice and the purity of their divine power. Of course, the most crucial aspect was how much belief they had gathered. Belief is the foundation of every true god, leveraging the power of all beings, allowing seventh-layer demigods to gather and elevate a divine kingdom. In the distant past, there were frequent divine wars between the true gods of the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss, fundamentally fighting over the acquisition of belief. Wait a minute. After flying for a while, the hundreds of divine power incarnations subtly sensed something amiss, especially those of the upper-rank gods who furrowed their brows and continuously surveyed their surroundings. As true gods, their realm evident, even as divine power incarnations, they possessed keen spatial awareness. Some true gods had already sensed something. The space has changed. The space of the mortal world is not like this. Right, I also find it strange. Could it be that we haven't arrived in the mortal world? Impossible. The anchor points for our divine power incarnations are the major churches of the mortal world. How could it not be the mortal world? One by one, the true gods quickly exchanged thoughts, looking around at their surroundings, feeling an unprecedented strangeness. Stop arguing. An upper-rank god thought for a moment and spoke. According to our speed, we should have already arrived at Longshanling by now, but where is Longshanling now? With these words, the faces of all the other true gods turned solemn. Indeed. The speed of a true god is incredibly fast. Even if the plateau of Myriad nations is vast and expansive, a large group of true gods like them flying for this long should have already arrived. True gods are not engaging in simple physical flying. Theirs is a shifting flight that compresses spatial distances. What does this mean? Has Longshanling been moved away? Some true gods had yet to react, mostly lower-rank gods who had little awareness of the essence of space. It's not that Longshanling has been moved away, it's us who have been moved. Unbeknownst to us, at some point, we were moved into a sealed space. An upper-rank god voiced his speculation. Although this conjecture was incredible, moving them in front of so many true gods seemed like a fantastical tale. Yet, aside from this possibility, the upper-rank god could think of no other explanation. If you don't believe it, you can try to return to the Ocean of Light. This upper-rank god glanced at the other gods, whose faces were filled with disbelief, and added another line. The Ocean of Light is located not in any specific location in the mortal world, but in another spatial layer. Thus, no matter how much those demigods in the mortal world search, they can never find the dwelling of the gods, the Ocean of Light, and the Dark Abyss. To the demigods, the Ocean of Light may seem far away, but to the true gods present, it was but a stone's throw away. With their true selves as coordinates, the numerous divine power incarnations easily locked onto the spatial layer where the Ocean of Light was located. Ultimately, all they had to do was break through the space to enter. I can't believe that there exists such a powerful being in the mortal world capable of moving us effortlessly. Correct, I am going back to the Ocean of Light now. Apart from the Great Prime God, it is absolutely impossible for anyone else to move us collectively. A significant portion of the true self incarnations immediately broke the space, attempting to enter the Ocean of Light and reunite with their true bodies. However, the space was indeed broken open. But moments later, all of the divine power incarnations reappeared in the main space, their faces pale. Through the recent attempt, these divine power incarnations were shocked to find that they could vaguely sense the location of the Ocean of Light, but they just couldn't reach it. It seemed as though there was an invisible barrier separating them. Discover more content at My Virtual Library Empire. Or rather, all of their divine power incarnations were within a spatial prison. This speculation made the faces of many divine power incarnations look awful, even carrying a hint of fear. If the speculation were true, then who could be behind this act? The Prime God? Would the Prime God have such a boring time as to tease them? If not the Prime God, then who? Outside the Longshan Great Hall, under the watchful eyes of the rank Pope and Longshan Ling among other core members of the Longshan family, Lin Yuan's right hand reached into the void, and his palm suddenly filled with hundreds of headless fly-like Mizan figures. Clan leader, if what the Pope says is correct, and a large number of true god incarnations are about to descend, hiding in the ranked church is the most urgent matter. Clan leader, there are many doubts about the disappearance of the many demigods. We should prioritize preserving ourselves now. Longshan Ling and other core members of the Longshan family continued to earnestly advise. They knew the importance of Longshan Yuan to the Longshan family. Anything could happen to anyone in the Longshan family, even total destruction. But nothing could happen to Longshan Yuan. With Longshan Yuan present, rebuilding the Longshan family was only a matter of time. But without Longshan Yuan, even if every member of the Longshan family survived, what awaited them was partitioning by other forces. As for what Lin Yuan just said, need to hide? Longshan Ling and others believed it meant denying any connection with the disappearance of the many demigods. Chapter 25, The God Among Men, please subscribe, 2. But at this time, whether it was Lin Yuan's doing had become irrelevant. With so many true god incarnations descending, it was entirely possible for them to mistakenly kill Longshan Yuan in an accident. Longshan Ling and other core members of the Longshan family also noticed several hundred Jiezi figures emerge in the palm of their patriarch. However, they didn't pay it much attention. The most pressing matter was to follow the rank Pope into the rank church before those true god incarnations arrived. Only by the grace of the great main god of rank could they deter those true god incarnations. Anxiety also filled the heart of the rank Pope standing beside them. The descent of hundreds of true god incarnations was a pressure even for him. Relying on his identity as an affiliated spirit of the main god of rank, the rank Pope was certain that the incarnations would not dare to lay a hand on him. But as for Lin Yuan, firstly, Lin Yuan was not a follower of the main god of rank. If he indeed had something to do with the disappearance of the demigod, the rank Pope had no reason to protect him. Only by entering the ranked church could they invoke the untouchable majesty of the main god of rank to block those true god incarnations. Longshan Patriarch, there's no time to lose. The rank Pope looked toward Lin Yuan, already considering the idea of forcibly taking him into the church. Lin Yuan had publicly revealed his strength as a demigod, but the rank Pope's true self was a true god from the Ocean of Light, And although he was but an affiliated spirit of a main god, his strength was slightly greater than that of a lower-rank god. Even if his current flesh was merely a human vessel, forcibly taking away a demigod would pose no problem. Longshan Patriarch, please forgive my offense. The rank pope took a deep breath. Before making his move, he subconsciously glanced at the palm of Lin Yuan's right hand. The rank pope took another look, then a third look, a fourth look, a fifth look, until finally, the rank pope's gaze was fixedly staring at the palm of Lin Yuan's right hand. Within the palm, several hundred Jiezi figures appeared like headless flies, frantically scrambling around but always failing to escape from the confines of the palm. For a demigod, this was not unusual. Capturing some flies and trapping them in one's palm was quite simple, but the rank pope's forehead was now covered in cold sweat. If Lin Yuan's palm was magnified 100 million times, those Jiezi figures within would also be magnified 100 million times. It would be revealed that these Jiezi figures were embodiments with tremendous aura, far surpassing the peak of a demigod, true god incarnations. True god incarnations? The rank pope felt this was absurd. A true god incarnation was a continuation of a true god's will, and even the incarnation of a lower rank god approximates the threshold of an 8th layer true god. But now, these true god incarnations were struggling like ants in Lin Yuan's palm? How could this be possible? This is wrong. The rank pope immediately looked towards the edge of the sky. Just a moment ago, to be precise, before Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand and those several hundred Jiezi figures emerged in his palm, the rank pope could distinctly feel terrifying auras rapidly approaching Longshan Ling. Those should have been the true god incarnations coming to seek accountability. But now, all of those auras had vanished without a trace. The rank pope had originally thought that the incarnations concealed their presence out of wariness of the rank church. But now, the rank pope, staring at the struggling Jiezi figures in Lin Yuan's palm and considering the sudden disappearance of the incarnation's auras, a terrible thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. At the same time, in the ocean of light far away, the true body of the rank pope began to contact those gods who had come to hold others accountable. These true god incarnations might have been trapped in Lin Yuan's palm, but their true selves were still free, although at this moment they were in complete disarray. All true god incarnations are trapped in an unknown and vast space, unable to break free, unable to return to the ocean of light. Some true gods wonder if it was the hand of the prime god of the dark abyss. The rank pope uncontrollably swallowed his saliva, his gaze still fixed on Lin Yuan's right palm. Trapped in an unknown and vast space? Could it be the palm of the Longshan Patriarch? Waves of shock crashed in the heart of the rank pope, and he could no longer maintain a calm expression. Because it was beyond belief. Just a demigod from the Longshan family, and merely by lifting and retracting his right hand, he trapped hundreds of true god incarnations in his palm? This was no longer within the capabilities of true gods, and even an upper-rank god of great power couldn't possibly possess such skills. This was the work of a prime god, the realm of a 9th-rank prime god. Even the rank pope felt that for a 9th-rank prime god, killing a few hundred true gods might not be a difficult task, but to play with hundreds of true gods at the spatial level like Lin Yuan did? Perhaps even those prime gods not proficient in spatial abilities couldn't achieve this with such nonchalance. Defeating and killing are two different things. Killing and toying with them are equally distinct. Longshan Patriarch, you, the rank pope's voice trembled as he looked at Lin Yuan, whose back was turned to him, his gaze wandering into space. It's over. Those true god incarnations won't be coming anymore. Lin Yuan glanced at the rank pope and then at the confused-looking core members of the Longshan family like Longshan Ling. Immediately after, Lin Yuan slightly raised his right hand, brought his face close to his palm, and took a gentle breath. My virtual library empire world within the palm. After the initial panic and confusion, hundreds of true god incarnations immediately began to collaborate, trying to break the prison and return to the human world. Space has its limits, and even the most expansive human world can be torn apart layer by layer by the battles among gods. This spatial prison that had them trapped should be the same. If hundreds of true god incarnations joined forces, the energy they released should reach the level of an upper-rank god. At that point, even if they couldn't tear apart the prison, they estimated that they could at least shake it a bit, and that would be their chance. However, after many attempts by the group of true god incarnations and tearing through millions of spatial layers of this spatial prison, they still couldn't see its end. Such a thick spatial prison, which prime god from the dark abyss made this move. A true god incarnation couldn't help but speak out. At first, they didn't think it was the deed of a prime god because the prime gods wouldn't be so idle. But as they continuously probed and understood the spatial prison, their astonishment intensified. Other than a prime god, who else could create such a space? What do we do now? Ask for help from the prime god of the ocean of light? The many true self incarnations seemed somewhat helpless. Suddenly, just then, above this piece of heaven and earth, a face appeared that took up half the sky. The size of one eye on this face was as large as the sun, and without emitting any presence, it still made all godly incarnations' souls tremble. Before the true self incarnations could react, they saw the immense face turn towards them and take a gentle breath. Instantly, a terrifying force permeated every inch of space. All true self-incarnations were scattered into nothingness. Even the upper-rank gods' true self-incarnations didn't last a moment. The true selves were incarnations of divine power, not flesh and blood, created from the purest divine force. And at that moment, all divine incarnations returned to their origins, turning into a vast amount of pure energy and flowing into the mouth of that vast face. Outside, Lin Yuan ate all the divine power incarnations in one bite, and with his current size, the energy contained within these embodiments was no more than a dessert after a meal, barely offering a taste. It's done. Lin Yuan patted his right hand and swept a look over the rigid rank pope and the still confused core members of the Longshan family like Longshan Ling, who hadn't yet grasped what had happened. There is no danger now. Go about your business. After speaking, Lin Yuan walked straight into the Longshan Great Hall, dealing with the divine force incarnations of the hundreds of true gods without any difficulty. As a ninth rank who had opened 90 million spatial layers, Lin Yuan's expertise in space was such that even some 10th rankers in the main world might not boldly claim they could best him, much less in this world. Patriarch. The core members of the Longshan family like Longshan Ling blinked, still not recovered, wondering what meant by there being no danger. Hadn't the rank pope just said that many true god incarnations were on their way over to seek accountability? Your Holiness, what in heaven's name happened? Longshan Ling looked towards the rank pope next to him, his expression still anxious. The rank pope. Chapter 26. On the brink of collapse, please subscribe. Yes, Your Holiness, what exactly happened? The other members of the Longshan family were also somewhat puzzled. They absolutely trusted Lin Yuan, but just moments ago, hundreds of true self-incarnations were about to arrive, and the demise of the Longshan family seemed imminent. Now there's no danger? The situation had changed too quickly. What happened? The rank pope remained silent. His mind replayed the scene where Lin Yuan had simply inhaled gently, and all the mesons within his palm crumbled and merged into his mouth. One must know, those mesons were true god incarnations. Among them, some upper-rank god incarnations were scarcely weaker than normal true gods, yet they had met such an end. The rank pope's heart trembled a bit, feeling somewhat relieved that he had not acted earlier because otherwise, even if he had not died, he would likely have been brushed aside by Lin Yuan. How could the Longshan Patriarch be so powerful? The rank pope looked up at the sky. There, numerous stars hung, marking the territories of the divine kingdom of the gods of Light's ocean and the dark abyss. The number of gods is limited, so the divine kingdoms are also limited, and the stars in the sky are just as finite. In this world, some demigods tread carefully, secretly gathering faith, perhaps evading the perception of the gods. But once they take that step and become true gods, raising their own divine kingdom, there is no way to hide it. Because divine kingdoms are too conspicuous, turned into stars, suspended high above in the sky, and the number is just so many, each new one will surely attract the attention of the gods. However, in recent centuries, even millennia, there hasn't been an additional star in the sky. That is to say, no new deities have been born. From this, one can infer that the Longshan Patriarch has not yet become a deity. At least he hasn't raised a divine kingdom. But without raising a divine kingdom, without the power of a divine kingdom, why is the Longshan Patriarch so strong? The rank pope felt his understanding shattering. How could the Longshan Patriarch, not a deity, kill gods as if they were mere ants? The rank pope steadied himself, gathered his thoughts, and looked towards the puzzled Longshan Ling and several other core members of the Longshan family. What the Longshan Patriarch said is true. There's no longer any danger, the rank pope said with difficulty. Danger? All the danger had been consumed by the Longshan Patriarch in one gulp. Huh? It's really safe now? While Longshan Ling and the others sighed in relief, their curiosity grew even more. Those true god incarnations were all resolved by the Longshan Patriarch. Those amazons in the Patriarch's palm just now were those true god incarnations. After a moment of silence, the rank pope patiently explained. He had a premonition that after today, the reputation of the Longshan Patriarch would resound through the Light's ocean and the dark abyss. Those things were true god incarnations? Longshan Ling and the others went into a daze. True god incarnations are so weak? As soon as the last sentence was spoken, they realized the truth. It was not that the true god incarnations were weak, but that their patriarch was too strong. Compared to him, the mighty and invincible true god incarnations appeared pitifully frail. I must leave now. In the end, the rank pope cast a deep glance into the Longshan Great Hall and then turned and left. What he had witnessed was too unbelievable, and he needed to report to the main god of rank immediately. In fact, he didn't need to report. The matter simply couldn't be kept secret, and the original true gods whose deific incarnations were consumed by Lin Yuan were already in an uproar. This incident would spread at a terrifying speed among the gods, and not only within the Ocean of Light. Your next read awaits at my virtual library empire, the Ocean of Light, inside the serpentine and coiling palace. Hundreds of true gods looked at each other in shock, the amazement in their hearts nearly overflowing. My divine incarnation is dead. Same here, I can't sense it at all anymore. That enormous face that appeared last, doesn't it resemble the patriarch of the Longshan family? It's not just resemblance, it must be the Longshan patriarch. As true gods of the 8th layer, their memories would not fail them. If that enormous face were reduced by 1,000,000,000 times, it would be that of the Longshan patriarch. Moreover, their divine incarnations were en route to Longshan Ling to question the Longshan patriarch for his crimes and were taken to the spatial prison. Multiple clues converged, pointing towards a possibility. It was the Longshan patriarch himself who had acted against them. The one they regarded as an ant, whose soul they intended to burn in their divine kingdom for 10,000 years, was just a mere demigod. Truth be told, the gods had never taken the Longshan patriarch seriously, even though he was behind the disappearance of demigods these years. After all, a demigod is just that, a demigod. No matter how powerful, as long as one hasn't gathered faith and raised a divine kingdom, they are still an ant. But now, the ant in the eyes of the gods had suddenly transformed into a towering dragon? Impossible. How can he be this strong without becoming a god? Yes, the Longshan patriarch isn't even a true god. How could he possibly be this powerful? Despite the overwhelming evidence, there were still true gods who couldn't believe it. They had gone through countless trials and tribulations, and with great difficulty raised their divine kingdoms and entered the Ocean of Light, becoming deities exalted by all living beings. And then this happened? I must see the prime god to understand the reason behind this. How exactly is the Longshan patriarch so powerful? Right, but which prime god should we go to? Let's go to the god of divination. There's nothing in the world he doesn't know about. The god of divination must be aware of the origins of the Longshan patriarch. One by one, the true gods rose to their feet. Chapter 26, On the Brink of Collapse. Please subscribe, too. Among the 12 prime gods of the Ocean of Light, the god of divination is the most unique and also the best tempered. The other prime gods, such as the main god of rank, goddess of the magic web, rainbow dragon god, and so on, are almost absolutely rational, spending their time either in slumber or in seclusion. Only the god of divination would sometimes solve their doubts. Previously, the gods had sought the god of divination to deduce the last known locations of the vanished demigods. Now it seems that this deduction was clearly correct, with the strength of the Longshan patriarch secretly abducting some demigods was too easy. Could the Longshan patriarch be a deity who nearly perished long ago before the divine kingdom plunged into the mortal realm? A true god speculated. In the distant past, several divine wars had occurred, with many deities perishing and divine kingdoms falling into the mortal realm. However, the fall of a divine kingdom into the mortal realm did not mean certain death. As long as there were still believers in the mortal realm, the perished deity still had a possibility of returning. Of course, the probability of such a possibility was so low as to be pitiable, merely a theoretical possibility, and in reality, it had never occurred. But the Longshan patriarch was too powerful, so some true gods couldn't help but think in this direction. Whether he is a perished deity from the past or not, once we see the god of divination, everything will become clear, another true god responded. They had absolute trust in the god of divination, Longshan Great Hall, within the cultivation room. Lin Yuan sat down cross-legged again. The taste of a divine power incarnation is somewhat better than that of mere divine crystals. Lin Yuan smacked his lips, casually giving his opinion, knowing that in the main world prime universe, the pure energy contained within these divine power incarnations far exceeded that of Scarlet Spirit Liquid. It's a pity that it is only an incarnation. If it were the true god himself, at least I could have tried out the effects of true divine nature. Lin Yuan felt a bit of regret. With his current strength, the incarnations of the true gods weren't much different from the originals, as the absolute control over nearly 100 million spatial layers allowed Lin Yuan to overpower any true god or even a prime god on the spatial level. But it won't be long now. Once I completely understand the last bit of spatial essence in the demigod lattice. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In his eyes, the spatial essence contained in the demigod lattice was a reflection of the spatial essence of this world. It was like a television. The demigods only knew to watch programs through it. But Lin Yuan was deducing a complete modern factory industrial chain through the television itself, and from that comprehending all of modern industry. Of course, the spatial essence of a world was many times more difficult than a mere industrial chain. It was just an analogy. The spatial essence corresponding to the demigod lattice belonged to the foundational part. Lin Yuan needed to thoroughly understand it in order to contemplate the spatial essence corresponding to true divine nature with more efficiency. Space, layers upon layers of spatial levels faintly emerged in the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes. The layers within his inner world were also rapidly emerging, with new spatial layers being born almost at every passing moment. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped his contemplation and turned his head in a certain direction. Have you had enough of watching? Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Rustle, rustle. Invisible forces converged. A tall and cold-eyed, breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared. The very moment this woman appeared, the rules of heaven and earth seemed to make way, and an aura superior to that of true gods spread and permeated the surrounding. Goddess of the magic web? Your next journey awaits at my virtual library empire. Lin Yuan looked at the beautiful woman not far away without any sign of surprise. Who knew first about Lin Yuan's actions against the numerous divine incarnations? Their true god selves in the ocean of light, or the rank pope beside Lin Yuan? Neither. The first to detect the anomaly was this goddess of the magic web, who covered the entire mortal realm with her web and was one of the 12 prime gods of the ocean of light. Where the magic web extended, that was the expanse of the goddess's perceptual range. When Lin Yuan moved against the Lust Church, and the primordial spirit personally descended upon the Lust Church's stronghold, it was out of wariness of this goddess of the magic web, fearing that unleashing too powerful a force would attract her attention. Longshan Patriarch, who exactly are you? The goddess of the magic web's eyes shone with a peculiar light as she looked at Lin Yuan and slowly inquired. As a prime god, exalted above all, overlooking all living beings and gods, little in this world could stir their emotions any more. But Lin Yuan was certainly one who could. Who I am, you'll know soon enough. I will personally enter the ocean of light. By then, I hope you prime gods will not disappoint me. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to commune with these prime gods, raising his right hand as the terrifying force of the world, combined with the power of multiple spatial layers, swept away everything. The goddess of the magic web before him was merely an incarnation formed by the magic web that enshrouded the mortal world. Naturally, she couldn't withstand a casual blow from Lin Yuan. Magic web? Lin Yuan looked around, his thoughts stirring slightly. His power spread in all directions, driving away the ever-present magic web. Without the magic web, how would members of the Longshan family communicate? With Lin Yuan's strength, it was entirely possible to reconstruct a new communication networks to replace the original magic web, Ocean of Light. True gods gathered in front of the towering temple of the god of divination. The events they had recently experienced had already spread among the gods. The emergence of a powerful stranger in the human realm, comparable to the prime god, was too significant not to proliferate. Thus, the true gods converging in front of the temple numbered in the hundreds. At least 80% of the divine lattice holders of the entire Ocean of Light had been attracted here. Even from afar, the will of the prime gods lingered, watching. At that moment, the temple doors opened. The white-robed god of divination emerged. I already know why you have come, said the god of divination, a white-haired elder with a gentle tone and a warm gaze. To clarify the origins of the Longshan Patriarch is no difficult task, he said calmly, though he too was curious. He had initially foretold the vanishing demigod's last traces at Longshan Ling, but hadn't continued to divine further. He hadn't expected the situation to cause such an uproar. Thank you, god of divination. The god of divination knows all. The origins of the Longshan Patriarch will undoubtedly be revealed to us soon, the true god said with livened spirits. The combat power the Longshan Patriarch had demonstrated, no weaker than the prime gods, intrigued them greatly. Then I shall begin. The god of divination smiled slightly, silently reciting the Longshan Patriarch's name and the specific location of Longshan Ling. He then activated the power of time main god form within him, leveraging the rules and great Dao of this world to probe the true history of the Longshan Patriarch. Whirl, whirl. Scenes manifested in front of the god of divination. They depicted past events that had occurred at Longshan Ling. These events started to unfold before the god of divination, rewinding in time. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, 400 years. In an instant, time had traveled back 400 to 500 years. What could the origins be? Murmured the god of divination, his expression tinged with expectation. Foretelling, essentially, was an act of time. By leveraging the time main god form within him, he could trace back into the past. That's why he was known as omniscient. After all, as long as he traced back far enough, nothing in the world remained a secret to the god of divination. In the ocean of light, among the 24 prime gods of the dark abyss, the god of divination might not have been the strongest in combat power, but he was certainly the hardest to kill. Watching the past had granted the god of divination countless means to save his life. Time continued to reverse. But at a certain node, the slow reversal of time came to an impasse. The god of divination's expression shifted slightly, as he had never encountered such a situation before. Something was actually withstanding his reversal of time. The god of divination hurriedly examined the scene. The young Longshan Patriarch was lying on the bed when he suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, the reversed flow of time, as if encountering an unimaginable entity. The entire river of time began to ripple, and the god of divination's expression drastically changed. He clearly felt a backlash from the river of time, almost devouring him. Spurt. The god of divination turned ashen, his breath plunging continuously, and cracks began to appear within his time main god form. Above the firmament, The enormous star representing the god of divination, which almost illuminated 1/10 of the sky, suddenly began to shake violently. It teetered on the brink. Chapter 27, Supreme God, subscribe please. Longshan Great Hall. Lin Yuan was delving into the essence of space within the demigod lattice. Suddenly, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Is someone spying on me? A subtle movement in Lin Yuan's heart. Just at that moment, he felt an extremely covert sensation of being watched. This feeling of being watched wasn't a spatial one, but rather pertained to the aspect of time. If Lin Yuan hadn't profoundly understood the rule of time over these years, he probably wouldn't have sensed anything unusual at all. Even beings of 9th rank and even 10th rank life forms would find it difficult to counteract within the domain of time. Simply put, there was some entity traversing against the river of time, trying to decipher Lin Yuan's true origins. Lin Yuan's mind sank into his mental sea where the majestic and grand door to the Myriad Realms stood, a trivial backlash following the projection of the door to the Myriad Realms, indifferently released. Detected a thread of the aura of the door to the Myriad Realms, no, it should be a subtle trace, and then encountered a backlash. A hint of oddity flickered across Lin Yuan's expression. The door to the Myriad Realms, whose rank Lin Yuan still hadn't figured out, however, it was certain that it far surpassed the level of a 12th rank supreme being. Transcending dimensions, which supreme beings can't touch, yet the door to the Myriad Realms can do it as easily as eating or drinking. Such beings already possess characteristics of unseeable and unspyable, like a blazing sun, continuously emitting energy at all times. Life forms whose strength and realm aren't sufficient, if they dare to look or spy directly, even if they are separated by vast distances and multiple dimensional barriers, will still suffer horrible backlashes. This was only a projection of the door to the Myriad Realms. If it were the door to the Myriad Realms itself, in fact, there's no such possibility because the instant the door to the Myriad Realms itself descends into this world, everything will shatter. Lin Yuan couldn't sustain the door to the Myriad Realms itself, and neither could this world. Is it the sovereign god of the Ocean of Light? Or the sovereign god of the Dark Abyss? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart while looking up at the sky. Stars symbolic of the gods seemingly hung eternally indestructible. Within the largest 24 stars, one began showing intense fluctuations, looking as if it was about to fall. The god of divination? Lin Yuan carefully observed and came to a conclusion. The numerous stars hanging in the sky, each corresponded to a true god, especially those 24 largest stars, which were the divine kingdoms of the prime gods. No sooner had the backlash from the door to the Myriad Realms transferred over than one of the prime god's divine kingdoms started trembling. Lin Yuan almost confirmed that the one who had spied on him through the dimension of time was the adversary. Yet there is also a prime god who possesses the attribute of time. Lin Yuan's heart grew slightly fervent. The rule of time, though belonging to the foundational rules like the space rules, its complexity and difficulty in mastering surpassed the latter by far. In this world, the demigods, true gods, and even prime gods, their divine lattices serve as keys to unlocking the essence of rules. For example, a demigod lattice with spatial attributes could allow Lin Yuan to see the true essence of space in this world, thus vastly benefiting the creation of spatial layers. What about a divine lattice with time attributes, or a prime god form? It depends on the extent to which the nature of time is contained within that time prime god's divine lattice, Lin Yuan thought silently. If the nature of time contained within is too high, Lin Yuan would actually find it troublesome because it implies that this time-prime god possesses superior application of the rule of time, like his true body directly ascending against the flow of time, hiding in the past. In that case, Lin Yuan, despite having absolute strength, could do nothing against the opponent. But the probability of this is not high. To ascend against the flow with one's true body, one must fully understand the complete rule of time. If that time prime god had such strength, spying on Lin Yuan through the layer of time would not have been detected. So far, Lin Yuan's understanding of the rule of time is just at a beginner level, still far from even a minor achievement. Hopefully, he wasn't directly killed by the backlash, right? Lin Yuan closely observed that massive star in the heavens. After learning of the other's rare time attribute divine lattice, Lin Yuan instead worried about the other's safety, Ocean of Light, before the temple. The gods all eagerly watched the god of divination, hoping to utilize the power of this great prime god to clarify the origins of that Longshan patriarch. However, what happened next shocked all the present true gods. The god of divination, whose aura had been profoundly unknowable, suddenly started to disperse, and its descent seemed almost endless. The change in the massive star belonging to the god of divination in the firmament was quickly noticed by the gods. What's going on? Enjoy exclusive adventures from my virtual library empire. What exactly happened? The god of divination, the great god of divination, why would this happen? Many true gods couldn't believe it. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined such a sight happening to a high and mighty prime god. Divine power and divine body were even depleting. This was a prime god? Since ancient times, even amidst brutal divine wars, prime gods remained high above. Historically, there have indeed been prime gods who mysteriously disappeared, but never because of battles among other prime gods. Backlash. This is a backlash. The god of divination has encountered a backlash. An old upper-rank god seemed to think of something and couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Theoretically, each time the god of divination, who holds the authority of divination, conducts a divination, a price must be paid. The extent of the price depends on the diviner and the divined. Chapter 27, Supreme God. Subscribe please. 2. But the god of divination was too powerful, one of the 24 prime gods who were the strongest in heaven and earth. Even if he divined the secrets of prime gods of the same level, he basically did not have to pay much of a price. Because of this, the vast majority of true gods had forgotten that exercise of the divination authority came with a cost. What exactly is the origin of the Longshan patriarch that made the god of divination pay such a price? Could it have something to do with the legend of the supreme god? The supreme god, the true gods wore solemn expressions. Since the creation of the world, when the first prime god, the god of light, was born, rumors of the supreme god had been circulating. It was said that the supreme god created everything, including the true god forms that the prime gods possessed, which were also bestowed by the supreme god. Why is the number of prime gods fixed at 24? It is because to become a prime god, one must have a true god form, and there are only 24 true god forms. Theoretically, a new prime god is born only when the previous one falls. There have been several instances in history where a prime god vanished, and shortly after, the world reconverged and produced the true god form corresponding to that prime god. Swish. As the true gods were communicating with each other, the god of divination, whose aura and divine body had both plummeted to the bottom, barely held on. What is that? The god of divination's gaze carried a trace of fear. He had used the method of time reversal, attempting to pinpoint the origin of the Longshan patriarch, but in the end he saw no useful scenes, and it was only now that he was recovering from the backlash that had struck him down. The supreme god? The god of divination also immediately thought of the supreme god. He had never seen the supreme god, but under the current circumstances, the backlash that he suffered could only be explained by the legendary supreme god, other than which the god of divination could think of no other explanation. The Longshan patriarch actually obtained an opportunity related to the supreme god. The god of divination took a deep breath. He did not believe that the Longshan patriarch was the supreme god, because if that were true, none of what had happened earlier would have occurred. Given the status of the supreme god, a single command would have made even them, prime gods, obediently comply, so how could it be possible for demigods to still be abducted among humans? An opportunity related to the supreme god. A hint of longing flashed in the depths of the god of divination's eyes, Longshan Ling. The many members of the Longshan family had also received the news. Over the years, the Longshan family's influence had radiated throughout the entire plateau of Myriad nations, starting from Longshan Ling. Naturally, they had made many demigod acquaintances, and a large part of these demigods were connected to true gods from the Ocean of Light. Thus, it was quickly passed to the Longshan family that the divine incarnations of hundreds of true gods who descended were all slain by the hands of the Longshan patriarch. The patriarch killed the incarnations of hundreds of true gods? Many of the Longshan family elders were shocked. They had watched the Longshan family grow step by step from being a Viscount power to what it was today. Even the longevity the elders enjoyed was a gift from the patriarch. However, no matter how much these family elders admired their own patriarch, when they learned that the incarnations of lofty true gods seemed like ants before Lin Yuan, they were staggered. How could this be possible? Wasn't it said that everything beneath true gods were mere ants? Why were true gods now the ants? My son, has he become a god? Longshan Feng asked dazedly, his understanding being not so high, not clear that ascending to godhood and lifting divine kingdom could not be hidden at all. But if Longshan Yuan could kill hundreds of divine incarnations so easily, the only possibility was that he had also become a god himself. Yuan, Longshan Feng's wife, also looked incredulous. She still remembered Longshan Yuan as the good-for-nothing playboy from before, now to have reached such lofty heights. The patriarch has not become a god. Longshan Ling took the initiative to speak out. That was information revealed by the rank pope, and likely not false. Moreover, any strong being who ascended to godhood must enter the ocean of light or the dark abyss at the first chance, which was an ironclad rule among the gods. But now, the Longshan patriarch was still residing in the cultivation hall of the Great Hall. Your next chapter is on My Virtual Library Empire, not a god? The many members of the Longshan family looked at each other in bewilderment. Most of them were not clear about the significance of what had transpired, but their reverence and admiration for the patriarch instantly deepened. Ocean of Light. The Great Hall of the Gods. Upon the 24 thrones, silhouettes appeared one after another. These figures were all prime gods, not only including those from the Ocean of Light, but also those from the Dark Abyss were converging. Though the factions of the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss were different, and numerous divine wars had occurred over the course of countless years, such matters were for the true gods beneath the prime gods. In the eyes of the prime gods, there was no difference between the ocean of light and the dark abyss. The 24 prime gods essentially existed on the same level of life, and there was no hatred among them that couldn't be dissolved. At this moment, faced with an opportunity related to the supreme god, they gathered one after the other. Divination, is the Longshan patriarch truly related to the supreme god? Said a figure shrouded in darkness solemnly. He was the dark god. He was the second prime god born in this world. While the ocean of light was created by the prime god of light, the dark abyss was created by him. If it wasn't related to the supreme god, how would I have fallen into such a predicament? The god of divination replied weakly. Even if barely resisting the backlash, the god of divination was drained of his endowment, with his divine kingdom on the verge of collapse. Such loss would take 1,000,000 years to recover from. Indeed, the dark god's eyes flickered, and he said no more. What level is the Longshan patriarch at now? At that moment, a figure shrouded in endless light spoke up. I can confirm that the Longshan patriarch is still a 9th level being. The backlash didn't come from him, the god of divination quickly replied. The Longshan patriarch's strength is greater than any of us here, said the goddess of the magic web with a cold gaze. Not long ago, she had descended in an incarnation, attempting to communicate with the Longshan patriarch, only to be obliterated with a mere gesture from him. Through this brief encounter, the goddess of the magic web vaguely gauged the Longshan patriarch's strength. As long as he has not completely surpassed the 9th level, we can talk about it. A prime god with an ethereal form spoke, his gaze sweeping over the other 23 prime gods. My fellow deities, how shall we deal with the Longshan patriarch? Upon these words, the 23 prime gods exchanged glances, remaining silent. The 24 prime gods had lived for countless years, with even their emotions worn away to a mere fraction, but at this moment they felt a rekindled hunger. A hunger for an opportunity related to the supreme god. It might help them take a step further, to rise above the other prime gods. Then, there would be no distinction between the ocean of light and the dark abyss in this world. You wish to deal with that Longshan patriarch, to seize the opportunity related to the supreme god? The god of divination understood the intentions of the prime gods. In fact, he harbored the same aspiration, for who wouldn't want to advance further? But considering the current state of the god of divination, it was merely wishful thinking. In dealing with the Longshan patriarch, we must exercise extreme caution. Do not forget, he resides in the human realm. Even if we join forces, we might not seize the opportunity related to the supreme god, and instead shatter the human realm, another prime god spoke up. Whether it be the chance of the supreme god or the possibility of advancing, the myriad beings of the human realm are the foundation of the prime gods. Right. We need to find a pretext to lure the Longshan patriarch into the ocean of light or the dark abyss. The other prime gods nodded slightly, aware that only in the deep recesses of the ocean of light or the dark abyss, layered by numerous spatial layers, could they act without restraint. Longshan Ling. The Longshan Great Hall. Lin Yuan was still in closed-door cultivation, comprehending the demigod lattice. Your aptitude defies the heavens, observing the nature of the world's rules. Your understanding of space continues to rise. Your aptitude defies the heavens, observing the nature of the world's rules. Your understanding of space continues to rise. Your aptitude defies the heavens, observing the nature of the world's rules. Your understanding of space continues to rise. Accompanying the vast insights merging into his heart, a qualitative change finally occurred, and Lin Yuan suddenly came to an enlightenment, fully comprehending the basic facet of the spatial essence of this world. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze profound. Simultaneously, his inner world began to undergo earth-shattering changes. Chapter 28. Stars fall like rain upon the mortal realm. Please subscribe. The inner world was vast and mighty. Spatial layers were being rapidly opened and derived one after another. Lin Yuan felt it briefly and deduced the current number of spatial layers his inner world occupied. 120 million spatial layers. In the main world prime universe, 9th rank life forms, also known as multi-spatial life, need to occupy as many spatial layers as possible. But 120 million spatial layers, Lin Yuan did not know if, throughout the ancient history of the main world, there had ever been a 9th rank life that had opened such a number of spatial layers. But Lin Yuan had never heard of it. The vast majority of 9th rank life forms, after exhausting all their efforts, only managed to open up 10 million spatial layers, and a few managed to reach 20 or 30 million spatial layers at most. Perhaps certain unique and unparalleled special life forms might aspire to open 70 or 80 million spatial layers. But more than 100 million spatial layers? Or 120 million? It's not that it wasn't feasible to open them, but normal 9th rank life forms simply did not have the lifespan to do so. Even Lin Yuan achieved such a feat in a short time only thanks to the special properties of the divine lattice in this world. Just about there, he said. It's time to try for the true divine nature as well as the true god form. Lin Yuan looked towards the void, as if seeing through the numerous spatial layers, his gaze falling upon the expansive spatial layers of the ocean of light and the dark abyss. At this thought, Lin Yuan actively left the Longshan Great Hall. Patriarch. The patriarch has come out of seclusion. Several members of the Longshan family had long been waiting outside. They had heard the unbelievable news and had gathered immediately outside the Longshan Great Hall. Yuan, the Longshan Fang couple, looked at Lin Yuan, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. The current Lin Yuan gave the same impression as before. It was somewhat difficult for them to connect him with the Longshan patriarch who killed true god incarnations as if squashing ants. Patriarch, did you really kill those true god incarnations? Longshan Ling finally couldn't help but ask, is what the rank pope said true? Indeed, I killed them, Lin Yuan nodded. With his inner world's spatial layers reaching 120 million, he was even confident enough to go up against 10th rank life, hand to hand. In this region of the sky and earth, he was unmatched and unstoppable. It really was the patriarch who killed them. The patriarch was able to kill such numerous true god incarnations. He must possess the strength to kill a true god as well. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the other Longshan family members began to tremble. Learning of this matter from others was completely different from hearing it from their own patriarch. Is our Longshan family going to become a divine spirit family? Tears brimmed in the eyes of many elderly members of the Longshan family. In the plateau of myriad nations, there exist some transcendental forces that are above empires, namely families that have given birth to true gods. These families are the ones that rank just below the various major churches, and they are even often the focus of true gods who ascend to the ocean of light. Now, the Longshan family was also about to join their ranks. This was more shocking than when Lin Yuan previously announced his demigod powers to the outside world. In this land, a true god signifies eternal glory. Lin Yuan glanced at the excited and exhilarated Longshan family members, smiling, I'm now going to the ocean of light. Going to the ocean of light? Longshan Ling realized then that their patriarch was not an ordinary true god. According to the rank pope, the Longshan patriarch had not yet established a divine kingdom, but he possessed almost invincible true god strength. Patriarch, what are you going to do in the ocean of light? Longshan Ling hesitated before finally working up the courage to ask. I'm going to negotiate a trade with the gods. Lin Yuan didn't hide anything and spoke directly. The trade Lin Yuan was going to discuss with the gods involved them willingly offering up their divine lattices, which he would understand in turn and could give back to them. Indeed, if the gods were willing to cooperate, Lin Yuan could absolutely give them some dignity. Negotiate a trade? Longshan Ling swallowed hard. She noted that Lin Yuan was not speaking of a specific true god, but the gods. What did that imply? Longshan Ling did not dare contemplate it further. The other Longshan family members, however, did not delve into the details. They were still immersed in the joy of the Longshan family soon becoming a divine spirit family. Lin Yuan took a step forward. The stable space in front suddenly ripped open a crack, and a vast world filled with endless light emerged. That was the ocean of light. Lin Yuan continued stepping forward, entering the ocean of light. Immediately, the crack closed rapidly, leaving behind the Longshan family members with shocked expressions. This was also the first time for these ordinary people to see the true sight of the Ocean of Light, a place desired by countless demigods to glimpse just once had so easily appeared before everyone. Your next chapter is on My Virtual Library Empire at the Ocean of Light, vast and expansive, filled with the breath of endless light. Light? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was said that the very first prime god in this world was the main god of light, controlling all the light in the world, just as Lin Yuan entered the Ocean of Light. In the sanctuary where the 24 prime gods gathered, the face of the main god of light changed slightly. The Longshan patriarch has arrived at the Ocean of Light, the main god of light declared immediately. The Ocean of Light was created by him, and the main god of light had complete control over every subtle change in it. What? That Longshan patriarch actually dares to come here on his own? We were just thinking of how to lure the Longshan patriarch here, and now he's shown up himself? The remaining 23 prime gods were somewhat incredulous, but quickly realized this presented an unprecedented opportunity. The Longshan patriarch was unaware of their true combined strength, which is why he dared to come of his own volition. I have sealed off the Ocean of Light. Now all divine spirits, including us, prime gods, are unable to leave for a short time. Stars fall like rain on earth, seeking subscriptions. 2. The prime god surveyed his surroundings. First, let's see what the Longshan patriarch has to say. If he's willing to share the opportunity of the supreme god with us, we can allow him to join us. This statement immediately won the approval of the other prime gods. If they could obtain the opportunity of the supreme god peacefully, they naturally wouldn't want to fight desperately. Who knows what kind of cards the Longshan patriarch holds, for him to dare come knocking so boldly. He must be confident. Even though they, the 24 prime gods, were confident in suppressing the Longshan patriarch, they might still be forcefully exchanged by him for a few of their number. No prime god was confident that they wouldn't be the ones exchanged. This spatial layer has been sealed. Lin Yuan, having only just arrived at the Ocean of Light, immediately noticed the changes in the spatial layer. Such a feeble seal. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With his power, he only needed to gently tear it to shatter such a seal. However, his purpose for coming here was for the divine lattices of the gods. The sealing of the ocean of light was precisely to Lin Yuan's liking. While Lin Yuan was pondering, several figures began to appear in the distance. They were the many true gods who had been ordered by the prime god to hurry over. Is that the Longshan Patriarch? Fortuitously gained the opportunity of the supreme god? The supreme god? Oh, that's an existence even we true gods can't look up to. I had always thought the supreme god was a fiction. I didn't expect he really existed. Stay tuned with my virtual library empire. The many true gods looked at Lin Yuan with various emotions in their eyes: awe, greed, excitement, curiosity, and more. Whoosh, hoof, hoof, hoof. Just then, 24 figures silently appeared above the many true gods. These 24 figures seemed eternal, emanating an almost immortal aura. 24 prime gods? The 12 prime gods from the dark abyss have also come? It seems today the Longshan Patriarch is in great peril. The opportunity of the supreme god, if the prime gods can vie for it, so can I. The various true gods had different thoughts. In their eyes, Longshan Yuan was merely a common Viscount heir among mortals who, after gaining the opportunity of the supreme god, had suddenly reached this level of strength. If that opportunity of the supreme god fell into their hands, might they not hope to surpass the prime gods? Longshan Patriarch. Just then, a towering prime god with golden dragon horns on his head spoke. He was the Rainbow Dragon God, the source of faith for all dragons in the world. Strictly speaking, the Rainbow Dragon clan bloodline within Lin Yuan came from this prime god. What brings you here today? The Rainbow Dragon God inquired, staring at Lin Yuan. Although he greatly desired the opportunity of the supreme god within Lin Yuan, the more it was at times like these, the less he could afford to show any impatience. I have come here to propose a trade, Lin Yuan said with a smile. He looked at the many true gods and the 24 prime gods, his heart also full of expectation. How many layers would these divine lattices and true god forms expand his spatial layers to? A trade? You want to negotiate a trade with us? The Rainbow Dragon God was slightly taken aback, as were the other 23 prime gods. What trade? The prime god of light directly asked. I would like to borrow everyone's divine lattice, Lin Yuan said. Upon hearing this, not only did the 24 prime gods fall silent, but the many true gods below also fell silent. The divine lattice is the absolute core of a deity. Handing over one's divine lattice to someone else is tantamount to entrusting them with one's life. Especially for the prime gods, their status stems from their true god forms. Handing over the true god form, should Lin Yuan harbor ill intentions, they would be doomed without redemption. Longshan Patriarch, you are too arrogant, the dark god said coldly. You want us to hand over our divine lattice? What do you intend to offer in exchange? Though there was no agreement to Lin Yuan's proposal, the dark god still wished to know what Lin Yuan had in mind for the trade. As long as you hand over your divine lattices, I will spare your lives, Lin Yuan said frankly. Ha 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 ha, it seems, Longshan Patriarch, you are quite confident in dealing with us, and you'll spare us? Today, you better just stay put in the ocean of light. Many prime gods and true gods were amused, even though Lin Yuan demonstrated spatial skills surpassing those of ordinary prime gods. But now, they had 24 prime gods and a large number of true gods. Even if the strength of the Longshan Patriarch was formidable, it was impossible for him to contend against them. The power held by the 24 prime gods corresponded to the origin source forces of this realm, which was why they were confident they could suppress Lin Yuan. As long as they joined forces, no one could stop them unless it was the supreme god himself. It seems negotiations are off the table. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Persuading the gods to voluntarily hand over their divine lattice was indeed challenging. However, for Lin Yuan, the impact wasn't significant. He could simply take it himself if needed. Longshan Patriarch, hand over the supreme god opportunity, and we will let you go. The main god of rank spoke up. Originally, his subordinate spirits had planned to recruit the Longshan Patriarch, thus he still harbored a sense of compassion towards Lin Yuan. Right, hand over the supreme god opportunity, and all will be well. The opportunity of the supreme god is not something you can enjoy alone. The other prime gods immediately said, staring intently at Lin Yuan, their eyes filled with longing. They no longer hid their intentions, directly demanding the supreme god's opportunity from Lin Yuan. As for whether this would enrage the supreme god, if the supreme god truly did not wish them to obtain the supreme opportunity, the prime gods wouldn't have had any contact with Lin Yuan at all. Since up to this point the supreme god had given no indication, it meant that the supreme god's opportunity in the hands of the Longshan Patriarch could be seized. The supreme god's opportunity? Never mind, there's no point in arguing with you. Since you all wish to die, I will satisfy you. Upon saying this, all the true gods were a bit astonished, and the 24 prime gods tensed up. Although they were greedy, reason still prevailed. Considering how domineering the Longshan Patriarch had been up to this point, could he really possess the power to sweep through numerous true gods and the 24 prime gods? However, Before the true gods and the 24 prime gods could react, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, instantly occupying 1,200,000,000 spatial layers, and a terrifying force swept over all true gods and prime gods. This, the first to feel despair, were the many true gods who immediately sensed everything about themselves beginning to shatter, their physical souls and more. No. A large number of true gods turned into dust. Even the oldest upper-rank gods were unable to resist even a fraction of Lin Yuan's strike, and their wills instantly plunged into darkness, leaving only their sparkling divine lattices in place. 1,200,000,000 spatial layers shook back and forth, quickly enveloping the 24 prime gods. Each prime god looked terrified. They tried to hide deeper into the spatial layers, only to find every layer they could occupy was also covered by Lin Yuan's strike, Longshan Ling, outside the Longshan Great Hall. The members of the Longshan family were still excitedly discussing. Was that the Ocean of Light just now? The holiest world where the gods reside? I didn't expect the Patriarch could enter whenever he wanted. Nonsense. With the Patriarch's strength evident, even in the Ocean of Light, he must be among the most formidable spirits, just below the prime gods. The faces of the people from the Longshan family were full of pride. Right, just now the Patriarch mentioned negotiating a deal with the gods. What does that mean? A family member seemed to think of something and couldn't help but raise their own question. Should be just the normal meaning of a trade, right? Not sure, but since it's a negotiation, it could either succeed or fail. Right, but what if the Patriarch fails to negotiate with the gods? The members of the Longshan family thought about it and couldn't help but show a worried expression on their faces. Hopefully, the Patriarch didn't already have a conflict or misunderstanding with the gods just after entering the Ocean of Light, just then. A family member from the Longshan family seemed to have noticed something, their voice trembling a bit, look up at the sky. The sky? Though puzzled, the people of the Longshan family looked toward the expanse above. But upon doing so, they witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lifetimes. They saw that, originally in the firmament above, eternal stars were suspended. However, under everyone's incredulous gazes, one of the stars began to fall, followed by a cluster of stars falling, and then stars across the entire firmament fell. Dense and numerous stars, suspended in the sky for perhaps tens of thousands of years, all began to fall simultaneously, like a meteor shower. Stars rained down upon the earth. Chapter 29, Twilight of the Gods, subscribe please, outside the Longshan Great Hall. Many members of the Longshan family, trembling in spirit, looked up at the sky. There, massive stars fell from the heavens like raindrops. It was not merely a few stars falling, but large swaths and indeed every star across the entire sky. This was simply unthinkable. Everyone's mind was muddled, staring dumbfounded at the shocking scene before them. You must understand, in this world, the stars above were not just stars. They were the abode of the gods and the divine kingdoms, symbolizing the immortality of the deities. Even those without any belief held the stars above with utmost reverence, the pinnacle of what life could achieve. For ages, in nearly everyone's eyes, the stars above were eternal, unchanged from their birth until their death, and from their descendants' birth until their death, always the same stars. Thus, to many people, the stars above seemed as eternal as the world itself. But now, the worldview of many members of the Longshan family began to shatter as the stars all began to fall simultaneously. What's going on? The stars, those are the divine kingdoms of the deities, how could they fall? The fall of the divine kingdoms means the deities are perishing, but how is that possible? Deities are immortal, how could they perish? The members of the Longshan family couldn't believe it. Some even thought they were dreaming, slapping themselves several times only to find they could still feel pain, horror nearly overflowing in their hearts. This is bad. The clan leader just entered the Ocean of Light. The rapid fall of the divine kingdoms clearly indicates something drastic has happened in the Ocean of Light and the Abyss of Darkness. Could something have happened to the clan leader? A few heads of the Longshan family thought further. Lin Yuan was a pillar of their clan, about to lead the family to the peak of the plateau of Myriad nations, and now this had happened? I hope nothing has happened to the clan leader. A few elders of the Longshan family silently thought. Above the sky, countless stars that had hung in the sky for eons began to fall all at once, and not only the Longshan family could see it. At this moment, in the vast realms of humanity, plateau of myriad nations, and other places teeming with life, beings also noticed the changes above. Are the stars falling? Are the deities perishing? How is this possible? How could so many deities perish at once? In many secluded corners, demigods who had survived tens or hundreds of thousands of years were equally stunned. They had lived longer, knew the history of the past, and were aware of the existence of divine wars. Deities were not incapable of perishing, it was just that they lived for so long that almost all beings believed them to be eternal. But in reality, deities could die, such as during the divine wars. During a divine war, true gods of the Ocean of Light and the Abyss of Darkness would slaughter each other, leading to the perishing of deities. Stay tuned to my virtual library empire. But even in the most brutal divine wars, the death of several dozen or even hundreds of deities was the maximum. But now? The number of fallen stars is in the thousands? Many demigod veterans felt their hearts slow because the scene before them was too soul-shattering. Some even wondered if the gods of the Ocean of Light and the Abyss of Darkness had been wiped out in one fell swoop. Otherwise, how could so many stars fall at once? What exactly is going on? What really happened in the Ocean of Light and the Abyss of Darkness? Could it be that the 24 prime gods are jointly slaughtering the deities? Many demigod veterans couldn't help but speculate in this direction, their faces unconsciously showing fear. The only ones capable of causing such mass perishing of true gods were the prime gods, and not just one, but 24 prime gods in a joint massacre. If even one prime god disagreed and resisted, the frequency of falling stars wouldn't be this rapid. From the area and range of the falling stars, demigod veterans vaguely deduced that a one-sided massacre of true gods was taking place in the Ocean of Light, or the Abyss of Darkness. This massacre was one-sided, with the slaughtered true gods having no power to resist. This made all the demigod veterans somewhat disheartened. They did not know how much they had sacrificed to ignite their divine fire, step into the 7th level, then lie in hiding, secretly gathering faith, hoping to consolidate a divine kingdom and elevating it. And yet, now they saw the true gods, whom they considered their ultimate goal, being slaughtered in the Ocean of Light and the Abyss of Darkness like pigs and dogs. Could the deities they revered so highly also have such weak moments when they couldn't determine their own fates and could only wait to die? For a moment, many demigod veterans were unstable, and the divine fires they had ignited began to flicker. What's the use of gathering faith anymore? Elevating which divine kingdom? Even if one became a true god and entered the Ocean of Light, what could they do? It might not even be as safe or as comfortable as the human realm. Why would the prime gods slaughter the true gods? For faith? That doesn't make sense. The 24 prime gods already occupy the majority of faith in humanity. Even if they cleanse all the true gods, their own faith won't undergo a qualitative change. Is it because they are worried about their positions being threatened? That's also unlikely. Not to mention the power disparity between a prime god and a true god. The number of prime gods is fixed. Even if there were an outstandingly talented true god, without the true god form, they still couldn't become a prime god, let alone shake the position of a prime god. Chapter 29. Twilight of the Gods. Subscribe please. 2. Many demigod old monsters were communicating rapidly. As many as 24 upper-rank gods, actually entering the arena to slaughter ordinary true gods, a relatively younger demigod said indignantly, wanting to condemn the 24 prime gods, just at this moment. In the higher sky, situated above all the stars, hung 24 colossal stars, which belonged to the divine kingdoms of the prime gods. And now, following the fall of star after star to the mortal realm, these 24 colossal stars also began to fall one by one. 1, 2, 5, 10, discover hidden tales at my virtual library empire. In just a few breaths, more than 10 prime gods' divine kingdoms had plummeted to the mortal world. This silenced the demigods of the mortal realm who were condemning and criticizing the 24 prime gods, and immediately after, they plunged into confusion. It turned out that it was not only the true gods that were perishing. Were the prime gods also perishing? This scene filled all the demigods with an unprecedented terror. The prime gods were falling, and it was a mass downfall at that. Then who exactly was the one carrying out the slaughter? If the 24 prime gods were joining forces to slaughter the true gods, how could the prime gods possibly be falling as well? It is known the battles between prime gods are long, and even for the strongest light prime god and the dark god, killing the weakest prime god is almost impossible, not to mention a crushing defeat like this. What on earth happened in the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss? Murmured an elderly demigod whose lifespan was coming to an end and whose divine fire was about to go out. Even the prime gods were perishing, something that not even a divine war had ever seen. It's the twilight of the gods. This is the twilight of the gods, another demigod thought silently to himself. The gods here refer to both true gods and prime gods. Not good. The divine kingdoms falling into the mortal realm will have an immeasurable impact on the mortal world, speculated one demigod, seemingly recalling something. Even the mighty demigods were shocked by the sight of the stars falling from the sky, but very few of them considered what consequences these stars falling into the mortal realm might lead to. Years ago, the divine wars of the gods caused several stars to fall into the mortal realm, leading to irreversible destructive effects on the mortal world. Tens of thousands of years have not recovered, and those forbidden and desolate places in the mortal realm are exactly where the divine kingdoms ultimately fell. After all, what fell were not mere stars, but divine kingdoms containing vast amounts of energy. The fallout from just a few stars was severe enough, now with the stars cascading, and among them even more vast divine kingdoms of the prime gods. If these divine kingdoms really hit the ground, perhaps the mortal realm might still exist, but 9 out of 10 of all living beings dwelling there would surely perish. These demigod old monsters wouldn't be likely to survive much longer either. "This is not the twilight of the gods. This is the apocalypse of all beings," proclaimed a demigod who showed himself, not caring to hide any longer, for, in any case, all would die. As for running, with the speed at which the stars fell to the mortal world, where could the demigods possibly flee? And with so many stars falling together, no matter how far they ran, they would still be within the range of the divine kingdoms. Just as many demigods turned pale, realizing they were about to face death. A black and white yin-yang barrier slicing across the vast mortal realm in the form of a giant net caught all the stars falling into the mortal world within its grasp. At the ends of the mortal realm, Lin Yuan's two primordial spirits, the Tai-Yin primordial spirit and the Tai-Yang divine spirit, stood aloft in the sky. The giant net of yin-yang taiji that sliced through the entire mortal realm was precisely Lin Yuan's doing. Long ago, Lin Yuan had his sights set on the divine kingdoms of the gods, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, absorbing countless faith and containing massive amounts of pure energy. Now that Lin Yuan's true body had gone to negotiate in the ocean of light with the gods, should the negotiations fail and fighting begin, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't waste the falling stars. Even if he had no use for them himself, he could use the primal force to revert all divine kingdoms back to their original source, turning them into the purest energy for the origin fine gold to absorb. With indirect means, they were brought back to the main world. Whoosh! Along with the unfurling of the immense yin-yang taiji net of black and white, countless divine kingdoms of the gods appeared within Lin Yuan's inner world. To accommodate so many divine kingdoms at once, even including those of prime gods, would certainly cause the inner world of any other ninth-rank powerhouse to burst. Yet, the apparent size of Lin Yuan's inner world was close to 200 million miles in diameter, and it even established 120 million spatial layers. Most importantly, Lin Yuan had three such inner worlds, one for his true self, one for the Tai-Yang divine spirit, and one for the Tai-Yin primordial spirit. For 300 years, Lin Yuan's two primordial spirits had already used the illusory reality secret technique to turn into flesh and blood, and then, with the aid of the mysterious gourd, they amplified their physical bodies and inner worlds to the current limit. Too many, too many. Lin Yuan's mind was filled with pleasure. As each divine kingdom entered his inner world, it was quickly dissolved, segregated, and then integrated into the bell-shaped origin fine gold, the vast mortal realm. The numerous demigods, who were just preparing to close their eyes and await death, suddenly discovered an extra layer of black and white yin-yang taiji giant net under the vault of heaven. All stars falling into the mortal realm disappeared the moment they touched the giant net, as if they had never existed. What is this? It actually stopped the divine kingdoms from falling down? The many ancient demigods couldn't believe it. Divine kingdoms falling from atop the sky carried terrifying energy and impact, definitely far surpassing a single strike from a true god, burning their divine body and divine powers. Countless stars falling were akin to the gods igniting everything in a final blaze of glory. Even the prime gods dared not withstand it directly. But now, under that black and white giant net, all falling stars were easily nullified, including the vast divine kingdoms of prime gods. The owner of this giant net, some ancient demigods trembled inwardly, faintly guessing that the owner of the giant net might be the source behind the fall of the gods and the prime gods. Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental? The stars suspended in the heavens had just started to fall, and they were immediately caught by the giant net. And the strength to effortlessly bear the impact of so many stars falling. Couldn't the slaughter of gods and prime gods also be within the realm of possibility? Ocean of light? Under the strike driven by Lin Yuan's inner world, a terrifying force crushed everything it touched through layer upon layer of space. In just an instant, over 80% of true gods had perished, and the remaining 20% were upper-rank gods at their peak. Even if reduced to dust, they could reconvene. The divine beings of this part of the world had undergone a transformation. Foregoing their original flesh and blood bodies, their divine bodies were composed of the purest faith. There were no weaknesses. However, it's unfortunate that under the strike that vibrated through multiple spatial layers time and again, no matter how many times these upper-rank gods reconvened, they would turn to dust once more. Even the lofty prime gods, caught off guard, saw their divine bodies shatter numerous times. Lin Yuan's strike primarily targeted the prime gods. As for the true gods, they mostly only endured the aftershocks. Thus, before a small number of true gods had entirely perished, some prime gods had begun to fall. What exactly is this? What level of power is this? Goddess of the magic web, didn't you say that the Longshan Patriarch didn't surpass the 9th level? This is a supreme god. This is the power at the level of a supreme god. One by one, the prime gods roared, using every method to resist the strike that pierced through countless spatial layers, but to no avail, their divine bodies shattered over and over again. Even with the profound depths of the prime gods, they couldn't endure such repeated destruction. Go! The dark god from the dark abyss didn't hesitate to try and flee, but quickly encountered the barrier of spatial layers sealed by the light god. Light god, you deserve to die. The prime gods of the dark abyss cursed the light god in their hearts. The barrier sealing the ocean of light's spatial layers to beings like these prime gods posed difficulty to break, but it was just difficulty. It would simply take some time. But now, where was there any time? Boom, boom, boom. Prime god after prime god from the dark abyss tried to escape, but failed to do so. Chapter 30. Endless Realizations, Never Fully Understood. Subscribe, please. Longshan Patriarch, we are willing to submit. Yes, we are willing to offer our divine lattice, as long as the Longshan Patriarch spares our lives and commands us at will hereafter. We also ask the Longshan Patriarch for mercy. Witnessing true gods, and even prime gods falling one after another, the surviving gods were instantly chilled to the bone and began to beg for mercy. Even the divine spirits who had lived through long ages trembled with fear in the face of life and death. Compared to death, offering up their divine lattice seemed like an acceptable sacrifice, especially since Lin Yuan's displayed power had clearly surpassed the prime god, reaching the level of a supreme god. To plead with a supreme god was not a shameful thing. Willing to submit? Lin Yuan's expression was calm, unmoved. If Lin Yuan had entered the Ocean of Light intending to negotiate with the gods, and they had agreed to his demands, offering their divine lattice voluntarily, Lin Yuan really wouldn't have exterminated them all. But now? Having already taken action, Lin Yuan had killed so many true gods and prime gods, it seemed somewhat redundant to accept the gods' submission at this point. After all, Lin Yuan's time in this world was only 1,110 years. These gods submitting now would surely be reluctant and unwilling. Once Lin Yuan ended his journey and returned to the main world, what actions these gods might take once they lost the deterrence of Lin Yuan was unpredictable. Therefore, with the intention of eradicating them from the roots, since Lin Yuan had chosen to take action, there was no need to leave any leeway. Voluntarily offering the divine lattice, even if they didn't offer it, Lin Yuan could take it himself. And he could also gain a divine kingdom containing vast energies, useful for enhancing the origin-fine gold. How to choose was clear to Lin Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by terrifying energy vibrations, the spatial layers shook intensely. Within the ocean of light, all true gods had completely perished, unable to withstand such overwhelming power no matter how ancient. Only 8 prime gods survived. Even so, these 8 prime gods had paid a heavy price, their energies severely depleted. From the moment Lin Yuan had started to act until now, it had been less than 10 breaths' time. Open! The prime god of light burned his divine power, finally unlocking the spatial layers' seal of the ocean of light. Run, hurry, and run. The remaining 8 prime gods, not daring to hesitate, occupied deeper spatial layers and quickly distanced themselves from the ocean of light. Lin Yuan stood in place, his gaze deep. The prime gods were the darlings of this world, and the true divine nature embodied some of the authority of this world. The prime gods mustered their strength to flee, and even if Lin Yuan opened 120 million layers of space, it would be difficult to stop them in a short time. After all, essentially, Lin Yuan and the 9th rank prime gods still existed at the same life level, albeit Lin Yuan's foundation was slightly stronger. As long as they were in this world, the prime gods' methods of escape would far surpass those of regular 9th stage peak powerhouses. Initially, Lin Yuan hadn't expected his venture into the ocean of light would result in the death of so many prime gods at once. Lin Yuan had planned to settle all true gods, while the remaining prime gods were to be hunted down one by one. The prime gods had indeed powerful escaping tactics, but if pressed hard, once Lin Yuan controlled more and more vast and deep spatial layers, these prime gods would still be like birds in a cage, still manageable. What Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated was the cooperation from the prime god of light, who had voluntarily sealed the ocean of light, turning the dwelling place of the gods into a complete prison, giving Lin Yuan the opportunity to directly eliminate 16 prime gods. Before Lin Yuan's arrival, the strongest life in this world were the prime gods, and many of the machinations within the ocean of light were targeted at the prime gods. The initial sealing of the ocean of light's spatial layers was meant to briefly trap the other prime gods. Unexpectedly, this now became the death warrant for all prime gods. In fact, under such circumstances, with Lin Yuan's power fully unleashed, both true gods and prime gods would have died within 5 breaths. However, such a forceful unleashing of power was too terrifying, and Lin Yuan was worried about damaging the true divine nature and prime divine nature within the gods. The divine lattice was not indestructible. Lin Yuan could easily destroy the demigod lattice if he wished. True divine nature might be vastly more robust than the demigod lattice, but it might not withstand a full blow from Lin Yuan, and as for the prime divine nature, it might withstand it or it might not. But Lin Yuan didn't want to gamble. After all, each divine lattice, prime divine nature, represented a shortcut for Lin Yuan, their value far greater than the true gods and prime gods themselves. So when he had acted just now, Lin Yuan had been extremely cautious, carefully regulating his strength to avoid affecting any divine lattice or prime divine nature. The prime divine nature of the god of divination? Lin Yuan raised his right hand. A luminescent white divine lattice slowly floated, belonging to the god of divination among the 24 prime gods. In the initial wave of crushing power, the god of divination was the first prime god to fall, not because the god of divination had the weakest survival capabilities. In fact, the god of divination's capability to survive ranked among the top 3 out of the 24 prime gods. The easy death of the god of divination was entirely due to the backlash from the door to the Myriad Realms, with only a tenth of its strength remaining. With the god of divination's nature having suffered such a blow, it should have hidden within its divine kingdom and not come out. But the opportunity related to a supreme god was too tempting. Even knowing its severely wounded state, the god of divination still wanted to join in. What if it fortuitously received the opportunity from a supreme god? Chapter 30, Endless Comprehension, There's Simply No End to It. Please subscribe. 2. Thus, harboring such thoughts, the god of divination became the first prime god to completely perish. Time, main god form. Lin Yuan carefully examined the bright white crystal in his hand. During the recent confrontation with the prime god, Lin Yuan had been especially cautious. As soon as the prime god's divine body utterly dissipated, Lin Yuan immediately acted to protect the fallen true god form. It's cracked in parts. Lin Yuan observed for a while and noticed the rifts on the divine lattice. It was precisely these cracks that had resulted in the god of divination's significant loss of strength. Facing Lin Yuan's strike, combined with the supreme god of light's action to block the spatial layers, the god of divination could only withstand the initial waves of obliteration before completely perishing. Those fissures must have been caused by the backlash from the door to the Myriad Realms, Lin Yuan thought to himself, noticing that the cracks had appeared some time ago. The impact should be minimal. Lin Yuan gazed at the time main god form, and through this key, Lin Yuan glimpsed the vast and mysterious essence of the rule of time in this world. I'll ponder it later. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and solemnly placed the time main god form into his inner world. In the meantime, Lin Yuan glanced at the nearby hillock. It was composed of true divine lattices, and essentially all the existing true gods from the ocean of light over billions of years were there. To be precise, all divine lattices were there. A myriad of rules. Lin Yuan's gaze heated slightly as he looked at the hillock-shaped divine lattices, with numerous insights beginning to flood his mind. Hold back, hold back. Lin Yuan's consciousness exited the inner world. The last 8 prime gods? Lin Yuan looked towards the other spatial layers. Earlier, as soon as he acted, Lin Yuan had marked all of the prime gods, ensuring that no matter where they fled, they could not escape his perception. In fact, there was no need for marks. Merely by locking onto them with the law of cause and effect, he could determine the locations of those prime gods. Lin Yuan took direct action against the prime gods, creating the most intense causal effect, which, to those adept in the law of cause and effect, was undoubtedly a guiding light. Let them run for now. I will first deal with those true gods from the dark abyss. Lin Yuan casually tore through the spatial layers and stepped into the spatial layer where the dark abyss was located. This world was only so big. Even if those 8 prime gods fled, they could not possibly leave this world. Prime gods held the authority of heaven and earth and could not leave it. Once they did, the true god form within them would disintegrate. And somewhere in this world, a new true god form would recongeal. That is why, throughout history, the number of prime gods in this world has always remained at 24, neither increasing nor decreasing. Even if there were occasional historical instances of prime gods mysteriously vanishing, their true god forms would re-emerge within this world. That was also why Lin Yuan let the 8 prime gods escape. 1. Intercepting them was troublesome and might not be achievable. If too much force was used, there was a risk of damaging the true god forms. 2. The true god forms he most desired would not leave this world. In the deeper layers of space, of the spatial layers, the dark god was fleeing in terror and unease. I should never have meddled in this turmoil. What chances related to the supreme god? All nonsense. The dark god's mind was still trembling with fear. The experience within the ocean of light had utterly terrified him. The divine body he thought indestructible showed such frailty before the Longshan Patriarch. The dark god felt that if the supreme god of light had activated the blockade of the spatial layers just a few dozen breaths slower, he might have ended up permanently in the ocean of light, just like those other true gods. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The dark god's scalp tingled, but now I'm hiding in such a deep layer of the spatial layers, and I'm continuously on the move. That Longshan Patriarch finding me won't be easy. What? The true gods of the dark abyss are being slaughtered by the Longshan Patriarch and are calling for my help? The dark god felt something and was slightly moved. As the second-born prime god of this world, the dark god had established the dark abyss and was deeply connected to it, responsive to the calls of the many true gods within it. But at this moment, I can barely save myself. How could I care for you? The dark god silently thought. You can call to me, but who can I call upon? The dark god felt helpless. Since proclaiming himself a prime god, he had never experienced such a dire escape as he did now. Not even in the long-lasting battles with his archenemy, the supreme god of light, had he felt such despair. A moment later, Lin Yuan left the dark abyss. It's your turn now. Lin Yuan gazed into a certain spatial layer where a prime god from the ocean of light was fleeing. Rainbow Dragon God? Lin Yuan's figure disappeared once again, pursuing his quarry, deep within the spatial layers. A rainbow divine dragon, millions of feet in length, was frantically escaping. With each movement of its dragon body, it traversed a vast number of spatial layers. Just then, the spatial layer, where the million-feet-long rainbow divine dragon was, got claimed in an instant, and a figure appeared in front of the rainbow dragon god. It was Lin Yuan, Longshan Patriarch. The rainbow dragon god, somewhat desperate, said, "How can you be so fast?" As the prime god of the Rainbow Dragon clan, the Rainbow Dragon god was adept at manipulating space rules, but he hadn't expected Lin Yuan to catch up in such a short time. "Do you have any last words you'd like to say?" Lin Yuan said in a calm tone. In actuality, he was seizing the opportunity to occupy more spatial layers, for a battle between ninth-rank lifeforms essentially unfolded across countless spatial layers. Even if Lin Yuan opened up numerous spatial layers, he had to fully occupy them to form an absolute advantage. Before that complete occupation, a prime god proficient in space rules like the Rainbow Dragon god still had a chance to escape. "Longshan Patriarch, I can feel the blood of my Rainbow Dragon clan flowing within you." The Rainbow Dragon god looked at Lin Yuan and said, "In a way, we are still kin." The Rainbow Dragon god started to appeal to Lin Yuan for connection. At this moment, he was willing to do anything to survive. "Kin?" Lin Yuan smiled faintly. When he had been asked to hand over the opportunity related to the Supreme God earlier, no one had mentioned kinship. Now, facing death, they were invoking kinship? "I can see that you are also moving through the gaps between spatial layers to more distant depths of space," Lin Yuan stated directly. While he continued to occupy more spatial layers, the Rainbow Dragon God likewise wouldn't just wait to be killed. He was trying every effort to survive. In a direct confrontation, considering the combat power Lin Yuan had exhibited in the Ocean of Light, the Rainbow Dragon God knew it was impossible to catch up by any means. So he attempted to use his innate talent to shift instantly between spatial layers. But clearly, the Rainbow Dragon God's plan couldn't be concealed from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, who had occupied 1,200,000,000 spatial layers, had reached a terrifying realm in his perception of the nuances of space. Die. A moment later, Lin Yuan had already occupied 1,200,000,000 spatial layers in this place, and with a thought, a tremendous force crushed down upon the Rainbow Dragon God. No. The Rainbow Dragon God watched helplessly as all this unfolded. He tried to continue fleeing into even more distant spatial layers, but found it impossible as the space around him was completely sealed off. To think I would also meet a complete downfall one day? To die under the power of a supreme god-level force? Perhaps it's worth it. The Rainbow Dragon God's divine body disintegrated. At the same time, a true god form imbued with a rainbow gleam fell down, which Lin Yuan caught in his hand. This true god form? Lin Yuan examined it closely. Compared to the other prime god forms Lin Yuan had obtained, the Rainbow Dragon Gods was somewhat special, containing 7 different powers, or more accurately, 7 types of rules. It was regrettable that facing Lin Yuan, who had an overwhelming advantage, the Rainbow Dragon God did not even get a chance to use the 7 rules he possessed before dying. 7 more to go. Lin Yuan put away the true god form. His figure disappeared once again. As time slowly passed, all the demigods in the vast mortal world now focused their eyes on the sky above. The celestial vault, once studded with bright stars, was now dim and lightless, except for 5 or 6 massive stars that symbolized prime gods and still twinkled. But clearly, the remaining 5 or 6 stars wouldn't last long either, and soon after, 2 more fell. All the beings of the mortal world, countless creatures, fell silent, witnessing this unprecedented and shocking event. Chapter 31, Founding the Martial Realm. Please subscribe. Longshan Ling. Outside the Longshan Great Hall, many members of the Longshan family were likewise gazing at the dark, lightless sky. Once, that was where the eternal divine kingdom of the gods resided, revered by all beings. How do I feel that the patriarch is still alive? The bloodline still exists? A core member of the Longshan family couldn't help but say. In this world, numerous night cultivation skills, and even the martial Tao cultivation skill indigenous to Lin Yuan, are all centered around the bloodline. Essentially, they are all about constantly exploring the ultimate potential of the bloodline. In the face of drastically shortening lifespans, comprehending external laws, the efficiency is too slow. Only by relying on the innate potential of one's own bloodline could one hope to ignite the divine fire before 1,000 years, ascend to the rank of 7th-layer demigod, and then plot to uplift a divine kingdom. Therefore, the powers of this world are extremely sensitive to bloodline perception, especially towards clan members sharing the same bloodline. As the strongest individual and patriarch of the Longshan family, Lin Yuan, although many clan members could not specifically sense Lin Yuan's bloodline, the fall of such an existence, the extinction of the bloodline, would be felt by all members of the Longshan family, causing a sorrow that emanated from the depths of their bloodline. But up to now, all members of the Longshan family had not felt such a sensation, especially Lin Yuan's parents, the Longshan Fang couple. They also did not sense their son's death. The patriarch isn't dead? Many members of the Longshan family widened their eyes, some unable to react. They had witnessed their patriarch entering the ocean of light, and now with such a great event occurring in the abode of the gods, with the gods perishing, their patriarch was still alive? It wasn't that they wished for the patriarch to die, but with the gods almost all dead, and the prime god nearly extinct, the patriarch also being in the ocean of light, how could it be that nothing at all had happened to him? Even though many members of the Longshan family had an almost blind faith in their patriarch, they never arrogantly believed that the patriarch's strength was greater than that of all the other gods and the prime god combined. Unless a few elderly members of the Longshan family's complexions slightly shifted, a dreadful guess faintly surfacing in their hearts. This guess was incredibly unbelievable, but did the unforeseen events unfolding fit only this inconceivable guess? Longshan Ling and a few other trusted subordinates of the clan leaders exchanged glances, the same conjecture emerging in their minds. That is, the horrifying scene causing this twilight of the gods before them, was it related to their patriarch? Or, to put it plainly, was it done by their patriarch himself? This conjecture was supported by two pieces of evidence. First, the swift downfall of the gods began right after the patriarch entered the ocean of light, an occurrence never seen in eons happening just as the patriarch went in. If it were just this, everyone might not be suspicious and at most feel that their patriarch was unlucky. But up till now, the patriarch's bloodline had not perished and was still very much alive, in stark contrast with the dark and desolate sky. Is the patriarch slaughtering the gods? The souls of Longshan Ling and other trusted subordinates trembled, many of them having witnessed Lin Yuan's growth. Over hundreds of years, Lin Yuan had created countless myths, even effortlessly breaking free from the bloodline shackles of the first-generation Baron Longshan, becoming the first 7th-ranked demigod in the history of the Longshan family. However, no matter what, one couldn't possibly overthrow the gods with individual power, could they? Let's wait for the patriarch to return, then we can ask him. Longshan Ling inhaled deeply, although after eliminating all other possibilities, the remaining implausible possibility, no matter how fantastical, was nevertheless the truth. But without the patriarch's personal confirmation, they were still somewhat incredulous, deep within the numerous spatial layers. Lin Yuan was strolling leisurely, quickly closing the distance on the spatial layers with the figure frantically fleeing ahead. Prime God of Light. Lin Yuan looked towards the last remaining prime god. He was the first prime god born of this world, and also the most powerful among the 24 prime gods. Throughout the long years, the Dark God fought against him and mostly emerged the loser. Longshan Patriarch. You are not a supreme god. You are definitely not a supreme god. The prime god of light despaired internally, continually breaking through layers of space, trying to reach the deepest region of this world's space. Whether I am a supreme god or not has no significance as to whether you can survive, Lin Yuan said calmly. Previously, the prime god of light had summoned the other 23 prime gods and many true gods, trying to suppress Lin Yuan and seize what they believed to be the chance of the supreme god, with no mercy shown. If it hadn't been for Lin Yuan's strength being formidable enough, had he encountered the assault of the prime god of light during his 7th or 8th layer period, it would be he who would be fleeing desperately now. In dealing with enemies, Lin Yuan always eradicated them root and branch, and regarding the innocent, as long as they were true gods, they had all climbed atop countless commoners' corpses. What hadn't they done to gather faith? The mother goddess of lust established the lust church, tempting those high officials and nobles with carnal delights, but were those beautiful young women who seduced the high and mighty somehow deserving of their fate? In the eyes of the gods and the prime gods, beings were fodder to raise them, mere ants, just dust, as long as they didn't kill too many at a time, affecting the supply of faith. They had no scruples whatsoever. Now, regarding the gods and the prime gods as ants was in no way improper for Lin Yuan. Longshan Patriarch, as long as you let me go, I have the secrets of the Supreme God to tell you. Sensing Lin Yuan drawing ever closer, the Prime God of Light immediately called out loudly. Discover stories at my virtual library empire, Chapter 31, Founding the Martial Realm. Please subscribe. 2. He was the first Prime God born between heaven and earth, privy to many secrets. It said no living being has ever seen the Supreme God, but the Prime God of Light indeed knew a secret related to the Supreme God. You're talking about that palace at the deepest part of space? Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. Early on, when he swiftly took over many spatial layers, Lin Yuan sensed that there was more to the very fabric of this world's space, something ancient, an old palace. However, Lin Yuan was too busy pursuing the remaining prime gods, which is why he did not investigate immediately. He intended to deal with everything before exploring it. Now, the direction in which the prime god of light was fleeing was precisely that ancient palace located at the ultimate depths of space. You know, the prime god of light couldn't believe it. He was the first to discover that mysterious palace and speculated that it was related to the supreme god, but he never found any more useful information. You are too weak. At my level, there's hardly any secret left in this world. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, once again bridging a great distance between spatial layers. Lin Yuan had now created 120 million spatial layers, while the number of spatial layers in the world itself was only around 1 trillion or so. In other words, if Lin Yuan wished, he could fully explore all the spatial layers of this world by spending some time, thanks to the volume of his own spatial layers. The many secrets hidden within layers upon layers of space were no secret to Lin Yuan. Die. Lin Yuan had closed in on the prime god of light without limit. Is this what death feels like? The prime god of light suddenly stopped moving as his divine body and soul were eradicated. The divine lattice of light? Lin Yuan reached out with his right hand, and a divine lattice emanating infinite light appeared in his palm. It actually contains endless light and a part of the rule of time essence? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Read new chapters at My Virtual Library Empire. The prime god of light, indeed the first among prime gods, undoubtedly had the strongest strength among the 24 prime gods, with his divine lattice containing the essence of 2 rules. Although it did not compare to the rainbow dragon god's essence of 7 rules, both endless light and time were among the most powerful rule essences. However, during the escape just now, the prime god of light didn't utilize any time-related abilities. Lin Yuan contemplated for only a moment before he realized the reason. The rule of time, as profound and abstruse as it is, also had to consider the comparison of strengths between the two parties. For example, the most basic ability to pause time in a close combat situation is indeed useful for fighting or fleeing. It belongs to a first-rate divine skill. But when there is a huge difference in strength and the essence of life, it's useless. Even rash usage might produce negative effects. If time were viewed as a long river, then stopping time would be akin to setting up a net at a certain segment, trapping life that follows the river's flow, causing it to come to a halt. But if the life one wishes to trap is a massive whale, far exceeding the net's bearing limit, then the only outcome would be that the net breaks, and the whale would not pause at all. The prime god of light probably realized the excessively strong essence of Lin Yuan's life, and thus, until his death, he never employed any time-related abilities, because they would be meaningless. In fact, not just the rule of time, all other rule abilities, talents, and even divine skills are practically useless when the disparity in strength reaches a certain level. Just like Lin Yuan now, without employing any techniques and purely relying on the inner world that had 120 million spatial layers, he could crush any 9th-rank life form. Even if it was a life with a terrifyingly unique talent, there was no chance for it to resist in front of Lin Yuan. Under absolute strength, all methods are but frivolousness and show. Now that I've already come here, Lin Yuan put away the divine lattice of light and looked towards the ancient palace at the deepest part of space. Originally, Lin Yuan had planned to explore it once everything else had been taken care of, but now that he was here, he might as well take the opportunity to check it out. Whoosh! The Taiyang divine spirit appeared beside him. After transferring all the divine lattices from his inner world to the Taiyang divine spirit's inner world, Lin Yuan took a step forward and arrived at the deepest recesses of space. Even though Lin Yuan considered himself invincible in this world, he did not harbor any overweening thoughts. With the presence of the 2 great primordial spirits outside and having specifically left behind many droplets of his essence blood, even if Lin Yuan were to perish within the mysterious palace, it would not be a loss. The mysterious palace was majestic and grand, with a terrifying pressure that filled the air, a pressure so daunting that even mighty prime gods could only resist with difficulty. This was also why the prime god of light thought that this palace was related to the supreme god. Apart from the supreme god, who else could build a palace of such a level? Supreme God? Lin Yuan strolled leisurely down the main palace avenue, inwardly on slight alert. With his strength, he could ignore those oppressive forces, but this space was clearly not the work of a prime god. If there really was a supreme god present, perhaps it was indeed the work of such an entity. Half a day later, Lin Yuan had basically toured the entire palace. Just a palace? Lin Yuan observed carefully, even infiltrating deeper into the spatial layers, but still discovered nothing. It holds no value to me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He had observed the palace for a good half-day without gaining any insights, which paled in comparison to the divine lattice. Perhaps this palace hails from an even more distant past, Lin Yuan contemplated in silence. The era of gods originated with the light god, but what preceded the light god? It was far too remote. As for supreme gods, at Lin Yuan's current level, he could see the limits of this world. That was the 9th rank. And supreme gods were considered by all to exist beyond the 9th rank. Though Lin Yuan's strength far exceeded that of a prime god, and his life essence was frighteningly profound, he was still at the 9th rank stage, not having stepped into the 10th. To surpass the 9th rank, probably only the world consciousness of this world could achieve it. Lin Yuan was not unfamiliar with world consciousness, an almost selfless instinct born from the world itself. It was also known as heavenly Dao. During his previous traversals, Lin Yuan had encountered the world consciousness several times. Since the era of gods, this world's consciousness had been subtly guiding the grand trends, albeit vaguely. Lin Yuan held no dread or fear towards the world will, because it wasn't life, it harbored no concrete emotions. As long as Lin Yuan didn't harbor thoughts of destroying the world consciousness wouldn't overly oppose him. During his fourth traversal in the Five Regions world as the great demon Shahu Yuan, the world consciousness had targeted him, but that was all. It had taken no direct action. Let's head back. Lin Yuan gave the palace one last glance and turned to leave. Swoosh. Lin Yuan returned to the mortal realm. I still need to contain my aura. Lin Yuan's aura began to converge. At his life level, even a slight leak could influence his surroundings, even converting everything into his own domain. Moreover, the mortal realm's space subtly restricted Lin Yuan, making him feel as though he were a beached whale. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Yuan, even the gods, even those who were lower-ranked gods, would feel similarly constrained. Why did gods reside in the ocean of light or the dark abyss? Apart from the concern that their unconscious aura leakage would cause alteration to all beings, it was also because the mortal realm would bind them. Conversely, in the ocean of light or the dark abyss, there were no such limitations. Supported by numerous spatial layers, even a prime god could act freely. It seems I also need to create my own spatial layers, Lin Yuan decided inwardly. Although he could suppress and contain his aura now that he was unbeatable, there was no need to continue like before, concealing and suppressing it for fear of attracting the attention of the gods. Creating spatial layers, Lin Yuan looked up. The light god could create the ocean of light, the dark god, the dark abyss. Naturally, he could also create a vast world. Accurately speaking, it wasn't about creating, but rather completing and transforming the foundation of the existing spatial layers. To truly create a complete and independent world, one must fully understand the complete rule of time and space. The inner worlds of the main world's 8th layer powerhouses all relied on the main world itself and could not be considered independent worlds. What should I name the world I am going to create? Lin Yuan's face reflected contemplation, but he immediately had an answer. Let's call it the Martial Realm. In Chapter 32, 600 Years of Time, please subscribe. For the Martial Realm, Lin Yuan doesn't regard it as merely a simple place for cultivation. It is also the world where the future Martial Dao cultivators, after establishing their divine kingdoms, will reside. The Martial Dao cultivators here refer to those who step into the 8th layer True God through the Martial Tao cultivation skill. Compared to Martial Dao cultivators, the Martial Realm is similar to the Ocean of Light, or the Dark Abyss in relation to the gods. What a pity! This world's suppression of lifespan is too harsh, making it nearly impossible to normally comprehend the essence of external world rules and then reach the 7th layer within 1,000 years. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. The Martial Path evolutionary path, after Lin Yuan localized it, emphasized the excavation of one's own bloodline. Although this might lead to rapid advancement in the early stages, overlooking the understanding of external rules makes it very difficult to create an inner world on one's own. Do the gods hold up their divine kingdoms because they don't want to absorb them into their inner worlds? It's that they cannot absorb them. The divine kingdoms formed by the power of belief cannot be absolutely controlled like the inner worlds of 8th layer evolvers from the main world. Of course, even with such suppression by the world's rules, Lin Yuan still left behind in the Martial Tao cultivation skill, a method to comprehend external world rules and thereby open up an inner world without relying on faith. Even if this method was never going to be usable by future Martial Dao cultivators of this world, Lin Yuan still left it behind. However, the advantages of the bloodline cultivation path are quite clear. By leveraging the power of bloodlines, there are almost no bottlenecks in the early stages of cultivation, Lin Yuan pondered quietly in his heart. Every time he traversed a new world, Lin Yuan would try to extract the essence of the world's cultivation system and then attempt to integrate it into his own martial path evolutionary path. Also, the construction of this world's divine realms is much more stable than the inner worlds of normal 8th and 9th rank powerhouses. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, and within the inner worlds of his 2 primordial spirits, countless divine kingdoms of the gods were rapidly analyzed, especially the divine kingdoms of the prime gods, which were far more complex than those of Myriad Heavy Realm, powerhouses of the 9th rank. If Lin Yuan were not an exception, having opened up an inner universe with 120 million spatial layers, he would dominate over a 9th layer prime god. As just a Myriad Heavy Realm, it is estimated that he would struggle to get the better of those prime gods. Even if one could win, it would not be possible to kill them completely, as long as the prime gods hid inside their divine kingdoms. Relying solely on the power of a Myriad Heavy Realm would most likely not be enough. Lin Yuan could try to cut off the gods' connection to human faith, but the effects would be too slow. The prime gods have harvested human faith for countless years, accruing enough faith to let them linger on for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. The structure of the divine kingdom, Lin Yuan carefully examined the details of the divine kingdoms of the 24 prime gods. Your against heaven's understanding is exceptional, observing a vast number of special world constructions, continuing to elevate your understanding of the world itself. Your against heaven's understanding is exceptional, observing a vast number of special world constructions, continuing to elevate your understanding of the world itself. Your against heaven's understanding is exceptional, observing a vast number of special world constructions, continuing to elevate your understanding of the world itself. For a moment, a surge of comprehension flooded his mind, and Lin Yuan subconsciously adjusted the subtle structures of his inner world. My ninth stage martial Tao chapter, aside from creating more spatial layers, also made delicate changes to the inner world itself. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. All along, he had hesitated and hadn't systematically perfected the ninth stage martial Tao chapter. Because the path that Lin Yuan traversed in the ninth stage of martial Tao was completely unreplicable, could those martial path evolvers in the main world comprehend the divine lattice and perceive the essence of rules contained within it? Without Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, even if the divine lattice were put right in front of them, they would still gain nothing. The gods of this world, despite possessing divine lattices for an incredibly long time, did not perceive the rules corresponding to the divine lattices as directly as Lin Yuan did. Besides, the divine lattice is a special product of this world. The main world doesn't even have the concept of a divine lattice, so the martial path evolvers couldn't possibly follow the path Lin Yuan has taken. Consequently, if it couldn't be widely adapted, even if Lin Yuan forcibly opened up the ninth ranked chapter, it wouldn't stand out in any way. But now, by comprehending a large number of divine kingdoms of gods and prime gods, Lin Yuan keenly seized the key to opening up the ninth stage martial Tao chapter. No matter for the 8th rank, 9th rank, or even 10th and tier 11, the inner world is the foundation, the source of one's strength. The construction of the inner world, after continuous refinement by many evolutionary scholars of human civilization in the main world, has reached a limit. It's similar to the shackles of a several million li radius that are difficult to improve by even a hair's breadth. But the divine kingdoms of the gods of this world have shown Lin Yuan a completely different direction from the inner world. In this situation, Lin Yuan, leveraging his against heaven's understanding, has comprehended aspects of the divine kingdoms and then integrated them into the 9th stage martial Tao chapter. If successful, the inner world of 9th rank evolvers in the martial Tao will be more stable and more perfect than the inner worlds of other powerhouses of the same level, and it will also be easier to transform into an inner universe in the future. Lin Yuan's spirits were uplifted. Explore more at My Virtual Library Empire. Put simply, this is equivalent to giving every 9th rank evolver a world tree in the future. The world tree, being an 11-star top-notch cosmic rare treasure, has the effect of stabilizing the inner world, and the inner world perfected by Lin Yuan's 9th stage martial Tao chapter is not far behind in terms of stability. The most critical aspect is that this stability originates from the inner world itself, not from external forces, so it can make the final transformation of the inner world slightly easier. Of course, the world tree not only stabilizes the inner world, but even so, 9th rank evolvers compared to other powerhouses of the same level also have an innate advantage. Chapter 32, over 600 years. Subscription request. Too similar to those special life forms compared to normal beings of the same level. This is a gap derived from depth. There's no helping it. With the same attack, your inner world is about to collapse, teetering on the brink. Yet the inner world of a 9th stage martial Tao evolver merely shook briefly before returning to normal. Divine lattice, world structure, and bloodline evolution path are the 3 major gains from this traversal, Lin Yuan thought to himself. There's no need to discuss the importance of the first 2. As for the bloodline evolution path, although it has many drawbacks, it also depends on the specific circumstances. In the main world, countless citizens have too low a comprehension, dull to the rule fluctuations of the outside world, which makes the bloodline evolution path quite suitable. Of course, the prerequisite is that there must be sufficiently strong bloodlines within the body. But nonetheless, it's still a path, much stronger than spending a lifetime unable to become an evolver. Perhaps the bloodline evolution path can also be integrated into martial Tao, similar to how body cultivation was integrated before? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The bloodline evolution path is not a specific evolution path, it's more like a method to use the power of one's own bloodline to enhance strength. In the main world, there are many bloodline evolution families, but their excavation of bloodlines is not as perfected as in this world. After all, in the main world's human civilization, the bloodline evolution path is just a niche, with its upper limits easily capped. To become a true powerhouse, one still needs to follow the understanding of rules path. Take it slow. There's still plenty of time, with most of the stay remaining. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and looked down below. Longshan Ling had arrived. Outside the Longshan Great Hall, many members of the Longshan family were still patiently waiting. They could feel that the great Longshan patriarch, Longshan Yuan, was still not dead, alive and well. A figure appeared silently before the Great Hall. Patriarch. Patriarch, you've returned? Longshan Ling and a few close subordinates were the first to react, quickly greeting him respectfully. Lin Yuan glanced at the many excited faces of the Longshan family members. Patriarch, about the matter in the sky, Longshan Ling mustered the courage to ask carefully. I did it, Lin Yuan answered directly, as there was no longer any need to hide. He was already invincible in the world. Why bother concealing and being low-key? Is it really? With Lin Yuan's personal admission, Longshan Ling and the other members of the Longshan family were stunned. Even though they had speculated about this possibility, when it was actually confirmed, they still found it incredible. Is the patriarch this powerful? There's one more thing. Lin Yuan's mind moved, and a figure was teleported out. It was the Pope of the Ranked Church. To be precise, it was this Pope's divine persona located in the Ocean of Light. This time, as Lin Yuan slaughtered the gods, this subordinate deity was the only one left alive. As for the reason, naturally, it was because Lin Yuan had been in good relations with him over the years. Moreover, the rank Pope had only the strength of a lower-rank god. With the death of the main god of rank as a subordinate deity, his power plummeted, probably barely reaching the threshold of a true god, and as a subordinate deity, his power was fixed, with no chance of further enhancement. Actually, if not for Lin Yuan intentionally saving him, at the moment of the main god of rank's death, the rank Pope should have been annihilated by backlash already. Longshan Patriarch, the rank Pope, looked at Lin Yuan with a complex gaze. He had witnessed the complete scene of Lin Yuan slaughtering the gods in the Ocean of Light. At this moment, surprisingly, the rank Pope felt no fear whatsoever. Because fear was meaningless, if Lin Yuan wanted him dead, the rank Pope had no hope of survival. You can leave now, Lin Yuan stated, with no intention of killing the rank Pope. A mere subordinate divine spirit had no allure for Lin Yuan, nor would it pose any threat to the Longshan family in the future. Thank you, Longshan Patriarch, for sparing my life. The rank Pope exhaled deeply, mysteriously feeling sentimental. Under the twilight of the gods, all deities perished. Even the strongest prime god had died. Who would have thought that he, as the weakest subordinate divine spirit, would actually survive? The strongest had died. The weakest still lived. The rank Pope had complex thoughts. Longshan Patriarch, the rank Pope, silently recited in his heart, knowing that his survival was solely due to the Longshan Patriarch's mercy. In the future, it will be the era of the Longshan Patriarch, the rank Pope thought as he left Longshan Ling, a new thought suddenly emerging in his mind. Since the prime god of light opened the Ocean of Light, the era of the gods officially began. Even the powerful gods like the prime god of light and dark god dared not place their divine names before the era. But from now on, the name of the Longshan Patriarch will completely dominate the era. Even if 100,000 or 1,000,000,000 years pass, the later beings and gods will still fear the reputation of the Longshan Patriarch. Outside the Longshan Great Hall, Lin Yuan looked towards Longshan Ling and the others. Next, I will leave the human realm, Lin Yuan said. Leave the human realm? Longshan Ling and other important members of the Longshan family glanced at each other, now standing before Lin Yuan, all feeling a certain pressure from the essence of life. Patriarch, where do you plan to go? The Ocean of Light? Or the Dark Abyss? Longshan Ling asked softly. I will go to the Martial Realm, Lin Yuan said with a faint smile. The Martial Realm? Many members of the Longshan family looked puzzled, hearing about this place for the first time. Your next journey awaits at my virtual library empire. Where is the Martial Realm? Longshan Ling asked cautiously. Over there, Lin Yuan raised his right hand, slicing through the space, and an intact layer of space emerged. Lin Yuan stepped into it, with Longshan Ling and many members of the Longshan family watching in awe as he began to calm the spatial turbulence. Where Lin Yuan stood, everything stabilized, the energy became gentle, and space became steady, accompanied by a thick ground and sky. Rumble, rumble. A world far surpassing the Ocean of Light and the Dark Abyss was opened, its impact so significant that it even began to reflect in the human world. Who is that? Someone is opening a new world, just like the original Prime God of Light and Dark God opened the Ocean of Light and Dark Abyss. This person must be the one who ended the era of the gods, now creating a world, likely as his own dwelling. In the human realm, ancient demigods had not yet recovered from the fall of the gods when they witnessed such a shocking sight. After over 4 hours, Lin Yuan finally stabilized this layer of space, nodding in satisfaction. The foundation is almost laid down. For now, this will do. Within his own new world, Lin Yuan finally felt much more comfortable. Under the influence of numerous spatial layers, he felt a long-missed sense of freedom. I should also inform the beings. Lin Yuan glanced at the vast human realm, directly manifesting a towering presence. From today, the martial realm has been created. Any who reach godhood through martial Tao cultivation skill may enter the martial realm. Having declared to the human realm, Lin Yuan did not care how much disturbance it caused, and returned once more to the martial realm, sitting at its very center. Finally, I can quietly cultivate and understand the Dao again, Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan took out many divine lattices. 24 true god forms, 3,063 upper-rank god divine lattices, 29,642 middle-rank god divine lattices, 123,242 lower rank god divine lattices. Lin Yuan felt joy wash over him just by looking at the pile of divine lattices, feeling many spiritual insights surge forth, now beginning to earnestly understand them. I wonder how much strength these divine lattices will add to me, Lin Yuan thought, relying on the divine lattices of those demigods in the human realm to open up to 120 million spatial layers. What about the true divine nature and the true god form? Let's start understanding. Lin Yuan casually picked up a divine lattice. This one containing the property of space, the key to the higher essence of space in this universe. Just like that, time swiftly passed. 600 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 33, Cultivation, Achievements. Please subscribe. The vast martial realm, since the ascension of the first martial spirit 100 years ago, had gradually buzzed from its once silent and dead state. It was Lin Yuan who had opened up the martial realm, which was far larger in scale than both the ocean of light and the abyss of darkness. Even martial spirits had not explored it to its endpoint. Over the centuries, with each ascending martial spirit, 3 areas gradually emerged in the martial realm. One area was the convergence point of martial spirits from the Longshan family, primarily centered around Longshan City. Another area was the convergence point for martial spirits outside of the Longshan family, primarily centered around Myriad Phenomena City. As for the third area, that was where the great Longshan patriarch cultivated, occupying the most central part of the martial realm, the land where origin source was most abundant. The spread of the martial Tao cultivation skill and the opening of the martial realm both originated from the Longshan patriarch. Any martial spirit who ascended from the mortal world held immense respect for the Longshan patriarch. This was the peerless powerhouse who ended the era of gods and ushered in the martial Tao epic. Nowadays, although the ocean of light and abyss of darkness still existed and new deities were continuously being born, their power was incomparable to that of the martial realm. Name: Longshan Yuan. Lin Yuan, identity: holder of the Myriad Realms gate-bound talent, heaven-defying comprehension, divine skills, blood resurrection divine skills, mountain-moving divine skills, strengthening divine skills, elemental body current status, consciousness descent, remaining residency duration, 3 years. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the rows of illusory text below him. The time of residency is almost at its limit. Lin Yuan looked forward. Everything that was happening in the vast martial realm he saw in its entirety. As the opener of this world, there was nothing in the martial realm that could hide from him, and it was almost like a second inner world. Originally, when I slew the gods, causing an overflow of worship in the mortal sphere, combined with several instances of popularizing martial Tao cultivation, it merely took 500 years to birth the first martial spirit, Lin Yuan thought. The martial spirit corresponded to the 8th stage of martial arts, although there were notable differences between the two. The advantage of a martial spirit lay in leveraging bloodline power, thus the cultivation speed before the 7th rank was extremely fast. As long as the limit of bloodline was high enough, there were hardly any bottlenecks. However, after reaching the 7th rank and igniting the divine fire, they should, in theory, lurk for long years, secretly gathering worship. However, with the fall of the gods, there was no need to be so secretive. Moreover, with Lin Yuan's presence, martial Dao practitioners were confident. After the first martial spirit entered the martial realm, a large number of other martial spirits were quickly born. In just 100 years, the number of martial spirits in the martial realm had surpassed 1,000. Out of 1,000 martial spirits, there are less than 100 from the Longshan family? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He held a definite preference for the Longshan family. His 2 primordial spirits often returned to the mortal realm to clarify doubts for the martial prodigies of the Longshan family. However, unfortunately, the prodigies of the Longshan family were not competitive compared to other talents from different places in the mortal realm. This was quite normal after all. Even with Lin Yuan present, the Longshan family was still just one family with limited members, naturally far fewer in number compared to the multitude of mortals. However, even if the Longshan family had only a few dozen martial spirits, they still held an absolute dominant position in the martial realm. The martial spirits outside of the Longshan family dared not offend the martial spirits of the Longshan family at all, and all of this was naturally because of Lin Yuan, the Longshan patriarch. Hundreds of years ago, a young member of the Longshan family asked me to suppress the martial spirits outside the family, to oppress the martial prodigies of the mortal world at the source of worship. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. Naturally, he had not agreed to this request. Lin Yuan's goal had always been set on better spreading martial Tao. As for the rise and fall of the Longshan family itself, he didn't care much. As long as martial Tao cultivation continued to spread in this world, it met expectations. As for promoting the Longshan family's dominance at the expense of limiting the development of martial Tao cultivation, Lin Yuan would naturally not do so. He was even gradually letting go of handling the Longshan family. He had not had the primordial spirits return to the mortal Longshan Ling for decades. Their lifespan must be reaching its limit. Lin Yuan looked down, observing everything in the mortal realm. With Lin Yuan's help, the Longshan Fang couple's bodies had reached the maximum perfection allowed by this world. That is the level of a 6th rank legendary knight and directly possesses 1,000 years of life. However, after 1,000 years, if they still haven't ignited the divine fire, they still have to face death. This death does not refer to physical decline, but the degeneration of the soul and spirit will. With Lin Yuan's strength, as long as he maintained the nourishment of his inner world, the Longshan Fang couple could probably live a few thousand more years. But that's only if the nourishment doesn't stop. However, Lin Yuan was ultimately going to return to the main world. Once he left, the Longshan Fang couple would lose their nourishment, and their souls and spirits would quickly wither. To ignite the divine fire, Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. In this world, igniting the divine fire was crucial, marking the boundary between mortals and demigods. To ignite the divine fire, one must rely on their unmatched will and spirit. External forces cannot play any part in this, similar to the heart demon tribulation from the 7th rank to the 8th layer in the main world. Enjoy new adventures from my virtual library empire. Although there were over 100,000 Marshalltown demigods in the past 600 years, that was based on what population base? On average, probably not even one Marshalltown demigod would emerge from a trillion people. Chapter 33, Cultivation Achievements. Please subscribe. Longshan Yuan's parents were just ordinary people and had not experienced any adversity. Since Lin Yuan's rise, each day had been comfortable, with almost zero chance of igniting the divine fire. Without reaching the Supreme Being, one eventually has to face the limits of lifespan, Lin Yuan realized within his heart. The supreme immortal kings of the spirit realm, the gods of this world, seemed eternally long-lived, but it was only eternity in their immortal and divine bodies. Weak beings, in the face of eternal time, have their minds gradually twisted and decayed. Their cognition, their understanding of all things, is influenced by time. The same event might be viewed differently by a being who has lived 10,000 years compared to one who has lived only 100 years. The supreme immortal kings and the gods just haven't lived long enough. Live another 100 million or a billion years and they may go insane, even contemplating suicide. The spirit will cannot withstand the test of time. Only the supreme beings, the ultimate existence on a certain evolutionary path, 12th rank life, with eternal and indestructible spirit will, are truly eternal. Of course, even supreme beings will die, but definitely not due to age. Having the door to the myriad realms and many means to protect my life, I could almost say I won't die unless it is by my own actions. But unless I become a supreme being, there will still come a day when I die, and no one will be able to save me. Lin Yuan thought. The supreme beings of the main world also have loved ones, parents, and siblings, but unless one becomes a supreme being, there will come a day to die of old age. Those who fully understand the rule of time can use it to control the flow of time around their bodies, achieving an alternative eternity. Essentially, it's about slowing down the time influence on their spirit will. A millennium in the external world may pass, while only a day goes by for the individual. The spirit will experiences just that one day. Now, my strength, Lin Yuan closed his eyes, his consciousness descended into his inner world. A vast inner world measuring 1.995 billion square miles, the mysterious gourd containing 7 types of colored liquids, each type could amplify Lin Yuan's physical body and inner world by 3.33 times. Having completely absorbed the first 6 types of liquid, the final amplification would reach 1.998 billion square miles. And an inner world of 1.995 billion square miles meant that Lin Yuan's absorption of the 6th type, the blue liquid, was nearing perfection, and he was about to start touching the last purple liquid. Maybe reaching the 10th rank is necessary to fully absorb the purple liquid, Lin Yuan speculated quietly. The amplification of the inner world required consideration of both physical and soul strength. The strength here was fundamental strength. Every time Lin Yuan traversed, he would wait until he had recovered to his peak before summoning the mysterious gourd, firstly because he wanted to ensure he had enough power to protect himself. Secondly, if his strength was too low, even with the high-level blood rebirth, his physical soul might not be able to bear such a vast inner world. Spatial layers, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking deeper into the spatial layers of his inner world. Lin Yuan had an early inkling of the size of his inner world, and he knew the amplification each colored liquid would bring, having deduced the final size of his inner world before this traversal began. But the spatial layers, that was a pleasant surprise. The divine lattice of this world, in terms of opening up spatial layers, absolutely exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. In Lin Yuan's expectations, if he could open up 10 million layers of space during this traversal, reaching the 9th rank Myriad Heavy Realm, he would have perfectly achieved his goal. But 10 million layers of space? 600 years ago, once Lin Yuan penetrated the essence of space from the demigod lattice, his inner world had already reached 120 million layers. Over the next 600 years, Lin Yuan studied various true divine natures and prime divine forms with spatial properties, and in terms of opening spatial layers, he reached 23,310,000,000 layers. Lin Yuan's gaze penetrated multiple spatial layers, and the thickness and substance of his inner world had reached an unimaginable extent. In the main world, when countless 9th rank strong beings treated the 10 million spatial layers as the peak of the 9th rank, Lin Yuan had already opened up 2331 billion spatial layers. In terms of the number of spatial layers, it was 2331 times that of the normal 10 million layers at 9th rank, but in terms of actual power, was it not tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times more? This traversal, the gains were truly immense. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel inside, 2331 billion spatial layers. This was a number previously thought unreachable by all 9th rank lives since the birth of the main world prime universe. Lin Yuan dared not claim that the spatial layers he had opened were unmatched in the main world, but being unmatched in history was undeniable. This ancient did not just refer to human civilization. The starry sky races, including those peak clans and unique special beings, could not possess this number of spatial layers at ninth rank. I don't know what my inner world will look like when it transforms into an inner universe in the future. Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation. The transformation of an inner world into an inner universe represented the utmost sublimation, breaking all shackles and limitations. At that time, the inner universe would not be confined to a size of 10 million square miles, and the spatial layers would naturally evolve into something more profound and vast. As for how much it would transcend, that depended on the original size and depth of the inner world. Hunyi, the strongest ninth-rank life from the Tianyu clan, had opened more than 30 million layers in his inner world. Was he just doing this for fun? With the time it took to open 30 million layers, one could have likely stepped into the 10th rank by now, and the increase in combat power would definitely far surpass going from 10 million to 30 million spatial layers. Other clans' 9th rank strong beings, if they had spare capacity, would always try to open as many spatial layers as possible at 9th rank. 10 million layers was merely their minimum threshold. Why open so many spatial layers at 9th rank? It was to make the transformation of the inner world into an inner universe a sublime breaking of all shackles. 9th Stage Martial Tao Chapter. Lin Yuan shifted his focus from the inner world to scrutinize the perfected 9th Stage Martial Tao chapter. Compared to the previous 7th rank chapter and 8th rank part, the 9th rank chapter was crucial in adjusting the structure of the inner world, making it more stable and powerful. For 9th rank strong beings of the same inner world size, same spatial layers, and similar foundations, those who follow the 9th rank martial Tao would definitely have an advantage. Moreover, according to the bloodline cultivation pathways of this world, Lin Yuan had specifically created a bloodline purification and cultivation method for the martial arts evolution system. While the martial arts evolutionaries were comprehending the Great Dao rules, they could also spend time exploring the potential of their own bloodlines. As long as the bloodline's limit was high enough, the pace of strength enhancement would certainly far exceed the speed of comprehending Great Dao rules. Of course, this cultivation method was only suitable for those citizens with high-ranking, extremely rich bloodlines, and the upper limit was level 7. Because the main world valued human rights and could not gather faith, relying on this cultivation method would not allow one to independently open a divine kingdom, hence they could not step into the 8th level. In Lin Yuan's conception, those martial arts evolutionaries with high-ranking bloodlines could fully explore their blood's limit to rapidly advance through the 5th, 6th, and 7th rank, then recomprehend the Great Dao rules with a high perspective. Read New Adventures at My Virtual Library Empire. The bloodline evolutionary path is ultimately not the Great Dao. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization, nor the supreme beings of other peak clans, none had reached the ultimate level solely with their potent bloodlines. The Star Alliance, composed entirely of special beings whose top powerhouses sat, had noble bloodlines, but those who managed to step into the 12th rank did so not on account of their bloodlines. In some ways, bloodlines were actually a kind of shackle on the path to the peak. Having perfected the 9th Stage Martial Tao chapter and also added a branch to the Martial Path evolutionary path, overall enhanced the foundation and strength of the martial arts evolutionaries. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, satisfied in his mind. He then raised his right hand, his thoughts subtly moving. The speed of time on his skin began to twist, either slowing down or pausing, mismatching the main flow of time. The rule of time. Lin Yuan looked lively, having spent a significant amount of effort in comprehending the rule of time over the past 600 years. Chapter 34? Return Shuttle Ends, please subscribe. The rule of time is a pillar of the world's constitution and the highest level among all pillar rules. To comprehend life rules, space rules, and other pillar rules, one only needs to reach the 6th or 7th rank. But the rule of time? Unless one becomes a multi-spatial life at 9th rank, one can't even feel the oscillations of the rule of time, let alone comprehend it. Even Lin Yuan, who possessed against heaven's understanding, did not choose to forcibly comprehend the rule of time at 8th layer, as the efficiency would be too low and thus not worthwhile. 2,173 kinds of time rule models. By now I have thoroughly comprehended 851, Lin Yuan thought to himself, knowing well that a normal 9th rank powerhouse would not spend too much effort comprehending the rule of time, often not even entering the threshold within the 9 myriad heavy realm. 10th rank powerhouses have a deeper comprehension of the rule of time, but are only between comprehending 200 to 500 time rule models. As for 851 time rule models, that's something only an extremely powerful and special 10th rank powerhouse could achieve, or perhaps even the domain of an 11th rank powerhouse. To fully comprehend the rule of time, only an 11th rank peak powerhouse, preparing to try to strike at the Supreme Being's level, could reach that level. One of the prerequisites for striking at the Supreme Being realm is to thoroughly comprehend the rule of time, then merge it with space rules, take control of space-time, and make the ultimate leap. During this process, spreading one's own evolution path, The more beings that practice it, the greater the momentum becomes for the ultimate leap. Regrettably, there are too few true god forms and main godly cores that contain the attribute of time. Only the godly cores of the god of divination and the prime god of light possess the time attribute, and there is only one true divine nature that has it. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. If there were more divine lattices containing the time attribute, he was confident in comprehending 1,000 time models. Being able to comprehend 1,000 time rule models at the 9th rank, although not unprecedented like opening up more than 2,300,000,000 spatial layers, would certainly be considered earth-shatteringly against heaven's will. Generally, only those unique and special beings with a talent for time could hope to achieve this. Time slowed down. With a slight intention from Lin Yuan, the flow of time at his body's surface began to slow, rapidly decelerating, with a day passing in the outside world equating to only an hour for Lin Yuan, a time flow speed of 12 to 1. Your journey continues on my virtual library empire. This is also the maximum limit of time flow speed Lin Yuan can currently manipulate, mainly because his life level is too profound, and the price of slowing down his own time flow is too terrifying. If it were an ordinary 9th rank life, Lin Yuan could easily make their own time flow speed reach 1 to 1,000 compared to the outside world. In the river of time, the energy needed to slow down a whale far exceeds the energy needed to slow down a small fish. After slowing down time, even the perception of the great Dao rules becomes blurred. Lin Yuan is currently experiencing a time flow speed of only 1 to 12 compared to the outside world. Even so, the clarity of his perception of the great Dao rules has plummeted. One can infer that in an environment where the time flow speed reaches several thousand to tens of thousands to 1, it would be nearly impossible to comprehend the great Dao rules of the outside world. No wonder those 9th rank and 10th rank powerhouses are reluctant to use time treasures such as the time chamber for cultivation, Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. The supreme beings of the main world have the power to slow down the time flow speed of a certain area and even can concoct treasures such as secret treasures. However, in such an environment where the time flow speed is slowed down, it doesn't really help one's own cultivation, and the time spent is actual lifespan. Just because the time flow speed of a certain area is different, it leads to a fuzziness in the perception of the Great Dao rules, because the Great Dao rules themselves will naturally fluctuate with the main time flow speed. But by utilizing the door to the Myriad Realms to traverse through dimensions, this dimensional realm where I'm situated has such a time flow speed, and even if it differs from the main world's time flow speed, it doesn't affect the comprehension of the Great Dao rules. Lin Yuan realized another benefit of crossing dimensions through the door to the Myriad Realms. 600 years passed, and apart from the rule of time, Lin Yuan also completely comprehended the essences of other rules, such as the life rule. This time, with the help of the divine lattices of gods and true god forms, it was undoubtedly a tremendous help to Lin Yuan, at least saving a lot of time. Without these true god forms, even if Lin Yuan could still reach his current height, the time required would have been much longer. Not utilizing the key-like effects of divine lattices, Lin Yuan's efficiency would definitely be much lower. Time passed. 2 years went by. The Longshan Fang couple gradually grew old and died, reaching the limit of lifespan in this world. Unless one ignited the divine fire and changed the essence of life, natural death was inevitable. This time, Lin Yuan did not use the power of the world within him to delay his parents' death, because there was no point. A year later upon his return, the Longshan Fang couple would still be dead. Whether they lived a year longer or less made no significant difference. And as the Longshan Fang couple faced death, they had no fear, having birthed a son who opened a new epic, a matter of immense honor. Human world. Ruins of Longshan City, in front of the graveyard of the Longshan family. Lin Yuan's figure appeared, this time to the human world. It was not his two primordial spirits, but his true body itself. Lin Yuan stood in front of his parents' tombstones, his expression calm, showing neither joy nor sorrow, just standing there silently. Around the graveyard, important members of the Longshan family intermittently came and went. After all, the Longshan Fang couple were the parents of Longshan Yuan, holding an unshakable status within the Longshan family. Their death was significant enough that even the martial Tao true gods of the martial realm would descend their godly force incarnations to pay a visit. Chapter 34, Return End of Time Travel, Subscription Request, 2 No matter who it was, no one saw Lin Yuan standing in front of the tombstone, as if they were not in the same spatial layer. Lin Yuan gazed at the cemetery. Although he was not the true Longshan Yuan, after so many years together he still felt some emotion. You have left, and a year later it will be my time to leave as well, Lin Yuan murmured, as a year later would mark the limit of his stay during this travel. Unless Lin Yuan was willing to expend another 10 strands of world-breaking origin force to descend into this world, it seemed there would be no possibility of coming back again. It's time to prepare for the last arrangements. Lin Yuan stood in front of the Longshan Fang couple's tombstone for a long while before he finally vanished silently. Martial Realm, Longshan City. Although the Longshan family in the martial realm had less than 100 martial Tao true gods, the construction of Longshan City was extraordinarily luxurious, far surpassing that of another city, Myriad Phenomena City. The first member of the Longshan family to become a martial Tao true god was named Longshan Quan. As for Longshan Ling and his subordinates from the past, none had ignited the divine fire to this day. Although they were not yet dead from old age, they would not live many more years, currently spending their twilight years peacefully on Earth. The numerous martial Tao true gods of the Longshan family in the martial realm were all led by Longshan Quan. After all, as the first deity from their family, his influence was profound. Longshan Great Hall. Longshan Quan and a few other martial Tao true gods of the Longshan family gathered for an exchange. The ancestor is so benevolent to have given outsiders so many opportunities, Longshan Quan expressed discontent. Over the years, his disdain for the martial spirits of Myriad Phenomena City had only grown. The martial realm, opened up by the forebears of their Longshan family, should have remained their family's private domain, yet it ended up housing a horde of outsiders like invasive species. The other martial Tao true gods also nodded continuously. They had long regarded the entire martial realm as their backyard. How could those martial Tao true gods from Myriad Phenomena City deserve to live in the same place as them? Suddenly, just then, a figure appeared silently at one side. Ancestor. Longshan Ancestor. Upon seeing this, Longshan Quan and the other true gods of the Longshan family immediately called out respectfully. Ancestor, you have finally agreed to see us, Longshan Quan said excitedly. Since ascending to the martial realm 100 years ago, he had seen Lin Yuan only once, and despite several attempts to visit afterwards, he had received little response. Lin Yuan, with a serene gaze, looked towards the Longshan Great Hall, towards the entire Longshan city, and spoke indifferently. The Longshan family thrived because of me. I do not wish for it to decline because of me. Ancestor, how could the Longshan family possibly decline because of you? Your strength is historically unparalleled, having opened up the martial realm and welcomed martial Tao true gods. The reverence the mortal beings have for you even surpasses the gods, Longshan Quan said, somewhat puzzled. As long as Lin Yuan was around, the status of the Longshan family was undisputed. This had already become an ironclad rule. But I, too, will leave, Lin Yuan continued. Leave? Longshan Quan looked somewhat stunned. Ancestor, where are you going, and when will you come back? The other martial Tao true gods looked at each other, their expressions somewhat perplexed. I won't be coming back, Lin Yuan said softly. Not coming back? Longshan Quan was greatly alarmed. Lin Yuan was as significant to the Longshan family as the sky itself, and also to this world. If Lin Yuan were to suddenly disappear, Longshan Quan dared not imagine the commotion it would cause. The blow it would deal to the Longshan family would be fatal. Yes, not coming back. Lin Yuan looked at the few martial Tao true gods of the Longshan family. Therefore, in the future, the Longshan family must not be too harsh towards foreign true gods. Although Lin Yuan always cared only about the spread of martial Tao cultivation skill, and never particularly cared about the rise and fall of the Longshan family, he still felt compelled to offer a few reminders. Before leaving. Ancestor, Longshan Quan's face turned ashen, desperately pleading as he looked at Lin Yuan. He realized that what Lin Yuan was saying might indeed be true, and that the Longshan family might soon lose its strongest support. Since I am leaving, I will also leave behind something. Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and 3 crystals emitting a profound aura hovered. What is this? Longshan Quan was stunned. Then his body began to tremble uncontrollably. True God form. This was the true God form. Since Lin Yuan had slain 24 prime gods, the 24 true God forms had not appeared again. But even with a longing for the true God form, no one dared to search for them. Needless to say, all 24 true God forms were in the hands of the leader of the Longshan family. These 3 true God forms I will leave with the Longshan family until you reach the peak of upper rank gods, then you may attempt to refine them. The 24 true God forms had all been comprehended by Lin Yuan, and keeping them further held no significance. Moreover, the true God form is the essential keys to the rules of this world, and once it leaves this world, it will automatically collapse and, at the same time, will recondense into a new true God form somewhere within the world. Thus, find your next read at My Virtual Library Empire. Before returning to the main world, Lin Yuan naturally had to arrange the whereabouts of the true God form. With these 3 divine lattices, even if I leave, the Longshan family can thrive gloriously for 1,000,000 or even more years. Lin Yuan looked at an excited Longshan Quan. With these 3 true God forms, the future of the Longshan family is equivalent to having 3 true God-level powerhouses presiding over it. This kind of foundation, unless another Lin Yuan comes along, thinking about shaking the foundation of the Longshan family is absolutely difficult. As long as the Longshan family does not doom themselves and remains cautious and humble hereafter, their glory will not diminish much. Thank you, Ancestor. Thank you, Ancestor. Longshan Chuan immediately knelt down, and the other martial Tao true gods did the same. As for the remaining 21 true god forms, I will release one every once in a while for other martial Tao true gods to vie for. These divine lattices, the Longshan family, need not interfere. Lin Yuan continued. He did not plan to place all 24 true god forms with the Longshan family, as this would have made their status unassailable, forming a monopolistic situation in this world for martial Dao cultivators. And this is not conducive to the development of martial Dao. To truly advance martial Dao, a brilliance of a myriad of schools is necessary. If the Longshan family becomes too powerful, coupled with no restrictions from Lin Yuan, it would inevitably suppress other martial Tao talents outside their family. Yes. Although Longshan Quan and the other martial Tao true gods were somewhat reluctant, since the ancestor had made such a decision, they had no grounds to refuse. Ancestor, Longshan Quan was about to speak, but then realized that he was now alone, only leaving behind 3 true god forms quietly floating there. The ancestor has left. Longshan Quan was momentarily dazed. The ancestor is too kind. The other martial Tao true gods looked at the 3 true god forms with longing but dared not harbor any thoughts of seizing them. Who knew if the ancestor was still observing them in secret? Yes, the ancestor is kind. Longshan Quan sighed. But since the ancestor has already decided, my Longshan family will follow the ancestor's words from now on, restrain our people, and completely give up the claim for the other true god forms. Yes. The several martial Tao true gods of the Longshan family looked at each other and nodded in agreement. In the depths of the multiple spatial layers, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Everything that needed to be done has been done. Lin Yuan looked downward, his gaze sweeping over the martial realm, ocean of light, dark abyss, and the realm of humans. Now, it's time to return to the origin source. Next to Lin Yuan, 2 figures appeared, precisely the Tai-Yin primordial spirit and Tai-Yang divine spirit. At the same time, the bell-shaped origin fine gold also floated in front of him, slowly oscillating with an inexplicable aura radiating from it. The Tai-Yang divine spirit and Tai-Yin primordial spirit began to dissolve into the most pure energy, assimilating into the origin fine gold, and Lin Yuan's true physical body did the same. If the true body and the 2 great divine spirits are too powerful, their dissolution, even if it begins, is extremely slow. 1 year later, as the inner worldly energies of the physical soul finally meld into the origin fine gold for the last time, the door to the myriad realms projection within Lin Yuan's spirit will suddenly begin to burst forth with light. Returning now, Lin Yuan's spirit will surged into the door to the myriad realms, disappearing from this world. Chapter 35, Zilan, Where Are the Elders? Subscribe please. Xuanhuang's Secret Realm. Deep within layers upon layers of spatial folds, 2 auras were engaged in a chase, one fleeing, the other pursuing relentlessly. However, it became increasingly clear that the pursuer's aura far exceeded the one who fled. As time passed, the fleeting aura began to fade slowly. Yet, at every critical moment, just as the pursuer was about to close in completely, the one fleeing always managed to slip through the gaps among the numerous spatial layers. This was akin to a 100-meter giant chasing an ant. The latter, with the advantage of the terrain, could make the giant return empty-handed. Of course, a chase between 9th-rank powerhouses, transcending numerous spatial layers, was far more complicated than a pursuit within a single space. Even within the peculiar environment of the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, the more time was dragged out, the more spatial layers the powerful side claimed, and the narrower the space for the one fleeing to shift and evade became. In the end, it was like a bird in a cage, completely locked in. Being caught was just a matter of time. It's been 2.5 years already. Zilan seized the opportunity, instantly moving from one spatial layer to another, once again increasing the distance from Hanyi. But this was only a temporary reprieve. In less than half an hour, Hanyi had caught up again. I can feel more and more spatial layers being occupied, leaving me less and less room to hide, Zilan sighed inwardly. Such was the gap absolute strength created. The spatial layers he had opened were less than 1 million, while Hanyi, the strongest 9th-rank being of the Tianyu clan's peak clans, had opened more than 30 million. If it weren't for the Xuanhuang Secret Realm suppressing any instantaneous movement techniques, and Zilan burning everything, even his spirit will, to gain a significant enhancement in strength, he would have likely been captured by Hanyi long ago. Even so, Zilan had a premonition that he might not hold on for much longer. One reason was Hanyi's imminent occupation of all nearby spatial layers, and the second was the dwindling supply of his spirit will, which could not sustain burning for much longer. Find exclusive stories on my virtual library empire, just half a year more. Zilan steadied his spirit and glanced at Lin Yuan, who sat with closed eyes in a corner of his inner world. Zilan trusted Lin Yuan deeply. Since the Galaxy Master had said to hold on for 3 years for ancestors' support, Zilan had never doubted it. I wonder, which powerhouse of our human civilization is the Galaxy Master's elder? Zilan was curious. The Galaxy Master's teacher was the Chikun Star Lord. However, Chikun Star Lord was merely an invincible 8th layer. Even if he broke through to 9th rank, he would still be far from providing the support they would need. An early 9th rank evolver like them would be no match for a strong 9th rank lifeform like Hanyi, who belonged to one of the peak clans. It would be over in a single move. Zilan himself had managed to endure this long by burning everything he had, coupled with the evasion techniques from a Supreme Evolution Path inheritance secret method that came from human civilization and the special environment of the Zhuanhuang secret realm. Not the Chikun Star-Lord. Could it be one of those ninth-ranked beings from our human civilization who have opened over 20 million spatial layers? Zilan pondered inwardly. This was his sole amusement during his period of being hunted. To rescue them from the hands of Hanyi, an ordinary ninth-ranked being of the Myriad Heavy realm wouldn't suffice. At least one who has opened more than 20 million spatial layers would be needed to restrain Hanyi and secure a safe withdrawal. 20 million spatial layers, Zilan sighed inwardly, realizing the difficulty of opening spatial layers the longer he practiced at the ninth layer. Opening spatial layers was just the surface. More crucial was the understanding of the essence of space. Without sufficient insight, it was impossible to maintain the layers, and even if forced open, they would quickly collapse. Honestly, Zilan held a certain admiration for mighty beings like Hanyi who had opened spatial layers far beyond 10 million, because he knew the difficulty involved. At that moment, Hanyi, who was pursuing from behind, transmitted his voice again. Zilan, I know you're desperately fleeing to buy time, trying to protect the treasure you obtained within the secret realm. Here's what I can promise. If you hand over the Galaxy Master, I will let you leave, and you can take back all the fortunes and treasures you've gained in the secret realm with you. Hanyi continued. You should know what a promise from me, Hanyi, means. Even though you and I belong to opposing camps, I will stick to it. Hanyi was also growing impatient with the chase. If it dragged on, he might waste another 3 to 5 months. From the very beginning, Hanyi's goal was to kill the Galaxy Master, or to be precise, to kill this avatar of the Galaxy Master as a small form of retribution for a recent battle. As for Isilan, Hanyi never took him seriously. If it weren't for the Xuanhuang secret realm with his strength, there would have been no need for such a prolonged chase. Ha 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 ha, you bird people still want to drive a wedge between me and the Galaxy Master. Exilan remained unmoved. As an evolver from human civilization, Zilan was very clear about where his foundation lay. At this moment, the greatest crisis he was facing was merely leaving this avatar behind here and potentially losing the chance to return the secret treasure fortune from the secret realm. Hand over the Galaxy Master? Putting aside the act of betraying human civilization, merely considering the Galaxy Master's current displayed potential and talent, Zilan was not foolish. How could he possibly make such a choice? On the contrary, dying alongside the Galaxy Master in the Zhuanhuang secret realm would deepen their friendship. Well, if that's the case, prepare to leave behind this avatar once and for all. Hanyi stopped trying to persuade any further. After more than 2 years of chasing and sending numerous telepathic messages, all of which were mocked by Zilan, he realized it was futile. Chapter 35, Zilan, Where Are the Elders? Subscribe please. 2. The escape methods of the Void Evolution Path are indeed as legendary as they say, Hanyi said with a slightly stern expression, while also speeding up the process of completely occupying the spatial layers. The Void Evolution Path was the path of evolution cultivated by Zilan, and it was also one of the 9 great supreme evolution paths currently mastered by human civilization. The ultimate being of this evolution path was the Void God Ultimate Being, who was one of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. In terms of combat power and killing ability, the Void God Supreme Being might not match the Shachin Supreme Being or the Ancient Power Supreme Being, but in terms of control over the Void, they were the strongest among the 9 supreme beings. Within human civilization, the most practiced evolution paths were those of the 9 supreme beings. Although these 9 great supreme evolution paths all had ultimate beings, the vast majority of human evolvers neither had the desire nor the ability to challenge the ultimate level. In their eyes, the supreme evolution path was mature, nearly perfect, and if one had the qualifications to cultivate it, who would choose any other evolution path? Zilan had a talent for the spatial domain, and with her special body with spatial attributes, she could activate many of the escape techniques from the Void Evolution Path, which is how she had managed to persist so far under Hunyi's persecution. Almost there, Hanyi thought, retracting his thoughts. No matter how exquisite the Void Evolution Path was, it still required space to operate, and now, after 2 or 3 years, with him continuously taking over the spatial layers, Zilan was close to being trapped to death by him. The relentless pursuit by Hanyi, the strongest 9th rank being of the Tianyu clan, also caught the attention of other 9th rank beings in the vicinity. Is that the Tianyu clan's Hanyi? The one called the first 9th rank of this era of the Tianyu clan, who is he chasing? You don't know? The one being chased is Zilan, the 9th rank evolver from human civilization. But what Hanyi is after is not Zilan, but the Galaxy Master who is traveling with her. The Galaxy Master? The human peerless genius who recently caused the Tianyu clan to lose face on the battlefield? The youngest 9th rank in the history of human civilization? So it seems, various 9th rank beings watched from afar. Hanyi's pursuit was not being concealed at all, and the bursting spatial fluctuations could be easily detected. The Galaxy Master is being chased? Some of the ninth-rank different species with relatively good relations with human civilization were tempted, knowing that if they could save the Galaxy Master now, they would surely gain the favor of this peerless genius of human civilization. Unfortunately, though, it was Hanyi who was chasing the Galaxy Master, and even though some ninth-rank different species wanted to please Lin Yuan and human civilization, they didn't have the power to hold Hanyi back. In the cosmic starry skies, human civilization was one of the few peak clans, an absolute behemoth, with enemies as well as follower clans. Apart from the big alliance established by human civilization itself, there were still many clans who did not want to offend human civilization and even sought friendship with it. Ha ha ha, Hanyi has been chasing Zelan for over 2 years now, and the Galaxy Master must be hiding in Zelan's inner world. They say Zelan cultivates the Void Evolution Path, TSK, truly as legendary as they say. Being pursued for more than 2 years, the Galaxy Master is in such a dire state. It's also unclear what the Galaxy Master is holding on for. Zelan must have used some secret technique that affects the true body of the main being. With such a cost, could it be that a special ninth rank from human civilization is coming to their rescue? I haven't heard of any nearby human ninth rank who can come close to Hanyi. The many ninth rank different species, separated by different spatial layers, conversed with keen interest. Regardless of whether it was the one being pursued or the pursuer, both were extremely famous. They were also happy to watch the drama unfold. Needless to say, Hanyi's renown had spread throughout the ninth rank circle, and the Galaxy Master, although only recently advancing to ninth rank, had garnered considerable attention due to the revealed talent as well as the halo of human civilization. On the other side of the Xuanhuang secret realm, a human evolver clad in a purple robe was continuously shuttling through the layers of space. His speed was tremendous, and each transition affected more than 40 million spatial layers. This purple-robed evolver, named Duake, had established 39 million spatial layers and was the strongest ninth-ranked being of this era in human civilization. Just hold on a little longer. Once I get there, I will ensure that Hanyi pays the price. The location Duake was heading towards was where Hanyi was. As the strongest ninth rank of one of the Great Peak clans, Duoke often clashed with Hanyi. The spatial layers created by the former were more numerous than those of the latter, giving him a natural advantage in combat. More than 2 years ago, when he learned that Hanyi was pursuing the Galaxy Master, he rushed over as quickly as possible. Normally, the Xuanhuang secret realm suppresses all deliberate spatial movements, forcing even the strongest beings to fly slowly. When Duoke received the message, he was a great distance from Hanyi's location. It was almost impossible to arrive within 3 years. But even so, Duoke did not hesitate to come. Hanyi, if you dare to kill this incarnation of the Galaxy Master, within the Xuanhuang secret realm, your Tianyu clan's ninth rank should also stop living, Duoke thought to himself. Usually, special ninth-ranked beings like them wouldn't deliberately pursue and kill other ninth-rank alien races after entering the Xuanhuang secret realm, because it's too time-consuming. The Xuanhuang secret realm isn't like the outside world. One can only fly slowly, and it's only open for 100 years. Pursuing other ninth-rank alien races, would they really forsake the many opportunities within the secret realm? But Hanyi dared to actively pursue the peerless genius of human civilization. This precedent cannot be set. Duoke would rather give up searching for opportunities within the secret realm than not fight back, deep within the heavy spatial layers. The Meduo Traveler was also watching the chase from afar. Hanyi had been pursuing Zelan and the Galaxy Master for over 2 years. After receiving the news, the Meduo Traveler also rushed over. The Galaxy Master is really unlucky, thought the Meduo Traveler to himself, having already warned the Galaxy Master, who would surely try to avoid Hanyi as much as possible. The environment of the Xuanhuang secret realm is unique. Even if Hanyi received the location of the Galaxy Master one moment, by the time he arrived the next, the Galaxy Master would likely have already disappeared, unless the two happened to meet face to face. It's just, the ancient god ancestor really values the Galaxy Master, going so far as to let me use that trump card to block Hanyi and save the Galaxy Master. The Meduo Traveler shook his head slightly. As the most outstanding progeny of the ancient god ancestor, the Meduo Traveler was deeply cherished by him. Upon entering the Xuanhuang secret realm this time, he was even bestowed a life-saving trump card. Continue your saga on my virtual library empire. Once this trump card is activated, even a special 9th rank capable of creating 50 million or 80 million spatial layers would be trapped for a short while. The ancestor said not to use the trump card to directly save the Galaxy Master, but to act only when the Galaxy Master is in the most critical moment, precisely when he is about to be captured by Hanyi. Only then can we gain the Galaxy Master's utmost gratitude. Remembering the instructions of the ancient god ancestor, the Meduo Traveler felt they made sense. It's almost time, observed the Meduo Traveler for a while longer. Noting that Zelan's struggle to escape was slowing down, his expression immediately became serious, waiting for the critical moment to activate the life-saving trump card. Within the inner world of Zelan, Lin Yuan quietly opened his eyes. I'm back, said Lin Yuan, his gaze deep as the millennia spent in the world of gods seemed like fleeting illusions flashing by. Whoosh! Sensing Lin Yuan's movement, Zilan immediately projected her consciousness incarnation and appeared not far away. Brother Zilan, Lin Yuan said with a smile on his face, knowing that Zilan's perseverance was crucial for the perfect completion of this traversal. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have had to terminate the traversal prematurely or give up the primordial spirit within the Xuanhuang secret realm. Whichever option, it would be a significant loss. Galaxy Master, Zilan said with a faltering breath, but still forcibly perked up. After a brief conversation, Zilan cautiously asked, Galaxy Master, has your elder come yet? Elder? Lin Yuan glanced at Zilan. Chapter 36. Lin Yuan and Hunyi, subscribe please. Before Lin Yuan embarked on his 9th traversal, in order to give Zilan hope, he casually mentioned that an elder was on their way. It wasn't entirely fabricated. The meaning of elder hinged on counteracting Hunyi. As long as Lin Yuan safely completed his 9th traversal and greatly increased his strength, he himself would be the elders. In Lin Yuan's expectations before he traversed, even without the assistance of the divine lattice, he probably could have cultivated to the 9 layers myriad heavy realm through a millennium of traversing worlds. Experience tales with my virtual library empire. With the help of an inner world more than 1 billion miles in size, even if there was a disparity in spatial layers development compared to Hunyi, his overall strength could still match up. Moreover, the actual gains from this traversal far exceeded Lin Yuan's initial expectations. Inner world, Lin Yuan also observed his own inner world. The return of the spirit will to his inner world didn't change its size, which would only fully recover to nearly 2 billion miles in diameter once he absorbed the fluid from the mysterious gourd. However, the depth, that is, the spatial layers, were being developed at some terrifying speed. Million layers, 10 million layers. To develop spatial layers, one needs to comprehend the deep essence of space. With Lin Yuan's current understanding, he could restore up to 2,310,000,000 layers of spatial depths in a short time. Let's go out. Lin Yuan looked up and, with his current mastery over the spatial layers, could easily see the outside world, even with Zilan's inner world shielding in place. Go out? Zilan was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Lin Yuan's elders had arrived? But Zilan didn't detect any aroma of a 9th-rank powerhouse approaching. Although there were plenty of 9th-rank different species spectating from a distance, their revealed aroma didn't seem capable of stalling Hunyi, a special 9th rank, the next moment. Under Zilan's gaze, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. Did the Galaxy Master go out? Zilan was somewhat unable to react to this scene. Within his inner world, without his permission, the Galaxy Master had gone out? You have to know, Zilan, as the opener of the inner world was akin to a creator god within it. He could control all the powers of the inner world. Even against someone as strong as Hunyi, who had opened more than 30 million spatial layers, if trapped deep within Zilan's inner world, the only way out without Zilan's consent would be to violently shatter the inner world. As for leaving without any noise? Maybe 11th rank or 10th rank powerhouses could do it. Their understanding of the essence of space had reached unfathomable levels, allowing them to ignore Zilan, the world's opener. But how did Lin Yuan manage to go out? Zilan couldn't comprehend, nor could he figure it out, but he then realized something. That was, the Galaxy Master had gone out, and outside was Hunyi, the strongest 9th rank of the Tianyu clan, in pursuit. Without Zilan taking Lin Yuan to run, the Galaxy Master would probably be captured by Hunyi in an instant. Not good. Zilan's avatar in the inner world dissipated. Zilan was using various escape methods from the Dao of void evolution, navigating through the gaps between spatial layers to escape Hunyi as much as possible. At that moment, whoosh! At Zilan's side, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. Seeing this, the pursuing Hunyi was slightly stunned, then was immediately overjoyed. If Lin Yuan had continued to hide in Zilan's inner world under his pursuit, he might have been able to linger a while longer. But coming out on his own? What's more, after coming out, Lin Yuan did not continue to flee, but just stood there quietly. Whoosh! Originally escaping far away, Zilan also returned to Lin Yuan's side. Galaxy Master. Zilan's expression turned grim as he could sharply sense that the moment they stopped, Hunyi seized the opportunity and had completely sealed all the surrounding spatial layers. That is to say, both he, Zilan, and the Galaxy Master were now trapped entirely at the mercy of Hunyi. Meanwhile, the many 9th rank different species who had been watching from afar also noticed that the Galaxy Master had voluntarily shown himself with no intention of fleeing. Has the Galaxy Master given up? Not even trying to escape anymore? Seems so. Actually, it should have been this way earlier. With Hunyi's pursuit, any nearby human evolver of the same rank wouldn't stand a chance. They'd definitely die. It's just a waste of time. Right, if at the very beginning of the pursuit he had self-destructed the avatar, perhaps by now his second avatar might have already condensed to some extent. The many 9th rank different species were discussing amongst themselves, still showing no intention of dispersing. Getting to witness the fall of a human civilization's unparalleled genius, even if it was just an avatar, was a very rare event. Human civilization holds geniuses in high regard. Most of the time, geniuses are protected very securely. Even on the battlefields of different races, there would always be high-rank evolvers paying attention. But in the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, the Xuanhuang Secret Realm had a special origin, prohibiting 10th rank and above powerhouses from entering, and not even supreme beings could probe it. Here, geniuses of human civilization must face many dangers on their own. For instance, right now, the Galaxy Master facing Hanyi's pursuit. We're reaching the crucial moment. Deep within the spatial layers, the Meduo Traveler also grew tense. He raised his right hand, where a vortex resembling a black hole was slowly spinning. This life-saving trump card, created by the Meduo Traveler's ancient god ancestor, contained elements of the rule of time. The Meduo Traveler's ancient god ancestor, extremely ancient, had long since fully comprehended the rule of time. Nevertheless, to create this life-saving trump card, a substantial price had been paid. Chapter 36, Lin Yuan and Hanyi, please subscribe to No Way. Compared to the reproductive abilities of human civilization, those ancient gods from the depths of the universe mostly come from special life forms. Their talents are terrifyingly strong, but their ability to reproduce is pitifully weak. Some unique special life forms don't even have the ability to reproduce, wandering the vast cosmos without a single kindred soul. Thus, the ancient god ancestor of the Meduo Traveler valued this descendant extremely and did not hesitate to pay the price to create this life-saving trump card. In the depths of the cosmic starry skies, the true body of the Meduo Traveler immediately informed the ancestor of what had happened in the Xuanhuang Secret Realm. The Galaxy Master has taken the initiative to reveal himself? The ancient god ancestor's massive body sat there, beginning to affect the surrounding space and time. He stroked his chin and said, "When the Galaxy Master is on the brink of life and death, activate the time black hole one gave you. Understand? You must not hesitate at all." The ancient god ancestor cautioned, for if it was too late and the Galaxy Master were killed by Hanyi, then such a long time would have been wasted. If it was too early and the Galaxy Master had not yet despaired, the favor they did would not seem as significant. Understood, Ancestor. I am ready at all times. The Meduo Traveler nodded, even though he did not know why the Ancestor placed such importance on the Galaxy Master, going as far as to offend the Tianyu clan to curry favor with him. But over the long years, the Ancestor had moved effortlessly among several peak clans, not as a supreme being but with a vision that allowed him to manage. Even 2 supreme beings had received funding from the Ancestor before they had risen to power. Ha ha ha, Galaxy Master? It seems you know your end. Hanyi rapidly sealed off all the spatial layers around them, looking at Lin Yuan who stood calmly and relaxed, not immediately moving to kill. Within the spatial layers he sealed off, even if a 9th rank from human civilization on the same level as him were to rush over now, it would be pointless. With the spatial layers thoroughly locked down, Hanyi could easily shift Lin Yuan into his own inner world with just a thought. Thus, at this moment, Hanyi was savoring the sight of Lin Yuan, having pursued him for nearly 3 years. He was certainly feeling a touch irate. He wanted to deeply embarrass the Galaxy Master. Hanyi also knew that the Galaxy Master could blow up this avatar in an instant. It was impossible for him to bring the Galaxy Master back to his clan alive. Galaxy Master, you still haven't blown yourself up. It seems you're quite unsatisfied, Hanyi spoke. He was also aware of the Galaxy Master's talents and qualifications. Stepping into the 10th rank in the future would pose no difficulty, perhaps even one day catching up to himself. But what of it? At least for now, he, Hanyi, could crush the Galaxy Master. Hanyi. Lin Yuan also looked at Hanyi, shaking his head slightly and said, "Right now, you're too weak." Too weak? Hanyi was stunned, then burst into laughter. Looking to vent your frustration before death? Even a 10th rank powerhouse wouldn't call him weak. Being able to open over 30 million spatial layers at the 9th rank was not something just anyone could achieve. I don't even care to speak with you, Lin Yuan sighed. Originally, he had wanted to mock Hanyi after ending the chase, but now, the gap between them was too vast. Not even a thought to scorn remained. You're not interested in talking to me? Hanyi scoffed, about to respond. The next moment, Hanyi's expression drastically changed. Because, in the blink of an eye, the spatial layers he occupied were forcefully banished by a nearly brutal force, a trace of fear streaking across Hanyi's face. In less than a breath, he lost all control over the surrounding spatial layers, and all the layers he could sense were occupied by a brand new force, the number of layers captured by this power far surpassing 30 million. You? Hanyi broke into a cold sweat, looking at Lin Yuan with disbelief, the fresh force being that of the Galaxy Master that he considered to be securely in his grasp. Die. Lin Yuan's expression remained tranquil as boundless layers of space crushed down with just a thought. How could you? Fear surged in Hanyi's heart, not hesitating to blow up his avatar. If he did not destroy his avatar now, Hanyi felt that he might actually be captured alive by the Galaxy Master. Then, if this avatar fell into the hands of the Galaxy Master and was brought back to the human civilization territory, and with the help of this avatar, If cursed killing techniques or memory poisons and such were used, he, Hanyi, could very well face complete annihilation. In the Tianyu clan territory, Hanyi's true body opened his eyes, showing an expression of utter disbelief. What happened? How could that Galaxy Master possess such strength? I can feel it. The spatial layers he occupies far exceed 30 million, no, at least 100 million. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for just the spatial layers to instill such a sense of powerlessness in me, right? Hanyi couldn't believe it. 100 million spatial layers? Throughout the history of the Tianyu clan, none of the ninth-rank beings had ever developed such a number of spatial layers. Not even those unique special beings could open up so many layers. Xuanhuang's secret realm. Zilan, who was originally in despair, watched as Hunyi was forced by Lin Yuan to expose his avatar and suddenly felt bewildered. What's going on? What happened? Zilan's mind was a mess. Galaxy Master, Zilan looked towards Lin Yuan standing beside her subconsciously. Although she didn't know why Hunyi self-destructed, it must be related to the Galaxy Master. The Galaxy Master has taken over all the surrounding spatial layers. Zilan also felt the many layers of space being dominated by Lin Yuan. Although Zilan couldn't determine exactly how many layers were occupied, the pressure she felt at this moment was far greater than when Hunyi was pursuing them. All right, Hunyi is dealt with. Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and Hunyi's space bracelet fell into his hand. Dealt with? Zilan felt as though she was dreaming. She had contemplated countless possibilities, such as dying at the hands of Hunyi along with Lin Yuan, or Lin Yuan's elder suddenly arriving. Or perhaps a special ninth-rank alien race friendly to human civilization would appear and intervene on their behalf against Hunyi. Or even the sudden emergence of a terrifying native beast from the secret realm to entangle Hunyi. She had run through countless possibilities and speculated about many scenarios. Almost every one of them had crossed her mind. But she had never imagined Lin Yuan forcing Hunyi to self-destruct with a mere gesture. It was too incredible. In the distance, the many ninth-rank alien races who were watching the drama unfold had their eyes bulging with disbelief. Hunyi self-destructed? What's going on? Why would he self-destruct for no reason? Nonsense, it's because of the Galaxy Master. All the surrounding spatial layers have been taken over by the Galaxy Master. The Galaxy Master's strength is far above Hunyi, forcing Hunyi to self-destruct. All the ninth-rank aliens watching the battle were in an uproar, unable to predict that the situation would take such an unexpected turn. Hunyi, with victory within his grasp, was forced to self-destruct, while the Galaxy Master, apparently at an absolute disadvantage, suddenly demonstrated nearly inconceivable strength, deep in the cosmic starry skies. The real body of the Meduo Traveler was somewhat dazed. He had witnessed the unfolding scenario in the Xuanhuang secret realm, and precisely because of this, he was so bewildered. What's the situation now? Did you use that time black hole I gave you? The massive ancient god ancestor immediately asked. In his estimation, with the Galaxy Master making an appearance, the worst Hunyi would do was to shame the Galaxy Master for a bit. He wouldn't let the Galaxy Master live much longer. At this moment, it was critical for the Meduo Traveler who was hiding nearby to use the time black hole at the critical moment to trap Hunyi and save the Galaxy Master. This was the process envisaged by the ancient god ancestor. Through this incident, not only would the Meduo Traveler completely reconcile with the Galaxy Master, but he could also win the favor and goodwill of the Galaxy Master. No, the Meduo Traveler was stunned and, after a moment of silence, he responded. Enjoy new chapters from my virtual library empire, no? The ancient god ancestor frowned, slightly annoyed. Why didn't you activate the time black hole? Do you think this life-saving trump card is too precious? Foolish. Such a life-saving trump card, given time, I can completely create a second or third one. But the Galaxy Master's goodwill, after the Xuanhuang secret realm, will you still have this opportunity? The ancient god ancestor looked at the Meduo Traveler with a mix of frustration. Ancestor, the Meduo Traveler shrank a little and said, I did plan to use it. Then why didn't you use it? The tone of the ancient god ancestor rose as he was about to continue his scolding. Because Hunyi is dead, killed by the Galaxy Master. The Meduo Traveler steadied himself and said somewhat aggrievedly, I didn't even have the chance to use it. The Galaxy Master killed Hunyi. The ancient god ancestor fell silent, staring at the Meduo Traveler with surprise and suspicion. Chapter 37, Inconceivable News. Please subscribe. Ancestor, I speak the truth. The Meduo Traveler immediately added upon seeing the expression of the ancient god ancestor, I saw it with my own eyes. The Meduo Traveler noticed the skepticism in his own ancestor. In fact, not to mention the ancestor, even he himself, a party to the events, instinctively disbelieved when he saw Hunyi blow himself up in front of the Galaxy Master. He thought that Hunyi's death was caused by other reasons. Could it be that some supreme being intervened in secret, or had the Galaxy Master employed some kind of ultimate weapon? Only after eliminating all other possibilities did he reluctantly believe it was the Galaxy Master who killed Hunyi. Indeed, Hunyi died by his own self-destruction. But if not for the Galaxy Master, Hanyi would not have self-destructed. Therefore, to say the Galaxy Master killed Hanyi is not inaccurate. And this act of Hanyi further illustrates how terrifying the Galaxy Master is. Hanyi was the strongest 9th rank life of this generation in the Tianyu clan. He didn't even dare to engage in combat and chose self-destruction directly, which illustrates what? It shows that he felt he could be completely suppressed at any moment, and in order not to let this avatar fall into the hands of human civilization, he decisively chose to self-destruct. In a battle between two powerful entities, the simplest outcome is defeat, the next is killing, but the most difficult is suppression. Suppression means capturing alive, leaving the opponent with absolutely no capability to resist, not even able to commit suicide. Such a scenario generally does not occur among combatants of the same tier. Even when Hanyi was previously chasing Xilon, he did not aim to suppress, but to kill the avatar to vent his anger. I understand now. The ancient god ancestor nodded. Just in the last few breaths, he had contacted several godlords of the Tianyu clan, confirming that Hanyi indeed died in the Xuanhuang secret realm, killed by the Galaxy Master. Display the scene from that time. The ancient god ancestor immediately said. The godlords of the Tianyu clan merely confirmed his question but did not discuss the details of what Hanyi faced at that moment. The ancient god ancestor could sense that this matter had a significant impact within the Tianyu clan, disturbing Tier 10 and Tier 11 godlords. Even the ancestors were paying attention to this incident. The mere death of Hanyi could not possibly cause such a stir. Life forms like Hanyi, a 9th rank of each era, the Tianyu clan would always have one. Many Tier 10 and Tier 11 godlords were once the strongest 9th ranks of their era. The godlords and ancestors of the Tianyu clan were concerned about the manner of Hanyi's death and the means employed by the Galaxy Master. The Galaxy Master was already the youngest 9th rank in human history, listed on assassination lists by various different species, attracting significant attention. Now, the Galaxy Master has exhibited such overpowering strength that even a peak clan like the Tianyu clan felt the prick of threat. At least for the future, once the Galaxy Master steps into 10th rank or even Tier 11, who, in the absence of a supreme being, can suppress him in a major battlefield. Alright. The Meduo Traveler also realized the gravity of the situation. The combat power shown by the Galaxy Master was excessively high. Could it be that he wanted to replicate the spectacle of the 8th layer, breaking the myth of special 9th ranks within the 9th rank realm? Special 9th ranks typically refer to those life forms that have opened more than 20 million spatial layers. These strong beings already have the capacity to impact 10th rank, but they choose not to advance, instead continuously opening more spatial layers. Such 9th rank beings are much stronger than the common 9th ranks of the Myriad Heavy Realm, hence they are known as special 9th ranks. The Meduo Traveler waved his hands, and within the Xuanhuang secret realm the Galaxy Master appeared voluntarily, swiftly showing the scene of Hanyi self-destructing. These images, merely what the Meduo Traveler himself had seen, had limited information, but at least the ancient god ancestor could glean some truth from these partial snippets. The expression of the ancient god ancestor grew increasingly grave, especially just before Hanyi self-destructed. The number of spatial layers possessed by the Galaxy Master is at least over 100 million. The ancient god ancestor steadied himself and spoke. The reason he said "at least" was entirely limited by the Meduo Traveler's visual capacity. He could only feel the vast, boundless waves of spatial layers. If the ancient god ancestor himself had been present, he would definitely have been able to detect exactly how many spatial layers the Galaxy Master had occupied. But the Meduo Traveler did not have this ability. The ancient god ancestor could only speculate based on the myriad pieces of information the Meduo Traveler sensed and felt. 100 million spatial layers. And at least? The Meduo Traveler took a deep breath. He was also 9th rank and even a special life, possibly not as talented as the ancestor, but he had also opened nearly 1 million spatial layers. Discover more stories at my virtual library Empire. Even so, the Meduo Traveler was aware of the difficulties involved in developing spatial layers, the very essence of space often causing him major discomfort. 1 million spatial layers were already so difficult, let alone 100 million. The development of spatial layers is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Opening 1 million spatial layers taking 100,000 years does not equate to opening 1 billion spatial layers costing 10 million years proportionally. The more spatial layers are opened, the greater the difficulty, which increases exponentially. This Galaxy Master has the strongest talent and gift I have seen in any being. The ancient god ancestor collected his thoughts, his tone filled with emotion. As a Tier 11 peak who had fully comprehended the rule of time, the ancient god ancestor naturally speculated that the Galaxy Master must have encountered some great fortune enabling him, in one moment, to be pursued while in the next, to turn the tables and counterattack. Chapter 37, Inconceivable News. Please subscribe. Two such opportunities are invariably related to time, and the ancient god ancestor knew quite a few of them, like Eternal Dream, Land Beyond, and so on. By utilizing exaggerated time flow rates, one achieves a leap in personal strength in a short period of time. This kind of method is not a secret among the 9th rank and 11th rank circles in the cosmic starry skies, even more so for the peak clans. Otherwise, why would human civilization, which has only emerged from its home planet for just over 2 million years, have produced so many terrifying powerhouses? Over 2 million years is merely the time flow rate of the main universe. As for those 11th rank powerhouses of human civilization, how many years they have actually experienced is another matter. But no matter how much time flow rate one experiences, some things cannot be achieved just by having enough time. For example, creating 100 million spatial layers at 9th rank, even if you gave a genius like Hunyi 100 million or a billion years, it would still be impossible to achieve. And once there is a difference between the time flow rate and that of the main world, the perception of the Great Dao's rules becomes infinitely vague. Without the understanding of the space rules of the main universe, how can one possibly create spatial layers out of thin air? It's basically impossible. Ancestor, Maduo Traveler, was also profoundly shaken inside. The ancient god Ancestor had been born countless tens of thousands of years ago, during which he even sponsored 2 supreme beings who had not yet grown up. He had seen countless peerless and defying geniuses and many unique lives that were the only ones of their kind in the universe. Yet now, the Ancestor actually said that the Galaxy Master has the strongest innate talent he's ever seen? Ancestor, are you saying that the Galaxy Master could become a supreme being? Maduo Traveler asked with a trembling soul. A supreme being? He had just crossed fists with the Galaxy Master not long ago. It's not that simple. The ancient god Ancestor shook his head as he spoke. A supreme being is not something that can be achieved through talent and innate ability alone. It also requires various external factors and, crucially, luck. The ancient god Ancestor had lived through countless long years, and the 2 still growing supreme beings he had supported did not have such heaven-defying innate abilities, less so than many special beings. Yet, in the end, they still stood at the pinnacle of the universe. But at least, the Galaxy Master has a greater hope of becoming a supreme being than most other beings, said the ancient god Ancestor. While talent and innate ability might not help much in becoming a supreme being, they do grant powerful strength. With such strength, one can gain more resources and opportunities, which do help in becoming a supreme being. However, the ancient god Ancestor seemed to think of something, and a trace of heartache appeared on his face. With such a good opportunity, how could you not seize it? Maduo, holding the time black hole capable of trapping a special 9th rank being, could have proactively rescued the Galaxy Master before he made his move. Even if the Galaxy Master did not need saving, at the very least, he could have owed Maduo a favor. Ancestor, it was you who told me to take action at the critical moment, Maduo Traveler said, shrinking his head and speaking somewhat aggrieved. Can't you judge some things for yourself? The ancient god Ancestor glanced at Maduo Traveler, human civilization, virtual world. Within a private virtual world, several 9th rank evolvers gathered here, engaging in casual conversation. How strong is the spirit will of a 9th rank evolver? Multitasking with ease, sending a strand of will into the virtual world for relaxation without affecting what they were doing. That Hunyi of the Tianyu clan is too shameless. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years he has cultivated, and he specifically went to hunt down the Galactic Star Master, said several 9th ranks whose avatars entered the Xuanhuang secret realm. The content of their conversation mostly concerned matters occurring within the secret realm. It's a pity that several of the special 9th ranks of our human civilization are too far away and can't make it over in a short time, sighed a 9th rank evolver. The Xuanhuang secret realm is vast, and it suppresses any teleportation or instant movement methods, which results in low rescue efficiency. Duoke has already spoken out. He said that if anything happens to the Galactic Star Master, he will go all out to hunt down the 9th rank of the Tianyu clan for the next duration the secret realm is open, said a third 9th rank. Duoke is the strongest 9th rank evolver of the human civilization in this era, having opened nearly 40 million spatial layers, and his strength is even above Hunyi's. If Duoke were to give up opportunities within the secret realm to chase down the 9th rank powerhouses of the Tianyu clan, it would be a major event. Those 9th rank lives of the Tianyu clan would certainly be terrified. But the few evolvers didn't think Hunyi would compromise. To pay the price of some ordinary 9th rank Tianyu beings in exchange for detaining Duoke, the most powerful 9th rank of human civilization, was not too much of a loss. Moreover, they could even kill the Galactic Star Master once. However, even if the Galactic Star Master dies, at most he would lose an avatar and forgo the chance in the Xuanhuang secret realm, which is still acceptable, said the first 9th rank evolver to speak. These old fellows wanted to use the opportunities within the Xuanhuang secret realm to attempt to go one step further. But the Galactic Star Master is still young, and the Xuanhuang secret realm isn't essential for him. What I'm worried about is that this incident may change the Galactic Star Master's mindset, another evolver said with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, the brows of the other 9th ranks slightly furrowed. Indeed. If it were them, being killed by Hunyi and losing an avatar wouldn't affect them in the slightest. Seaster. But the Galaxy Master? Too young, and has experienced too few things, hardly having faced any setbacks. This kind of unparalleled prodigy, normally unstoppable, once obstructed, the impact will not be small. Such examples are not non-existent in the history of human civilization, although the probability is not large, but the Galaxy Master is too important to human civilization. I hope the Galaxy Master won't be affected by the killing of his avatar. The last 9th rank evolver was just about to speak. Suddenly, several evolvers present almost received a message at the same time. The Galaxy Master counter-killed Hanyi? And did so with an absolute advantage? Hanyi didn't even dare to engage, directly self-destructing that avatar. How is this possible? The 9th rank evolvers blinked, some not quite catching up. If it weren't for the fact that they received this message simultaneously and it was confirmed multiple times, they would have thought it was a joke. The Galaxy Master, after a long while, the 9th rank evolvers recovered from the shock. They looked at each other, their astonishment evident in their expressions. It was too incredible. How did the Galaxy Master manage to do it? Xuanhuang's secret realm. Duoka, who was rapidly moving through the heavy spatial layers, suddenly stopped. He was the strongest 9th rank life form of the human civilization in this era, intending to attempt a rescue of the Galaxy Master. Although he wasn't very hopeful, one always has to try. But now, Duoka's expression was somewhat shocked. The Galaxy Master doesn't need my rescue? Did Hanyi perish at the hands of the Galaxy Master? Duoka was a bit stunned. As a special 9th rank himself, he had clashed with Hanyi more than once. Therefore, Duoka was well aware of Hanyi's strength. It was possible for him to defeat Hanyi, but to kill Hanyi, even to force Hanyi into self-destructing voluntarily? Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. At least in Duoka's mind, unless a 10th rank powerhouse intervened, it seemed unlikely that any 9th rank could achieve this. Has the Galaxy Master broken through to 10th rank? Duoka speculated internally, but immediately dismissed this possibility. This was the Xuanhuang secret realm, which rejects any life form above and including 10th rank. If the Galaxy Master was an ordinary 10th rank, with the transformation of his life essence, he would be repelled by the Xuanhuang secret realm immediately. Not 10th rank, Duoka found it hard to believe, unable to conceive how exactly the Galaxy Master achieved all this with his strength. The events in the Xuanhuang secret realm naturally couldn't be kept secret, and the Myriad clans in the cosmic starry skies learned of it at the first instance. The Galaxy Master, it's always the Galaxy Master. When he was at 8th layer, he could kill those unbeatable 8ths like butchering chickens. Now that he's 9th rank, is he going after those special 9th ranks too? Could it be that the Galaxy Master is the direct descendant of a supreme being from human civilization? No, even if he were the offspring of a supreme being, it shouldn't be this monstrous. Too amazing, the Galaxy Master is just over 100 years old, right? The many clans found it incredible. The Galaxy Master had already created enough miracles, but who would have thought that shortly after stepping into 9th rank, he would tear apart the myth of the special 9th ranks? Many clans began to sense subtly that in the long years to come, the shadow of the Galaxy Master would loom in the minds of every 9th rank powerhouse, 19 Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan was also aware that his killing of Hanyi would have a great impact on the 10,000 universe races. But backed by human civilization, there was no need to conceal strength at every turn. Moreover, Lin Yuan's killing of Hanyi was far from his full effort, having mobilized less than 200 million spatial layers, far short of the over 2 billion spatial layers. Whoosh! With a thought from Lin Yuan, a bell-shaped secret treasure appeared before him, emanating strands of mysterious aura. Chapter 38, The Value of the 9th Stage Martial Tao. Chapter Seeking Subscriptions, Origin Fine Gold, Lin Yuan carefully observed. After absorbing his true body and 2 primordial spirits in the world of gods, this secret treasure had undergone several transformations. The aura it now exuded was not much different from that of a 10th rank secret treasure. By activating the origin clock and adding elemental body and blood rebirth divine skills, my defensive capabilities should be comparable to the 10th rank, right? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The more than 2 billion spatial layers allowed Lin Yuan's full eruption of power to surpass the ordinary 10th rank. Explore more stories with my virtual library empire, even transcending most of the 10th rank in his understanding of the essence of space. In terms of defense, with the help of the origin clock and 2 divine skills, Lin Yuan was also comparable to any 10th rank. The defense here was direct, and in fact, occupying more than 2 billion spatial layers, it was very difficult for anyone, as strong as the 10th rank, to lock onto his true body's position, not to mention attacking him. Once I finish this expedition in the Xuanhuang secret realm, I'll start preparing for my breakthrough to the 10th rank. Lin Yuan made up his mind. He believed he had reached the pinnacle at the 9th rank stage, and as for continuing to open spatial layers, there was completely no need. The 20+ billion spatial layers, even if Lin Yuan spent a lot of time opening tens of thousands more layers, would almost have no impact compared to the 20+ billion scale. Moreover, after reaching more than 20 billion layers, the difficulty of opening each additional layer was unimaginably higher than before. That Hanyi really had quite a few good items, Lin Yuan thought as he killed Hanyi in the Xuanhuang world and casually took the opponent's space bracelet, also glancing at the treasures inside. There were secret treasures, some Xuanhuang crystals, and some opportunities gained from the secret realm itself. Altogether, they were worth about 2 million cubic universe crystals. While this was certainly less compared to the normal special 9th rank price, considering that it was Hanyi's avatar entering the Xuanhuang secret realm, not bringing 2 precious treasures was normal. Although a powerhouse that opened tens of millions of spatial layers virtually had no match in the Xuanhuang secret realm, it did not mean they could not die. The Xuanhuang secret realm itself still held many dangers, especially in the core area, where there were places capable of severely injuring special 9th rank individuals. Xuanhuang's secret realm. With a thought, Lin Yuan, along with Zilan, ventured into the depths of the multitudinous spatial layers. Galaxy Master, I guess I'm done for, Zilan sighed, her vitality exhausted, unable to contain the continuous burning of her physical soul and spirit will for 2.5 years. At this moment, Zilan's life signs had plummeted to the bottom. I'll take your treasures back for you. Lin Yuan understood Zilan's condition, and if it had been in the outside world, it might have been possible to save her with many cosmic rare treasures, but not in the Xuanhuang secret realm. In fact, even if those means were available, Zilan would not have used them, as it was just an avatar after all. If it fell, she could still convene another one. To waste so many life-saving cosmic rare treasures for this would be completely unnecessary. Thank you, Galaxy Master, Zilan nodded, her form rapidly dissipating. She could have maintained herself for a few more months, but there was no need to do so. It was inevitable that she would disintegrate, and dissolving earlier would allow her to convene a new avatar sooner. Brother Zilan. Lin Yuan collected Zilan's leftover space bracelet, deciding to allocate a small portion of the gains he would make on his way to the core area to her. Without Zilan, it would have been difficult for Lin Yuan to have made it this far, and he acknowledged this favor. A calling sensation? Lin Yuan looked up towards the core area of the secret realm, understanding it deeper with the surge in the number of spatial layers he opened. If Lin Yuan was right, that calling sensation was situated in one of the spatial layers of the core area. Let's go and find out. After pondering briefly, Lin Yuan quickly headed towards the core area. This time, Lin Yuan did not conceal his aura, but intentionally displayed it, attracting the attention of the indigenous life forms of the secret realm. Under that calling sensation, Lin Yuan had no time to specifically search for native life to kill, but it did not hinder his drawing them in to kill. With Lin Yuan's current strength, he could virtually sweep through the Xuanhuang secret realm, and no matter how many native life forms came, they were merely delivering cubic universe crystals to him. Boom, boom, boom. Under the stirring of the numerous spatial layers, even the nearby 9th rank different species became aware. This is bad, that's the Galaxy Master. Hurry, keep your distance. Even Hanyi died at the hands of the Galaxy Master, forced into self-detonation. Go, go, go. Don't let the Galaxy Master spot you. The Galaxy Master is heading towards the core area? This exploration, let's stay as far from the core area as possible. Countless 9th rank aliens were terrified, dreading that the Galaxy Master might discover them, especially those alien strong ones who had strained relationships with human civilization, who were particularly fearful and apprehensive. Even the few special 9th rank, upon sensing the aura of the Galaxy Master, quickly fled far away, not daring to stay any longer. Who were they kidding? Even Hanyi had perished at the hands of the Galaxy Master, let alone them. Even if a few special 9th rank were slightly stronger than Hanyi, the Galaxy Master didn't struggle much to kill Hanyi. To kill them, who were similar special 9th rank, it probably wouldn't be much trouble either. In such circumstances, those special 9th rank naturally kept as far away as possible. Even those without significant grievances toward human civilization refused to get too close to the Galaxy Master. Chapter 38. The Value of the 9th Stage Martial Tao. Chapter Seeking Subscriptions. 2. No one wished to stay close to an existence that could kill them at any moment. It was far too risky. Moreover, for those special 9th rank evolvers who had lived until now, each had reaped a significant bounty, and in the eyes of the Galaxy Master, they were no different from moving lands of opportunity. Nokiway Main Star. Lin Yuan, satisfied, absorbed the origin clock into his body, continuing to nurture it with the power of the world. 9th Stage Martial Tao Chapter. Lin Yuan's smile faded as he planned to upload the 9th Stage Martial Tao Chapter first. This too was something that needed to be done each time he traversed, constantly updating the Martial Tao evolutionary path to attract more evolvers to cultivate and provide assistance for the future ultimate leap. Of course, harvesting a huge amount of merit points as well as vast wealth was also considered an additional gain. Uploading the Martial Tao evolutionary path to the Goddess of Wisdom didn't mean selling the rights to this evolutionary path. Lin Yuan remained the founder of the Martial Tao evolutionary path. For every sale of the Martial Tao evolutionary path, Lin Yuan would receive 30% of the profits. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan directly connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected ninth rank evolver, Galaxy Master Scholar Lin Yuan, the goddess of wisdom is pleased to serve you. A solemn and cool voice sounded almost instantly in Lin Yuan's ear. I wish to upload the ninth stage martial Tao chapter, Lin Yuan said. Immediately, he uploaded all the contents of the thoroughly arranged ninth rank chapter. Beyond this, Lin Yuan also uploaded the path of bloodline cultivation. He had summarized himself as a branch of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Respected ninth rank evolver, Galaxy Master Scholar Lin Yuan, please wait a moment. The ninth rank chapter and bloodline cultivation path you have uploaded are currently being evaluated. After the goddess of wisdom spoke, she fell silent. Lin Yuan expected this and patiently began to wait. In the depths of the virtual world, a mysterious space. 9 majestic thrones stood tall. Just then, several figures appeared out of thin air. Shachin Supreme Being, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, Ancient Power Supreme Being, Void God Supreme Being. In total, 4 Evolver Tower Masters descended in consciousness. Goddess of Wisdom, what matter did you have to call us here for? The Void God Supreme Being slightly furrowed his brow. As the ultimate of the Void Evolution path, he spent most of his time merging into the vast and endless origin source of space. It took a great effort for him to come out this time, only to be summoned by the Goddess of Wisdom. Void God, don't be so hot-tempered. The goddesses also act in the interest of human civilization, said the Ancient Power Supreme Being. The 9 Supreme Beings of human civilization had diverse characters. The Ancient Power Supreme Being was decisive and ruthless against different species, preferring to err on the side of killing rather than forgiving, but he was quite gentle towards his own kind. 4 Supreme Beings, the 9th ranked chapter of the Martial Tao evolutionary path needs your evaluation. The Goddess of Wisdom's voice came through at that moment. The 9th stage Martial Tao chapter? Is it the evolutionary path created by that strongest genius in the history of human civilization? The Void God Supreme Being's eyes slightly lit up. Yes. This youngster is growing too fast. He was just in the Xuanhuang's secret realm killing Hunyi of the Tianyu clan and has opened up at least 1 billion spatial layers. Feather Butterfly Supreme Being spoke with a hint of surprise in his voice. As a supreme being capable of going against the current to witness the past of the cosmic starry sky and observing various unimaginable geniuses, he was still astonished by Lin Yuan. Experience tales at my virtual library empire. 1 billion spatial layers? Even with the help of time treasures, opening up so many layers would be as difficult as reaching the skies. None of the progenies raised by the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, despite the pouring of various resources, managed to open up beyond 1 billion spatial layers at the 9th rank. Indeed, such a genius, never heard of nor even spoken of before. Ancient Power Supreme Being was also somewhat amazed, and upon confirming Lin Yuan was human, he felt somewhat relieved. Hopefully, this youngster can make it to the end, sighed Shachin Supreme Being. To make it to the end meant stepping into Tier 12, becoming the ultimate of an evolution path, ranking as the 10th Supreme Being of human civilization. Okay. Goddess of Wisdom, please show us the 9th stage Martial Tao chapter. Void God Supreme Being was also intrigued. Especially after seeing the assessment of Lin Yuan by the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being and the other 2 Supreme Beings, his curiosity was piqued even more. Especially Shachin Supreme Being, he actually hoped that the young one could make it to the end. The Void God Ultimate Being was keenly aware of the hardships involved in becoming a Supreme Being. It had practically nothing to do with talent. How many among those who reached the Tier 11 peak lacked talent or qualifications? It mainly depended on the accumulation in all aspects and that bit of luck. No Tier 11 peak evolver was certain of their success before attempting to become a Supreme Being. 4 Supreme Beings, please look. The Goddess of Wisdom sent the 9th stage Martial Tao chapter and the Bloodline Cultivation path separately to the 4 Supreme Beings. With the computational power of the 3 goddesses, even the 9th stage evolution path could be judged independently, without the need to inform the several Supreme Beings. But the potential of the Martial Tao evolutionary path was too significant. Relying only on computational power might result in omissions, so the input of the Supreme Beings was still needed. This would allow for a more accurate determination of the potential of the 9th stage Martial Tao chapter. Before long, the Supreme Beings had generally finished reviewing it. Interesting, this 9th ranked chapter actually involves the transformation of the inner world. I can deduce that the transformed inner world will indeed be much more stable, one commented. Truly marvelous, such a direction for transformation has never been seen in the cosmic starry skies before. How did this young one come up with it? Another marveled. Rare indeed, the 9th stage Martial Tao, future 9th stage Martial Tao evolvers, will be significantly stronger than other strong beings at the same level, added another. The 4 Supreme Beings quietly discussed. They naturally could see through the exquisite details of the 9th stage Martial Tao chapter and possessed a stable and perfected method of world transformation. World transformation? Was it that easy to achieve? A stable world, every part formed a perfect balance. Minor changes might even lead to the collapse of the entire world. And this bloodline cultivation path, it's several tiers more mature than those currently in our human civilization's bloodline evolution families, the Void God Ultimate. Being looked over the bloodline cultivation path and gave his evaluation. Indeed so, he concurred. The martial path evolutionary path, even if it doesn't transform into the supreme evolution path in the future, is definitely a foundation-level evolutionary path for our human civilization. Our human civilization really struck a treasure this time. The four supreme beings looked at each other and smiles appeared on their faces. Four supreme beings regarding the final determination of the 9th stage martial Dao chapter, valued at 80 million merit points, and the bloodline cultivation path, valued at 50 million merit points. Are there any objections? The goddess of wisdom spoke. 80 million merit points seems a bit low, rounded off to 100 million, one suggested. And that bloodline cultivation path, although it's best suited for the martial path evolutionary path, other evolvers can also benefit from it to some extent. Let's also set it at 100 million, Shachin Supreme Being mused and said. We have the same opinion, concurred the Ancient Power Supreme Being and the other two Supreme Beings. In reality, the three goddesses had many grounds for their final determination, neither too much nor too little. But the four supreme beings felt that, facing a peerless genius like Lin Yuan, why not grant more merit points? After all, the Human Civilization Alliance was vast and prosperous. What benefited Lin Yuan also benefited human civilization. Determination approved, replied the goddess of wisdom. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan was meditating with his eyes closed. Respected 9th rank evolver and Galaxy Master Lin Yuan scholar, the evaluation of your submitted 9th stage martial Tao, chapter and bloodline cultivation path has been completed. The solemn and cold voice of the goddess of wisdom came through. It's done. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and kept listening. After evaluation, the 9th stage martial Tao chapter is valued at 100 million merit points. The bloodline cultivation path at 100 million merit points, totaling 200 million merit points. Would you like to receive them now? The goddess of wisdom asked quickly. 200 million merit points? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. What is the most precious in the Human Civilization Alliance? Civilization coins? Cosmic crystals? Numerous secret treasures? None of these. The most precious thing in human civilization is merit points. Lin Yuan had not understood this before, but after spending time at the Eternal Spring, he came to appreciate the value of merit points. Let's say this. Human civilization has many strategic treasures that are not open to the public. Those different species, even if they offered a great price, couldn't obtain them. But as long as you are a human, if your authority meets the requirements, you can acquire them through merit points. In human civilization, merit points can achieve anything, and that is no empty talk. Even if you need to pay enough merit points, even a supreme being would work for you. Chapter 39, Martial Tao Rankings, please subscribe. Just these 200 million merit points, of which 100 million actually comes from Bloodline Cultivation Path. Lin Yuan felt slightly surprised. The 9th stage martial Tao chapter was valued at 100 million merit points, which, although still beyond expectations, was within a reasonable range. But the bloodline cultivation path? This method of cultivation, limited by the upper bounds of one's bloodline and peaking at the 7th rank without the ability to open up an inner world within oneself, actually holds the same value as the 9th stage martial Dao chapter. Is it because of its popularity? Lin Yuan pondered. The 9th stage martial Dao chapter targets a group. It's for the evolvers of the martial Dao cultivation system, and it's only useful if cultivated to the 9th stage martial Dao. 9th rank evolvers? There are so few 9th rank evolvers within the whole human civilization, let alone the multitude within the Xuanhuang secret realm. That's all the life from across the cosmic starry skies combined. All the peak clans, powerful races, and so on, along with some unique life forms, loners, etc., spread among individual clans, making 9th rank evolvers quite rare. But looking across the universe, there are indeed some 9th rank beings. But still just some, the overall number remains limited. But the bloodline cultivation path can be said to be a branch of the martial arts evolution system. In fact, it could completely divorce itself from the martial arts evolution system. Just like the body cultivation lineage in the central divine China world, not only can the disciples of the Dao Immortal sect practice body cultivation, but devil cultivators and others can also attempt body cultivation techniques. Even with its broad popularity, it doesn't merit 100 million. Lin Yuan was still somewhat puzzled. After all, the bloodline cultivation path wasn't his unique creation. Human civilization had bloodline evolution families a long time ago, but their refinement and application of bloodlines were not as perfected as the bloodline cultivation path Lin Yuan had summarized. What concept is 100 million merit points? It's almost equivalent to the total merit points needed by 2 8th-layer citizens, and there are far fewer 8th-layer citizens in human civilization than 9th rank evolvers. There must be other factors influencing its value, Lin Yuan speculated. He didn't know that in the original valuation by the 3 goddesses, the bloodline cultivation path was only worth 50 million merit points. It was several supreme beings who forcefully raised its value to 100 million. It was to facilitate Lin Yuan's smoother development. Anyway, as long as Lin Yuan was a human evolver, giving a little more meant little to them, no loss at all. My current total of merit points is now 208 million? Lin Yuan felt pleased, of which 200 million merit points had just been acquired. And the remaining 8 million merit points included 3 million left over from the last promotion to an 8th layer citizen, and the other 5 million were Lin Yuan's reward for killing many 9th rank alien races in the Xuanhuang secret realm. Even though he only killed avatars, those were avatars of 9th rank alien races, not much less significant than utterly killing an 8th rank alien race, let alone there was a special 9th rank like Hunyi among them. It's a pity, after I killed Hunyi, those hostile 9th rank alien races of human civilization all gave up the many opportunities in the Xuanhuang secret realm, hiding in some corner. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. The Xuanhuang secret realm is vast, many times more expansive than the world of gods, and contains spatial layers far exceeding a trillionfold. If those 9th rank alien races want to hide, unless Lin Yuan conducts a carpet search, it will be very hard to find them. And a carpet search is too time-consuming, even with Lin Yuan having opened up over 2 billion spatial layers. Searching at full strength during the 100 years the Xuanhuang secret realm is open, he could at most cover 1/10,000th of the secret realm. Forget it, finding the source of that calling sensation is more important. Lin Yuan's perspective shifted to inside the Xuanhuang secret realm. At this moment, his Taiyang divine spirit was rushing towards the core area, creating quite a stir along the way, occasionally attracting native life forms of the secret realm and resolving them with ease, taking away the Xuanhuang crystals. The present Lin Yuan within the Xuanhuang secret realm, aside from human civilization's evolvers and those clan powerhouses following human civilization, hardly any 9th rank strong beings dared to approach. The deterrent force was too great. Since the Xuanhuang secret realm opened, not a single 9th rank strong being has caused such significant influence. Before making a move, they forced those from peak clans to retreat, preferring to forsake many opportunities within the secret realm rather than risk exposing themselves. Right, let's check the current ranking of the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred. While still at the 8th rank, the martial path evolutionary path was already first in the Chikun Star Domain evolutionary ranking and first in the Anan Star Alliance evolutionary ranking, with the 8th rank martial path overpowering a host of 9th stage evolution paths, reaching the pinnacle of the Anan Star Alliance. Stay tuned to my virtual library empire. Now that the martial path evolutionary path has reached 9th rank, and with just the 9th stage martial Tao chapter valued at 100 million merit points by the 3 goddesses, along with the bloodline cultivation path as its branch, Lin Yuan was eagerly anticipating the true ranking of the martial path evolutionary path. First in Kenglin Star, first in Chikun Star Domain, first in Anan Star Alliance, 53rd in the Southern Star region. Lin Yuan glanced over the latest ranking information of the martial path evolutionary path. Ranked at 53rd in the Southern Star region's evolutionary ranking, Lin Yuan's vision brought up a virtual screen with the rankings of the Southern Star region's evolutionary path scrolling from top to bottom. The Southern Star region, one of human civilization's 5 major star regions, spans an area calculated in light years. Countless evolutionary scholars, 9th rank evolvers, 10th rank evolvers, and even 11th rank evolvers have emerged from its history. Every evolutionary path that has made it onto the Southern Star region's evolutionary ranking is one of humanity's topmost, possessing profound influence. Earlier, the 8th rank martial path evolutionary path didn't even have the qualifications to be on the Southern Star region's evolutionary ranking list. Quote, see Chapter 39, Martial Tao Rankings, please subscribe. 2. Some Tier 11 evolution paths are ranked after the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan glanced at it and marveled inwardly. He had still underestimated the true potential of the current martial path evolutionary path. In terms of ranking, it was incredible that the 9th stage martial Tao suppressed an 11th tier evolution path. That was an 11th tier evolution path, a path that hoped to steadily cultivate to tier 11, even if its potential to advance was 0, but it had already reached the endpoint of many evolution paths. It seems that in the judgment of the 3 goddesses, the martial path evolutionary path has the potential to transform into a supreme evolution path, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Only this could explain the ranking of the martial path evolutionary path. The Tier 11 evolution paths presently controlled by human civilization were many whose potentials had been exhausted, with no hope of touching the supreme evolution path. This was the only possible reason for the martial path evolutionary path to exceed the others. Supreme evolution path, Lin Yuan's heart raced. This was the desire of countless lives. Merely looking back at several decades ago, when a corpse of a supreme being drifted in from the space cracks of a large alien battlefield outside, it caused many supreme beings of the main universe to fight fiercely. This alone showed how precious the supreme evolution path was. This was merely speculation that the deceased supreme being might have contained a supreme evolution path, a mere possibility that led the insect race to take a dangerous risk. Find exclusive stories on My Virtual Library Empire, Human Civilization Evolution Rankings. Lin Yuan continued looking at the last leaderboard. The Human Civilization Evolution Rankings, the most authoritative list, includes the 100 strongest evolution paths ever in human civilization, including those 9 supreme evolution paths. Not entered into the top 100, Lin Yuan wasn't surprised at all. It could be said that the evolution paths on the human civilization evolution rankings all possess great potential, even with hopes of transforming into supreme evolution paths, which are 11th tier evolution paths. Even if the Marshall Path evolutionary path has infinite potential, it is ultimately just a 9th rank evolution path. It would be strange if it made it onto the human civilization evolution rankings. After uploading the Marshall Path evolutionary path and obtaining an astronomical amount of merit points, Lin Yuan then took out the mysterious gourd. Let's focus on restoring the nearly 200 billion li radius inner world, Lin Yuan planned inwardly. Before the 9th transit, Lin Yuan's absorption of the liquid in the mysterious gourd had only reached the 5th drop, and his inner world was only a little over 1 to 6 billion li in size. Now, the inner world was nearing 200 billion li in radius. Although it seemed like only 30 million li in radius had been added on the surface, when combining over 2 billion spatial layers, one could realize the terrifying increase. Each layer of the inner world, theoretically, is no smaller than the main space. The added 30 million li in radius, multiplied by over 2 billion, even though the power contained in each individual spatial layer is far less than that of the main space, the sheer quantity is overwhelming. The inner worlds of the 2 divine spirits, I'll wait for the Taiyang divine spirit to return before worrying about that, Lin Yuan was determined to prioritize the full recovery of his true body first. As for the Taiyang divine spirit, whether or not the Taiyang divine spirit fully recovers, the impact isn't significant, especially since only 9th rankers enter the Xuanhuang secret realm. Given the known limit of 9th rank combat power does not exceed 10,000, having 100 million combat power or 80 million on the Taiyang divine spirit makes no noticeable difference. Anon Star Alliance Virtual World, Central Plaza area. Evolver after evolver and high-ranking citizens continuously appeared, looking towards the towering evolution rankings board and the top-ranked Marshall Path evolutionary path. Their expressions invariably revealed shock. Decades ago, the Marshall Path evolutionary path first appeared on the Anon evolution rankings and topped the rankings as soon as it appeared, dropping many strong jaws. Other evolution paths, even if their rankings rose, did so painstakingly, 1 or 2 places at a time. But the Marshall Path evolutionary path did well, jumping 100 places to top the Anon evolution rankings straight away. Such an incredible rise in rankings has never occurred since the establishment of the Anon Star Alliance and was completely irrational. I heard that this Marshall Path evolutionary path originated from the Chikun star domain. It also topped the Chikun evolution rankings at an extremely frightening pace. Compare Chikun star domain to our Anon Star Alliance. However, this Marshall Path evolutionary path is indeed terrifying. None of our many 9th rank evolution paths from Anon Star Alliance could suppress it. Hehehe. While you all are still doubting the Marshall Path evolutionary path, I've already started training the younger generation. With the potential displayed by the Marshall Path evolutionary path now, who knows, it might even advance to a 9th rank evolutionary path in the future. One by one, evolvers and high-ranking citizens spoke, and naturally the core of their disputes was still on the Marshall Path evolutionary path. After all, this evolutionary path was too dazzling. Compared to it, other evolutionary paths from the same period were utterly dim. Fortunately, the creator of this evolutionary path was a mysterious evolutionary scholar of human civilization, which was acceptable. After all, an evolutionary scholar was a representation of the pinnacle of human civilization, and each evolutionary scholar represented its depth. The minimum requirement for an evolutionary scholar was to be an 8th rank evolver. Many evolutionary scholars' strength reached the 10th or 11th rank. When will this mysterious evolutionary scholar update the 9th ranked chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path? A high-ranking citizen asked expectantly. I think it's difficult. Many people thought it was difficult before the update of the 6th ranked chapter, 7th ranked chapter, and 8th ranked chapter. It's different. How could the 9th ranked chapter be the same as the previous ones? Many evolvers and high-ranking citizens had some disagreements. Foolish, still daring to question the update speed of the Marshall Path evolutionary path? A thin man sat in the corner of the Central Plaza area. He came from the Chikun star domain and had personally witnessed the rise of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, knowing that this evolutionary path couldn't be speculated by common sense. The Marshall Path evolutionary path, alas, my foundation is already set, and the cost of switching to training in the Marshall Path evolutionary path would be too great, the thin man regretted. Immediately, he opened the detailed overview of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, wishing to take another look at the content of the 7th ranked chapter and 8th ranked chapter. Although he had not practiced the Marshall Path evolutionary path, he had purchased all the chapters from 1st rank to 8th rank. Even if he couldn't make the Marshall Path evolutionary path his core evolutionary path, using it as a secondary practice was no problem. Huh. The Thin Man opened the detailed information of the Marshall Path evolutionary path and casually refreshed it. His expression suddenly froze, for he saw 3 new words added after the original 8th ranked chapter. 9th ranked chapter. Has the Marshall Path evolutionary path been updated with the 9th ranked chapter? The Thin Man was greatly shocked. He looked around, most people were still disputing, while a few evolvers had slightly changed expressions, probably noticing the updated 9th rank chapter. 9th rank evolutionary path, the Thin Man thought deeply. After the update to the 9th rank chapter, the Marshall Path evolutionary path would officially enter the ranks of the 9th rank evolutionary path. Anon evolution rankings still first. The Thin Man then looked towards the distant towering evolution rankings and saw that the Marshall Path evolutionary path was still hanging at the top. When the Marshall Path evolutionary path was at 8th rank, it had already topped the Anon evolution rankings. Now, with the update to the 9th rank chapter, the Anon evolution rankings could not show the potential increase of the updated Marshall Path evolutionary path. Southern Star Region Evolution Rankings. The Thin Man opened the Southern Star Region Evolution Rankings with mixed feelings. 53rd place? The Thin Man fell silent. The Southern Star region included countless areas like the Anon Star Alliance, and their rankings included evolutionary paths where the lowest was 10th rank. Breaking into the top 90 was basically 11th rank evolutionary paths. The Marshall Path evolutionary path had suddenly surged to the 53rd place. Even though the Thin Man highly regarded the Marshall Path evolutionary path, he now began to wonder if there was a mistake in the ranking. Meanwhile, as time passed, other neighboring evolvers and high-ranking citizens gradually discovered the update of the Marshall Path evolutionary path and its final ranking. Chapter 40, Shenji, you just barged through without pausing. Please subscribe. Milky Way main star. Just 3 days had passed, and Lin Yuan's inner world had recovered to nearly 200 million square miles in size. The overwhelming force of the world, mixed with the power of more than 2 billion spatial layers, made even ordinary 10th-rank powerhouses feel fear. The main universe's space is stable. Countless spatial layers are equally firm, thought Lin Yuan. In the world of gods, Lin Yuan could easily establish a stable martial realm between many spatial layers, destined for all martial spirits to ascend. But in the main universe, Lin Yuan was unable to do so. The space in the main universe was too stable. Even 10th-rank powerhouses couldn't force open a world of their own. It would take at least a tier 11. And the worlds created by 11th-rank powerhouses could not last forever. Without maintenance, they would gradually be restored by the main universe's innate repairing capabilities. Unless one reached the level of a supreme being with the power to cause eternal spatial rifts, the idea of carving out a stable martial realms in the main universe was almost a fantasy. However, these past few days, the hottest topic in human civilization must be the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual network, where the headlines of all major media in human civilization were all about the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Before the 9th ranked chapter of the martial arts evolutionary path was uploaded, even if it was only the 8th layer part, even if it topped the Anon Star Alliance leaderboard, it was still considered a minor evolution path within the scope of human civilization. Anon Star Alliance? It is merely one of the countless star alliances within the territory of human civilization. No matter how astoundingly fast the Marshall Path evolutionary path soared, the vast majority of human civilization's evolvers and citizens had still never heard of it. But when the 9th rank Marshall Path evolutionary path suddenly jumped onto the Southern Star Region evolutionary leaderboard, it could be said to have completely broken into the mainstream. Experience more tales on my virtual library empire. There are many regions like the Anon Star Alliance within the Human Alliance, but star regions? There are only 5 major star regions in the entirety of human civilization. The star region level evolutionary leaderboards receive attention from countless human evolvers every day. The changes in the Southern Star Region evolutionary leaderboard, even if it was only by 53 spots or even 100, would stir discussions across all levels of human civilization. That's a good thing. The breaking into the mainstream of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, the number of evolvers practicing the Marshall Path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan looked pleased as he simultaneously opened the numerical information of evolvers of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. The rule in human civilization is that every citizen who becomes an evolver must register at the local Evolvers Association. Lin Yuan himself had once registered with the Evolvers Association on Kanglin Star. By registering, detailed information about each evolver is collected, which then allows for the calculation of the number of martial arts evolutionaries at each rank. First tier chapter, 69,563,412,000. Second layer chapter, 9,250,430,000. Third rank chapter, 196,500,000. Fourth rank chapter, 5,420,000. Fifth stage section, 812,000. Sixth rank chapter, 98,000. Seventh rank chapter, 2,673. Eighth layer part, 0. Lin Yuan glanced over the relevant data and nodded slightly. It was clear that between the second layer chapter and the third rank chapter, there was a huge drop in the number of practitioners. This wasn't because the probability of breaking through from the martial Dao second layer to the martial Dao third rank was too low, but rather at least half of the numbers for the first tier chapter and second layer chapter had been added in these past few days. The martial path evolutionary path ranking at 53 on the star region level evolutionary leaderboard brought such immense exposures to all of humanity, no one knew how many citizens had chosen to practice the martial path. Moreover, the transition from the first tier chapter to the second layer chapter could be fast-tracked in some way, as it was related to the accumulation of energy. As for advancing from the second layer to the third rank, that was much more difficult. Progressing along a stable evolutionary path makes for a very high efficiency and speed. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. How many years had it been since the martial path evolutionary path was uploaded? In the main world, only 100 years had passed, and yet there were already over 2,000 martial Dao 7th rankers. Keep in mind, when Lin Yuan first created the martial Dao chapters from the 1st rank to the 7th rank, including the years spent traveling between worlds, it had taken him 1,000 years. Of course, Lin Yuan was aware that those who had cultivated to martial Dao 7th rank within a century were generally high-rank evolvers who had switched paths. Many 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers, foreseeing the potential of the martial path evolutionary path, had paid a huge price to forsake their original evolution path and choose the martial path instead. High-rank evolvers retraining in the martial path had a mastery of the essential nature of power and rules, allowing them to advance rapidly in the early and middle stages without needing any additional insights. These years' share of profits, Lin Yuan glanced at his account balance, about 9 million cubic universe crystals. This is cubic universe crystal, not civilizational currency or universe currency, but the cosmic crystal used universally by many races across the universe. Normally, a 8-layer powerhouse's worth is between a few thousand to 10,000 cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan's shared income over the past 20 or 30 years was equivalent to the wealth accumulated by over 1,000 8-layer powerhouses in more than half their lifetimes. 9 million cubic universe crystals, 4 million of which came from the past few days. The 9th rank chapter's price is 500 trillion civilizational currency, equivalent to 5 cubic universe crystals, he thought. With 4 million cubic universe crystals in shared income, the total sales are roughly around 12 million cubic universe crystals, which means these past few days, the 9th rank chapter was purchased 2 to 3 million times. Lin Yuan was somewhat astonished. There were indeed many tycoons in human civilization, and the means by which high-rank evolvers amassed wealth were quite terrifying. Nearly 10 million cubic universe crystals in shared income, and it will only increase in the future. Lin Yuan became increasingly aware of the earning speed of a high-rank evolutionary path founder. Chapter 40, Shenji, you just barged through without pausing. Please subscribe. 2. Although the process of developing an evolution path is difficult, once achieved, it becomes a chicken that lays golden eggs. Cosmic crystals are the universal currency of the starry sky races, and although they may not compare to the merit points of human civilization, as long as the quantity is sufficient, one can purchase the vast majority of rare treasures and treasures of the universe. However, the percentage of the revenue is secondary. Lin Yuan exited the income interface of the martial path evolutionary path and looked up at the starry sky. With so many evolvers cultivating the martial path evolutionary path, when I make my ultimate leap, the benefits I'll gain will certainly not be small. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. Human civilization constantly expands its territory and wages war against different species to acquire more land and increase the population base as much as possible. With a larger population base, not only does the number of genius evolvers born increase, but one can also try to cultivate many evolution paths, increasing the chances for those on said paths to make a strike at becoming a supreme being at the 11th rank peak. Among the several peak civilizations, human civilization has the most supreme beings, a total of 9, which is related to the vast number of humans. Those unique life forms that can easily cultivate to tier 11 but dare not strike at becoming a supreme being, do so because they have no confidence. That is why there are many ancient gods in the depths of the starry sky who continuously spread evolutionary paths formed from their characteristic information, such as the ancient god evolution path circulating within human civilization. It is to prepare for that step. Zhuanwang's secret realm. Lin Yuan dashed freely within the many spatial layers. I'm close to the core area. Lin Yuan felt the calling sensation and knew he was near the core area. About half a month's time left. Lin Yuan calculated the time, looking forward to it more and more. As he drew closer, the calling grew clearer. His Majesty Xuanhuang? Lin Yuan translated the call into the text of human civilization. Is it His Majesty from the Xuanhuang secret realm? His Majesty of the Xuanhuang secret realm, according to the information collected by human civilization over the years, should be the former ruler of this realm, also a supreme being at that level. A calling related to a supreme being, Lin Yuan was pondering when suddenly his expression changed slightly. Stay tuned to my virtual library empire there? Lin Yuan sensed a subtle aura lurking in that area. Boom! 100,000 Zhang large insect race hive suddenly soared up and fled frantically into the distance. Insect race? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Along the way, those ninth-rank alien races had been avoiding him, and he didn't expect to encounter an insect race by chance. The Xuanhuang secret realm is vast and boundless. The route Lin Yuan is on is far too insignificant compared to the entire realm, so encountering a ninth-rank insect race is a complete surprise. Stay behind. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, the power of 200 million spatial layers spread, and the insect race hive had mastered nearly 30 million spatial layers, but it was clearly no match for Lin Yuan. Galaxy Master, the insect race hive cried out in despair, emitting strong mental fluctuations, and then it self-destructed, its massive body exploding. So decisive? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The bodies of insect race hives are immense, and the loss of an avatar costs much more than a small-sized ninth rank like Xelon. Did it know that I have memory poison on me? Lin Yuan speculated the reason. Other ninth-rank alien races feared that Lin Yuan might capture them alive and take them back to human territory to use the methods of human civilization strong. But the insect race knows that Lin Yuan doesn't need to do that at all. When the insect race sent out 4 8th-layer invincibles to assassinate the Galaxy Master, they used a dose of memory poison that could completely destroy a strong being at the memory level, making resurrection impossible against such destruction. The fall of those 4 8th-layer invincibles was known to the insect race, thus they knew that the memory poison had fallen into Lin Yuan's hands. Not a bad harvest, worth about 4 million cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan nodded. Clearly, the insect race had gained quite a bit in this secret realm. But now, it all went to Lin Yuan, Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan ended his daily cultivation. That's right. I can go to the Demon Jade space and try to break through the 3rd layer of the Dark Tower, Lin Yuan mused. He was still quite tempted by the rewards for advancing through the layers of the Dark Tower. The Chaos Crystals he got after passing the 2nd layer, Lin Yuan still often scrutinized, gaining insights. Not to mention secret technique inheritances like void interpretation and illusory reality, which were even from the hands of the Moyu Tower Master. Let's go. Lin Yuan sensed the magic jade mark deep in his soul. A thread of spirit will follow the mark and instantly descended into the demon jade space. It has been a long time since I've been here. Lin Yuan looked around at the gray, foggy surroundings, feeling somewhat emotional. A long time here factored in the millennial span he had spent in the world of gods. As for the main world's time, not much had passed. Whoosh. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived in front of the towering 9 floors Dark Tower. You've come? Stone statue Shenji walked out and looked at Lin Yuan, smiling as he spoke. Are you thinking of trying the 3rd layer again? Stone statue Shenji discerned Lin Yuan's purpose. In actuality, aside from attempting the 3rd layer, there was nothing else Lin Yuan could do upon descending into the Demon Jade space. Right, Lin Yuan nodded. In his previous attempts at the Black Tower's 3rd layer, Lin Yuan had ended in failure, the distance to success seeming impossibly far. But now? Lin Yuan was brimming with confidence. Go ahead. Without any further words, stone statue Shenji opened the entrance to the Black Tower and made way. Whoosh! Lin Yuan walked straight in. Black Tower's 3rd layer. Every inch of space was filled with omnipresent pressure. Having attempted it multiple times before, Lin Yuan already knew what the 3rd layer tested. The 1st and 2nd layers of the Black Tower tested resistance to intangible pressure, requiring challengers to withstand the force. But the 3rd layer, the pervasive pressure, wasn't something that cultivators could resist at all. The true test of the 3rd layer required cultivators to occupy more spatial layers, thereby avoiding the pressure from every direction. So the key to the 3rd layer was evasion. The last time I came to tackle this Dark Tower's 3rd layer, I only opened up less than 100,000 spatial layers, and I didn't even walk 1% of the distance, Lin Yuan recalled the previous scenes in his mind. By his estimation, to succeed in the 3rd layer of the Black Tower, he would need to open nearly 100 million spatial layers. Nearly 100 million spatial layers, he estimated that even the strongest 9th-rank life forms among all races in the main cosmic starry sky of this era wouldn't be able to pass the 3rd layer. But for the current me, in an instant, Lin Yuan occupied layer after layer of space, stepping lightly forward, outside the Black Tower. Stone statue Shenji was eagerly watching the images of the 3rd layer. The last time this little guy spent nearly half an hour to cover just 1% of the distance, I guess it must have been quite a blow to him, Stone statue Shenji thought to himself. Geniuses are proud, especially a freakish outlier like Lin Yuan. Even though it had been clearly stated to Lin Yuan that the standards for overcoming the 3rd layer were those special 9th rank or even 10th rank life forms, seeing oneself as fragile as a piece of paper within the 3rd layer of the Black Tower must have left a bitter taste. That the little guy dares to challenge the 3rd layer again probably means a breakthrough. Maybe he can now walk 2% or even 5% of the total distance? Stone statue Shenji thought, taking it for granted that Lin Yuan had made a significant breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't make such an assumption. To cover 2% or even 5% of the distance, at least a ninth-rank life that had opened nearly 1,000,000 spatial layers would be required. Lin Yuan had opened less than 100,000 spatial layers previously. Truly worthy of being a genius who comprehended dozens of cosmic forces at 8th layer, not much time has passed and there's already such a great breakthrough, stone statue. Shenji watched with a smile, and just then, in the image, Lin Yuan took a light step forward. Whoosh. Lin Yuan vanished on the spot. Before stone statue Shenji could react, he saw that in the destination area of the 3rd layer, another figure appeared. It was Lin Yuan. What? Stone statue Shenji was momentarily stunned and a bit bewildered. Chapter 41, Miniature Universe. Please subscribe. This means he made it through? Stone statue Shenji glanced at the starting position on the 3rd layer of the Black Tower, then at the finish line where Lin Yuan now stood, finally realizing something. Stu est, how could it be so fast? Stone statue Shenji found it hard to believe. He had long speculated that Lin Yuan must have had a breakthrough, which is why he dared to continue challenging the 3rd layer of the Black Tower. After all, the test of the 3rd layer, unlike the 1st and 2nd layers, required the challenger to withstand omnipresent pressure. This omnipresent pressure could be used to temper oneself, but the 3rd layer, the test was the occupation of spatial layers, a strict criterion, you can or you can't. So when Lin Yuan returned, stone statue Shenji was certain that an important breakthrough had occurred. If Lin Yuan was treading water strength-wise, there would have been no point in coming back. But this breakthrough, it's terrifying. Even though stone statue Shenji had been through the unending glory of the Magic Jade Tower, Lin Yuan's tower-conquering speed still shocked him. Firsty stone statue Shenji could be sure that this sliver of spirit will that Lin Yuan had sent was still at 9th rank. But 9th rank passing the 3rd layer of the Black Tower in an instant. According to the standards left by the Moyu Tower Master, the difficulty of the 3rd layer of the Black Tower was suited for those special 9th rank existences who had developed 80 to 90 million spatial layers, as well as simply those at 10th rank life. T8s. Among the 9th rank life, even for those who had nearly 100 million spatial layers, crossing the 3rd layer of the Black Tower would require extreme caution, continuous movement among the numerous spatial layers, evading the omnipresent pressure. High 8 C8s. However, Lin Yuan practiced. Stone statue didn't know how to describe Lin Yuan's pace of conquering the tower, because the other party didn't spend any time at all. Just one step took him to the finish line. How many spatial layers did he occupy? The stone statue began to rewind the footage, slowing down the step Lin Yuan took. In the main space, Lin Yuan simply took one step, but in that instant, he occupied countless layers of space. At the very least, over 500 million spatial layers were under his control at the same time. It was precisely because of this that Lin Yuan could easily cross from the starting position to the finish line of the 3rd layer of the Black Tower. Your journey continues with my virtual library empire, this monster, stone statue. Shenji shook his head repeatedly. Firsty, perverted. Firsty, twarsty, too perverted. Firsty, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, stone statue Shenji would have never believed that such a perverted being like Lin Yuan could exist within a mere universe. T8, developing over 500 million spatial layers, while indeed heard of during the glorious days of the Magic Jade Tower. How much time has passed since Lin Yuan stepped into 9th rank? Swoosh. Swoosh. The figure of stone statue Shenji appeared at the finish line of the 3rd layer of the Black Tower. As the guardian of the 9 floors Dark Tower, he had the authority to appear on any layer. .1000 kid, among the 9th rank lives who have passed the 3rd layer, you are the fastest. Stone statue Shenji forced a smile and said, 2. The reason he limited the scope to 9th rank was because among the lives that had passed the 3rd layer of the Black Tower, there were those at 10th rank, 11th rank, and even 12th rank ultimate beings. 2. Would you like to try the 4th layer? Stone statue Shenji suddenly asked. If it were any other 9th rank life, having passed the 3rd layer, he definitely wouldn't have asked this question. The 3rd layer of the Black Tower mainly targeted 10th rank lives, and only a small part of 9th rank who had developed nearly 100 million spatial layers were expected to pass. The 4th layer of the Black Tower, however, was targeted at those at the peak of 10th rank and 11th rank lives. The 5th layer targeted 11th rank lives who had a complete understanding of the rule of time. The 6th layer targeted those 11th rank lives that started to integrate the rule of time with space rules. As for the 7th layer, 8th layer, and 9th layer of the Black Tower, only 12th rank lives, the supreme beings, could pass through. The leap from 9th rank to 10th rank is a significant transition, a qualitative change. 9th rank lives, even if they have developed a billion spatial layers, tens of billions, would not be able to cross the 4th layer of the Black Tower. The test of the 4th layer is not about the occupation of spatial layers. All right, Lin Yuan nodded, eager to see what the 4th layer of the Black Tower was like. Chew, it would be great if he could pass, and there'd be no loss if he couldn't. Chew, swoosh. Chew, Lin Yuan vanished, reappearing at the fourth layer of the Black Tower. 2. The test of this layer is, Lin Yuan's face was slightly solemn, time, Chew, with his current understanding of the rule of time, he instantly realized that in different areas of the fourth layer, the speed of time flow was changing, Chew. In some areas, time was accelerating, in some, decelerating, and in others, it was paused. T8. There were even a few areas where time flow was slowly reversing. Let's see. After carefully observing for a moment, Lin Yuan took his first step. 8T8, I8T8T8. Outside the Black Tower, witnessing this scene, stone statue Shenji's expression subtly changed. This kid has a profound mastery in the rule of time too? The rule of time, 9th rank lives can indeed feel time fluctuations, but that's far from true comprehension. Generally speaking, only 10th rank lives begin to feel the rule of time, and now Lin Yuan, stepping forward bit by bit, was crossing regions warped by time, in the aspect of the rule of time, not inferior to those at the peak of 10th rank. T8-1. What kind of cultivation method did this monster follow? T8 stone statue Shenji wondered to himself. With such a short amount of time, even if he had entered a place with an exaggerated speed of time flow, it was impossible to have such progress. Th Lin Yuan, with a cautious expression, after crossing the last area where time reverted back, finally reached the finish line of the fourth layer of the Black Tower. I've made it through. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. She Chapter 41, Miniature Universe. Please subscribe. 2. Having passed the fourth layer was entirely dependent on those two time-attributed true God forms from the world of gods. With the help of those two time-attributed true God forms, Lin Yuan observed the essence of the rule of time in the world of gods and made rapid progress in his comprehension of the rule of time. Although he was still far from fully comprehending the complete rule of time, compared to those at the 9th or even the 10th rank, Lin Yuan certainly had a pioneering status in the domain of the rule of time. Do you want to try the 5th layer? The stone statue Shenji appeared once again. Sure, Lin Yuan nodded. He felt that he probably couldn't get through the 5th layer of the Black Tower, since he had even made it through the 4th layer with utmost caution, but he had to take a look regardless. A moment later, Lin Yuan voluntarily retreated from the 5th layer of the Black Tower. At least, comprehending the complete rule of time seems necessary to have any hope of passing the 5th layer, Lin Yuan marveled inwardly, as even the mere initial position of the 5th attempt, with the time flowing in reverse, was somewhat troublesome for him. Seeing this, the stone statue Shenji let out a slight sigh of relief. Even though he had already judged from Lin Yuan's display of mastery over the rule of time while passing the 4th layer that there was no hope of passing the 5th. But just now, stone statue Shenji had also doubted Lin Yuan's ability to pass the 3rd layer, let alone the 4th. Alright, according to the rules left by the master, by getting through the 3rd and 4th layers, you are entitled to select one treasure from the treasuries of both the 3rd and 4th layers. Stone statue Shenji glanced at Lin Yuan, and after pondering for a moment, he said, however, I can offer you another choice, which is to directly select from the 5th layer's treasury, though you can only pick one item. Of course, you may refuse and choose 2 items from the treasuries of the 3rd and 4th layers respectively, said the stone statue. The so-called treasuries of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers correspond to the respective levels of the 9 floors Dark Tower. The higher the level, the more precious the treasures in the treasury. I choose to select from the 5th layer's treasury, Lin Yuan said without hesitation. To get through the Black Tower's 5th layer, at least an 11th rank powerhouse who had comprehended the complete rule of time was needed, and the corresponding treasury probably started at 11-star rank, and even top-quality 11-star treasures like the World Tree were not uncommon. A top-quality 11-star treasure was invaluable, simply incomparable to several ordinary 11-star treasures. Good, the stone statue Shenji nodded, and with a wave of his hand, 3 shadows appeared in front of them. The first shadow was a crystal-clear jade stone that, while seemingly ordinary, Lin Yuan dared not underestimate since it was in the 5th layer's treasury. This jade stone contains a record of a broken evolution path, said the stone statue Shenji with a slight smile. A broken, supreme evolution path. This supreme evolutionary path's ultimate existence had fallen a long time ago, he added. Supreme evolution path? Lin Yuan's heart quivered. This was definitely a treasure beyond measurable value, a supreme evolutionary path of ultimate beings. Even if only broken, it could cause a frenzy among numerous 11th rank lives. After all, even if the evolution path was broken, it was originally of a supreme level and setting down the pathway based on the intact parts, the rest could simply be slowly completed over time. Lin Yuan felt that if the peak other species of the cosmic starry sky learned of a broken supreme evolution path, it might trigger a full-scale war among the peak clans. The second item is a special secret treasure, somewhat stronger than the usual 11-rank secret treasures. Stone statue Shenji looked towards the second shadow, which was a gray long spear with some modeling, but the faint sense of killing intent emitted was chilling to Lin Yuan. Stronger than an 11-rank secret treasure? Lin Yuan's heart heated up, for this was a treasure that could directly cause an exponential increase in his combat power. How were the eternal spatial rifts in the small-sized otherworldly battlefield and the medium-sized otherworldly battlefield formed? By a supreme being's personal intervention. Generally, supreme beings do not directly meddle in battlefields smaller than the large-scale ones. The eternal spatial rifts in the small and medium-sized battlefields are caused by certain 10th rank or 11th rank powerhouses wielding supreme weapons, delivering a blow at the supreme level. In certain special periods, when human civilization is at full-scale war with other different species, even small-sized otherworldly battlefields may see traces of 10th rank powerhouses. Therefore, this gray spear, surpassing a tier 11 secret treasure, was theoretically usable by Lin Yuan, although he could not unleash its full power. The third treasure, the stone statue Shenji, looked towards the final phantom. This is a miniature universe, a completely independent and integral miniature universe. It was created by the master after 1,000,000 years of seclusion. The third phantom before the stone statue Shenji was a hazy gray sphere, which felt to Lin Yuan somewhat similar to the chaos crystal, yet it was much more profound than the latter. A miniature universe? A completely independent miniature universe? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. What would it mean to be completely independent? Within the main universe, the inner worlds of 8th rank, 9th rank, 10th rank, and even 11th rank powerhouses were, strictly speaking, not independent worlds. They needed to rely on the main world, sharing the time flow of the main universe's rule of time. To be completely independent, one must merge with time and space, transforming one's inner world into an inner universe. A completely independent world has its own time flow, unaffected by external factors. Once you refine this miniature universe, you will be able to deeply feel the various rule fluctuations inside, explained the stone statue Shenji. In some ways, this miniature universe had already surpassed the category of a tier 11 treasure. Only a supreme being had the ability to refine it, and not just any supreme being. 3 treasures? You may choose one, said the stone statue Shenji, looking at Lin Yuan. Choose one? Lin Yuan's thoughts spun rapidly, starting with the first treasure, the incomplete supreme evolution path. If Lin Yuan did not possess Against Heaven's Understanding, he would definitely prioritize it, as an incomplete supreme evolution path, without an ultimate being stood at its end, was an irresistible temptation for any 11th rank life. But Lin Yuan had Against Heaven's Understanding, and was already planning to deduce the martial path evolutionary path to the supreme level. Under such circumstances, the significance of the Supreme Evolution Path was not significant for Lin Yuan, because Lin Yuan would not abandon the Martial Path evolutionary path to switch to a completely unknown evolution path. As for reference, human civilization had 9 Supreme Evolution Paths. Lin Yuan was not short of references. The most precious part of this incomplete Supreme Evolution Path is not the evolution path itself, but that there's no ultimate existence standing at the end of the path. And the second item, the gray spear stronger than a tier 11 secret treasure, was also ruled out by Lin Yuan, as he could not possibly allow his 2 primordial spirits to carry such a precious treasure. But his true self was usually in a place of absolute safety, hardly needing such high-level treasures. Thus, it seemed somewhat superfluous. I choose that miniature universe. Lin Yuan looked towards the third phantom. Continue your journey at my virtual library empire. Very well, take good care of it, the stone statue Shenji said with a smile, then waved his hand. Instantly, the miniature universe, emitting a hazy gray mist, flew in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan reached out with his right hand and discovered that the space inside was only hundreds of light years in size, but it possessed complete time fluctuations and spatial fluctuations. Hurry back and refine it, the stone statue Shenji said with a smile. You will find great benefits. Okay, Lin Yuan nodded. Before leaving the demon jade space, Lin Yuan seemed to think of something and turned to the stone statue Shenji and asked, Senior Shenji, have you ever heard of Xuanhuang Emperor? The Xuanhuang secret realm within the main universe, the supreme beings of various peak clans were unaware of its origins, only certain that it did not belong to the current cosmic era. Although the stone statue Shenji was not a supreme being, he came from the Magic Jade Tower and had followed the mysterious Moyu Tower Master. With his knowledge, he might have heard something about the Xuanhuang secret realm. Xuanhuang Emperor? The stone statue Shenji paused for a moment, pondered, and his tone revealed a hint of oddity. What you're referring to should be Xuanhuang Emperor, Chapter 42, Ivy waited too long, please subscribe. Emperor Xuanhuang? Lin Yuan looked surprised, having never considered this direction before, regardless of whether from Qikun Star-Lord's Mysterious Yellow's evolution path or the Mysterious Yellow's secret realm itself. It was always Mysterious Yellow, but Emperor Xuanhuang? Lin Yuan had never thought in that direction. Yes, both Emperor and Shuanghuang. I guess you are referring to Emperor Shuanghuang, said the stone statue Shenji with a nod. What is the origin of Emperor Shuanghuang? Lin Yuan immediately asked. Whether it's Emperor Xuanhuang or Emperor Xuanhuang, both are supreme beings at the ultimate level, and no supreme being has been able to pinpoint the exact coordinates of the mysterious yellow secret realm to this day. Emperor Xuanhuang, that is a strong name occasionally known by my master from some cosmic relic, it is said that the lineage established by Emperor Xuanhuang was extremely famous eons ago, and Emperor Xuanhuang himself had progressed far in the ultimate domain. Stone statue Shenji seemed to be lost in memory. Eons ago? Lin Yuan pondered. Yes, in the era my master lived in, hardly anyone knew of Emperor Xuanhuang, and he too knew only snippets about this emperor from some relics. In the end, Emperor Xuanhuang disappeared mysteriously, and his lineage declined. By the time my master rose to prominence, it was almost completely forgotten, said the stone statue Shenji. He was not a real-life form, but rather something akin to an artifact spirit, his mind filled with abundant memories instilled by the Moyu Tower Master, making him quite knowledgeable. Emperor Xuanhuang also disappeared mysteriously? Lin Yuan was slightly startled, as the Moyu Tower Master too had vanished suddenly, leading to the tower's decline, and now Emperor Xuanhuang had met a similar fate. Do you know why the Moyu Tower Master suddenly disappeared? Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then asked directly. Why my master disappeared? Stone statue Shenji fell silent for a while. Now that you are a core member of my demonic Jade Tower, you are entitled to know some matters. Before my master disappeared, he once told me he wanted to go to a place, Stone statue Shenji said, shaking his head. And after that, he was gone, said Stone statue Shenji, his tone complex. To a place. Lin Yuan's mind rippled. The Moyu Tower Master was most proficient in space. The Great Space Dao was vast and limitless, and a ninth-rank being could comprehend the complete space rules. But that was just a facet of the true space rules. To completely transform the space rules into your own Great Space Dao was the domain of the Supreme Beings, and even within the same Great Space Dao, they were not alike, not even similar. Undoubtedly, the Moyu Tower Master's mastery in the field of space was terrifyingly high. For instance, just the creation of his Demon Jade Space could silently transport the World Tree and the Chaos Crystal to Lin Yuan in the main universe. That was incredible. To think that previously, Shaqin's Supreme Being had to specifically order his deputy Tower Master Nalan to run errands just to transport the soul-setting pearl to Lin Yuan, and that was within the same universe. From this alone, one could see that Shaqin's Supreme Being was inferior to the Moyu Tower Master in terms of space. Did Emperor Xuanzhuang also go to this place? Lin Yuan asked. That I do not know. The stone statue Shenji shook his head. My master did not leave any memories of that. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan did not inquire further. The disappearance of the Moyu Tower Master, that was too far-fetched for him at the moment. Even knowing it, what then? It was meaningless. He might as well clarify the matter of the call from the core area of the mysterious yellow secret realm, Milky Way main star. An extremely subtle space fluctuation following the magic jade mark descended in front of Lin Yuan. Miniature universe. Lin Yuan looked at the grayish sphere floating before his eyes, his gaze slightly fervent. This was an entirely independent miniature universe outside the main universe, with its own rule of time. Most importantly, this miniature universe could be refined by Lin Yuan, allowing him to observe the operation of the internal rule of time from its most fundamental aspect. The main universe too had a rule of time, but Lin Yuan could only observe from the outside, whereas with this miniature universe, he could enter for closer observation. The difference was significant. Refine it now. Lin Yuan immediately began refining. Several days later, Lin Yuan had completely refined this miniature universe. This treasure, specially provided by the Moyu Tower Master for members of his tower, left no hindrances, allowing Lin Yuan to refine it with ease. The moment he refined the miniature universe, Lin Yuan's mind delved into it. The vast spaces of rules like time, space, life, support pillars, and many fundamental rules, all were reflected in his mind. All these rules formed a certain stable balance, jointly supporting the operation of this miniature universe. Is this a complete universe? Lin Yuan was somewhat shocked, as he had also become a sort of heavenly Dao in the Tianqing world, similar to beings before. But Tianqing world was just a small world in the boundless void. How could it compare to a miniature universe? Moreover, when Lin Yuan became the heavenly Dao of the Tianqing world, his strength was weak, and even if the essence of the great Dao had been put before him, it wouldn't have helped much. But now, having refined this miniature universe, many rules were reflecting in his mind. This miniature universe, though outwardly appearing as a half-meter sphere, contained spaces within it stretching hundreds of light-years. And even though it was far smaller than the main universe, Chapter 42, I've waited too long, please subscribe. 2. But the essence of the core was much the same. Time, Lin Yuan was nearly obsessed. carefully feeling the operation of the rule of time within the miniature universe. Your comprehension defies the heavens. Watching the essence of time accelerates your understanding of the rule of time. Several hours later, Lin Yuan struggled to free himself from the state of enlightenment. This miniature universe, for me, surpasses all secret treasure weapons, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. The miniature universe hardly had any offensive or defensive capabilities, but it allowed for a certain balance of many rules to form. This was of great help for the future transformation of the inner world into an inner universe, which would be completely independent of the main universe. Transforming the inner world into an inner universe is one of the thresholds for becoming a supreme being. Why a supreme being could exist eternally was because of the inner universe. The inner universe existed independently, with its own river of time, allowing the supreme being to step out of the river of time of the main universe, achieving eternity for the physical soul and spirit will. Moyu Tower Master. Lin Yuan increasingly admired the Moyu Tower Master. Although this miniature universe was far from a supreme being's inner universe, it was a perfect replica of it. It allowed the existence under the supreme being to glimpse certain sceneries of the ultimate realm. Continue to ponder, he said. Lin Yuan rested for a while, then took out the miniature universe again and observed it seriously. Time passed. Xuanhuang's secret realm. The Taiyang divine spirit finally arrived at the core area. Boom, 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 boom. The multiple spatial layers trembled, and ultimately, a figure appeared. It was Lin Yuan, finally here. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. From entering the Xuanhuang secret realm to reaching the core area, it had taken nearly 30 years in total. This did not include the time when Lin Yuan ended his 9th traversal, with his strength greatly increased, speeding up his journey. From the periphery of the Xuanhuang secret realm to the core area, it would take more than 20 years, and then traveling back to the periphery to wait for expulsion from the secret realm also required 20 years. A round trip took 50 years. The gains along the way, Lin Yuan glanced at the inner world, where a heap of Xuanhuang crystals and many treasures and weapons were placed. Although Lin Yuan did not deliberately seek out hostile 9th-rank alien races on the way, he occasionally encountered them, and once he did, they basically could not escape, even the special 9th-rank ones. Added to that, some native lives that weren't afraid to die made Lin Yuan's gains exceed 8 million cubic universe crystals. It's only in the Xuanhuang secret realm that I could have this opportunity, Lin Yuan thought to himself. First, only 9th-rank lives were allowed to enter the Xuanhuang secret realm. If it were outside, on the battlefields of different races, an existence like Lin Yuan would definitely be targeted by special 10th-rank life or a 9th-rank life holding a tier 11 secret treasure. They would never allow Lin Yuan to kill indiscriminately. Secondly, many alien strong ones on the battlefields of different races would not carry any precious treasures. Although the numerous 9th-rank alien races in the Xuanhuang secret realm would also not carry any precious treasures, the opportunities found within the secret realm were very real. It was as if the 9th-rank alien races that died at the hands of Lin Yuan had worked for him from the start. The calling is getting stronger. Lin Yuan carefully felt it. After entering the core area, the sense of calling had increased significantly. However, other than the vague sounds of Xuanhuang Emperor, Lin Yuan could not distinguish anything else. That direction. Lin Yuan determined the source based on the sense of calling and immediately headed towards it. Xuanhuang's secret realm, core area. In front of an ancient and mysterious palace, several figures with suppressed auras stood in place. These figures were all early arriving 9th-rank strong beings, capable of traversing thousands of spatial layers to directly enter the core area, a feat of special 9th-rank beings. This palace suddenly appeared. It wasn't here before. A 9th-rank alien race being with dark golden scales said with a heated gaze. The core area of the Xuanhuang secret realm, each opportunity was infused with the most precious treasures, generally surpassing those of the inner and outer zones, and this palace had never appeared before. A palace that had never been seen before appearing abruptly meant that everyone, especially the special 9th-rank figures present, realized that the palace contained a great opportunity. Indeed, there is no record of this palace in the annals of my race, another special 9th-rank said after careful observation, speaking up as well. He came from a peak clan with detailed intelligence about the Xuanhuang secret realm. Records of numerous places of opportunity were kept, but this palace before him was the first he had seen. But how shall we get in? A third special 9th-rank spoke up. Any clear-eyed person knew that this palace contained great opportunities, but even the greatest opportunity would be useless unless one managed to enter. To be blocked outside the palace, staring with wide eyes, was worse than never having seen it at all. This palace can completely withstand our attacks, so forcing our way in seems hopeless. The golden-scaled special 9th-rank that spoke first frowned. Upon discovering the palace, he had intended to force his way in, but it was futile. His most powerful strike upon the palace elicited no response whatsoever. Could it be that entering this palace requires certain conditions? Another special 9th-rank suggested, as some locations of opportunity in the Xuanhuang secret realm were indeed marked by specific entry conditions. However, those conditions were generally common, and hints were usually given outside the palaces. As the several special 9th ranks continued to observe the palace, Subtle vibrations arose from the deep layers of space. The countenances of the special ninth ranks shifted. Who is it? The golden-scaled special ninth rank looked serious. The Galaxy Master. The Galaxy Master is coming here, remarked a special ninth rank, his face grim. Information regarding the Galaxy Master was something nearly all ninth rank powerhouses within the Xuanhuang secret realm were aware of in recent times. These special ninth ranks naturally had long heard of him. The Galaxy Master was a monster that had the capability to kill special ninth rank beings. Such an entity was exceedingly rare in any era. What should we do? The Galaxy Master is clearly heading for this palace. A few of the special ninth ranks exchanged hesitant glances. Let's go. We can't stay here. After a brief internal struggle, one by one, the special ninth ranks quickly left. They were very eager for the opportunities within the mysterious ancient palace, but they feared the Galaxy Master even more. Even without the mysterious palace, they could still garner considerable gains within the Xuanhuang secret realm, but if they were to die at the hands of the Galaxy Master because of the palace, it would all be for naught. Especially for those few special ninth ranks that didn't have a good relationship with human civilization, they left without any hesitation. The others, when encountering the Galaxy Master, whether or not they would die was a matter of luck. If the Galaxy Master was in a good mood, they might just survive. But for them, approaching the Galaxy Master all but guaranteed death. Before long, the exterior of the mysterious ancient palace was empty of any presence. Swoosh. The next moment, Lin Yuan's figure silently appeared. They've all run away? Lin Yuan glanced in the direction where the special ninth ranks had fled. If it had been before, he might have been inclined to give chase since every special ninth rank in Lin Yuan's eyes was a moving land of opportunity. But now, is the calling sensation coming from this palace? Lin Yuan observed the palace carefully. The palace's aura was mysterious and ancient, crossing multiple spatial layers. Its main body should reside within a certain layer, whereas the palace in front of him was likely just the entrance to the true palace. How to get in? Lin Yuan did not act but continued his observation. Based on the behavior of those special ninth ranks lingering outside the palace just moments ago, Lin Yuan deduced that they were unable to force their way in. Just as Lin Yuan appeared outside the palace, a will deep within the palace began to awaken, observing Lin Yuan, who stood outside with an excited expression. I have waited for dozens of cosmic eras, and at last, a young one capable of inheriting His Majesty's mantle has arrived. Chapter 43, Mysterious Emperor Lineage. Please subscribe. See outside the palace. Lin Yuan was carefully observing. This towering structure spanned many spatial layers and was extraordinarily inconceivable. According to human civilization's intelligence on the Xuanhuang secret realm's core area, past openings of the secret realm did not reveal a palace like this, did they? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. There was none before. Now it suddenly appeared. Lin Yuan couldn't help but suspect it was related to him. The feeling of being called that he perceived originated from deep within this palace. Boom. Just then, the entrance to the palace, the originally closed doors, suddenly began to open slowly. The doors are opening? Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. If before he merely suspected the palace's appearance was because of him, now he was almost certain of it. Earlier, a few special ninth-rank individuals wandered outside the palace for a good while, but did not enter. Now, shortly after he waited outside, the gates opened on their own? Be that as it may. Let's go in and take a look. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan made up his mind. For him, the worst-case scenario was the loss of this one primordial spirit. As for affecting his true self, with the soul-settling pearl bestowed by the Sha-Qin Supreme Being, even if a 12th stage powerhouse wanted to kill Lin Yuan outright, they wouldn't be able to. The Xuanhuang secret realm has a mysterious origin, and even ultimate beings can't pinpoint its coordinates, but that doesn't mean it's more frightening than a supreme being. If Stone Statue Shenji was correct, the emperor of the Xuanhuang secret realm had been missing for eons and was nearly forgotten even during the Moyu Tower Master's era. How much power could possibly remain now, however, before entering the palace? Lin Yuan took out a drop of his blood essence and put all the treasures he had gained in the realm inside a space bracelet. Then he sent both items deep into the numerous spatial layers. In this way, even if an extreme circumstance occurred and this Lin Yuan's primordial spirit perished within the palace, that drop of blood essence could swiftly blood rebirth, taking the gains inside the space bracelet and leaving the Xuanhuang secret realm. It would not have been a wasted journey. Let's go in. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and stepped into the palace. As soon as Lin Yuan fully entered, the gates that had opened slowly closed, and the towering palace began to dematerialize rapidly, eventually vanishing from its place. If the few special ninth-rank individuals who had fled earlier were to return, they would find that the mysterious palace had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed at all. However, considering the prestige of the Galaxy Master, even if those special ninth-rank individuals had the gall, they wouldn't dare to approach the spot where Lin Yuan had been. Lin Yuan walked into the palace. Faintly, he sensed subtle spatial fluctuations and couldn't help thinking, I must be far from the main spatial layer of the Xuanhuang secret realm by now, but I have no idea which layer I am in. In the Xuanhuang secret realm, the number of spatial layers far exceeds the world of gods, with at least over 2 billion layers. Lin Yuan, unable to see an end. Lin Yuan looked around. He was in a vast plain, silently serene, and at the center of the plain, there was also a palace situated, similar to the one outside, but the aura was much more tranquil. Xuanhuang Hall. Lin Yuan noticed the 3 complex characters inscribed on the surface of the palace pillars. Although it wasn't any script Lin Yuan had encountered, it was like the essence of the great Dao, and he could understand its meaning at a glance. Indeed, it's the mysterious emperor lineage. Lin Yuan was somewhat reassured. Stone statue Shenji had told him a bit about the mysterious emperor lineage. Although that information wasn't much, it allowed Lin Yuan to confirm that the mysterious emperor lineage was not an extremely heretical force. In fact, through the mysterious yellow evolution path, Lin Yuan could also sense the creator of this evolution path had a profoundly weighty and broad nature. Would such a being, so powerful, intentionally set traps for later generations? Such a powerhouse would likely disdain to do so. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived in front of Xuanhuang Hall. At that moment, the palace gave Lin Yuan no sense of oppression. It was just like any ordinary palace. Standing in front of the palace, the calling Lin Yuan felt was nearly tangible. "Child, come inside." It was then that an ancient voice came from within the palace. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and strode into the palace. Deep inside the palace, a figure, tens of meters in size, was sitting cross-legged. "Child, you must have many questions in your heart now." The gigantic figure was humanoid but had 6 arms, wrinkled skin, and smiled at Lin Yuan. "I actually can't sense the other's presence at all." Lin Yuan looked more earnest. Even an 11th ranked powerhouse wouldn't give Lin Yuan this impression. At most, they were just someone he couldn't defeat or contend against. Could he be tier 12? Lin Yuan regarded the other solemnly. He had met the Shachin Supreme Being, but that was in the virtual world. As for meeting in real life, he had not once. "Child, there's no need to be nervous. Since you cultivated the Emperor's evolution path, you are essentially the Emperor's successor, and I will not cause you any harm," the 6-armed silhouette said with a smile. The Emperor's evolution path? Lin Yuan had anticipated this. The calling he felt originated from the Xuanhuang evolutionary path he was concurrently cultivating, while the Xuanhuang secret realm was related to the legendary Emperor. As soon as Lin Yuan learned of the Emperor from stone statue Shenji, he conjectured that the mysterious yellow evolution path was indeed the evolution path ventured by that Emperor. Indeed, throughout the long years, in many locations within the secret realm, I left the first half of the mysterious yellow evolution path, but regrettably, to this day, no being has penetrated the first half and entered the Xuanhuang secret realm. Su Chapter 43, Mysterious Emperor Lineage. Please subscribe. 2. The 6-armed silhouette spoke with a sense of emotion. Not a single creature? Lin Yuan looked somewhat puzzled. The mysterious yellow evolution path, although abstruse and difficult to understand, could still be comprehended by a 9th rank powerhouse if they forcibly meditated on it. It would just take more time. Back when Lin Yuan was in the 7-star cave world, he had comprehended the mysterious yellow evolution path in not very long a time. Indeed, the mysterious yellow evolution path created by His Majesty can only be comprehended by those lives whose foundations are not yet set. Once the foundation is set, even if it's ultimate, it can't be comprehended. The 6-armed silhouette slowly said, "What does setting the foundation mean?" According to the definition of human civilization, that would be the 6th rank. To step into the 6th rank, one must determine their core evolution path and achieve a complete integration with their own soul. Theoretically, every 6th rank powerhouse has already confirmed their foundation. Of course, even if the foundation is set, it can still be changed at a cost, and those 6th and 7th rank evolvers of human civilization have attempted to switch to other evolution paths. But, according to the 6-armed silhouette, the prerequisites to comprehend the mysterious yellow evolution path are exceptionally stringent. Once the foundation is set, it cannot be comprehended. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's expression cleared. No wonder the Chikun Star Lord, having obtained the mysterious yellow evolution path for hundreds of thousands of years, had still reaped no results. The reason lay here. Actually, I can sense that, outside the secret realm, there are still some creatures who have cultivated the mysterious yellow evolution path to the beginner level, but they are too weak and don't even qualify to field a calling. The 6-armed silhouette sighed. Lin Yuan nodded. The mysterious yellow evolution path. Lin Yuan was not the first to comprehend it. 10,000 years ago, that little disciple of the Chikun Star Lord also comprehended the mysterious yellow evolution path. However, the growth of a powerhouse is filled with ruggedness. To qualify to enter the Xuanhuang secret realm, one must at least be an invincible 8th rank, and most powerhouses who enter the Xuanhuang secret realm are even 9th rank. And how many lives are required to give birth to one 9th rank? 100 million? 1 billion? 10 billion? 100 billion? 1 trillion? Far more than that. Chikun Star Domain possesses over 1 million life planets, and by the standards of Kenglin Star, with a permanent population of 50 billion, that would be 5 trillion citizens. In reality, the actual number of citizens in the Chikun star domain is far more, with citizens on some higher life planets far exceeding this figure. Not only are citizens dwelling on life planets, but some resource planets and special planets also have a large number of citizens residing permanently. However, since the opening of the Chikun star domain, not a single 9th rank powerhouse has been born. To enter the mysterious yellow evolution path, the most crucial point is the alignment with this evolution path. This alone screens out the vast majority of people, leaving only a few evolvers who barely comprehend it and want to continue practicing up to 7th rank, 8th rank, or even 9th rank. It is no exaggeration to say that it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Most importantly, the vast majority of powerhouses, upon discovering they cannot comprehend the mysterious yellow evolution path, would no longer pay attention to it. As with the Chikun Star Lord, very few place great importance on the mysterious yellow evolution path. And even if they value it, it's useless unless they cultivate to the invincible 8th rank or even 9th rank. These restrictive conditions, each one on its own, might appear to be not absolutely impossible, but when combined, one can tell from the tone of the six-armed silhouette. Since the opening of the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan was the first. But luckily, I have waited for you. The six-armed silhouette looked at Lin Yuan and slowly said, "Are you a supreme being?" Lin Yuan thought for a moment and voiced his doubt. "I am not a supreme being." The six-armed silhouette paused slightly, shaking its head as it said, "I am just a consciousness formed by this secret realm." A consciousness formed by the secret realm? Lin Yuan pondered a moment and then understood. The Xuanhuang secret realm, although called a secret realm, could truly be regarded as a world, and the so-called consciousness formed by the secret realm is akin to a world consciousness, an existence like the heavenly Dao. In the Tianqing world, Lin Yuan replaced the world consciousness with the consciousness of the ancestral demon tree, becoming the heavenly Dao of that world. Over the years, the consciousness of the ancestral demon tree had been carrying out the commands left by Lin Yuan. The presence of the six-armed silhouette was probably the same, carrying out the orders left by Emperor Xuanhuang over the long years. Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. Originally, His Majesty created 33,333 Xuanhuang secret realms and left corresponding heritages. It's hard to know how many still remain. The six-armed silhouette spoke with a tone tinged with reminiscence. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be astounded. The Xuanhuang secret realm, which even supreme beings couldn't pinpoint, numbered at 33,333. Lin Yuan was very aware of the depth of the Xuanhuang secret realm, which was better described as the Xuanhuang world rather than just a realm, with foundations far surpassing the Xuanhuang world of the world of gods. But all that is in the past. After His Majesty disappeared, the Xuanhuang secret realm lost its source of power and will gradually decline. Without your arrival, in a few tens of billions of years, or even half a cosmic era, I would completely fall into a deep sleep, he said. The six-armed silhouette said, "Tens of billions of years?" Lin Yuan looked at the six-armed silhouette. But for an eternal and immortal supreme being, tens of billions of years indeed didn't amount to much. The Xuanhuang secret realm was established by His Majesty Xuanhuang. If nothing went wrong, it should last eternally along with His Majesty Xuanhuang. Not just the world, but even the universe will one day decay. This is the origin of the cosmic era. The internal universe of a supreme being can last eternally because they regularly intervene and make adjustments. It doesn't matter if I fall into a deep sleep or even perish, but His Majesty's heritage, His Majesty's hard work, must not disappear, said the silhouette with an inexplicably resolute tone. Lin Yuan listened quietly, knowing he didn't need to ask why the six-armed silhouette had summoned him here. Lin Yuan didn't believe that the call from the Xuanhuang secret realm, spanning countless light years, was just to let him hear someone's complaints. You might have guessed already that the call from your own path of cultivation on the mysterious Yellow's evolution path is because anyone who succeeds in entering the mysterious Yellow evolution path can be considered as His Majesty's successor, the silhouette said. But to inherit His Majesty's true mantle, being a successor is far from enough, said the six-armed silhouette, looking at Lin Yuan. You must pass the numerous challenges set by His Majesty. Understood, said Lin Yuan. The owner of the demonic Jade Tower with its 9 floors Dark Tower also required overcoming each floor to receive the corresponding reward. Lin Yuan was already familiar with this. Even in human civilization and among the various peak clans, obtaining anything required passing certain challenges. What challenges do I need to pass? Lin Yuan immediately asked. Which challenges? The six-armed silhouette fell silent, casting an unusual glance at Lin Yuan. His Majesty set 68 lower challenges, 25 medium challenges, and 6 high challenges. Only a life form that passes all the challenges could inherit everything within this secret realm from the mysterious Emperor lineage, continued the silhouette, pausing for a moment. But for you, there's no need for such trouble. The six-armed silhouette gazed at Lin Yuan. As the heavenly Dao of this secret realm, nothing Lin Yuan did within the realm could be concealed from it. Aside from anything else, just the number of spatial layers Lin Yuan occupied left the six-armed silhouette utterly astounded. This Xuan Huang secret realm could only allow 8th-layer invincibles and 9th-ranked beings to enter. Thus, all challenges set by His Majesty Xuan Huang were aimed at 9th-rank life forms. But Lin Yuan? What challenges could be set for him? What could test him? No need for such trouble? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Correct, the six-armed silhouette replied, waving its right hand and producing a yellowish-brown crystal in front of him. The aura of the brown crystal was exceptionally pure, greatly surpassing the Xuanhuang crystal, and it was faintly connected to the entire Xuanhuang secret realm. Looking at Lin Yuan, the six-armed silhouette said, "You only need to refine this core of the secret realm to become the new master of this place. Everything within the secret realm, including all the treasures and heritages of the mysterious emperor lineage, will be yours." Chapter 44, Treasure of the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. Is it really that simple? Lin Yuan was somewhat astonished. He could feel the specialty of the yellow-brown crystal before him. The breath that faintly connected with the entire Xuanhuang secret realm assured Lin Yuan that the six-armed silhouette was not lying. As long as he refined this yellow-brown crystal, he would inherit the whole Xuanhuang secret realm. Then, even supreme beings would not be able to locate the Xuanhuang secret realm, which would become Lin Yuan's backyard. But wasn't this too easy? No battles to fight. No trials to pass. No obstacles to overcome. Just like that, he entered the Xuanhuang secret realm, arrived at the core area, and obtained all of this? Simple? The six-armed silhouette thought for a moment. Indeed, it's simple. In fact, the Xuanhuang emperor had left many challenges and setbacks. But the six-armed silhouette, having glimpsed part of Lin Yuan's strength, knew that those challenges and setbacks meant nothing, so it simply couldn't be bothered to follow through, directly handing everything to Lin Yuan. Read exclusive adventures at my virtual library empire. Your qualification, your talent, are worthy of our profound yellow lineage's gift, the six-armed silhouette stated directly. It was as if it had the words, "I approve of Lin Yuan," written all over its face. I can sense that the true years you've experienced won't be very long, definitely not exceeding 4,000 years. In such a short time, you've opened up so many spatial layers, such foundation I have never seen. I believe you have a great chance to become a 12th rank life, said the six-armed silhouette, looking at Lin Yuan. The Emperor would be pleased to have a successor like you, it continued. I understand now, Lin Yuan realized. The six-armed silhouette had been paying attention to him all along. Of course, as the heavenly Dao of the Xuanhuang secret realm, nothing that happened within the realm could be hidden from it. What can I do for the Emperor? Lin Yuan put away the yellow-brown crystal and asked. You don't need to do anything, the six-armed silhouette said meaningfully. You just need to remember the Xuanhuang Emperor's name and, in the future, spread the Xuanhuang evolutionary path. With your talent and qualification, you will live a very, very long time. You can do it casually, the six-armed silhouette added. Remember the Xuanhuang Emperor's name, and spread the Xuanhuang evolutionary path? Lin Yuan didn't find it difficult to do, especially since the six-armed silhouette had not set any specific standards, such as specifying how many years he had to achieve this. This left a very flexible standard. Even if Lin Yuan didn't specifically work on it in the future, there would be no problem. Correct. At the Emperor's level, the concept of life and death no longer exists. As long as descendants still remember his name, and his cultivation method continues to be circulated in the world, perhaps in the extremely distant future, there may come a day when he returns. The six-armed silhouette spoke with a hint of hope. Return? Lin Yuan was startled. Although the six-armed silhouette never said, and the stone statue Shenji in the Demon Jade's base didn't come to a conclusion. But Lin Yuan subconsciously believed that the Xuanhuang Emperor had already perished, and the Moyu Tower Master had also perished. After all, if he wasn't dead, why hadn't he appeared for such a long time? Even if trapped, he should have had some means to make contact with the outside world. But according to the six-armed silhouette, even if the Xuanhuang Emperor really died, he could return? Return meant resurrection. Supreme beings could resurrect others, but how could supreme beings themselves be resurrected? The essence of resurrection is to reverse the river of time, to fish out a life that has perished from time past and then bring it back to the current point in time. What about supreme beings? They have already stepped out of the river of time. The past and present are one and the same. If a supreme being dies, it is impossible to resurrect because there is no life mark of a supreme being from the past to be found. And even if found, who could endure the cost of resurrecting a supreme being? The resurrection of beings by supreme beings is not without cost. It's just that the price is borne by the supreme beings themselves. The more powerful the resurrected being, the higher the backlash one has to bear. Normally, resurrecting an 11th rank powerhouse is enough to have a significant impact on a supreme being, let alone resurrecting a supreme being of the same level. A supreme being could also perish as a result. Though supreme beings have eternal lifespans, it doesn't mean they cannot die. It's just a possibility. The Emperor never took that step. The six-armed silhouette shook its head and said, That step? Lin Yuan looked at the six-armed silhouette. Such a secret is definitely only known at the ultimate level. You should know that, within the evolution path, lies the Dao of its founder, the six-armed silhouette began. As long as the Emperor's Dao exists, it means the Emperor has not completely perished. Also, the Emperor's unique name, if remembered, can also serve as a force to assist in the Emperor's return. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The significance of an ultimate existence was beyond his imagination. Of course, the Xuanhuang Emperor certainly made significant progress in the ultimate realm, possessing some characteristics that transcended the ultimate, so there was hope for return after death. It was just unknown whether the demonic Jade Tower Master had reached that level. The demon Jade space was merely an area left by the Tower Master for training. It is different from the core of the secret realm that hosted the heritage. The former is not the fundamental legacy of the Moyu Tower. Alright, you'll need some time to refine the core of the secret realm. Now let me introduce to you the treasures and heritage within this Xuanhuang secret realm, said the six-armed silhouette in a good mood, having found such an excellent successor for the Emperor. Even though this successor appeared rather weak now, there was hope for the days to come. Chapter 44, Treasure of the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, 5,000 words, please subscribe. To perhaps before this secret realm perished, Lin Yuan might have stepped into the ultimate domain? Treasure and heritage? Lin Yuan was slightly curious, his expression filled with anticipation. The earthy yellow crystal was absorbed into his inner world, to be refined by the power of the world. Lin Yuan indeed found that it could not be refined successfully in a short time. However, it probably wouldn't take too long. Based on the feeling this crystal gave Lin Yuan, once fully refined, Lin Yuan would become the dominion of the Xuanhuang secret realm, possessing all privileges. First is the source of Xuanhuang, also known as Xuanhuang crystal in the outside world. The six-armed silhouette had a slight flicker of thought, and as the heavens and the earth shifted, he brought Lin Yuan to a vast space. That mountain? Lin Yuan first noticed a small mountain in the distance. The small mountain was earthy yellow, only a few hundred meters high, and looked quite unremarkable. But, is this small mountain made up of Xuanhuang crystals? Lin Yuan was somewhat shocked. In the outer world, a fist-sized piece of Xuanhuang crystal could fetch a sky-high price of 100,000 cubic universe crystals. But now, the small mountain in front of him, several hundred meters high, was it all made up of Xuanhuang crystals? How much would that be worth in cubic universe crystals? With the speed at which Lin Yuan's thoughts moved, just a slight extrapolation allowed him to calculate that this small mountain was valued in the universe's dimensions, in the trillions and quintillions of measures. Trillions and quintillions, not in civilization currency, nor universe currency, but in universe crystals. The entire fortune of an 8th-layer powerhouse might hover around 10,000 cubic universe crystals, and a 9th-rank powerhouse's entire fortune wouldn't exceed 300 million at most. Here, the peak refers to those special 9th-rank beings who have lived through lengthy eons, and the Xuanhuang crystals here were worth trillions and quintillions? Actually, these Xuanhuang crystals were collected only after the indigenous lives of the secret realm had died of old age, said the six-armed silhouette, shaking his head, and with the passage of time, a great part of the Xuanhuang crystals has naturally dissipated. Died of old age? Lin Yuan marveled in his heart. Below the supreme beings, unless like the stone statue Shenji, which are puppets or artifact spirits, as long as they are lives, they all have a natural lifespan. Only by achieving the ultimate can one be eternal. Are all of these mine? Lin Yuan asked. All yours, the six-armed silhouette said with a smile. Although Lin Yuan had not yet refined the core of the secret realm, and hence not become the master of the Xuanhuang secret realm, in the eyes of the six-armed silhouette, Lin Yuan had already been chosen. I have a suggestion. The six-armed silhouette hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Please speak, Lin Yuan immediately responded. These Xuanhuang crystals, it's best not to take them out in a short period, the six-armed silhouette said. The Xuanhuang secret realm, every time it opens, more than one supreme being tries to lock down the specific coordinates. But where could they decipher the methods left by His Majesty? The six-armed silhouette scoffed. Those supreme beings have always been wishing to obtain His Majesty's heritage, but they have never been able to wish as they wished. The six-armed silhouette implied something with his words. Upon this declaration, discover stories with my virtual library empire, Lin Yuan immediately understood. The Xuanhuang secret realm had already been opened many times. Each opening usually released a certain quantity of Xuanhuang crystals, with not much variation in the amount. If Lin Yuan, in a short period, took out the mountain-scale Xuanhuang crystals to the outer world and word got out, it would inevitably attract the attention of all the major peak clans, wondering why this opening of the Xuanhuang secret realm released so many Xuan crystals. Though unlikely, there would surely be suspicions among the peak clans about whether a 9th-rank powerhouse had gained the approval of the Xuanhuang secret realm, thus obtaining so many Xuanhuang crystals in one go. Once such speculation arose, all the 9th-rank powerhouses who entered the Xuanhuang secret realm during this period would have to be thoroughly scrutinized, with Lin Yuan being the most prominent among them. Even if protected by human civilization, other peak clans couldn't interfere, but within human civilization there was a slight possibility that they would question Lin Yuan about this matter. How would Lin Yuan respond then? To lie? The high echelons of human civilization might not believe it. To tell the truth? What if human civilization requested Lin Yuan to actively open the Xuanhuang secret realm, allowing human evolvers to train there, or asked him to bring out the heritage and other gains from inside the Xuanhuang secret realm? Lin Yuan's strength was still too weak to hold a treasure like the Xuanhuang secret realm, coveted even by supreme beings, a mismatch of power and responsibility. Of course, the above are just slightly possible scenarios. More likely, human civilization would still value Lin Yuan's potential and not chill the heart of the strongest genius in human history over the mere Xuanhuang secret realm. But Lin Yuan would not allow himself to face such a choice of human nature. You can take out some Xuanhuang crystals every 100,000 years, spread it over several hundred to 1,000 times, it should not attract too much attention, the six-armed silhouette said. Every opening of the Xuanhuang secret realm released a portion of Xuanhuang crystals, the quantity of which fluctuates, as long as they don't increase too much in one go, so it wouldn't cause too much of an impact. Understood, Lin Yuan nodded. At this moment, a desire for strength welled up in his heart. If he were a supreme being, there would be no need for secrecy. He could announce to all the major cosmic peak clans that the Xuanhuang secret realm was his own. What could others do then? Without a real supreme being stationed in the Xuanhuang secret realm, many supreme beings were unable to pry, with a supreme being stationed, which other supreme being would dare to object. There are also some weapons, secret treasures, minerals, plants, blood, bodies of special lives, and so on, the six-armed silhouette continued. These are all belongings of ninth-rank powerhouses who attempted to stay within the secret realm during its historical openings. Chapter 44, Treasures of the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, 5,000 words, please subscribe. The Xuanhuang Secret Realm opens once every 200,000 years, and once opened, it remains available for 100 years. The realm contains numerous opportunities and Xuanhuang crystals within the indigenous life forms. For the many ninth-rank alien species of the cosmos, the Xuanhuang Secret Realm is definitely considered a treasure trove, where merely 100 years of its availability could equate to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of their own accumulation. If one could remain within the realm after it closes and wait until it opens again, imagine how great the harvest would be. 200,000 years, after all, is not considered a long time for ninth-rank beings. Therefore, in the early openings of the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, most ninth-rank alien species tried staying behind after the realm closed. Even now, there are still ninth-rank powerhouses undeterred, using various methods to try to remain within the Xuanhuang Secret Realm. After all, the gains are immense, equating mere 100 years to hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. What about 200,000 years? So many? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. At a glance, Lin Yuan found approximately 248 ninth-tier secret treasures, and there were also bodies of some special life forms, among other things. The bodies of special life forms are very precious. They can be used to extract bloodlines to create bloodline potions. Lin Yuan had previously killed some special life forms during his raid in the Milky Way star region, turning them into bloodline potions. Lin Yuan could foresee that with the lineage branch of bloodline cultivation within the martial path evolutionary path spreading, it would inevitably greatly promote the exploration of bloodlines in human civilization. At that time, related special life form bloodline potions would be priceless. Finally, it's the heritage left by His Majesty. The six-armed silhouette looked at Lin Yuan as the world changed again, bringing them to a space just a few miles in radius. His Majesty's heritage is divided into two categories. One is the evolution path. The other is the secret technique, the six-armed silhouette said. Evolution path? Lin Yuan was slightly stirred. Correct. The Xuanhuang evolutionary path that you cultivate is the preliminary chapter of the evolution path left by His Majesty. The six-armed silhouette raised its right hand toward Lin Yuan, and immediately a flood of information poured in. The complete Xuanhuang evolutionary path, first-tier chapter, second-layer chapter, third-rank chapter, fourth-rank chapter, 8th layer part, 10th rank chapter, 11th stage volume, 12th stage chapter. From the first tier chapter to the 12th stage chapter, countless pieces of information were quickly absorbed by Lin Yuan. Indeed, it's a supreme evolution path. Lin Yuan briefly checked and felt joy in his heart. This was still Lin Yuan's first encounter with a supreme evolutionary path outside the 9 great supreme paths of human civilization. In the rewards for passing the 3rd and 4th layers of the demonic Jade Tower, there was indeed an incomplete supreme evolution path, but Lin Yuan ultimately chose Miniature Universe. The evolution path left by the Master has too high a threshold. Currently, no ultimate being has emerged yet, the six-armed silhouette remarked. No ultimate being has emerged yet? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened, which meant that this evolution path's value was countless times greater than imagined. The supreme evolutionary paths are divided into two types. One is the supreme evolutionary path that has an ultimate being. The other is the supreme evolutionary path without an ultimate being. The former is more common, such as the 9 great supreme evolution paths of human civilization, while the latter, it is extremely rare. It even cannot be simply described as rare. This signifies the quota for an ultimate being. But don't hold too many hopes. I can sense that in other universes there are some beings who have cultivated the Xuan Huang evolutionary path to the 11th rank, the six-armed silhouette added. Other universes? Lin Yuan nodded slightly. His Majesty Xuan Huang originally developed 30,033,333 Xuan Huang secret realms. Even if most of these Xuan Huang secret realms have perished, a portion still remains. One shouldn't put all eggs in one basket. His Majesty Xuan Huang certainly understands this principle, and he would be able to obtain the heritage of this Xuan Huang secret realm. Other places with Xuan Huang secret realms could similarly welcome suitable successors. This is the secret technique. The six-armed silhouette pointed out once again. In an instant, many pieces of information once again flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. After a long while, Lin Yuan finally absorbed them. His Majesty Xuan Huang left behind 3 types of secret techniques. To be precise, 3 categories: attack, defense, escape. The attack secret technique is Mysterious Yellow Strike. The defense secret technique is Primordial Yellow Physique. The escape secret technique is Time-Space Step. This, Lin Yuan slightly contemplated, roughly understanding the effects of the 3 secret techniques, and his heart inevitably trembled. When he became a core disciple of the demonic Jade Tower, Lin Yuan also saw several inheritance secret methods left by the Moyu Tower Master. Explore more adventures at My Virtual Library Empire. After repeated considerations, he chose the one that had the greatest effect on his own abilities, Illusory Reality, which could fully utilize the mysterious gourd, significantly enhancing the combat power of his 2 primordial spirits, freeing it from an ineffectual position. Lin Yuan choosing Illusory Reality didn't mean the other secret techniques were inferior. Now, however, the 3 secret techniques left by His Majesty Xuan Huang revealed to Lin Yuan just how terrifying the secret techniques created by a supreme being could be. The first was the Mysterious Yellow Strike, gathering all one's power and unleashing a strike that surpasses one's own limits. This secret technique was divided into 4 levels. The first level involves striking with double one's own strength. The second level allows one to strike with triple their own strength. The third level permits a strike with quadruple their own strength. The fourth level enables a strike with quintuple their own strength. Lin Yuan's strengthening skill in his physical body divine ability could instantaneously unleash a force exceeding 10 times his own strength. At first glance, it far surpasses the secret technique Mysterious Yellow Strike. However, this is unsustainable and comes with a temporary weakness for a while. But the Mysterious Yellow Strike has no such consequence. Once cultivated to the corresponding level, it can seamlessly be integrated into any strike. Chapter 45, Great Harvest, 5200. Words, please subscribe. In some sense, the Mysterious Yellow Strike resembles more of a passive secret technique. Of course, activating the Mysterious Yellow Strike requires a great deal of energy, but energy consumption is the least of Lin Yuan's worries now. Such a vast inner world, both in terms of sheer size and spatial depth, is unknowable how many times larger compared to a typical 9th rank. If the Mysterious Yellow Strike is layered with the Divine Skill Enhancement, my potential for sudden explosive attacks, Lin Yuan's heart raced. So far, Lin Yuan's defensive strategies had far surpassed his offensive techniques, as after all, the Divine Skill Enhancement couldn't be used casually. With the Mysterious Yellow Strike, he could significantly improve his offensive capabilities. As for the defensive secret technique, Primordial Yellow Physique, it's also a body-refining method. Sturdy as primordial yellow, unyielding and immortal. This secret technique is divided into 4 stages. Once cultivated to perfection, the physical body's vitality spans millions of light years. Even for a supreme existence, it would be extremely difficult to destroy it. Lin Yuan remembered that among the secret techniques left by the master of the demonic Jade Tower, there was one called Demonic Jade Immortal Body, which was also an extremely terrifying body-refining method. It just wasn't clear how it compared to the Primordial Yellow Physique in terms of strength. Excellent. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. Although he was protected by 2 major physical body divine abilities, and had the origin clock safeguarding his physical soul and spirit, the blood rebirth merely heightened the power of rebirth, not increasing the physical body's strength, and the elemental body merely provided exemptions, similarly not augmenting the physical body's strength. The liquid in the mysterious gourd indeed increased the physical body's strength, but that was not a secret technique. The most important aspect was that secret techniques were universal. Both the primordial spirit and the original body could cultivate them. Like the origin clock, which could only be a trump card for the original body, Lin Yuan was reluctant to entrust the primordial spirit with the origin clock. The death of the primordial spirit was of no concern to Lin Yuan, but the loss of the origin clock would be deeply distressing. Remember, there's nothing specific to avoid with the mysterious yellow strike and primordial yellow physique. Cultivate them according to your circumstances, but for steps of time and space, even if you master it, you must use it with caution, said the six-armed silhouette suddenly. Steps of time and space? Read exclusive adventures at My Virtual Library Empire. Lin Yuan looked solemn as his mind was instantly flooded with information about this secret technique. It was an escape technique, the most remarkable aspect being that it was a secret technique formed by combining the rule of time and the space rules. The rule of time and space rules are two major pillar rules, especially the rule of time, which is profound and obscure, not to mention creating a secret technique based on both rules. Steps of time and space allows you to traverse vast spaces in an instant, but you must remember, you can only take a maximum of 9 steps. Even a supreme being can only take 9 steps, stated the six-armed silhouette gravely. Even a supreme being can only take 9 steps? Lin Yuan took note. If the mysterious yellow strike consumes energy on a quantitative basis, then steps of time and space consumes it on a proportional basis. No matter the level of strength, activating this secret technique to take a single step would consume 1/9 of all of one's power, including vitality, soul, and spirit. Taking 9 consecutive steps would bring one to a completely depleted state. If one were to take another step at that time, it would cause irreversible damage to oneself. Of course, the cost is hefty, but the effect is also dramatic. With Lin Yuan's current level of strength and realm, activating steps of time and space allowed each step to cover millions of light years. Millions of light years. In a single step? It is known that even with the effort of the great transference skill, Lin Yuan could only traverse a few thousand light years in one step. Millions of light years? Lin Yuan would have to take a continuous 1,000 steps. Even if one step was 1 breath, 1,000 steps would still take 1,000 breaths. With this secret technique, even if facing an 11th rank powerhouse, as long as Lin Yuan hadn't completed the 9 steps, the opponent wouldn't be able to catch up. Once Lin Yuan completed the 9 steps, he would likely have reached a safe location already, for 1 step covers millions of light years, and 9 steps equate to tens of millions of light years. Even in the vast cosmic starry sky, tens of millions of light years represent a significant distance. If a supreme being were to use this secret technique, a random step could land them anywhere in the cosmos, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The stronger the force, the higher the realm, the greater the distance each step covers in executing this secret technique. While Lin Yuan could travel millions of light years in 1 step, a supreme being could probably cover half the universe in 1 step. Even the farthest places are but 2 steps away. However, for a supreme being, losing 1/9 or 2/9 of their strength is no small amount. You have now received all of His Majesty's heritage. The six-armed silhouette looking at Lin Yuan. Next, there is one more thing you need to do. What is it? Lin Yuan immediately asked. Make a vow, said the six-armed silhouette. You may discretionally spread the Xuanhuang evolutionary path, but the 3 secret techniques left by His Majesty are the protective laws of the mysterious emperor lineage and must absolutely not be disclosed to outsiders except His Majesty's successors. The 3 major secret techniques, offensive, defensive, and escape, once widely known, could be used to target their weaknesses. There is no perfect secret technique, like steps of time and space, which seems invincible, but its flaw is also obvious, allowing only 9 steps. After the 9 steps, one would fall into absolute weakness. This fact, although not detrimental if unknown to enemies, what if they do learn of it and specifically wait until you've taken your 9 steps to then pursue and catch you? Mysterious yellow strike and primordial yellow physique also have weaknesses, just not as significant as the steps of time and space, thus they absolutely must not be disclosed. This isn't just an issue for Lin Yuan, a mysterious emperor's successor, but also for the successors of other cosmic mysterious emperors. Chapter 45. Great Harvest, 5200. Words, please subscribe. 2. No problem. Lin Yuan agreed without hesitation. It's meant to be kept secret. Lin Yuan never had the intention to share it. Such an extremely private, life-saving secret technique. Wouldn't sharing it be like revealing one's own weaknesses? Good. The six-armed silhouette nodded. Repeat after me. I, disciple of Xuanhuang, swear by the Xuanhuang seal, I shall absolutely not disclose the Xuanhuang lineage's Dao protection secret skill. Should I break this oath, may my soul perish. The six-armed silhouette looked at Lin Yuan. I, disciple of Xuanhuang, swear by the Xuanhuang seal, I shall absolutely not disclose the Xuanhuang lineage's Dao protection secret skill. Should I break this oath, may my soul perish. Lin Yuan pondered and then recited. The moment Lin Yuan finished reciting, a mark resembling a majestic earthy yellow mountain formed from the depths of his soul and then quickly disappeared. Xuanhuang seal. Lin Yuan was slightly stirred inside. Besides the Xuanhuang seal, there was also the magic jade mark deep within his soul. All right, the six-armed silhouette breathed a slight sigh of relief. You practiced the Xuanhuang evolutionary path, naturally forming the Xuanhuang seal. I know you are a being from within the universe, capable of being resurrected by a supreme existence, But this oath rooted deep in your memory will continue to end your life if you die because of it. Even if resurrected, as long as the memory remains, the cycle of death will persist without end. Don't worry, Lin Yuan nodded. But rest assured, as long as you do not spread the secret technique, there will be no issues, said the six-armed silhouette. Yes, Lin Yuan was also aware. The oath he made bubbled with numerous pieces of information in his mind, each word clear and indisputable, leaving no room for doubts. This is the safest place in the secret realm. Refine the core of the secret realm here, said the six-armed silhouette, then disappeared. Refine the core of the secret realm. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Immediately, he sat cross-legged, took out the earthy yellow crystal, and began to slowly refine it by infusing the power of the world. So this is what the Xuanhuang secret realm actually looks like. Lin Yuan saw the true nature of the Xuanhuang secret realm through the core of the secret realm. The Xuanhuang secret realm consisted of 3 vast continents, with numerous 9th-rank strong beings from the cosmic starry sky only entering one of these continents. The other 2 continents, not opened and shrouded in deep mysteries, were unnoticed by any strong being except Lin Yuan and the 6-armed silhouette. This Xuanhuang secret realm is too incredible. No wonder it has evaded the detection of all supreme beings. As he continued to refine the core of the secret realm, Lin Yuan's understanding of the Xuanhuang secret realm deepened. The Xuanhuang secret realm was not located within a specific spatial layer, but existed in the gaps between spatial layers, shifting its position along with the countless changing spatial layers of the universe. It can be said, the location of the Xuanhuang secret realm is constantly changing, which is why supreme beings cannot accurately pinpoint it. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In the Xuanhuang secret realm, his Taiyang divine spirit was fully engaged in refining the core of the secret realm, striving to gain control over the entire Xuanhuang secret realm as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's actual body was comprehending the 3 Dao-protecting secret skills of the profound yellow lineage. As for the rule of time, there's no rush for the rule of time. Advancing from 9th rank to 10th rank does not demand it. But mastering each level of the 3 secret techniques grants Lin Yuan a significant boost in strength. The primordial yellow physique requires refining, needing a large amount of Xuanhuang origin, also known as the Xuanhuang crystal. Currently, he had an abundance of Xuanhuang crystals, with the supply from millennia in the Xuanhuang secret realm piling up like a small mountain. Once I completely take control of the Xuanhuang secret realm, let the Taiyang divine spirit bring out some of the Xuanhuang crystals, Lin Yuan decided. As long as these Xuanhuang crystals are not circulated, there would be no impact, and if he alone practices, how would others know? Time passes. 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. Virtual world. Within a personal space, Lin Yuan and Xilan sat facing each other, savoring exotic foods. Read the latest on my virtual library empire. This roasted dragon meat, even as a delicacy in the virtual world, mustn't be cheap, right? It must cost at least a few cubic universe crystals to taste. Zilan looked at the half-meter-long leg of meat in front of her and couldn't help but comment. The roasted dragon, a special life form from the depths of the cosmic starry sky, matures at 5th rank. What makes roasted dragon most famous is its flesh, savory and tender. When specially prepared, its taste is unparalleled in all of human civilization. Unfortunately, because roasted dragons cannot be domesticated, every pound of roasted dragon meat must be obtained through combat. This has kept the price of roasted dragon meat perennially high. In the virtual world, the roasted dragon meat, retaining only its flavor and devoid of any real effects, still costs several cubic universe crystals per beast. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yuan took a bite of the roasted dragon meat, a look of enjoyment spreading across his face. In fact, the roasted dragon meat in front of him wasn't purchased by Lin Yuan, but was a gift from the virtual world. Being an 8th-level citizen comes with its perks, including monthly benefits. Not to mention the virtual world's roasted dragon meat, even the real-world version gets delivered, albeit in much smaller quantities. Galaxy Master, your reputation now stands unique among the 9th rank circle. Those special 9th ranks turn pale at the sight of you, and the 9th rank alien race in the Xuanhuang secret realm dare not show their faces, Xilan said, her face breaking into a smile. Despite the many openings of the Xuanhuang secret realm, the 9th rank evolvers of human civilization, while not much harmed, have also not gained much advantage. Even when human civilization gives rise to a powerful 9th rank evolver during some special periods, they would still prompt a united front from other special 9th ranks within the Xuanhuang secret realm. Chapter 45, Great Harvest 5200, words please subscribe. 3. But Lin Yuan, did those special 9th rank evolvers have such audacity? Right, I have something to tell you. Zilan seemed to recall something and spoke up. Duok and some special 9th rank evolvers from our human civilization instructed me to ask you, do we need to join forces and completely expel other different species from the Xuanhuang secret realm? As Zilan spoke, her tone carried a hint of emotion. If it had been before, an ordinary ninth rank evolver like herself would never have caught the eyes of those special ninth rank evolvers of human civilization, let alone Duok, who was once the strongest ninth rank evolver during the era of human civilization. But because of Lin Yuan, because she and the Galaxy Master were on good terms, Duok personally contacted him and spoke in a friendly and equitable manner. The thing Yisilan regretted the least was taking the Galaxy Master to hide within the Xuanhuang secret realm for those 2 to 3 years to avoid being hunted by the Hunyi. Expel the different species from the Xuanhuang secret realm? Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. No problem, Lin Yuan nodded. As a member of human civilization inherently opposed to those hostile different species, Lin Yuan had no psychological burden in doing these tasks, but probably not in the recent years, Lin Yuan spoke. His Taiyang divine spirit was fully focused on refining the core of the secret realm and had no time for other matters. No problem. Duok and the others said that anything within the next 20 years would work, Zilan smiled, saying that the Xuanhuang secret realm would close in 40 years, so starting the cleanse of those ninth-rank different species within the next 20 years was almost enough time. It wasn't a difficult task for ninth-rank powerhouses of human civilization and their allied races to join forces and locate the positions of those ninth-rank different species. They hadn't done so before because it could easily provoke other ninth-rank different species to unite. But now, with the Galaxy Master involved, the more those ninth-rank different species united, the greater their losses would be. The Xuanhuang secret realm. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The core of the secret realm floated before him, already mostly refined. Now Lin Yuan, while refining, opened his eyes and felt his own state. Although he had not completely refined the core of the secret realm yet, Lin Yuan now possessed numerous privileges within the secret realm. One such privilege was instant spatial movement. In the Xuanhuang secret realm, all forms of instant spatial movement were suppressed. Even Lin Yuan, a formidable ninth rank who had opened up more than 2 billion spatial layers, still had to travel by slow flight. Enjoy more content from my virtual library Empire. This was not because Lin Yuan's spatial perception was lacking, but rather the rules dictated so. Just as in the main universe, where the maximum flight speed could only reach the speed of light, any faster would require entering wormholes. These are the world's rules. But now, as his control of the Xuanhuang secret realm gradually improved, many of the world-imposed limitations had already disappeared, which was also a privilege befitting the master of the secret realm, the virtual world. Dozens of ninth-rank evolvers gathered. These ninth-rank evolvers, possessing powerful auras, had all opened up at least 10 million spatial layers. Do you think the Galaxy Master will agree to our plan? One of the ninth-rank evolvers with 10 million layers couldn't help but ask. Although the Galaxy Master was a ninth rank like them, the numerous ninth-rank evolvers present already treated Lin Yuan as a 10th-rank powerhouse. That kind of power to instantly eliminate special ninth-rank beings, apart from a true 10th rank, who else could achieve it? Not sure. Duoke shook his head slightly. He had asked Zilan to pass along their wish to join forces to oust other ninth-rank different species, merely his own plan and not part of human civilization's strategy. Therefore, the Galaxy Master could agree, or not agree. Swoosh. Just at that moment, in this personal space, Zilan's figure appeared. Brother Zilan, how did it go? What did the Galaxy Master say? One after another, evolvers of at least 9th rank Myriad Heavy Realm turned their gaze towards Zilan. Zilan had never been the focus of so many powerful beings and suddenly felt a bit of pressure. He paused, then said in a deep voice, "The Galaxy Master has agreed, but it will take a few years." Agreed? The Galaxy Master has agreed? A few years? No problem at all. The many 9th rank Myriad Heavy Realm evolvers breathed a sigh of relief. Although the age of the Galaxy Master was but a fraction of theirs, in the world of evolvers, strength was supreme. The strength of the Galaxy Master had won the respect of all evolvers. Just to make it clear in advance, if the Galaxy Master takes action, he must claim 90% of the harvests, Zilan added. Regarding the division of harvests, although Zilan had not discussed the details with Lin Yuan, he was not about to concede either. 90%? Alright, it's trivial. Don't say 90%, even 95% would work. The numerous 9th rank evolvers had no objections. This task could not be accomplished without the Galaxy Master. Relying on them to clear the 9th rank different species from the secret realm? It would be a fool's dream. So, no matter what conditions the Galaxy Master stipulated, they would agree. To eliminate the 9th rank alien race was mainly for their own reputation. As for the harvests, those were of secondary importance. Nokiway main star. Lin Yuan silently opened his eyes. Mysterious yellow strike, the first stage is pretty much refined. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, a hazy light flickered, and with a casual strike, he erupted with double the strength of his whole body. The Xuanhuang secret skill Mysterious Yellow Strike is divided into 4 stages. Refining the first stage allows one to casually burst with double strength, and refining the 4th stage allows bursting with 5 times the strength. It's tremendously powerful. Lin Yuan continually operated the mysterious yellow strike. The same strike, when driven by the secret technique mysterious yellow strike, could burst forth with strength far beyond the limit. This complex and mysterious transformation mesmerized Lin Yuan, Xuanhuang's secret realm. The Taiyang divine spirit who was refining the core of the secret realm also opened his eyes. Mysterious yellow strike. As Lin Yuan refined, he also tried to master this secret technique. Refining the core of the secret realm was not particularly difficult, but it was time-consuming. Usually, Lin Yuan would do other things while refining. A terrifying aura vibrated on the surface of Lin Yuan's body. Does the mysterious yellow strike actually enhance the refining of the core of the secret realm? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. Meanwhile, not far away, the six-armed silhouette was observing Lin Yuan. When a yellow haze lit up around Lin Yuan's body, a look of astonishment appeared on the face of the six-armed silhouette, the mysterious yellow strike. This young man has already mastered the first stage of the mysterious yellow strike? How many years has it been? When did the protective secret techniques of my mysterious emperor lineage become so simple to master? The six-armed silhouette couldn't believe it. Chapter 46, no matter how strong the Galaxy Master is, can he really kill us all? 5,000 words. Please subscribe. The mysterious emperor lineage's 3 great Dao-protecting secret skills. Incorporate attack, defense, and escape, appearing impeccable, but the premise is that one must be able to cultivate them. But to cultivate them? Is it that easy? All things in the world subtly maintain a certain stable balance. Special life forms with terrifying talents have low reproductive capabilities, and those unique special life forms have no reproductive capabilities at all. The countless citizens of human civilization are on average the bottom tier among the peak clans, yet their reproductive capability is described as defying the heavens. This is a type of balance, or rather, it's a restrictions. The secret techniques are the same. The 3 great Dao-protecting secret skills of the mysterious emperor lineage, each one is considered inconceivable. However, to cultivate them, or rather to get started, is far more difficult than one might imagine. If Lin Yuan were a Tier 11 life form, comprehended the complete space rules, rule of time, then such quick mastery of the secret technique could perhaps be barely explained. After all, with a higher view, one learns faster whatever the realm. But Lin Yuan was only 9th rank, a 9th rank life, and he had cultivated the mysterious yellow strike to its first stage in just a few years. This young one, with a real breadth of not more than 4,000 years, has opened up so many spatial layers now? The 6-armed silhouette fell silent. According to Lin Yuan's current cultivation speed, at most in 5,000 years, he would be able to cultivate the mysterious yellow strike to the 3rd stage. By then, Lin Yuan's casual strike would emit a blow 4 times the power of his own limit, and would keep this state permanent. In my mysterious emperor lineage, while His Majesty was still here, the fastest record to cultivate the mysterious yellow strike to the 3rd stage was 7,394 years, and that person was a Tier 11 life. The 6-armed silhouette thought to himself, a 9th rank life cultivating the secret technique faster than a Tier 11 life? This was something he had never imagined. A 9th rank and Tier 11 life nearly could not be considered the same species. The gap between them was like a chasm. A Tier 11 life could see through the essence in one glance. A 9th rank might take 10,000 years to understand. Maybe not necessarily. Having so smoothly cultivated the first stage does not guarantee the 2nd stage, let alone the 3rd stage, will be as smooth. The 6-armed silhouette took a deep breath, suddenly laughed. What am I worrying about? His Majesty's successor should naturally have an exorbitant talent. If not, how could he catch up to His Majesty's pace? The 6-armed silhouette shook his head slightly. At this point, he was too lazy to understand why Lin Yuan's speed in cultivating the secret technique was so fast, as it was meaningless. Just then, the countless spatial layers outside the Xuanhuang secret realm suddenly began to ripple with waves. Those 12th rank life forms, are they trying to lock onto the location of the secret realm again? The 6-armed silhouette glanced at it, sneered. Even if His Majesty has disappeared for dozens of cosmic eras, but you, 12th rank, who have not experienced a complete cosmic annihilation, trying to break through His Majesty's methods is just wishful thinking. In the deep depths of the vast spatial layers, several massive beings stood there. Just by standing there, they made many spatial layers give way, forming a domain entirely their own, within which space and time were toys to be tampered with at will. This Xuanhuang secret realm, exactly where is it? I'm becoming more and more curious about its former owner, that emperor. A being with 24 pairs of wings on its back spoke with a grand voice, his tone brimming with curiosity. What shall we do now, still unable to lock onto the location of the secret realm? Another enormous being, miles in size, spoke, his voice disturbing the time and space of the area. What can we do? Go back the way we came. The 3rd towering figure turned around and disappeared into the distance with one step. The 2nd towering figure's expression remained calm. Each time the Xuanhuang secret realm opened, supreme beings would come and try to lock the location coordinates. But without exception, all had failed. Explore new worlds at My Virtual Library Empire. At the level of supreme beings, most treasures, weapons, and secret techniques in the world were of little use to them, but the Xuanhuang's secret realm was different. Leaving the rest aside, the mere fact of its hiding method was enough to alarm many supreme beings. More so, all supreme beings shared a common thought, that inside the secret realm there must be a great secret or a great treasure. Otherwise, why would great efforts be made to hide the Xuanhuang secret realm if not for something? Before long, the few supreme beings standing here all disappeared, and the space-time returned to stability inside the Xuanhuang secret realm. Lin Yuan circulated the mysterious yellow strike, found that the speed of refining the core of the secret realm greatly increased, and his heart was instantly delighted. Among the three great Dao-protecting secret skills of the mysterious Emperor lineage, the mysterious yellow strike, ranked as an attack secret technique, isn't quite accurate. It is more like a passive secret technique, applicable in any aspect. Just like now, Lin Yuan used the mysterious yellow strike to speed up the refining of the core of the secret realm, though refining has nothing to do with attacking. Is this the feeling of control? As Lin Yuan's progress in refining the core of the secret realm increased, his control over the secret realm also elevated. Now Lin Yuan could clearly feel every little detail of the peripheral regions of the Xuanhuang secret realm, those hidden ninth-rank different species in some corners, and the communications among these ninth-rank different species. None escaped Lin Yuan's perception. Of course, the peripheral region here refers to the peripheral region of the continent where these outsiders had arrived. As for the other two continents, they would gradually come under Lin Yuan's full control as he continued refining the core of the secret realm. Chapter 46, no matter how strong the Galaxy Master is, can he really kill us all? 5,000 words, please subscribe to these ninth-rank alien race. If I wanted to kill them now, I could do so at any time. Lin Yuan's heart suddenly stirred. Inside the Xuanhuang secret realm, any outsider would be suppressed. The inability to instantaneously move was just one aspect, and their perception would also drastically plummet. Therefore, under normal circumstances, as long as a ninth-rank alien wasn't too conspicuous and honestly hid in some corner, there wouldn't be any danger. Forget it, it's better to appear ordinary. Lin Yuan still gave up the tempting idea. He absolutely couldn't leave any traces of controlling the Xuanhuang secret realm and becoming this realm's new owner. Precisely locating each ninth-rank alien and pursuing them for kills? That would no longer just be a question of strength. The six-armed silhouette had informed Lin Yuan long ago that every time the Xuanhuang secret realm opened, it would be under the scrutiny of supreme beings. In such a situation, it's better to keep a low profile. If Lin Yuan could become a supreme being in the future, what would it matter if he openly claimed to be the owner of the Xuanhuang secret realm? According to the current speed of refining, in about 5 more years I should be able to completely refine it, he thought as he continued to look at the core of the secret realm in front of him. Without the mysterious yellow strike, it would take at least 20 years to refine the core of the secret realm. With the help of the mysterious yellow strike, the time consumed was significantly reduced. In fact, the amount of time it took to refine the core of the secret realm didn't mean much to Lin Yuan. After becoming the Xuanhuang Emperor's successor and starting to refine the core of the secret realm, Lin Yuan gained the permission to enter the Xuanhuang secret realm at any time. There was no need to wait until the Xuanhuang secret realm opened to enter. As long as Lin Yuan willed it, he could enter the Xuanhuang secret realm by using the Xuanhuang seal. However, I can't take the initiative against those ninth-rank alien race. But soon, the ninth-rank evolvers from human civilization within the secret realm will begin to clear out and drive away all hostile ninth-rank alien race, and then it will be no problem for me to make a move. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. With human civilization as cover, as long as Lin Yuan was careful, he should not reveal anything. As for exhibiting combat power that surpasses common understanding, compared with the entire Xuanhuang secret realm, what did that amount to? In fact, Lin Yuan's current talent and the title of human civilization's first-ever genius, evolver, and so on hadn't attracted too much attention from the different species' supreme beings. To these alien supreme beings, as long as Lin Yuan hadn't stepped into the 12th rank, he was just a pitiful creature in the river of time, destined to one day reach the end of his lifespan and be on the verge of death. Milky Way, main star. Lin Yuan was fully dedicated to comprehending the mysterious yellow strike. Among the 3 great Dao-protecting secret skills of the profound yellow lineage, the Xuanhuang physique required a large amount of Xuanhuang crystals and was temporarily unfeasible to cultivate. The steps of space and time was a secret technique for escaping, but Lin Yuan currently felt no pressure. His true body was stationed at the Milky Way main star. Within the territory of human civilization, under the watchful eyes of the supreme beings, to say he was absolutely safe was not an exaggeration. The Taiyan primordial spirit was on medium-sized otherworldly battlefield BW-1001, absorbing world-breaking origin force that overflowed from the eternal spatial rift, unaware of Lin Yuan Taiyan primordial spirit's true identity. And, with the power of the Taiyan primordial spirit, hiding in one of the medium-sized otherworldly battlefields was as stable as it could get. As for the Taiyang divine spirit, it had now become the half-owner of the Xuanhuang secret realm. In some ways, even the supreme beings couldn't do anything about it. There was temporarily no need for the steps of space and time. It's truly worthy of being one of the profound yellow lineage's 3 great Dao-protecting secret skills. With my current speed of comprehension, to reach perfection, it seems it'll take decades, Lin Yuan expressed in a tone of astonishment, unaware that even an 11th rank life would need more than 7,000 years to cultivate this secret technique to its 3rd stage. As for completing all 4 stages, without tens of thousands of years, it simply couldn't be done. However, if I can step into Tier 10 within 10 years, perhaps reaching perfection won't take much time. Lin Yuan pondered internally. The against heaven's understanding Lin Yuan possessed completely depended on the heights he achieved. The one at 9th rank was a completely different concept from that at 10th rank. While he was at 9th rank, Lin Yuan would need to spend decades or even 100 years to cultivate the mysterious yellow strike to perfection. Upon reaching 10th rank, it was estimated that only a few years or even months would be needed. And if he reached Tier 11, perhaps mastering the mysterious yellow strike to perfection would be a matter of counting days? Take it slow. I have plenty of time. Details of the mysterious yellow strike surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind as he continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Time passed. Find your next read at My Virtual Library Empire. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had gone by. On another continent, in the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Huan's figure appeared out of nowhere, while countless indigenous life forms below remained completely unaware of his presence. At most, 1 more year is left before I can completely refine the core of the secret realm, Lin Yuan revealed a smile, although he faced no time restrictions within the Xuanhuang secret realm. He didn't need to leave like the other 9th rank aliens when the time came, or else he would be erased by the secret realm itself. But the sooner he refined the core of the secret realm, the better. In these 4 years, the 2nd stage of the mysterious yellow strike is almost perfected. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. In actuality, this rate of cultivation was already astonishing, even terrifying. It's likely that throughout the profound yellow lineage's history, no successor has ever managed to cultivate this secret technique to the 2nd stage in less than a decade. Truly, as if a strike that reaches 3 times one's own limit of strength is as common as cabbage on the roadside and easy to master? But for Lin Yuan, it was still a bit slow for just one secret technique. The 9th rank evolvers from human civilization have started to blockade the outer areas? Lin Yuan looked up, his gaze penetrating layers of void, landing on another continent. Chapter 46, Galaxy Master, no matter how strong, can't he possibly wipe us all out? 5,000 words, please subscribe. 3. Long before Lin Yuan demonstrated his absolute strength and killed Hunyi, the strongest of the Tianyu clan's 9th rank, the 9th rank evolvers of human civilization, led by Duoka, had been scheming to eradicate other hostile 9th rank alien races. After all, such an opportunity is rare, being in the Xuanhuang secret realm, where higher levels of combat power cannot interfere, and on the human side, there was Lin Yuan, such a freak of nature. The opportunity naturally had to be seized. Those 9th rank different species probably won't be resigned to capture, Lin Yuan surmised in his heart. The eradication plans of the 9th rank evolvers of human civilization naturally intended to completely settle scores with those hostile different species, or at the very least drive them into the inner regions, waiting for the end of the secret realm's opening period. Any 9th rank alien race that is not located in the outer region will be erased by the secret realm, while the lives in the outer region will be expelled by the secret realm itself. Therefore, for those hostile 9th rank alien races, even if they do not wish to confront Lin Yuan, they will definitely rise to resist, since death is the end result either way. It's just unknown whether they will commit more effort, Lin Yuan estimated in his mind. The 9th rank evolvers on the side of human civilization surely had some inkling of the plans, and those 9th rank alien races must have noticed. Since they could notice, they would certainly have countermeasures. The 9th rank powerhouses who enter the Xuanhuang secret realm can only leave after 100 years when the secret realm closes. But in the meantime, the powerhouses outside can still enter, and by communicating with those 9th rank powerhouses inside the secret realm, they can completely bring in some special treasures. Or they could simply invite some powerful special 9th rank allies for support. Every time the Xuanhuang secret realm opens, it indeed attracts a large number of 9th rank lives to enter, but not every 9th rank powerhouse will participate. Virtual world. Personal space. Dozens of human 9th rank Myriad heavy realm evolvers all gathered here. The Galaxy Master has arrived. Galaxy Master, dozens of 9th rank Myriad heavy realm evolvers all got up and looked towards a young man who appeared out of thin air. Galaxy Master. Among the many 9th rank powerhouses on the scene who wasn't a domineering figure in their own right even on the large alien battlefield, they are not considered weak, and some special 9th ranks even have a good chance of advancing to the 10th rank. But now, put all of them together, or even all the ninth rank evolvers of this generation of human civilization, in the presence of the Galaxy Master, they all seem to fade into insignificance. Galaxy Master, Duoke greeted Lin Yuan with a nod. Before Lin Yuan, he was the strongest ninth rank of this era in human civilization, having opened up nearly 40 million spatial layers. But now, the title of strongest ninth rank of human civilization naturally fell upon the Galaxy Master. Had it been anyone else, Duoke might have felt some discontent. But the Galaxy Master? Having watched the video footage of the Galaxy Master killing Hunyi, how could Duoke dare to harbor any feelings of discontent? Please, take your seats, Lin Yuan said with a smile, casually taking the main seat. Galaxy Master, the seal around the outer region of the secret realm is now almost formed. Next, we may face the backlash from those ninth-rank alien races, Duoke immediately said. At that time, we will need the Galaxy Master to take action, otherwise we wouldn't be able to hold against those ninth-rank alien races. Ninth-rank evolvers of human civilization laid down a blockade on the outer area of the Xuanhuang secret realm. Those ninth-rank alien races didn't dare to rebel. What was the reason? It was nothing but the fear of the Galaxy Master, who could appear at any moment. Thus, those ninth-rank alien races could only flee and hide over and over again. However, the outer area was the smallest region of the Xuanhuang secret realm. No matter how much they fled, they would eventually be driven into a corner. That would also be the moment when all ninth-rank alien races would rise in rebellion. Among these ninth-rank alien races were members of the Insect Race Alliance, the Tianyu Clan Alliance, and so on. If they were not wary of the Galaxy Master, they would have already torn through the blockade set by human civilization. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. Eliminating those ninth-rank alien races had always been Lin Yuan's intention, not to mention that in this encirclement, he would be able to obtain 90% of the profits. Then, we will trouble the Galaxy Master at that time, Duoke said with a smile surfacing on his face. I wonder which area the Galaxy Master is in right now. Duoke seemed to think of something and tentatively asked. I am in the outer area, ready to strike at any moment, Lin Yuan said casually. In truth, he was still in the deepest part of the Xuanhuang secret realm, but with Lin Yuan's current control over the secret realm, he could appear in any location within it in a mere thought, so saying, ready to strike at any moment, was not a boast. That's good. With the Galaxy Master here, those alien races had better just wait for their demise. Ha 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 ha, I have never felt so thrilled. Thank you, Galaxy Master. Each of the ninth rank evolvers was in high spirits. In the past, whenever the secret realm opened, the ninth rank evolvers of human civilization would avoid the ninth rank alien races as much as possible. Because fighting to the death inside the secret realm was meaningless, the most important thing was to take the spoils out. But now, the ninth rank evolvers of human civilization were actively hunting down those ninth rank alien races. Although these ninth-rank alien races did not represent the full strength of their factions and were only avatars, morale was being boosted. Find your next read at My Virtual Library Empire elsewhere. In a dark space, hundreds of wills descended. Human civilization had the virtual world, allowing all evolvers to communicate and interact in real time. While other different species were unable to build a virtual world like that of human civilization, they had created a space for temporary information exchange. And the hundreds of wills that descended here were those of the ninth-rank alien races present in the Xuanhuang secret realm. These alien races came from major groups and were basically the strong enemies of human civilization. As for those ninth-rank alien races that didn't have significant conflicts with human civilization, as well as some solitary and unique life forms at the ninth rank, they were not within the scope of human civilization's current encirclement. Compared to the laughter and cheerful voices on the side of human civilization, the atmosphere here seemed somewhat lifeless. All the ninth-rank alien races were filled with fear. They had all seen the videos of the Galaxy Master killing Hunyi, and they didn't believe they had any chance of winning against the Galaxy Master. What are you all worried about? Even if that Galaxy Master is very powerful, could he really kill us all? After a long time, a leading figure furrowed his brow and looked around as he spoke. Chapter 47, Funding the Enemy. 5200. Words, please subscribe. As this statement was made, the many ninth-rank powerhouses present slightly relaxed. Although there were only a few hundred ninth-rank powerhouses gathered here. In reality, thousands of ninth-rank powerhouses who were being hunted by human civilization in the Xuanhuang secret realm were present, not to mention nearly tens of thousands. The ninth ranks from a few of the Peak Clan's alliance, who entered the secret realm, accounted for the majority, and the rest were some loners bearing grudges against human civilization. Thousands, nearly tens of thousands of ninth-rank powerhouses could survive in part even if fleeing from the pursuit of Tier 10 powerhouses, let alone facing the Galactic Star-Lord. In the Xuanhuang secret realm, the environment is special, suppressing many spatial techniques, rendering teleportation impossible. Previously, a human evolutionist, Zilan, who had merely created tens of thousands of spatial layers, was able to persist for 3 years, even under the special 9th rank Hunyi, who created over 30 million spatial layers. Find more chapters on My Virtual Library Empire. This was very telling. Indeed, Zealon's evolution path was unique, especially skilled in fleeing danger. But now, were the many ninth-rank powerhouses present any less competent? The Supreme Evolution Path? Which of the peak clans didn't possess the Supreme Evolution Path? Everyone, the Galactic Star-Lord, might indeed be unbeatable, but it doesn't mean we have to let them slaughter us, said one of the ninth-rank insect race members as they stood up. Our clan has paid a price to invite the Son of the Tree Realm into the Xuanhuang Secret Realm to contend against that Galactic Star-Lord. Our clan has also paid a price to invite the Dragon Scale King into the Xuanhuang Secret Realm to contend against the Galactic Star-Lord. Our clan has also paid. Several ninth-rank powerhouses from the peak clans opened their mouths in succession. The content they announced excited the many ninth-rank powerhouses present. The Son of the Tree Realm from the mysterious Cosmic Secret Realm, Tree Realm. This Cosmic Secret Realm houses a Dominion Holder, the Mother of the Tree Realm. The Mother of the Tree Realm is a rare special entity, an 11th rank peak existence. The entire Tree Realm is, in the strictest sense, her body. The Mother of the Tree Realm has an offspring, known as the Son of the Tree Realm, in the vast universe. Such special entities are unique to them alone. Therefore, whether it is the Mother or the Son of the Tree Realm, both are incredibly powerful. Their talents are terrifyingly boundless. The Mother of the Tree Realm presides over the Tree Realm, and even the Supreme Beings are reluctant to attack, mainly because it is pointless. With the Mother of the Tree Realm's strength, even if she isn't a match for a Supreme Being, she still has some means of resistance. At least she has the ability to cause the collapse of the Tree Realm in front of a Supreme Being. Thus, even if a Supreme Being attacks the Mother of the Tree Realm, they wouldn't gain any benefits. Additionally, since the Mother of the Tree Realm voluntarily surrendered to the insect race, willing to offer a pound of Tree Realm essence every 10,000 years, she has been able to survive to this day. As for the Son of the Tree Realm, currently at 9th rank, being such a special entity with a tremendous lifespan, the Sun has been at 9th rank for at least tens of millions of years. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the major clusters in the universe wouldn't consider such a special entity within the range of 9th rank, because they aren't normal 9th rank beings. As for the Dragon Scale King, he is a similar existence to the Son of the Tree Realm. The Mother of the Tree Realm and the Dragon Scale King, these are legendary 9th rank beings, not within the normal range of 9th rank life forms. A few 9th rank powerhouses whispered among themselves, their confidence greatly increasing. No matter if it's the Mother of the Tree Realm, the Dragon Scale King, or others, their lifespans are frighteningly long. The lifespan of a normal 9th rank being might not even compare to a few seclusions they take. Therefore, if they are included within the normal range of 9th rank beings, it would be somewhat unfair to other 9th rank beings. With such reinforcements, what threat is the Galactic Star-Lord? The 9th rank insect race looked around at the many powerhouses, emitting a profound mental fluctuation. He and several of the other peak clan powerhouses exchanged glances. This time, the clans paid such a price partly to not emerge empty-handed from their venture into the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, and partly to preserve their avatars. The doppelganger skill, though a semi-public secret technique among the major clans, the death of an avatar and its reformation demanded a considerable price. If so many 9th rank powerhouses were to fall in the Xuanhuang Secret Realm at once, even if they were only avatars, it would substantially impact the major clans. Finally, it was a few of the peak clans wanting to probe the true strength of the Galactic Star-Lord. Previously, when the Galactic Star-Lord killed Hunyi, it was an instant kill, other than learning that the Galactic Star-Lord was powerful and that he had created at least hundreds of millions of spatial layers. Nothing else was known. This time, inviting so many legendary 9th ranks to participate was intended to ascertain the limits of the Galactic Star-Lord. Perhaps the Supreme Beings cared little for the Galactic Star-Lord, but those beneath them, the Tier 10 and 11th rank powerhouses, were very concerned, because possibly, in a distant future, they might face the Galactic Star-Lord in battle on the large alien battlefield. Since they were inevitably going to fight against the Galactic Star-Lord, naturally, they wanted to gather as much intelligence about him as possible. In the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, in an outer region, within a spacious canyon, thousands of 9th rank different species had been driven here, and outside, several hundred human civilization evolvers had set up a blockade. Several hundred 9th rank powerhouses blocking thousands, even tens of thousands, of 9th rank powerhouses? It seemed like a tall tale. There was no significant difference in individual strength between the two sides, and the blockading side was 10 times fewer in number than the blockaded. But this was the reality, due to the deterrence of the Galactic Star-Lord. Chapter 47, Aiding the Enemy? 5200 words, please subscribe. 2. No 9th rank alien race would dare to resist or hesitate. If their resistance caused the Galaxy Master to come, wouldn't that be seeking death? Indeed, in the hearts of all 9th rank alien races, even if the Galaxy Master were strong, he couldn't possibly kill their tens of thousands of 9th ranks. But if the Galaxy Master was determined to kill, he might not finish tens of thousands, but a few hundred were still within the realm of hope to be killed. No 9th rank alien race wanted to be one of those few hundred. Therefore, when facing the encirclement of human evolvers, even if the other side was not as strong as they were, those ninth-rank alien races would choose to flee rather than try to counter-kill, outside the canyon. Duoc and several other special ninth ranks from human civilization were also observing the distant canyon. We can only suppress them to this point. Any more suppression, and it would force these different species to resist, a special ninth rank of human civilization said. These ninth rank alien races have been chased to this point and dare not fight back. Apart from the fear of the Galaxy Master, what was more important was that they still had a way out. But now, all different species had been suppressed within the canyon, with many spatial layers also sealed off. These ninth-rank alien races now had no way out, and further suppression at this point would only arouse their willingness to resist. Galaxy Master? Where is the Galaxy Master? A few special ninth ranks from humanity spoke with some concern. They had already cornered all the ninth-rank alien races here. If the Galaxy Master still did not show up, it would be the turn of humanity's evolvers to flee for their lives. The Galaxy Master said he would come, so he will definitely come, Duoki said with a firm tone. The rest of the special ninth ranks felt slightly reassured. Just then, above the canyon, suddenly a figure appeared. The figure was a young man, wearing a long robe, standing as if connected to countless spatial layers. Galaxy Master. The Galaxy Master has arrived. On the side of human civilization, spirits were uplifted upon seeing Lin Yuan appear. On the other hand, inside the canyon, the numerous ninth-rank alien races had grave expressions, with even fear emerging. Galaxy Master? It is said that the Galactic Star Master has opened at least 100 million spatial layers? 100 million spatial layers? I wonder if the Tree Realm's child, the Dragon Scale King, could match up to the Galaxy Master. Each of the ninth-rank alien races had a somber face, feeling immense pressure. Even though they also had their trump cards and backup plans, when truly facing the Galaxy Master, they still couldn't maintain their composure. The Tree Realm's child, the Dragon Scale King, though powerful, had never killed a special ninth rank, but the Galaxy Master had, and he had killed Hunyi, a ninth rank who had opened more than 30 million spatial layers. Who wouldn't fear that? Everyone's here? Lin Yuan looked down and asked, "Are there other presences hiding somewhere?" Lin Yuan glanced at several inconspicuous locations where he sensed several subtle presences, much stronger than Hunyi. This wasn't reliant on Lin Yuan's perception, but rather the special privileges of being the Xuanwang Secret Realm's half-owner. Although Lin Yuan had not yet completely refined the core of the secret realm, he had refined 95% of it, and his control over it goes without saying. Knowing that I have the ability to kill Hunyi, yet still inviting so many reinforcements, is it to probe my true strength? Lin Yuan pondered, guessing the purposes of the several peak different species. Those few subtle presences, much stronger than Hunyi, inviting such existences. What would the cost be? Your next read awaits at My Virtual Library Empire. Probing my true strength, Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. When previously killing Hunyi, Lin Yuan had only activated the power of 200 million spatial layers. 200 million spatial layers, although it was unprecedented, compared to the more than 20 billion spatial layers Lin Yuan had truly opened up, it was nothing. I still cannot reveal all my strength, Lin Yuan decided. Previously, in the history of the cosmic starry sky at the 9th rank, the most spatial layers someone had opened were not more than 100 million. Lin Yuan opening 200 million spatial layers was truly unimaginable, but it still hadn't exceeded by too much, and should he reveal more than 20 billion spatial layers, Lin Yuan felt that even supreme beings would be shocked and might make a move regardless of their pride. 200 million spatial layers didn't concern a supreme being, but more than 20 billion spatial layers was a different matter. The apparent tenfold difference was actually more like a difficulty increase by hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times. Down in the canyon, the numerous 9th rank alien races were observing Lin Yuan just then. Under the shocked gazes of all the 9th rank alien races, the Galaxy Master standing in the void raised his right hand and pressed down toward them. A rumble sounded. The force of 200 million spatial layers came crushing down, threatening to annihilate everything in front of them. Not good. The 9th rank insect race's expression changed drastically. He immediately roared loudly, "Fellows, won't you make a move yet?" Whoosh. 4 presences suddenly converged, coming together from all directions, one of them being a tree-like life form whose branches trembled, vibrating with the vast force of space. Another presence belonged to an elder personified life form with golden dragon scales. With his every move, terrifying vitality spread out. The 4 powerful beings joined hands to oppose the Galaxy Master. Each of their strengths was far beyond Hunyi, with the spatial layers they had opened numbering close to 90 million, near 100 million. At a far distance from the canyon, a multitude of 9th rank powerhouses were watching the spectacle. These 9th rank powerhouses were mostly uninvolved with human civilization and not on the list for this encirclement, so they could casually stay here. Chapter 47. Aiding the Enemy? 5200 words. Please subscribe. 3 STSK. The Galaxy Master has finally made an appearance. Is that the Galaxy Master? The cosmic will really favors humans too much. When compared with us, special life forms bestowed with innate talents, those Galaxy Masters, being able to witness the Galaxy Master in action, this trip to the secret realm is indeed worthwhile. The multitude of Ninth Order strong ones talked and laughed with one another, seemingly at ease. At ease? Of course they were, since it wasn't them who had to endure the beating. The Galaxy Master has made a move. Who are those four strong ones that suddenly appeared? Children of the Tree Realm and the Dragon Scale King? Those peak clans really went all out, even inviting these individuals. The group of Ninth Order strong ones who were watching the battle suddenly widened their eyes. Originally, they thought it would be a one-sided situation. With the strength of the Galaxy Master, the ninth-ranked alien race's side would surely face a complete defeat. After all, that group of ninth-rank aliens from different species couldn't possibly cooperate wholeheartedly. Facing the matchless Galaxy Master, they would definitely think to just run faster than the other strong ones, who would stay behind and desperately hold back the Galaxy Master. However, the appearance of the Children of the Tree Realm and the Dragon Scale King, along with the other two special ninth-rank individuals, showed the many Ninth Order strong ones another possibility. If these four special ninth-rank individuals could hold back the Galaxy Master, the remaining human civilization evolvers would find it difficult facing the counterattack from thousands, if not tens of thousands, of ninth-rank aliens from different species. Galaxy Master, who would have thought that in this era such an unrivaled genius like you would emerge? The child of the tree realm, maintaining its ancient tree form, sent out mental waves, filled with a fighting spirit as it looked at Lin Yuan. The other three were the same. The reason they agreed to support the ninth-rank alien race within the Xuanhuang secret realm was not only because those peak clans paid a hefty price, it was also because they wanted to witness an opponent like the Galaxy Master. You've also come to court death? Lin Yuan continued to manipulate the power of the numerous spatial layers. Now that he knew the purpose of the different species, he naturally would not reveal more of his strength. Instead, he kept the number of spatial layers around the 200 million mark. The inability to increase the number of spatial layers didn't mean Lin Yuan could not use other means. For instance, the Mysterious Yellow Strike? Mastering the first phase of Mysterious Yellow Strike allowed Lin Yuan's every strike to explode with twice the force. This force did not come from the strength of the spatial layers, but was specially amplified, and merely double, not too exaggerated. The real peculiarity of Mysterious Yellow Strike wasn't the degree of enhancement. Even at the strongest perfection level, the increase was only 5-fold. But it was the constant effect. Every strike could maintain the corresponding multiplicative increase, which was the most precious aspect of Mysterious Yellow Strike. However, to confirm this, one would have to battle Lin Yuan for years or even decades, otherwise it would be imperceptible. If it were just one or two strikes, at most, one could conclude that an explosive power-type secret technique had been used. Boom, boom, boom. Under the enhancement of Mysterious Yellow Strike, Lin Yuan's attacks underwent a qualitative change. The Child of the Tree Realm and the other three special ninth-rank beings immediately had difficulty resisting and began to retreat explosively. When the Galaxy Master killed Hunyi, he wasn't at full strength. It's too terrifying. Even with the four of them working together, they are still forced to retreat by the Galaxy Master. It's over. We probably won't be able to leave alive. Within the canyon, many ninth-rank aliens from different species suddenly came to a realization. Around 200 million spatial layers, possessing a secret technique that doubles the strength, the leading ninth-rank insect race observed closely, and finally reached a conclusion. This should be the true strength of the Galaxy Master. As long as we can determine the Galaxy Master's strength, no price would be too great. The ninth-rank insect race thought to itself silently. Only by determining their specific strength could they devise targeted strategies for the future. Otherwise, it would be a repeat of a scene from the battlefield of different races, with the Tianyu clan constantly deploying their 8th-layer invincibles, one after another sending 9th-tier secret treasures to the Galaxy Master, in a distant canyon. The numerous 9th-rank strong ones were dumbstruck. The Galaxy Master is too powerful. How did he suppress the Child of the Tree Realm, the Dragon Scale King, so miserably? It's inconceivable. Each of the 9th-rank powerhouses shivered in their minds as they watched the battle from an incredibly distant location, occasionally feeling the remnants of combat that made their scalps tingle. One could imagine the overwhelming pressure borne by those who were at the periphery of the battlefield, let alone those few who faced the Galaxy Master. Boom, boom, boom. The forces of the numerous spatial layers, further empowered by the Mysterious Yellow Strike, transformed into terrifying blows one after another, making the four strong ones, including the Child of the Tree Realm, suffer tremendously. Boom. It was at this moment that one of the strong ones exploded, falling on the spot. Of course, what had fallen was merely an avatar that had entered the Xuanhuang secret realm. Whether the Child of the Tree Realm or the Dragon Scale King, what they had sent were just avatars. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. There's no escape. The Child of the Tree Realm sighed internally. The four of them, united, were teetering on the brink of collapse before the Galaxy Master. Now that one had died, they had even less hope. In the canyon below, seeing that there was no chance for the situation to turn around, the ninth-rank insect race turned around and looked at the many ninth-rank alien races behind them and said, "Gentlemen, the Galaxy Master is cruel. If we continue to stay here, we will eventually die at the hands of the Galaxy Master." After the ninth-rank insect race finished, it looked at the faces of the many ninth-rank alien races and continued to say, "That being the case, it would be better for us to directly enter the inner and the core areas. These areas are much larger than the peripheral zone. It's basically impossible for human evolvers to set up a blockade in the inner core areas." As soon as these words were spoken, the many ninth-rank alien races on the scene immediately understood the meaning. Rather than die at the hands of the Galaxy Master or human evolvers, it would be better to hide in the inner and the core areas. There the range far exceeded that of the peripheral zones, and it was impossible for human civilization's evolvers to establish another blockade. Even if the secret realm was to eventually close, them dying from the secret realm's annihilation was preferable to their treasures falling into the hands of human civilization's evolvers. After all, they were going to die one way or another. Why aid the enemy? Let's go, let's go, let's go. We'll head to the inner area now. Right, even in death, we can't let human civilization gain any benefits. The numerous ninth-rank alien races within the canyon immediately flew toward the inner and core areas, up in the sky. Lin Yuan crushed the last child of the tree realm to dust, and then saw numerous ninth-rank alien races fleeing towards the inner and core areas. Once the Xuanhuang secret realm closes, all outsiders in the inner and core areas, they would rather leave their collected treasures in the secret realm than let human evolvers have them? Lin Yuan immediately figured out the intentions of those ninth-rank alien races. Then, a strange look emerged on his face. What difference was there between leaving their collected treasures in the secret realm and giving them to him? Chapter 48, Lin Yuan's Threat Level 5,000 Words. Please subscribe. Masses of ninth-rank alien race members fled toward the inner area of the Xuanhuang secret realm. On the main continent of the Xuanhuang secret realm, it was divided into three areas: the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. The outer area was the smallest, allowing the ninth-rank evolvers of human civilization to form a blockade, pushing all ninth-rank alien races into a distant gorge. Compared to the outer area, the inner area was much more vast. With the current number of human civilization's evolvers alone, it was utterly impossible to cover the entire inner area. The ninth-rank alien races that escaped to the inner area could quickly lose the pursuers from human civilization. Of course, the safety of the inner area was only temporary. Once 100 years passed after the opening of the secret realm and it approached closure, any strong beings not in the outer area would be eradicated by the secret realm. Lin Yuan stood in the void, watching the multitude of alien races fleeing in desperation, without chasing to kill them. Thousands and tens of thousands of ninth-rank alien races dispersed in their escape. Under the premise of maintaining the strength of 200 million spatial layers, even if Lin Yuan pursued them, it would be difficult to kill them all. Secondly, those alien strong ones actively escaping into the inner area perfectly aligned with Lin Yuan's plan, sparing him the effort to strike. Galaxy Master, those ninth-rank alien races hiding in the inner area, we probably have no way now. Duoke stepped forward, standing behind Lin Yuan, and spoke apologetically. The vastness of the inner area was one aspect. On the other hand, this area contained numerous indigenous lives that were exceptionally powerful. If human civilization were to raise a blockade as conspicuously as in the outer area, those ninth-rank alien races might not be found first, and instead, they would likely be utterly harried by those indigenous lives. No matter, Lin Yuan shook his head. Hearing this, Duoke's heart slightly relaxed. He was just worried that the Galaxy Master would hold some resentment. You see, in the strategies they discussed previously, for every ninth-rank alien race killed, the Galaxy Master would receive 90% of the profits. Now, however, all the alien races had fled to the inner area, with very few ninth-rank alien races dying, hence the final profits for the Galaxy Master would not amount to much. However, with the Galaxy Master's strength, he is fully capable of pursuing them and spending some time to at least leave hundreds of ninth-rank alien races behind. Duoke thought to himself, but dared not ask further. He had his own conjectures too. The Galaxy Master had fought 1 against 4, slaying the mother of the Tree Realm's child, the Dragon Scale King, among the 4 legendary ninth-rank beings, using some kind of eruption-type secret skill. Find more to read at My Virtual Library Empire. Such a secret skill usually required a price to be paid afterward, perhaps a period of weakness. Perhaps this was the reason the Galaxy Master did not pursue an attack? In killing the mother of the Tree Realm's child and the other legendary ninth-ranked beings, the Galaxy Master surely hadn't come away without a price. Thinking this, Duoke suddenly found it much more reasonable. Since these alien races have escaped to the inner area, let's not let them come out, Lin Yuan said softly, his hands clasped behind his back. Naturally. Duoke nodded. Gazing at the fleeing ninth-rank alien races, his eyes emitted a murderous intent. In fact, Duok could completely understand the actions of these ninth-rank alien races. Even in death, they wouldn't give human civilization the benefit. If Duok were in the shoes of the alien races, he would make the same choice. But understanding is one thing, actually doing it is another. Since you alien races want so badly to die in the secret realm, then go ahead and die. Although hiding in the inner area greatly reduced the income for the ninth-rank evolvers from the human side, it was just a reduction. On the alien side, it was nothing less than a disastrous loss. Not only did they gain nothing from entering the secret realm this time, but they also lost an avatar. In the distance of the gorge, many strong ninth ranks who were spectators felt quite emotional. Initially, when the mother of the tree realm's child, the Dragon Scale King, and the other 4 legendary ninth ranks appeared, they thought the situation would change. At least the invincible Galaxy Master would face some restraint, but now it seemed those 4 legendary ninth ranks couldn't even hold on for long against the Galaxy Master. How exactly does the Galaxy Master train? It's terrifying. Thankfully, our clan hasn't had any major conflicts with human civilization. The several major peak clans must be feeling the pinch now. The emotions of the many ninth-rank strong ones varied, with admiration, shock, disbelief, and even schadenfreude. In the depths of the vast universe, within a certain spatial layer, this place was also a secret universe, immensely vast, with a towering ancient tree rooted in the middle of the secret realm. The ancient tree stretched high into the heavens, and its roots enveloped the entire secret realm. Beside this towering ancient tree, a considerably shorter ancient tree swayed gently. If one observed carefully, one would notice that the flow of time on this imposing ancient tree's surface greatly differed from the mainstream universe's time flow. In the main universe, tens of millennia, hundreds of millennia, or even millions of years might pass, yet for this towering ancient tree, it might only be just one day? Just 1 month? Suddenly, the smaller ancient tree's aura subtly changed. Child, what's wrong? The towering ancient tree immediately noticed, returned its surface time flow to normal, and sent out tender mental waves, indulgently asking the smaller ancient tree. It was the mother of the tree realm, an 11th rank life capable of negotiating with supreme beings. In the vast universe, there were some 11th rank lives, but few could make supreme beings reluctant to force their will. How domineering were the supreme beings? Perhaps to their own kind, they are gentle elders and pioneers, but towards different species, they generally adopt an attitude of prospering those who conform and annihilating those who oppose. Chapter 48. Lin Yuan's Threat Level 5,000 Words. Please subscribe. 2. Human civilization is such, the insect race is such, the Tianyu clan is also such. The gentle mother of the tree realm looked at the young ancient tree, a unique life form in the universe, which had no concept of kin after growing to the 11th rank, until the birth of this young ancient tree. The young ancient tree was not nurtured by the mother of the tree realm, but birthed from the tree realm itself, just like the situation when the mother of the tree realm was born. Mother, the young ancient tree likewise emitted psychic waves, with a hint of confusion. You said our tree realm species has talents and qualifications that truly surpass all beings in the universe? That is naturally so, the vast mother of the tree realm said with a smile. The universe is vast, fostering endless lives, but our tree realm species, unique and singular, naturally surpasses all other beings in talent and qualifications. What about the supreme beings? The young ancient tree immediately asked. The supreme beings did not wish to force the mother of the tree realm because she possessed the ability not to give any advantage to the supreme beings, but in terms of strength and other aspects, the mother of the tree realm was still far inferior to the supreme beings. Supreme beings, the mother of the tree realm suddenly fell silent. There are many supreme beings in the universe who have not experienced as many years as it. Supreme beings are an exception, the mother of the tree realm thought. Becoming a supreme being has little to do with talents and qualifications. However, below the supreme beings, our tree realm species definitely looks down upon everything. Perhaps some other special life forms in the universe have talents and qualifications not weaker than our race, at most slightly stronger, but overall, they are on the same level. The mother of the tree realm said confidently. But mother, not long ago, an envoy from the insect race asked me to create an avatar to go to the Xuanhuang secret realm to confront the galactic star lord of human civilization. The young ancient tree immediately began to speak. The mother of the tree realm nodded, knowing nothing of the galactic star lord, whose rise was too rapid, less than 100 years. Most of the time, the mother of the tree realm maintained a substantial difference in the flow of time from the outside world to extend her lifespan. The lifespan of the tree realm species is frighteningly long, but without becoming a supreme being, they are ultimately just lives in the river of time, unable to achieve eternity. The last time she woke up was 1,000,000 years ago. The result is that my avatar died at the hands of the galactic star lord, and the opponent did not use any external force, the young ancient tree said with a hint of confusion. Even after watching the video of the galactic star lord in action, when it actually faced the galactic star lord, it began to doubt. Are you really the special life form, or is it the galactic star lord? Died at the hands of the galactic star lord? The mother of the tree realm fell silent. The opponent did not use any external force. Here, external force refers to higher-level secret treasures or life-saving items, like the time black hole of Meduo Traveler. Galactic Star-Lord. The mother of the tree realm immediately extended her consciousness beyond the tree realm, beginning to receive all the events that occurred during her dormant period, including the numerous reports about the Galactic Star-Lord, broke the 8th layer myth. The youngest 9th rank in the history of human civilization, child. After a long time, the mother of the tree realm finally emitted psychic waves again. Don't worry about the Galactic Star-Lord. What use is a high talent and qualification for the Galactic Star-Lord? As long as he doesn't become a supreme being, he definitely won't outlive you. The mother of the tree realm thought for a while and finally came up with a comforting reason. The lifespan of the tree realm species, unbelievably long even for the 9th rank young ancient tree, spans beyond what normal 11th rank life could experience by hundreds, even thousands of times. The Galactic Star-Lord won't outlive me. The ancient tree felt somewhat unsettled upon hearing this. The Tianyu clan. Many 10th rank and 11th rank godlords watched the video footage in front of them. It was Lin Yuan in the Xuanhuang secret realm, slaying children of the tree realm, dragon scale king, and other legendary 9th rank scenes. In this battle, the spatial layers created by the Galactic Star-Lord indeed amounted to around 200 million, consistent with the strength displayed when killing Hunyi, one of them said. Additionally, the Galactic Star-Lord also mastered an eruption-type secret skill that can, for a short time, unleash more than double his own strength. Such eruption-type secret skills should have significant drawbacks. Otherwise, with the strength of the Galactic Star-Lord, he should have continued to pursue. But he didn't, instead, watching helplessly as our clan's warriors escaped into the inner area. A series of 10th rank and 11th rank godlords of the Tianyu clan, based on the video footage, attempted to deduce detailed information about the Galactic Star-Lord. They paid a significant price to invite a legendary 9th rank to enter the Xuanhuang secret realm, all to test the ultimate limits of the Galactic Star-Lord, for better targeting the Galactic Star-Lord in future large-scale battlefields. In the eyes of the many 10th rank and 11th rank godlords of the Tianyu clan, the Galactic Star-Lord will inevitably shine on the large battlefield in the future. Not understanding the true limits of the Galactic Star-Lord's strength now would only lead to greater losses in the future. Based on the current strength of the Galactic Star-Lord, if he steps into the 10th rank, achieving a transformational leap, his threat level in a millennium will reach grade BP. Extending the timeline, there is a high probability he will reach grade A within 5,000 years, one of the 11th rank godlords said. Whether it's the evolvers of human civilization or the mightiest among other races, upon reaching the 10th rank level of life, the strength disparity does not have a specific standard, like 9th rank levels, which are differentiated according to the number of spatial layers initiated. Explore stories at My Virtual Library Empire, Chapter 48. Lin Yuan's threat level 5,000 words. Please subscribe. 3. Fusing the space rules with some basic rules is a prerequisite for breaking through from 8th layer to 9th layer, and at the 10th layer, one needs to fuse even more rules. Apart from the rule of time, other pillar rules can also be attempted for fusion. For example, the life and death samsara rule, formed from the fusion of the pillar rules of life and death, has astonishing killing power, and no amount of spatial layers can block it. Of course, whether it is the rule of life or the rule of death, both are pillar rules, and the fusion between pillar rules is by no means a simple matter. Therefore, the strength of life at the 10th layer has no specific standard and is assessed solely based on the level of threat posed. The major cosmic races use a unified standard to categorize the threat level of 10th layer life into 6 levels. Grade A, Grade B, Grade C, Grade D, Grade E, and Grade F. Life that has just stepped into the 10th layer generally falls at Grade F level, having opened millions of spatial layers and still being in the initial stage of rule fusion. Let alone the fusion between pillar rules, even the fusion between a pillar rule and an ordinary rule, they only have that one kind achieved upon breaking through to the 9th layer. Among 10th layer life, Grade FF is the weakest, and Grade AE is the strongest. Generally, a Grade A 10th Wrangler has fused 2 kinds of pillar rules, and some extremely powerful Grade A entities have even fused the rule of time with some ordinary rule. The fusion of a pillar rule with an ordinary rule does not necessarily require full comprehension of that pillar rule. Just like the fusion of space rules with ordinary rules, one only needs to understand the space rules partially to proceed with the fusion. Just stepped into 10th layer, and within 1,000 years has reached Grade B threat level, and within 5,000 years, there's a good chance of reaching Grade A threat level? Many godlords present at the scene felt suffocated. The 11th rank godlord who had spoken rated the Galaxy Master too highly. I am simply extrapolating based on the Galaxy Master's current strength and growth rate in the past, which led me to this conclusion, said the 11th rank godlord, whose tone remained calm, but his heart was also in turmoil. How long had it taken him when he first stepped into 10th layer to reach Grade A? This is also a good thing, having knowledge in advance of the Galaxy Master's future strength. At this moment, another 11th rank powerhouse spoke up. Whether it was grade B or grade A 10th rank, knowing made them easier to handle, at least making it possible to take targeted measures. If they hadn't probed this time, they would not have known the specific strength of the Galaxy Master after stepping into the 10th layer. What if they dispatched grade D or grade C 10th rank to confront him in a large-scale battlefield? Wouldn't that be sending them to their doom? Even the weakest grade F at the 10th layer level is the elite foundation of a clan, and can't be sacrificed lightly. This is still the case for peak clans. For a powerful clan, 10th layer life is the mainstay of the clan. Explore new worlds at My Virtual Library Empire, Xuanhuang's Secret Realm. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, arriving at the deepest part of the secret realm. At the same time, he was sensing every little detail within the secret realm, especially in the inner area, where many alien strong ones had fled to. In order not to reveal too much strength and to conceal the fact that he had become the master of the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan could not kill these 9th rank alien race directly. He could only wait until the secret realm closed, let them be wiped out by the secret realm at once, and then collect the corpses himself. 8,792 9th rank aliens. Lin Yuan easily determined the number of aliens in the inner area through his control over the secret realm. With so many 9th rank aliens, how much loot will they bring me? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Ever since the Xuanhuang secret realm opened, there were over 200 9th tier secret treasures obtained by those who attempted to stay within the realm and were subsequently eradicated. It might not seem like a lot, but those 9th rank alien strong ones who tried to remain in the secret realm had all prepared for death and had taken their treasures out through various means. So, in total, there were less than 300 9th tier secret treasures. However, the situation with the over 8,000 9th rank alien race beings who hid in the inner areas was different. They had made absolutely no preparations at all, and the secret treasure weapons they carried were still with them. Although they weren't too precious, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Just perfect. Cultivating the Xuanhuang physique, what I lack the most is all kinds of resources, be it secret treasures or weapons. All of them can serve as nourishment for the Xuanhuang physique, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The 3 great Dao-protecting secret skills of the profound yellow lineage, known for the unyielding and undying Xuanhuang physique, required a vast number of Xuanhuang crystals for cultivation, in addition to various other resources. Secret treasures and weapons could all be devoured and then transformed into the foundation of the Xuanhuang physique. With abilities like Mysterious Yellow Strike and Steps of Space and Time, Lin Yuan could also rely on his heaven-defying perception to quickly cultivate them to the level of grand perfection. But Xuanhuang physique, at its essence, was an accumulation of resources, and this aspect couldn't rely solely on perception. A substantial investment of resources was essential. Lin Yuan wasn't just cultivating the Xuanhuang physique with his true body, his 2 primordial spirits also needed to cultivate the Xuanhuang physique, making the demand for resources evident. But with the contribution of nearly 10,000 beings from different species, Lin Yuan was convinced that his progress in cultivating the Xuanhuang physiques would be swift. In fact, even if Lin Yuan obtained those secret treasure weapons, he couldn't easily reveal them without risking identification. Therefore, he simply decided to use them all as nourishment for the Xuanhuang physique, saving himself the trouble of acquiring other resources to supply the cultivation of this secret technique. The most pressing matter now is to refine the core of the secret realm as quickly as possible. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, with the yellowish crystal floating before him. Even when he had acted against the Children of the Tree Realms and other legendary 9th rank beings not long ago, Lin Yuan maintained the refining of the core of the secret realm. The powerful onlookers all thought that in order to suppress the Children of the Tree Realms among the 4 legendary 9th ranks, Lin Yuan had gone all out, sparing no effort to unleash secret techniques. Little did they know that Lin Yuan was merely toying with them, utilizing only 2 billion out of the more than 20 billion spatial layers he occupied. As for a burst secret technique, Mysterious Yellow Strike, once mastered, would become permanent, enabling every strike to unleash power beyond one's own limits. Besides consuming a bit more energy, it required no other price to pay. The reason he didn't pursue to kill was just taking advantage of the situation. Those 9th rank alien strong ones who fled to the inner area would sooner or later be eradicated by the secret realm, and their treasure weapons, and even corpses, would all end up in Lin Yuan's hands. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a year had gone by, and Lin Yuan's refining of the core of the secret realm was approaching its final moment. Chapter 49, Shuang above, end of this volume. Please subscribe. In the deepest part of the Xuanhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, a Xuanhuang-colored crystal slowly undulating in front of him. At this moment, Lin Yuan was on the verge of completely refining the core of the secret realm, just a hair's breadth away. It would take at most half an hour, or at the longest, several days, to fully refine it. By then, Lin Yuan would take control of the Xuanhuang secret realm, achieving something that even the Supreme Beings longed for but couldn't obtain. The Supreme Beings from all the peak clans in the main universe, along with solitary Supreme Beings and every 12th rank life, all covetously eyed the Xuanhuang secret realm. Every time the secret realm opened, several supreme beings attempted to lock onto its coordinates. Other supreme beings who didn't make a move would observe in secret. Should any variability occur, they could arrive in an instant. One could imagine how much the supreme beings valued the Xuanhuang secret realm. This included the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. This was also why Lin Yuan was reluctant to reveal that he was the new master of the Xuanhuang secret realm. He didn't even wish to disclose much to human civilization itself. It wasn't that he was wary of human civilization, but some things are better left unsaid to avoid undesirable outcomes. Explore more stories at My Virtual Library Empire. Once Lin Yuan stepped into Tier 12, proclaiming this matter would carry no risks. This Xuanhuang secret realm is not an independent, complete world, Lin Yuan mused, brushing up against the essence of the secret realm as he was on the brink of fully refining its core. The Xuanhuang secret realm existed dependent on the main universe, sharing the same rule of time. Xuanhuang's methods are indeed unfathomable, Lin Yuan murmured after carefully sensing it for a while. The Xuanhuang secret realm was hidden deep within the countless spatial layer gaps of the main universe, beyond the reach of even the supreme beings. Why was that? It was because the Xuanhuang secret realm was almost merged into one with the main universe. Only by leveraging the vastness of the main universe could these supreme beings be thwarted in their attempts. With Xuanhuang's methods, he definitely could have created a complete, independent world. But doing so would prevent it from merging with the main universe, and it would have been only a matter of time before the supreme beings locked onto its coordinates. It's like suddenly having a black dot appear on a sheet of white paper, which would be quickly noticed, no matter how small the dot is, because it contrasts so greatly with the white background. But if a white dot appeared on the same white paper, hidden by the light, it would become much harder to discover. In front of entities like the 12th rank lives that supreme beings are, whether the Xuanhuang secret realm is an independent world makes no difference once the coordinates are locked. Can I sense the presence of Xuanhuang secret realms in other, incredibly distant locations? Lin Yuan wondered, having a breakthrough in his mind through the core of the secret realm. The Xuanhuang secret realms seemed to have certain connections with each other. However, it was merely a faint connection as each secret realm sat in a different universe, too far apart from one another. Unless one was a supreme being, even life forms of Tier 11 could not traverse such distances. And for supreme beings, after having control over one Xuanhuang secret realm, the others didn't offer them much advantage. The real allure of the Xuanhuang secret realms for supreme beings lay in the heritage left by Xuanhuang, as well as the 3 Dao-protecting secret skills. As for the rest, some Xuanhuang crystals, or possibly 9th rank or 10th rank secret treasures, those weren't worth a supreme being's effort to travel across universes. The Xuanhuang evolutionary path, since the disappearance of Xuanhuang, has not given rise to an ultimate existence. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, his thoughts wavering. The threshold of the Xuanhuang evolutionary path was too high, making it too difficult to disseminate and impossible to take the ultimate leap without relying on oneself. In the era of Xuanhuang, there was no notion of spreading one's evolutionary path. The idea of leveraging the power of all beings as a boost for the ultimate leap didn't emerge until after Xuanhuang vanished. Whether or not the Xuanhuang evolutionary path had an ultimate existence affected Lin Yuan very little. He had never planned to become a supreme being through the Xuanhuang evolutionary path. For Lin Yuan, the Xuanhuang evolutionary path was at most a source of insight to be studied and learned from. He intended to extract its essence and integrate it into himself. To Lin Yuan, the Xuanhuang evolutionary path held various uncertainties. For instance, what if one relied on this evolutionary path to become a supreme being, and then Xuanhuang suddenly returned? Could there be 2 ultimates on a single evolutionary path? What would happen then? A clash of great Daos between 2 ultimate existences. Would one ultimate become nourishment for the other? Of course, the probability of such an event was minuscule, even negligible. The hopes for Xuanhuang's return were virtually non-existent. But a risk was still a risk. Having his own Marshall Path evolutionary path, which he created from scratch, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't choose the former path. The Marshall Path evolutionary path was currently at the 9th rank, but with his Against Heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was confident he could evolve it to the 12th rank, or even higher. Continue cultivating the Xuanhuang physique. Lin Yuan flipped his right hand, and a fist-sized Xuanhuang crystal appeared, before being ground into powder and assimilating into his body. The secret technique of cultivating the Xuanhuang physique didn't consume much heart force. Lin Yuan only needed to continually operate the Xuanhuang physique secret technique, absorbing the Xuanhuang crystal along with various secret treasure weapons. Rustle, rustle. Moments later, the fist-sized Xuanhuang crystal was completely absorbed. Lin Yuan then took out another piece. This Xuanhuang physique does consume quite shockingly, Lin Yuan sighed in his mind. In these 5 years, just cultivating this secret technique had consumed an amount of Xuanhuang crystal equivalent to millions of cubic cosmic crystals. Millions of cubic cosmic crystals, which was the equivalent of an entire fortune of a 9th rank Myriad heavy realm powerhouse. And for Lin Yuan, it only lasted 5 years. Of course, despite such consumption, the results had been extremely gratifying. Chapter 49, Shuang above, end of this volume, please subscribe. 2 now, Lin Yuan's Shuang physique has yet to be cultivated to a minor achievement. Despite this, the strength of his physical body has directly doubled. It is known that Lin Yuan's physical body, amplified by the mysterious gourd, is already nearly 20 times that of a normal power of the same rank. On a 20-fold base, to then double again, Lin Yuan felt that with just the boundless power of his blood and ki, he might be able to penetrate numerous spatial layers and suppress the opening of tens of millions of spatial layers of a unique 9th rank. The martial path evolutionary path has always been adept at strengthening the body, and physically it tends to be more formidable than other evolvers of the same rank, let alone with the boost from the mysterious gourd. Besides, the amplification of his body's strength is only one aspect. Upon cultivating the primordial yellow physique, an aura known as protective Xuanhuang light instinctively emanates from his body. This aura may not be like the elemental body, which directly immunizes against 90% of attacks at the same rank. But as long as the protective Xuanhuang light remains unbroken, Lin Yuan will not suffer any injury, whether it's a physical attack, an attack by laws, or even other more mysterious assaults. All will be blocked by the protective Xuanhuang light. Protective Xuanhuang light, blood rebirth, elemental body, origin clock. These are currently Lin Yuan's 4 main defensive measures. Of course, the origin clock resides with his true self, but even relying on the first 3, Lin Yuan's defenses have nearly reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. It is estimation that even common 10th rank powerhouses would fail to break through Lin Yuan's defenses. Virtual world. Lin Yuan was chatting with his parents. By the way, Xiao Yuan, Yi Yi is planning to get married. Lu Qiang immediately shared the joyful news with Lin Yuan. Lin Yi is planning to marry? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. So soon? He had indeed heard that his sister was dating someone and that the two got along very well, but he hadn't expected things to progress so quickly to the point of discussing marriage. What's early? She's already in her 90s. And you, Xiao Yuan, are already over 100 years old. Lu Qiang rolled her eyes and brought up Lin Yuan's age. Over 100 years old, Lin Yuan came back to his senses, momentarily lost in thought. Evolvers have a prolonged lifespan. Even those of the 1st and 2nd ranks, with the help of biotechnology, can easily live for several hundreds to thousands of years. Find your next adventure on My Virtual Library Empire. But his parents were ordinary people before and through the human civilization's standard means. A typical citizen could generally live past 200 years, so marrying in the 90s was considered late. Is Lin Yi's boyfriend that lad from the Xia family? Asked Lin Yuan. Yes, Shatter is honest, loyal, and dependable. Yi Yi will surely lead a good life with him, Lu Qiang said gleefully. Honest, loyal, and dependable? Lin Yuan remained silent. The Xia family was a great clan within human civilization, known as Human the Xia family, with a history of producing citizens above the 8th layer. This generation even boasted an 11th rank powerhouse. Being born in such a clan hardly associates with being honest or faithful. Even the fact that he could marry Lin Yi might be a political marriage, aim being Lin Yi's brother, Lin Yuan himself. However, Lin Yuan was not concerned about these matters. At his level of prominence, attracting the attention of myriad powers, finding a simple relationship was simply unrealistic. And since Human the Xia family had a rather good reputation, marrying Lin Yi would mean that even if something unexpected happened to Lin Yuan, his parents would at least have a backing. Have Lin Yi's boyfriend come to see me? Lin Yuan said after some thought. Generally, he would be reluctant to meet people from other powers, as it was overly trouble and complex. But regarding his sister's marriage, Lin Yuan still intended to take an interest. Soon, less than 10 minutes later, a handsome young man appeared together with Lin Yi. Brother, Lin Yi greeted with a radiant smile. Xia, I have seen the Galaxy Master, the handsome young man beside her said with a hint of nervous respect. As a direct member of Human the Xia family, Xia would normally feel quite confident even facing evolvers of the 7th or 8th rank. But the Galaxy Master? Before getting involved with Lin Yi, the ancient 11th rank patriarch of the Xia family had personally summoned Karen, repeatedly instructing him that if it was just for fun, he must not choose the sister of the Galaxy Master. With so many women in human civilization, even many female members of different species, the Xia family, given its heritage, would not care. However, when it came to the sister of the Galaxy Master, they absolutely could not cause any negative impact. Otherwise, it could bring a catastrophic effect to the Xia family. The serious attitude of his ancient forebearer made Xia truly understand the weight of the Galaxy Master. Xia? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Your Xia family has made significant contributions to human civilization. Those are all matters of the past, Xia quickly replied, with no intention to boast at all. Although from the Xia family, Xia had received a proper education from a young age and did not give off any sense of arrogance or conceit. Lin Yi is not like the scions of the great evolutionary families. I hope that after you marry, she won't have to suffer any grievances, Lin Yuan said with a smile, looking at Xia. Under Lin Yuan's gaze, Xia felt an invisible pressure. Despite the separation of the virtual world, a shiver still ran through his heart. I will treat Yi well, Shakuren immediately promised. At the same time, he thought to himself, the Galaxy Master gives me the same feeling as our ancient ancestor. No wonder he told me to be very careful with Yi. His pursuit of Lin Yi was indeed influenced by the Galaxy Master, but more than that, Karen genuinely liked Lin Yi. If it wasn't for genuine affection, the ancient 11th rank patriarch of the Sha family would never have allowed Karen to continue the relationship with Lin Yi. Chapter 49, Shuang above end of this volume, please subscribe. The Galaxy Master, such powerful beings, although they do not possess mind reading, can still see through someone's inner thoughts with ease. To dislike her and yet marry Lin Yi would have been enough to incur the disdain of the Galaxy Master. Therefore, even if the Shia family eagerly wished to establish a connection with the Galaxy Master, they would ponder repeatedly over the choice of candidate, making sure to avoid any mistakes. Brother, Karen really likes me, Lin Yi immediately said. I know, Lin Yuan nodded. Through their recent interaction, Lin Yuan had also sensed that Shakuren truly had genuine feelings for Lin Yi, but emotions like affection are destined not to last forever, and as Lin Yi's brother, it was essential to give the other person some reminders and warnings. The Sha family must understand this as well. The wedding of Lin Yi and Shakuren took place the next day. The venue was in the virtual world, where numerous powers of human civilization and countless guests all flocked to attend. Not only because one party of the wedding was the sister of the Galaxy Master, but also because the Shia family's power was deeply rooted and intricate. The union of the two powerful entities was bound to have a significant impact. The main branch of the human Sha family marrying the sister of the Galaxy Master, one side with limitless potential, the other an influential and established power. This marriage alliance, TSK, how did the Sha family get so lucky to actually establish a connection with the Galaxy Master? The guests at the wedding kept discussing. With the news of the Galaxy Master in the Xuanhuang secret realm spreading, even a fool could see that the Galaxy Master's future potential was at least at Tier 11. Since time immemorial, the most talented individual of human civilization, who at Tier 8 defeated invincible Tier 8 beings as easily as slaughtering chickens, and at Tier 9 killed special Tier 9 beings just as effortlessly, such an extraordinary individual would inevitably receive full support for their cultivation from human civilization, and very likely have the opportunity to challenge the status of a supreme being in the future. Should they successfully become a supreme being, wouldn't the human Xia family, as in laws, ascend to the heavens in one step? Of course, becoming a supreme being is not easy, but even if unable to step into Tier 12, to reach the peak of Tier 11 was in the future. For the Xia family, there was no possibility of losing out. It was precisely because of this reason that many guests at the scene felt that the Xia family had stumbled upon a great bargain. On the surface, it seemed that the Galaxy Master was currently at Tier 9, while the human Xia family had an 11th rank evolver at its seat. But in reality, who knows how many families prefixed with human wanted to connect with the Galaxy Master. But in the end, it was the Xia family who took the lead. Lin Yuan chatted with the fellow disciples of the Qicun lineage. Is the teacher in seclusion, attempting to break through to Tier 9? Lin Yuan nodded. The Qicun Star Lord, Lin Yuan's teacher, did not attend Lin Yi's wedding precisely because he was in closed-door cultivation. Cultivating in seclusion at the critical breakthrough moment is especially crucial, allowing for no distractions whatsoever. In fact, more than 20 years ago, the Qicun Star Lord had already begun his seclusion. It was quite normal for an 8th-layer evolver to be in seclusion for several decades or even 100 years, let alone for a breakthrough at a great realm. It's hard to say whether the teacher can smoothly step into Tier 9, the various peak masters of the Qicun lineage said with a bit of concern. The leap from Tier 8 to Tier 9 represents the transition from a single-space life to a multi-spatial life. Despite Lin Yuan's seemingly effortless breakthrough, in actuality, accomplishing this transition is not at all simple. If one completes the fusion of pillar rules with common rules and breaks through to Tier 9, it naturally denotes steady progression. But the Qicun Star Lord's purpose for secluding himself was to complete the last bit of fusion rules. As for ultimately stepping into Tier 9, as long as all the prerequisite conditions are met, there's actually very little risk and chance of unexpected events. There shouldn't be any problem, Lin Yuan stated. The Qicun Star Lord's true form is that of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun, the darling of the main universe's space origin source, with profound insight into space rules. In the fusion of space rules with the fire rules, there should not be any significant bottlenecks. That is the Galaxy Master. The Galaxy Master, stationed at the Milky Way main star, seldom shows himself. Finally, we get to see the Galaxy Master in person. One after another, the guests were all paying attention to Lin Yuan, while the Xia family, on the contrary, didn't arouse much interest. The influence of the Xia family was significant, and the major figures of the family often appeared in public. The guests had basically seen all who were available to see. On the other hand, the Galaxy Master had risen so quickly and was so legendary that many evolvers wished to meet him but could not. This time, the performance of the Galaxy Master in the Xuanhuang secret realm, my family's elder ancestor said that once the Galaxy Master steps into Tier 10, within 100 or 1,000 years, he could reach Grade B Tier 10, and within 5,000 years he could reach Grade A Tier 10. My heavens, is he that terrifying? A few guests widened their eyes. They knew just how formidable a grade B Tier 10 was, let alone grade A Tier 10. Many 10th rank evolvers have cultivated for tens of thousands to millions of years and are still hovering at grade D or C. And the Galaxy Master could easily reach grade A Tier 10? Grade A Tier 10, even on a large alien battlefield, that is an extraordinary force. Without a Tier 11 stepping forward, a powerful grade A Tier 10 could influence the outcome of a particular local battlefield. I don't even know when I'll reach Tier 7, and you're already discussing when the Galaxy Master will reach grade A after stepping into Tier 10. Sigh, we're all human, but why is the Galaxy Master's talent so much stronger than ours? Is it said that the Galaxy Master's bloodline is quite ordinary? Many other evolvers felt somewhat bitter. When they were as old as the Galaxy Master, they were probably still fumbling through the first and second layers, but the Galaxy Master was already rising like the sun at high noon, at the wedding. Lin Yuan was casually chatting. Just at that moment, Lin Yuan's expression shifted ever so slightly. He looked up in a certain direction. Because at that moment, the Taiyang Divine Spirit in the Xuanhuang Secret Realm had completely refined the core of the Secret Realm. Humming sounds resonated. Inside the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him, the earthy yellow core of the Secret Realm was spinning and merging into Lin Yuan's forehead. In an instant, Lin Yuan's soul began to infinitely soar, overlooking every little detail and aspect of the entire Xuanhuang Secret Realm from a higher level of perspective. At this moment, Lin Yuan was like the creator deity of the Xuanhuang Secret Realm, and everything happening within the realm was under his watchful eye. The 9th rank alien race and human 9th rank evolvers within the Secret Realm were completely unaware, but the indigenous creatures of the realm were faintly sensing something. Ah 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 ah. Roar 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 ar. Across the 3 continents, countless powerful indigenous creatures were all kneeling on the ground, with expressions of utmost respect, revealing their submission. Supreme Xuanhuang above